an otherworldly soul who accidentally traveled to the world of beast taming 18 years ago, now stands before the awakening stone as the wheels of fate begin to turn. At the Awakening Plaza of Onwu High School in Changcheng City, hundreds of young boys and girls filled with dreams hold their breath, their eyes fixated on the mysterious glow of the awakening stone at the forefront. This day is destined to alter the course of their lives. Without talent, these ordinary beast tamers cannot hope to gain the favor of powerful factions, let alone acquire the precious resources needed for beast advancement. Changsheng, with your intelligence, you should at least have a level talent, Lin Hang said to his side, looking at Su Changsheng with deep envy in his voice. Su Changsheng smiled calmly. You'll awaken too. No one knew he was a traveler from another world, having been in this mysterious and perilous beast-taming world for 18 years. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary office worker who woke up in this world. In this land, terrifying beasts roam freely, threatening human survival. These powerful beasts can move mountains and boil seas with a thought, shattering skies and splitting earth in an instant. Even the weakest beasts are beyond the capability of ordinary people to resist. To combat these formidable creatures, humans chose to tame gentle beasts for their use. After millennia of development, the beast taming system is now perfected, allowing everyone to become a beast tamer. However, not everyone can become a powerful beast tamer. Only those who successfully awaken their talents, enhancing their own or their beast's abilities, are the truly chosen ones. They are not only the core candidates of prestigious beast taming colleges, but also sought after by various factions, promising a bright future. Silence. At the teacher's command, the bustling Awakening Plaza fell silent. Names were called out one by one, with most leaving disappointed. When it was Lin Hang's turn, an unexpected event occurred. The awakening stone emitted a dazzling yellow light, indicating a rare level talent. The crowd was in an uproar. In the spectrum of E to S level talents represented by red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, a level talent was already a rare genius. It's known that in human history, only 3 S-level beast tamers have ever appeared. As for the legendary SS level, no one has ever seen its corresponding color. When Lin Hang returned to Su Changsheng, he was still in a daze. Changsheng, I did it. Envious glances were cast from classmates, with some even approaching to chat. This made Su Changsheng acutely aware of the importance of talent awakening. Just then, Class 3A Gu Siyuan. The name caused the crowd to stir again. The second young master of the Gu Corporation, having enjoyed rare resources since childhood, was expected to have an outstanding talent awakening. Indeed, a brilliant green light shot skyward, a level talent. Gu Siyuan basked in the admiration of the crowd, but his expression changed drastically when someone compared him to Lin Hang. He stopped in front of Su Changsheng and Lin Hang, eyes filled with disdain. A commoner kid? A useless thing, dare to be compared with me? These words cut like knives into Lin Hang's heart. He held back Su Changsheng, who was ready to strike, swallowing his humiliation. But Su Changsheng was already enraged. Orphaned from a young age, he relied on Lin Hang's family and couldn't tolerate his brother being insulted. Just as Su Changsheng was about to act, the teacher called out, Class 3A, Su Changsheng. Upon hearing this, Su Changsheng could only relent. He cast a cold glance at Gu Siyuan before striding forward. He intended to prove his talent with actions, aiming to humiliate Gu Siyuan's arrogant demeanor. Su Changsheng eagerly anticipated the moment when Gu Siyuan would realize that Su's talent surpassed his own. Would Gu Siyuan still maintain his repulsive attitude then? Su Changsheng approached the awakening crystal, took a deep breath, and placed his left hand on it. He felt a cool sensation spread from his palm to his heart, then upward to the deepest part of his brain. A wondrous voice echoed in his mind. You have awakened a level talent, the Eye of Evolution. The Eye of Evolution, a level grants your beast a chance to enhance its talent during evolution. Unknown energy detected. Talent has fused with this energy, significantly upgraded to SS level talent. The Eye of the World. The Eye of the World, SS level. Perceive all things in the world. Every evolution path lies before you. Simultaneously, the once quiet awakening crystal began to tremble violently. Brilliant blue light flashed on the crystal, then shot skyward, dispersing the overcast clouds above. This phenomenon was far more profound than the one that occurred during Gu Siyuan's awakening. Everyone was stunned into silence by this spectacle at the awakening square. Then, a loud commotion erupted. What? This color, a level talent. Impossible. My goodness. Su Changsheng actually awakened a level talent. Doesn't that mean he's at least a diamond rank powerhouse? Such a genius emerging from Changcheng City. However, within moments, the blue light vanished as if it had never appeared. Only the clouds in the sky had completely dispersed, leaving the brilliant sun hanging on the horizon. What's happening? How could a level talent have such a brief phenomenon? Could it be that Su Changsheng failed to awaken his talent? It's possible. Though rare, there are precedents of failed awakenings in history. I wonder what misfortune Su Changsheng must have encountered to experience such bad luck. The noise grew even louder. People seemed to relish seeing their peers not surpass them rather than exceed them by a large margin. Especially Gu Siyuan, who exhaled a sigh of relief. The earlier blue phenomenon had indeed startled him, but fortunately, his pride remained intact. With this thought, a contemptuous smile reappeared on his face. Amidst the murmurs behind him, Su Changsheng kept his eyes closed, silent and unmoving. Su Changsheng, what was that blue light earlier? Did your talent awaken, and at what level? The teacher beside him couldn't contain his curiosity and asked urgently. If he could produce a student with an A-level beast talent, his bonus would surely be substantial. Su Changsheng slowly opened his eyes and let out a soft sigh. Not only had he awakened his talent, but he had also activated the indispensable system for a traveler. Detected that the host has successfully awakened beast talent, the achievement system is now bound. The beast space has been remodeled for the host. The mythical bloodline pool has been moved into the host's beast space. The mythical bloodline pool can perform bloodline baptism on contracted beasts, granting them a mythical level bloodline. Su Changsheng stood frozen in place, hearing a sigh from the teacher responsible for awakening. The teacher knew that in a small place like Changnan City, it was unlikely for an A-level gifted individual to appear. It seemed this year's bonus was completely out of reach. Don't be discouraged if you haven't awakened. Ordinary beast tamers still have a future. You. Teacher, I have awakened, with an A-level talent. Su Changsheng interrupted the teacher. The teacher's previously squinting eyes suddenly widened, a gleam of light bursting from his pupils. Su Changsheng raised his right hand, where a dense beast-taming energy gathered at his fingertips, forming a visible swirling vortex. This was the first sign of awakening talenta, high concentration of beast-taming energy. This pure energy makes it easier for beast tamers to contract their desired beasts. The higher the quality of the beast, the greater its resource demands, and the higher its requirement for the quality of the master's beast-taming energy. Only beast tamers with high concentrations of this energy could possibly contract top-tier beasts. Good, good, good. The teacher was so excited he could barely speak coherently. As a beast tamer who had been awakened for over 10 years, he knew all too well the purity of the beast-taming energy before him. It was far superior to his own clever talent. The teacher eagerly helped Su Changsheng fill out various forms, treating him much better than he ever did Gu Siyuan. Gu Siyuan stood at the back of the crowd, his face ashen. He never expected that the usually unremarkable Su Changsheng would possess such outstanding talent. Remembering how he had called Su Changsheng useless before, Gu Siyuan felt a burning shame on his face. At least only a few people know about this. Gu Siyuan consoled himself, yet he couldn't suppress the anger and jealousy in his heart. Having been pampered since childhood, he couldn't stand such humiliation. A-level talent? What good is that? Still a nobody. Just a poor kid. What does he have to compare to me? Gu Siyuan sneered from the crowd, his voice sharp and grating. Su Changsheng paused in his writing. He knew Gu Siyuan wasn't the brightest, but he didn't expect him to be this foolish. He hadn't even confronted Gu Siyuan yet, and here this guy was, practically asking for it. Yeah, it's really odd. I'm just a poor kid, not even considered ordinary, yet somehow my talent surpasses some of those from big families, Su Changsheng said with a cold smile, standing at the front of the crowd. So strange, could it be that someone is a complete waste? All those resources and still no talent? It's hilarious, really. Though he didn't name anyone, everyone present knew who he was referring to. Wow, Su Changsheng is bold. Going head-to-head with the second son of the Gu family? Look at his talent. An A-level talent isn't lower than the status of that Gu family's second son. Man, I've been tired of Gu Siyuan's pretentiousness for a long time. Exactly, acting all high and mighty with a level talent. Looking down on everyone, what a waste. Whispers spread across the square. Gu Siyuan's face turned red as he glared at the crowd, only to find nearly everyone looking at him strangely. He felt as if struck by lightning, his flushed face turning pale. As a privileged second-generation rich kid, he had never faced such humiliation. Everyone he met treated him with respect, even subservience. Seeing Gu Siyuan's livid face and eyes nearly spitting fire, Su Changsheng felt utterly satisfied. He strode back to his spot, ignoring this clown. Su Changsheng returned to his seat amidst the admiring glances of his peers. He claimed to have an A-level talent not on a whim, but after careful consideration. An SS-level talent would be too astonishing, even unprecedented. Su Changsheng knew well that if a human were to emerge with the first-ever SS-level Beastmaster talent, high-level ferocious beasts would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him before he could fully develop. This was not mere alarmism. Ferocious beasts were not mindless killing machines. They had even established mechanisms akin to a genius assassination list. Every year, the Huaxiao Federation lost geniuses to assassinations, which made Su Changsheng act cautiously. He dared not gamble with his life. However, simply agreeing with the teacher and claiming no talent would be foolish. In the world of Beastmasters, talent is paramount, strength is respected. Good talent means more resources and special treatment. Claiming to have no awakened talent would mean losing access to those precious resources. Therefore, Su Changxing chose to use an level talent as a cover. This way, he could still enjoy the special treatment from the school and authorities without drawing too much attention, avoiding being targeted by the ferocious beast's assassination list. Everything was calculated on his part. Changsheng, I knew you could do it. Lin Heng said excitedly, his earlier displeasure from Gu Xiyuan's provocation completely gone. Su Changxing smiled slightly, his gaze falling on Lin Heng, whose information instantly appeared before him. Name, Lin Heng. Talent, hyperspeed enhancement. Effect, during combat, the speed of the beast under his command doubles, entering a hyperspeed state. After the state ends, the beast falls into a weakened period. Rank, Black Iron Level 1. Contracted beast, none. Su Changxing was secretly amazed. His SS level talent, the Eye of the World, not only allowed him to discern all beasts' evolutionary paths, but also to probe detailed information about everyone, including the specific effects of their Beastmaster talents. This ability was truly formidable. In this world, Beastmaster talent is everyone's greatest secret. Awakening crystals can only detect the talent's grade, without determining even the general direction of its abilities, let alone providing the detailed insights Su Changxing's eyes offered. With this ability, Su Changxing could be fully prepared in advance to counter various enemy abilities. It could be said that before a battle even began, he was already halfway to victory. Soon, the talent awakening ceremony concluded. The teacher in charge of the awakening clapped his hands and announced loudly, "Now that everyone has awakened, let's proceed to open up our beast spaces right here." All the students sat down and began to sense the beast power within them. In this world, everyone harbors a certain amount of beast power within their bodies. Talent awakening merely refines this beast power, allowing beastmasters to open larger beast spaces and contract more beasts. The size of a beastmaster's space often indicates its special effects. The difference in talent creates a chasm between beastmasters. Su Changsheng sat cross-legged, effortlessly forming his beast space. It had already taken shape when he awakened his talent. Now, he finally had the chance to explore it. Holding his breath and focusing his mind, Su Changsheng's consciousness delved within. Instantly, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. His beast space was actually a small island. Covering 7 to 8 square kilometers, it was surrounded by an endless sea, with a blue sky and floating white clouds overhead. The island was lush with vegetation, teeming with life, and even ordinary animals roamed the forest in search of food. This wasn't just a beast space, it was a complete ecosystem. Su Changsheng was stunned. A typical beastmaster's space was merely the size of a single bed, and even those with awakened talents had spaces no larger than a room. Even highly talented beastmasters couldn't possibly have a space the size of an island. He recalled historical records of an S-level talent who dominated his era, and even his initial beast space was only the size of a sports field. It must be related to that unknown invading energy, Su Changxing mused silently, his gaze resting on the pond at the center of the island. That was the mythical bloodline pool, spanning about a dozen square meters, with water of a crimson gold hue. Staring into the water, a desolate and fierce aura surged forth, as if the essence of countless mythical beasts was roiling within. He could vaguely hear the angry roars of those beasts. Humph! Su Changxing snorted softly, his conscious form standing before the bloodline pool. Instantly, a fierce wind swept across the island, silencing the roars. This was his beast space. How could he allow the rampant essence to act out? Looking at the mythical bloodline pool brimming with vitality, Su Changxing was filled with anticipation for the first beast he would contract, eager to see its transformation after being strengthened by the pool. Changsheng, my beast space is huge. Lin Heng's excited voice interrupted his thoughts. It's over 20 square meters. Yours must be even bigger, right? Su Changxing pondered briefly. It's all right, just a bit larger. Of course, you're in a level talent. It's normal for your space to be bigger, Lin Heng laughed. The teacher's voice came at the right moment. Students without awakened talents, head to the beast training grounds to select your beasts. Those with awakened talents, follow me. Su Changsheng and the others followed the teacher, leaving behind envious glances from the other students. Those without awakened talents could only choose the lowest tier black iron beasts at the training grounds. Unlucky ones might spend their entire lives unable to break through to bronze. Even the luckier ones would at most reach the first level of silver, with no further progress possible. Such as the gap that talent creates. Falling behind once means falling further behind with every step. The choice of beast eggs. Feel free to choose, everyone. Most of these are silver quality beast eggs, though there may be some bronze and gold ones mixed in, the teacher said with a smile, looking at the 90 or so students before her. These were all talented beastmasters. Out of over 1,000 senior high school students, only 90 had talent, which shows how rare it is. Wow, the school is being so generous this time, one student exclaimed. Yeah, those are beast eggs, another student echoed. Upon hearing that the eggs were silver-quality beasts and in an egg state, the students couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Beast eggs, once a contract is established, often form a closer bond with their masters and can even achieve a level of telepathic connection. Therefore, in the market, beast eggs are more than twice as valuable as fully grown beasts. A regular silver-quality beast costs at least several million federal coins, not to mention a silver-quality beast egg. This is quite a generous offering. Su Changsheng and others are starting at a much higher point than those without talent, and Su Changsheng felt even more fortunate for not completely hiding his talent. Changsheng, what do you think about this beast egg? Lin Heng asked, pointing to a sky-blue beast egg in front of him. He wanted to get his friend's opinion since the eggs weren't labeled with species or quality, and Lin Heng had chosen purely based on intuition, leaving him somewhat uncertain. After all, this would be his first beast, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Su Changsheng followed Lin Heng's hand and saw information that was invisible to others appear before him. Species, poisonous azure snake. Poison attribute quality, silver medium. Innate skills, deadly constriction common, venomous shot excellent. Evolution path 1, venom direction. After one evolution, it can advance to rainbow-scaled snake gold level. After a second evolution, it can advance to 7-colored poisonous jiao platinum level. Materials needed for this evolution path, TBD. Evolution path 2, size direction. After one evolution, it can advance to Twisted Forest Anaconda Gold level. After a second evolution, it can advance to Earth-Splitting Devil Snake Platinum level. After a third evolution, it can advance to Sky-Swallowing Python Diamond level. Materials needed for this evolution path, TBD. Su Changsheng's eyes flashed with realization as he gained a deeper understanding of the power of the World Eye. The poisonous azure snake is a common silver-quality beast, known for its venom and lethality. However, everyone in this world believes that while the poisonous azure snake is strong early on, able to instantly kill enemies with its venom, it lacks advancement potential and is limited to silver. Yet, the World Eye reveals two different evolution paths. The first can ultimately elevate it to a platinum-level beast, while the second can reach the terrifying diamond level. In this world, beast quality is divided into 10 levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star shatter, moonlight, sunlight, and myth. Beast masters follow the same hierarchy. There is an insurmountable gap between each level. In Changnan City, as an ordinary city, the strongest beast master is at best platinum level, and his beast is also at most platinum. It cannot be compared to a diamond-level beast. Such a level of beast is not something that can be obtained with money. Even if the Gu Corporation went bankrupt and exhausted all their connections, they might not acquire such a beast. And now, just a beast egg worth a few million can easily grow to such a level. The difference between them is obvious. Su Changsheng scanned the beast eggs before him with a sharp gaze, taking in all the information about them. He pointed to a pure white beast egg beside him and said, "This one suits you better. It's the egg of a high-level silver gale monkey, known for its speed and attack, which matches your talent for speed enhancement. Moreover, the gale monkey has a known path to advance to the gold grade, making it easier for you to improve later on." This one? Alright, the white one looks pretty nice too. Lin Heng nodded without hesitation. For him, this kind of choice was completely random, so he might as well follow his friend's advice. At this moment, Su Changsheng also selected the beast egg he wanted. It was a completely dark egg, lying quietly on the shelf, deep like a small black hole. The light around it slightly distorted, and even sunlight couldn't penetrate that layer of darkness. "Changsheng, are you sure about this choice?" Lin Heng looked worried. There was an unwritten rule in choosing beast eggs. The brighter the color, the higher the quality of the beast inside. The darker the color, the worse the quality, and there was even a risk of a failed hatching. Such a completely dark egg was considered a major taboo. Ridiculous. Two poor kids. What do you know about beast eggs? Gu Siyuan, who had been following them, sneered. With a flash of light from the ring on his left hand, a sea blue beast egg appeared in his palm. See this? A space ring, worth millions of federal credits. See this? A high-level gold beast egg, worth tens of millions of federal credits. How can you compare with me? Su Changsheng, tell me, how can you compare with me? Gu Siyuan's eyes were filled with disdain, and his lips curled into a manic smile, seemingly proud to overshadow Su Changsheng. Su Changsheng remained still, calmly watching Gu Siyuan. It was only when Gu Siyuan's smile froze and the joy in his eyes turned to coldness that Su Changsheng spoke lightly. A clown will always be a clown. No matter how good your background is, you're just a barking beast. You. Gu Siyuan pointed at Su Changsheng in agitation, spittle flying, yet he couldn't form a sentence. His ridiculous display drew laughter from the surrounding students. Young and spirited, none of them would indulge this rich kid. Hearing the laughter, Gu Siyuan's face turned red, eyes bloodshot, and he shouted, 3 days from now, at the Beast Arena, a life-and-death duel. Do you dare? This declaration shocked everyone. A life-and-death duel was no joke. It was genuinely about taking someone's life. in their eyes. Although Su Changsheng had a great talent, he hadn't yet fully developed it and might not be able to contend with Gu Xiyuan, who had numerous resources at his disposal. Would Su Changsheng dare to accept the challenge? The crowd looked expectantly at this exceptionally talented young man from a humble background. He remained calm, casually uttering, "Why wouldn't I dare?" The crowd was in an uproar upon hearing this. Everyone looked at Su Changsheng in disbelief. This exceptionally talented young man had impulsively accepted a life-or-death duel. With his potential, if he grew steadily, he might one day single-handedly challenge the entire Gu Corporation. Lin Heng quickly stepped forward, grabbing Su Changsheng's sleeve, his eyes filled with concern. Clap, 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 crisp applause suddenly echoed from within the crowd. A distinguished middle-aged man had quietly made his way among them. Such spirit, as expected from a student of Anwu First High School, the middle-aged man said loudly. It was none other than Wang Ping, the principal of Anwu First High School, a platinum-level beast master, and one of the top combat forces in Chang'an City. Wang Ping's gaze shifted between Su Changsheng and Gu Xiyuan, a gentle smile on his lips. But you are both classmates. Why resort to a life-or-death battle and damage the harmony? I propose that the winner receives double resources for the first semester of senior year, while the loser will have their resources reduced by 20%. How about that? He first looked at Su Changsheng, his eyes inquiring. It was clear he was offering Su Changsheng a way out, as even Wang Ping didn't believe he could defeat Gu Xiyuan in 3 days. Therefore, the punishment for losing was merely a 20% reduction in resources. Understanding the gesture, Su Changsheng smiled and nodded. Although Gu Xiyuan was unwilling, he dared not act out in front of Wang Ping and reluctantly nodded in agreement. After all, Wang Ping was a figure on par with his father. Since both of you are granting me this favor, I'll return the favor, Wang Ping said, gesturing with his left hand. 60 and 50 low-grade spirit beast stones appeared on either side of him, emitting a faint energy pulse. Students with a level talent received 60 spirit beast stones monthly, while B-level received 50, and so on. These spirit beast stones contained pure energy, essential for the growth of beast masters. Although they were low-grade, each stone cost 1,000 federal currency, with 60 stones equating to 60,000 half a year's income for an average family. This highlighted the significant resource support the school provided to talented students. Thank you, Principal. Su Changsheng expressed his gratitude with a bow. He understood that Wang Ping was intentionally compensating for the resource gap between him and Gu Xiyuan, so his defeat wouldn't be too harsh. With Wang Ping overseeing, Gu Xiyuan behaved more restrained, and the selection of beast eggs quickly neared completion. Students, return to school in 3 days for special training in the special class. During these 3 days, familiarize yourselves with your beast's habits and skills as much as possible, the principal personally advised. Back home, Su Changsheng placed a large bag of spirit beast stones on the sofa and carefully took out the dark beast egg. This was the treasure that gave him the confidence to accept Gu Xiyuan's challenge. Species, mutant shadow wolf. Dark attribute quality, platinum high. Rank, black iron first rank. Talent skills, frenzied bite excellent. Shadow transformation rare, shadow devour outstanding. Unique evolution path, night direction. First evolution, can advance to shadow devourer wolf diamond level. Second evolution, can advance to shadow lord star fragment level. Third evolution, can advance to moon devouring wolf king lunar level. Fourth evolution, can advance to sun devouring god wolf solar level. After 5 evolutions, it can advance to the mythic level as the lord of the night. Hatching condition, soak the beast egg in the host's fresh blood, and it will hatch within 3 minutes. The first evolution condition has been triggered, but this beast has mutated. If it cannot successfully advance, it will uncontrollably fade into shadows and perish within 6 months. This is a platinum high-quality beast egg with 3 skills, even the weakest being of excellent grade. Its potential far exceeds the golden high quality that Gu Xiyuan prides himself on. For ordinary people, not only is this beast egg difficult to hatch, but even if successfully hatched, it would die due to the inability to advance. However, for Su Changsheng, this is a beast egg tailor-made for him, powerful, full of potential, and the side effects are completely negligible for him. Su Changsheng picked up the fruit knife from the table and, without hesitation, made a cut on the palm of his left hand. Blood dripped into the bowl he had prepared, quickly accumulating to a small amount. He placed the beast egg into the bowl and waited for it to hatch. Crack, crack. The blood in the bowl was absorbed by the beast egg at a speed visible to the naked eye. The egg quickly expanded, even causing cracks in the container. A howl echoed from within the egg, followed by a paw breaking through the shell. A small wolf, entirely black with red eyes, emerged and leapt onto the table. Despite its small size, the little wolf exuded a chilling aura. Its red eyes slowly scanned the surroundings, like a king surveying his domain. When its gaze landed on Su Changsheng sitting on the sofa, the terrifying aura instantly withdrew, and the wolf pounced into Su Changsheng's arms. The little wolf gently nuzzled Su Changsheng's injured left hand, occasionally whimpering in sympathy. Feeling the soft fur in his hands, Su Changsheng was overwhelmed with excitement. His first beast had successfully hatched. "You're all black with red eyes. How about calling you Blood Shadow?" Su Changsheng said with a smile, naming his first beast. A Wu Blood Shadow howled excitedly, seemingly very pleased with the name. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Su Changsheng's mind. "Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting your first beast, achieving the title, Novice Beast Tamer. Reward, 100 low-grade Spirit Beast Stones. The reward has been stored in the beast space." The achievement system finally showed its usefulness. Su Changsheng had previously explored it thoroughly, unable to figure out how to operate it. Now it seemed entirely triggered by his actions, with no rules to follow. "Oh well, I'll just consider it a delightful surprise in everyday life," Su Changsheng murmured. Even without this system, he was confident he would become the strongest in this beast-taming world. "Come on, I'll take you to a good place." Su Changsheng gently stroked Blood Shadow's furry head and placed it into the beast space. His spirit also entered the beast space alongside it. Before long, both stood before the mythical bloodline pool. Upon seeing the mythical bloodline pool, Blood Shadow's eyes filled with intense desire, as if it wanted to leap in for the bloodline baptism immediately. However, it obediently stayed by Su Changsheng's side, its wolf eyes fixed on him, awaiting his approval. Without Su Changsheng's command, Blood Shadow would never act on its own. This was the first rule it followed as a beast. "Go ahead, little one. This is your opportunity," Su Changsheng commanded, and Blood Shadow immediately leaped into the mythical bloodline pool, immersing itself in the baptism of mythical beast blood. Roar! Soon, a mighty roar came from beneath the pool. A black figure soared into the sky and landed beside Su Changsheng. It was the now advanced Blood Shadow. It was no longer in its small wolf form but had grown over 2 meters long, its fur standing on end, exuding the aura of a wolf king. Su Changsheng eagerly checked Blood Shadow's information and gasped in amazement. It was incredibly powerful. Species: Devourer, Shadow Demon, Wolf. Dark attribute. Quality: High Diamond. Rank: Black Iron, first rank. Innate skills: Death, Fight, Rare. The more severely injured the beast is, the stronger it becomes, and it won't fall into a weakened state from injuries. Shadow form: Excellent. The beast can transform itself and its tamer into shadows, immune to most attacks. Demon Shadow Soul Devour, Epic. The beast can directly attack the enemy's soul, causing high damage and soul injury. Blood Pact, Epic. When the beast tamer suffers fatal damage, this damage is transferred to the beast. Unique Evolution Path. Dark Knight Direction, second advancement condition, pending trigger. After undergoing the bloodline baptism, Shui Ying's mutated state vanished, and its potential reached the terrifying level of High Diamond. What does this mean? In the entire Chang'an city, or even the entire Sichuan province, there might not be 5 beasts with such high diamond potential. In this era where shattered stars are nowhere to be found and bright moons have become legends, diamonds represent the highest combat power in the world, especially High Diamond. Moreover, Shui Ying's talent skills are overwhelmingly powerful. It possesses 4 skills, the weakest of which is at the rare level, and 2 have reached the epic level. In this world, skill levels are divided into 6 categories: common, refined, rare, excellent, epic, legendary, and invincible. For ordinary beastmasters, having a refined level talent skill is already quite impressive. If they have a rare level talent skill, they are considered experts among their peers. Excellent is something they dare not even dream of. And epic skills are only seen in high-tier beasts. How could they possibly appear on an iron-tier beast? Yet, Shui Ying achieved it. What an exaggerated level of combat power. And the last skill is beyond extraordinary. It can even forcibly transfer damage from the master to the beast. What a terrifying effect. In battles, the beastmaster's biggest vulnerability is themselves. Although they have the feedback from their beast's power, making their physique stronger than ordinary people, they are still too weak compared to their beasts. Hence, they are easily targeted. The blood contract essentially gives Su Changsheng an extra life, and this life can be used countless times. "You just stay here and absorb these spirit beast stones," Su Changsheng said with a smile, stroking Shui Ying's smooth fur. "This creature is too large. If Shui Ying were to roam around the house, it might cause considerable damage to his small home. Besides, the beast space is clearly more suitable for Shui Ying's growth." What? Hearing Su Changsheng was about to leave, Shui Ying immediately whimpered in reluctance. All right. I'll come to see you every day," Su Changsheng comforted. At present, the most important thing is for Shui Ying to seize the time to enhance its combat power. 3 days later, inside the beast space, Su Changsheng looked helplessly at a pile of debris on the ground and the dozen or so scattered spirit beast stones nearby. "You're noble. You're amazing. Your high diamond potential makes you absorb spirit beast stones really fast," Su Changsheng remarked. Meanwhile, Shui Ying leaned against its master, trying to soothe his sorrow with its soft fur. Su Changsheng was both happy and pained at the moment. He was delighted because Shui Ying's ability to absorb resources was incredibly strong. Su Changsheng's monthly resources consisted of just 60 spirit beast stone sand entire month's supply. Yet, Shui Ying absorbed over 80 in just 3 days. Normally, beasts with average potential absorb 1 or 2 stones a day at most. Those with better talent might manage 4 or 5. However, Shui Ying absorbed over 20 stones a day. This is several times, or even 10 times the growth speed of other beasts. As a beastmaster, Su Changsheng was naturally very pleased with such growth speed. The downside was that he was struggling to support this resource-consuming beast. Of course, consuming so many resources also led to significant growth for Shui Ying. In just 3 days, it advanced from Iron Tier 1 to Iron Tier 3, rising 2 tiers in just 3 days. If word got out, people might even think Su Changsheng was joking. Typically, it takes a beast master at least a month to advance a single rank, yet Shui Ying managed to rise 2 ranks in just 3 days. This means that with a steady supply of resources, Shui Ying could maintain this rapid growth until reaching a high diamond level. Such a terrifying growth rate. Alright, today I'll take you out to see the world, Su Changsheng said, stroking Shui Ying's fur, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Today was the day of his showdown with Gu Xiyuan. When Su Changsheng arrived at the school's beast arena, he found it packed with people. His duel with Gu Xiyuan had already spread throughout Anwu High School. Everyone wanted to see who was more formidable, the top genius of Changnan City or the second young master of the Gu family. I admit, Su Changsheng is talented, but turning talent into strength takes time, so I'm backing Gu Xiyuan this time. Indeed, no matter how talented, can he defy the odds in just 3 days? Yeah, plus, young Master Gu is also a level-talented beast master, a top-tier existence here in Changnan City. He's not much worse than Su Changsheng. As Shui Ying's strength increased, so did Su Changsheng's as his master. He had now reached the 3rd rank of Black Iron, with improved physical fitness and heightened senses. Thus, the discussions from the stage were exceptionally clear to him. Unsurprisingly, the crowd favored Gu Xiyuan. After all, it's generally impossible for a genius to bridge such a significant resource gap in just 3 days. But Su Changsheng was different. He would show everyone what a true genius is. Did you hear that? Did you hear the talk on the stage? Gu Xiyuan, already waiting at the arena, sneered as Su Changsheng approached. Then, feigning surprise, he said, "Oh, I forgot. You're probably still a first-rank Black Iron Beastmaster, right? You probably can't hear that well. They're all looking down on you." Gu Xiyuan taunted, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. For this duel, he had spent a considerable amount of precious resources, forcefully raising his beast to the 2nd rank in just 3 days. These resources were so valuable that even he, the second young master of the Gu family, felt the pinch. Therefore, this battle allowed only for victory, not defeat. It was no longer about his personal win or loss, but about the Gu family's reputation. With this in mind, a sinister look appeared in Gu Xiyuan's eyes. This battle was not only to defeat Su Changsheng, but to strip him of his talent, leaving him worse than dead. He wanted everyone to know that he, Gu Xiyuan, was the true genius of Anwu High School, someone absolutely not to be trifled with. Su Changsheng looked at Gu Xiyuan's arrogant demeanor and softly replied, "I've noticed some dogs never learn pain until they're beaten." Meanwhile, Gu Xiyuan's personal information appeared before Su Changsheng's eyes. Name, Gu Xiyuan. Talent, shared lost twin. Shared lost twin. When you contract a beast, you can forcibly split its soul, creating an identical copy. If you do this, both the original and the copy strength will be 70% of the original. Rank, 2nd rank Black Iron. Contracted beast, deep sea python. An interesting talent, Su Changsheng mused upon seeing Gu Xiyuan's talent. In a normal duel, if an opponent who should have only 1 beast suddenly summoned 2, anyone would be thrown off balance. Moreover, in a 2-known situation, a pair's synergy isn't just simple addition, but more like 1 + 1 equals more than 3. After all, not everyone can perform at their best under siege. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Random punches can still hit a master. Even if this twin ability weakens the beast's power, Gu Xiyuan's talent is undoubtedly top tier among level talents. No wonder he's so arrogant. He has reasons to be. Unfortunately for you, you've met me. Su Changsheng quietly remarked. Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your father, so you understand that one shouldn't be too arrogant in life. Even though Su Changsheng only whispered, Gu Xiyuan, whose body was enhanced by the power of beast mastery, heard it clearly. With a wave of his left hand, 2 10-meter-long giant pythons appeared instantly beside him. The pythons were entirely snow white, adorned with intricate black patterns, exuding an eerie and mysterious aura. Their emerald green eyes were locked onto Su Changsheng, radiating an intimidating presence. The students watching gasped in astonishment. Wow, didn't Gu Xiyuan just graduate? How does he have 2 beasts? This is like cheating. See that? That's the strength of my Gu Xiao. Su Changsheng, step aside. 2 against 1, Su Changsheng might find it tough. The crowd's opinion shifted back in Gu Xiyuan's favor. and even those who previously supported Su Changsheng began to speak for Gu Xiyuan. Lin Heng sat in the audience, clenching his fists tightly, his face full of worry and guilt. If it weren't for Su Changsheng standing up for him, there wouldn't be today's confrontation. High above them, unseen by the spectators, a majestic, silver-white giant eagle circled the sky. On its back stood a middle-aged man with hands behind his back, the principal of Anwu First High School, Wang Ping. He had come specifically to watch the duel between the two students to prevent any accidents. At the center of the arena, Su Changsheng also summoned his beast. A dark, giant wolf appeared by his side, its jet black fur flowing with the wind, and its blood-red eyes filled with terrifying intent. Blood Shadow had already sensed the hostility ahead and knew who the enemy was. Strangely, the two pythons, which had been advancing in a spiral, halted as soon as Blood Shadow appeared, even showing signs of retreat. Their slender tongues flicked nervously in the air, as if fearing something. Besides the obvious killing intent, Blood Shadow's gaze also held a hint of disdain. Roar! Blood Shadow turned to Su Changsheng, its crimson eyes full of confusion, as if asking, "Master, where did you find these two useless creatures?" They pose no challenge at all. Su Changsheng, understanding Blood Shadow's thoughts through their bond, couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, for Blood Shadow, with its high diamond aptitude and already at the third tier of black iron, these two pythons were merely large in size, offering no real threat. Gu Xiyuan could naturally feel his beast's hesitation. Attack! Attack now! Kill that black wolf, he shouted, trying to rally his beasts with his voice. Hiss hiss hiss. Under Gu Xiyuan's command, the two pythons slowly advanced from left and right, seemingly preparing to encircle Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow remained in place, its back slightly arched, muscles taut, ready to respond to any changes. Hiss! The python on the left suddenly lunged, crossing several meters in an instant, aiming to coil around Blood Shadow's neck. It seemed intent on using its size to strangle Blood Shadow. Meanwhile, the other python moved almost simultaneously, its sharp fangs targeting Blood Shadow's soft underbelly. The fangs glistened with a faint green hue, clearly coated with potent venom. It was a perfect pincer attack. However, just as the first python was about to strike Blood Shadow's body suddenly became intangible, and the python's fierce assault missed entirely. The massive body crashed onto the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Boom! A thunderous impact followed immediately. Then came a flash of cold light as Blood Shadow's claws, whistling through the air, plunged fiercely into the fallen giant serpent's body, tearing leftward. A large chunk of flesh, accompanied by splattering blood, fell onto the arena floor. Hiss! A piercing scream escaped the serpent's mouth, as if it was enduring immense pain. Blood Shadow's attack was not just a physical assault, but also a profound strike on the soul. A single claw strike subjected the enemy to both physical and spiritual torment, highlighting its terrifying power. The injured serpent writhed on the ground a couple of times before its body stiffened and collapsed, completely still. Just one blow, and a second-tier iron beast lay dead. And all this happened in the blink of an eye. The second serpent hadn't even comprehended what had happened when it saw its companion dead under Blood Shadow's claws. It let out a shrill cry, then suddenly turned and charged straight at Su Changsheng. The serpent's speed increased dramatically, and in an instant, it was right in front of Su Changsheng. It opened its massive jaws, seemingly intending to swallow him whole. Its fangs glinted a menacing green in the sunlight. Meanwhile, Blood Shadow stood frozen in place, seemingly not grasping what had happened. Good, good, good. Gu Xiyuan stood there, excitedly observing the serpent's assault, completely unfazed by the loss of one of his beasts. To him, a single beast was nothing. He had plenty more, but an enemy like Su Changsheng, losing even one of them was a huge advantage. What? Gu Xiyuan exclaimed, his triumphant grin abruptly freezing. Su Changsheng's body, like the giant wolf, had turned insubstantial. The serpent snapped at thin air. How could he fight like this? He couldn't even touch the enemy's beast, let alone the beastmaster. A hint of mockery flickered in Su Changsheng's eyes. He had already understood the serpent's abilities through the eye of the world, and was well prepared. Blood Shadow's seemingly stunned state was just part of their act to toy with Gu Xiyuan. Offering a glimmer of hope only to snuff it out nothing was more delightful. However, Gu Xiyuan's frozen smile quickly transformed into terror. Blood Shadow had somehow appeared right in front of him. Its blood-red eyes also flashed with mockery before its left claw swung, sending a gust of wind directly toward Gu Xiyuan's face. An eye for an eye. Since Gu Xiyuan had attacked the Beastmaster, Su Changsheng naturally wouldn't let it slide. Seeing the approaching wolf claw, Gu Xiyuan's eyes were filled with fear. Even his beast couldn't withstand Blood Shadow's attack, let alone his own fragile head. The sharp wolf claw grazed Gu Xiyuan's face, only to be blocked by an eagle claw. Principal Wang Ping had intervened. Yet even so, 3 deep, bone-revealing gashes appeared on Gu Xiyuan's face. Ah! Gu Xiyuan curled up on the ground, rolling and howling in pain. The pain on his face wasn't enough to make him lose composure, but the agony in his soul made him wish for a swift end. Only now did Gu Xiyuan understand why his beast couldn't withstand Blood Shadow's claw. If a mere scratch caused him such pain, how much worse must it have been for the serpent, struck at its weakest point? But the pain had rendered Gu Xiyuan incapable of rational thought. Through the blood and tears, he vaguely saw Su Changsheng's figure approaching. Grasping at him like a lifeline, he clutched Su Changsheng's pant leg. Please, I was wrong. Please, don't let me suffer like this. Gu Xiyuan pleaded with no dignity left, a far cry from his earlier arrogant demeanor. Seeing him in such a state, Su Changsheng laughed. Sorry, can't do that. With a hint of mockery, Su Changsheng kicked Gu Xiyuan away without mercy. For such scum, no mercy was needed. The battles in the arena changed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the dust had settled. The thousands of people in the beast taming arena fell into a dead silence, all stunned by the scene before them. My God! Gu Xiyuan was instantly defeated by Su Changsheng. A student was the first to break the silence, disbelief lacing his voice. Losing in a Tenon? Gu Xiyuan is too weak. Su Changsheng's beast is insane, another student shouted excitedly. That phasing ability can even be applied to the master. It's practically invincible. From today on, I'm a diehard fan of Su Changsheng, someone declared loudly. Count me in. And me. Suddenly, the entire arena was in an uproar. This is the law of the beast taming world. Strength reigns supreme, and power is everything. In the center of the arena, Su Changsheng stood facing Principal Wang Ping. Wang Ping looked at the barely conscious Gu Xiyuan on the ground, his brow furrowed. He hadn't expected Su Changsheng's beast to be so fierce, severely injuring Gu Xiyuan with just one strike. With his divine eagle's power, he could have easily blocked the attack from the Blood Shadow. But at the time, he intended to teach Gu Xiyuan a lesson, hoping to curb his arrogance. Who knew Su Changsheng's beast would be so overpowering? There's no need to worry, Principal. Su Changsheng spoke, noticing Wang Ping's concern. Gu Xiyuan is only spiritually wounded by my beast. As long as a healing-type beast tamer is brought in, he can recover. Soul-type attack. Wang Ping's expression shifted slightly. Changsheng, your beast is truly extraordinary. Hearing this explanation, Wang Ping finally relaxed. As long as no lives were lost, it wasn't a major issue for him. Healing a soul wound, though costly, was manageable for the wealthy Gu family. As for a full recovery, soul injuries aren't so easily mended. Even if Gu Xiyuan is healed, he might never be considered a prodigy again. But in this battle, the fault lay with Gu Xiyuan, and Su Changsheng was his student. Even if the Gu family had complaints, Wang Ping would take full responsibility. With this in mind, Wang Ping channeled his beast-taming power, his voice echoing across the arena. I declare that the winner of this duel between Su Changsheng and Gu Xiyuan is Su Changsheng. Furthermore, due to Gu Xiyuan's act of using a fierce beast to attack a fellow student during the duel, he will receive a major demerit. Given the severity of Gu Xiyuan's injuries, he will be sent home for treatment immediately. As compensation, Su Changsheng will receive double the resources for his senior year, along with an additional 3 months of reward resources, effective immediately. His voice, though not loud, silenced all the commotion within the arena. In just a few simple sentences, he won everyone's applause. The attacker was punished, and the victor was rewarded, as it should be. Su Changsheng also showed a happy expression. Resources that originally doubled in half a year now extended to an entire year. This was incredibly good news. After all, the Blood Shadow was an insatiable spirit beast stone devourer, and there could never be too many spirit beast stones. However, just as everyone was cheering, a deafening noise came from high above. A fierce wind followed, kicking up dust and instantly dispelling the joyful atmosphere. When the dust settled, a figure filled with anger appeared, shouting, I disagree. Su Changsheng looked toward the voice. He saw a massive vulture land beside the principal's majestic eagle. Unlike the eagle's grandeur, this vulture was bare, with no feathers, its fleshy wings covered with lumps, appearing particularly menacing. On the vulture's back, a middle-aged man stood with his arms crossed, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at Su Changsheng. Su Changsheng saw the information appear before him. Name, Gu Tiansheng. Ability, Power of Corruption. Power of Corruption. Every beast you contract with will be tainted by the power of corruption. As the corruption deepens, the beast's combat power increases, but it becomes increasingly violent and difficult to control. Additionally, once the contract is complete, the beast has a maximum lifespan of 10 years. Rank, Platinum Tier 3. Contracted Beasts. Golden Long-Armed Ape, Transforming Sea Azure Jiao, Ground-Slicing Mantis, Malicious Flesh Vulture, Spirit Sky Whitewood. Su Changsheng's heart tightened. The head of the Gu family had arrived, and he was clearly hostile. Oh, what insights do you have, Brother Tiansheng? Wang Ping slightly cupped his hands towards Gu Tiansheng, observing formalities yet with an unmistakably unfriendly tone. After all, in his own school, within his own domain, Having his decision denied by an outsider was intolerable. Even a clay figure has a temper, let alone Wang Ping, a top-tier platinum rank 7 expert. My son, Gu Tianxing pointed at Gu Xiyuan, who was lying on the ground in pain, pausing as if he couldn't bear to see his son's miserable state. Then he turned and roared. 18 years of upbringing, awakening in one day. He was the hope of the Gu family. Now he's nearly a cripple, and you still want to punish him? Even reward this perpetrator. As he spoke, Gu Tianxing trembled and pointed at Su Changsheng, his aura growing increasingly intense. The vulture beneath him began to howl restlessly, exuding a dangerous aura. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Blood Shadow slowly moved closer to Su Changsheng, baring its fangs, glaring fiercely at the opponent. Despite the oppressive aura of a platinum-ranked beast, it showed no fear, intent on protecting its master. Oh, then, in your opinion, how should this be handled? Wang Ping squinted and asked. Compensate my son, and expel this cruel-minded individual who harmed a fellow student from the school, revoke his student status, and ban him from ever taking the university entrance exam. No, such a person should be crippled to prevent him from harming society. Gu Tianxing grew more agitated as he spoke, and the vulture beneath him slowly edged closer to Su Changsheng. Whoa! Seeing the enemy approach, Blood Shadow lunged, ready to bite the vulture's throat, undaunted by any disparity in strength. If an enemy dared to approach its master, it would charge forward, even at the cost of its life. However, a beast of the Black Iron rank could hardly harm a platinum-ranked one. The vulture's eyes flashed with mockery as it prepared to counterattack, but the eagle's talons pinned it down. Crack! Blood Shadow's claws pierced the vulture's throat, but the difference in power was too great, leaving only a scratch. Yet, this seemingly insignificant wound inflicted some soul damage. Not even a platinum-ranked beast could fully resist such harm. The once proud vulture staggered, nearly collapsing. Gu Tianxing, standing on its back, almost fell, but managed to stabilize himself due to his strong physique. Still, in front of thousands of students, it was quite embarrassing. Seeing this, Su Changsheng mercilessly mocked. I heard that when someone does something wrong, bad luck follows. Master Gu, have you done something wrong? Wang Ping, suppressing laughter, added. I think Brother Tianxing should first discipline his own beast before commenting on how I teach my students. As for my previous decision, sorry, I won't change a word. With Wang Ping's taunts and his recent embarrassment, Gu Tianxing couldn't continue to argue. Moreover, he truly wasn't a match for Wang Ping. Although his influence was slightly greater, being alone now, he dared not act too brazenly. He released another beast, carried Gu Xiyuan on its shoulder, and left in disgrace. Before leaving, his blood-red eyes shot a meaningful glance at Su Changsheng, the hatred unmistakable. Is this the demeanor of a genius? To have influential figures at one's fingertips. Well, perhaps not quite at their fingertips, but certainly calm under pressure. So impressive, Su Changsheng, you're amazing. The crowd in the stands erupted with excitement as they watched Su Changsheng and Wang Ping force Gu Tianxing to retreat. Who wouldn't want their principal to be fearless and resolute? Who wouldn't want an upperclassman who dares to fight and stands up against authority? Now, Su Changsheng and Wang Ping have achieved just that. Rest assured, as long as what you're doing is right, the school and I will always have your back, Wang Ping said, looking at Su Changsheng with determination. His greatest wish in life was to cultivate a top-tier expert, someone who could reach the diamond or even star-shattering level. Yet, after decades of teaching, his most accomplished student had only reached the high platinum level, just like him. But now, Su Changsheng gave him hope. Within a great talent, Su Changsheng was destined to become at least a diamond-level expert, provided nothing untoward happened. Moreover, Su Changsheng's character and temperament were qualities Wang Ping admired, which is why he took special care of him. Su Changsheng nodded earnestly. He was well aware of who treated him well, and he held this kindness close to his heart. All right, go to class now. Today is the first day of the special training class, and the teachers are likely waiting impatiently. They're quite the eager bunch, Wang Ping said with a smile. He then took out a feather from his spatial ring, shimmering with a silvery light. If you notice anything amiss, contact me immediately. If you're in danger, throw this feather into the air. I'll be there within 3 minutes if you're in the city, or within 15 minutes if you're outside. Clearly, Wang Ping was concerned that the Gu family might seek trouble with Su Changsheng later. The meaningful look Gu Tianxing gave before leaving did not escape Wang Ping's notice. Su Changsheng accepted the feather with a solemn nod and bid farewell to the principal. Surrounded by his peers, he made his way to the special training class. Upon entering, the group was greeted by a stern-faced man standing angrily in the center of the classroom. He scanned the tardy students with a piercing gaze and bellowed. You are the worst batch of students I've ever taught. Late on the first day of class, and without a good reason, I'll have all of you crawling back home. The students exchanged uneasy glances, all eyes turning to Su Changsheng. After all, they were late because they had gone to watch his duel. The stern-faced man also recognized Su Changsheng as the group's focal point. Summon your beast. Let's have a match, the man demanded, cutting off Su Changsheng before he could explain. Coach, isn't that unfair? We've just awakened our talents. How can we possibly defeat you? Lin Heng quickly interjected, unwilling to see his friend be bullied. The man's eyes widened. Who said anything about bullying? My beast will suppress its strength to Iron rank level 1. I'm going to show you how important technique is. And remember, respect your elders. With that, he summoned one of his beasts. A massive black bear materialized before them. Standing 3 meters tall, its body was jet black, save for a patch of pure golden fur on its chest, glistening in the sunlight. It loomed over everyone, exuding an intense sense of intimidation. To everyone's surprise, the bear even beckoned Su Changsheng with a finger, indicating a high level of intelligence. Yet Su Changsheng remained unfazed, meeting the giant creature's gaze with unwavering resolve. If that black bear really suppresses its strength to the first tier of black iron, he doesn't believe his blood shadow can't defeat it. A resonant wolf howl pierced the sky, and the majestic blood shadow appeared. It shook its silver-gray fur and affectionately nuzzled Su Changsheng's leg, its eyes sparkling with joy at seeing its master. Blood shadow, go, but don't go for the kill, Su Changsheng instructed softly, pointing at the black bear in front of them. The black bear snorted loudly, a puff of white mist escaping its nostrils, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes. The crowd stepped back, clearing the ground for the imminent confrontation. The wolf and the bear stood facing each other, eyes sharp as lightning, searching for any weakness in their opponent. Suddenly, the black bear moved. Its massive body darted forward like a bolt of lightning, its huge paw aiming directly at Blood Shadow's waist. Seeing Blood Shadow still standing in place, a trace of contempt flashed in the black bear's eyes, though it subtly held back some of its strength. However, the moment the bear's paw reached Blood Shadow, it felt as if it was swatting at air. The black bear leaned forward due to its own momentum, and Blood Shadow seized the opportunity. With a push from its hind legs, its sharp front claws grazed the bear's throat, taking a tuft of black fur with them. Blood Shadow also held back, not harming the bear's vital points. Staring at the scattered fur on the ground, the black bear was momentarily stunned. Then, it pounded its chest with both paws, letting out a thunderous roar. The sound waves, almost tangible, spread out, but were blocked from reaching the students by another beast from the black-faced man's entourage. Blood Shadow wasn't so lucky. Its shadow form couldn't completely resist the sound waves, causing it to bleed from its mouth and nose. Yet in just a moment, Blood Shadow recovered, its speed even faster than before. Its innate skill, Death Battle, began to take effect. The ensuing battle was no contest. The black bear's attacks never landed on Blood Shadow, while each sound wave only made Blood Shadow stronger. In the end, Blood Shadow won easily. Excellent. The black-faced man nodded approvingly. This wolf has such determination right after hatching, able to withstand the bear's sonic attacks. Very good. He turned to the crowd. I'm Rin Xiao, your instructor for the year, with a golden 8th tier strength. Rin Xiao pointed to Su Changsheng and announced, this one will be the class leader of our special training class. Any objections? The crowd remained silent, thus appointing Su Changsheng as the leader. Next, each of you will summon your beasts to fight the bear. Understood, Rin Xiao ordered. Yes. The crowd responded eagerly. Having seen the black bear being thrashed by Blood Shadow, they were itching to try. However, the subsequent scene left them dumbfounded. The summoned beasts, upon seeing the black bear's massive figure, dared not attack. Even with their master's encouragement, they couldn't break through the bear's defenses. It was then they realized it wasn't that the bear was weak, but that Su Changsheng was exceptionally strong. Their respect for him grew deeper. Su Changsheng's training was naturally different. He had to spar with Rin Xiao's other beast, which retained its full golden tier strength. Facing such a formidable opponent, even Blood Shadow had to be fully focused, as a single mistake could lead to serious injury. After all, its shadow form wasn't invincible, and harming the opponent seemed an impossible task. The gap of 3 tiers was a significant power chasm. Blood Shadow daring to engage was already a testament to its extraordinary talent. Under such high-pressure conditions, everyone's abilities were rapidly improving. After the training, Rin Xiao announced a major news. In 1 week, the micro-secret realm will open again. You will represent Onwu High School in the exploration. The winners will represent Changnan City in the provincial competition. Be prepared. 1 week later, Su Changsheng arrived early at the special training class. Today was the day everyone would go together to explore the miniature secret realm. During these 3 days of intense training, everyone's abilities had significantly improved. Most people's beast companions had advanced from Black Iron level 1 to level 2, while Su Changsheng's Blood Shadow, nourished by ample resources, had astonishingly leaped to Black Iron level 5. This remarkable rate of advancement even left Su Changsheng himself a bit taken aback. It's well known that as one progresses in beast mastery, the path becomes increasingly difficult, requiring exponentially more resources. If not for Principal Wang Ping's compensation of 360 spirit beast stones, he wouldn't have been able to sustain Blood Shadow. This realization only heightened Su Changsheng's eagerness to explore the secret realm. The realm held not only dangers, but also countless resources and opportunities. With Bloodshadow's abilities, he was confident of reaping significant rewards in the miniature secret realm. Soon, everyone had gathered. Ren Xiao led the group toward the northwest of Changnan City. The area surrounding Changnan City was dotted with many domesticated secret realms, open every 6 months for half a month to allow resources sufficient time to regenerate. This time, they were heading to the lowest level miniature secret realm, where most of the fierce beasts were at the black iron level, with only a few at the silver level, low in danger, but rich in resources, making it ideal for student trials. This trial will have us competing with all the senior students in Changnan City, Ren Xiao explained as they moved. We will use a resource valuation system to rank everyone based on the value of the resources acquired in the secret realm. The top 5 in the city will represent Changnan City and receive generous rewards. 5th place earns 500 Spirit Beast Stones. 4th place 1,000 Spirit Beast Stones. 3rd place 1,000 Attribute Spirit Beast Stones. 2nd place a Spatial Ring. And 1st place a Soul Stone. Each reward announcement left the students in awe. Wow. 5th place gets 500 Spirit Beast Stone stats, 500,000 federal coins. Spirit Beast Stones are nothing compared to the Soul Stone for 1st place. That's a real treasure, rare and priceless. Soul Stones are the only known resource that can directly enhance a Beast Master's own soul, allowing them to form contracts with more beasts at the same level as significant power boost. Although achieving the ability to contract multiple beasts typically requires at least 5 Soul Stones, their price is exceedingly high, starting at tens of millions of federal coins. Su Changsheng hadn't expected the authorities to be so generous this time. In the secret realm, the dangers were not only from fierce beasts, but also from those with ill intentions. If you find yourself in danger, remember to use the distress signal immediately, and I'll get to you as fast as I can. Ren Xiao surveyed the eager students before him, his tone suddenly serious. Exploring the secret realm is not child's play, nor is it a game. He must make these naive students understand the harsh reality of it. Even the lowest level micro-secret realm could claim lives at any moment. Some students might not even have the chance to press the alarm before falling to a beast's claws or dying from someone else's scheming. This is the real world, a reality everyone must face. Su Changsheng and his companions solemnly attached the distress signals to their waists, ensuring they could be accessed at a moment's notice. Soon, they reached the entrance of the secret realm. The place was already bustling with the voices of students from various schools waiting for the teleportation array to activate. Fortunately, the preparations for the secret realm were thorough, and it was soon Su Changsheng's group's turn. With a flash of white light, Su Changsheng felt a blinding brightness before him and had to close his eyes. The intense jolt made him slightly uncomfortable, but it quickly passed. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a lush, vibrant forest. Looking around, he didn't see a single person. Without hesitation, Su Changsheng summoned Bloodshadow. In the secret realm, he needed to remain vigilant at all times, with Bloodshadow always by his side. Now is the time for us to shine. Su Changsheng gently stroked Bloodshadow's smooth fur, his gaze determined as he stepped deeper into the forest. In the forest, one must be particularly wary of plant-type beasts. They are adept at camouflage, blending in perfectly with ordinary plants, making them extremely dangerous. However, this ability doesn't work on me. Su Changsheng thought to himself, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. Countless bits of information unfolded before him, leaving no place for anything to hide. Soon, his gaze fixed on a spot. A beast, a mantis, entirely green, was lurking among the leaves. Its color blended perfectly with the surrounding foliage, making it hard to spot even with a careful search. Yet, its pair of green sides were exceptionally sharp, capable of killing with a single strike. Species, green blade mantis. What attribute? Qualification, bronze low. Rank, black iron level 3. Talent skills, camouflage ordinary, deadly blade attack ordinary. Su Changsheng saw through all the attributes of the green blade mantis at a glance. A mere black iron level 3 beast was insignificant to him. Sensing its master's alertness, Bloodshadow immediately became vigilant. In the bushes to the left front, a mantis, Su Changsheng whispered, signaling Bloodshadow to advance. However, before Bloodshadow could act, the mantis launched an attack first. Zing! A green blade of light flashed past Bloodshadow, aiming directly at Su Changsheng's throat. Su Changsheng's figure instantly blurred, causing the mantis's attack to miss. It attempted to strike again, but Bloodshadow's wolf claw swiftly descended. With just one swipe, the black iron level 3 beast was killed on the spot, its broken body oozing green blood. Only its pair of sides remained intact, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Su Changsheng took the sides from the corpse and stored them in his space ring. These sides were the most valuable part of the green blade mantis, worth about 3,000 federal coins. The space rings were issued by the authorities to facilitate students' collection of resources and prevent cheating. After all, Before entering the secret realm, all student space rings were checked by official staff, allowing only the use of official space rings. What a nice find, Su Changsheng remarked with a smile. In just a few minutes of entering the secret realm, he had already gained 3,000 federal coins, which greatly lifted his spirits. Let's keep up the momentum, Su Changsheng said to Shuiying. Shuiying grinned, seemingly understanding. Although it couldn't speak, it clearly grasped the meaning behind Su Changsheng's words, displaying unusual intelligence. The man and the wolf weaved through the forest, and in just an hour, they had slain over a dozen fierce beasts. Among them, the highest level had reached the Black Iron Tier 7. However, these low-talent, skill-deficient beasts were no match for Shuiying. Wait, what's that? Su Changsheng suddenly halted. He looked ahead to the right, spotting a large patch of lush green grass hidden under the shrubs. At first glance, it seemed no different from elsewhere, but this grass had a subtle hint of yellow amidst its vibrant green. Su Changsheng quickly approached, taking a deep breath near the grass. The sweet fragrance invigorated him, refreshing even his weary spirit from the battles and travel. It can't be wrong, it's soul-condensing grass. Su Changsheng exclaimed excitedly as detailed information about the grass appeared before him. Soul-condensing grass, a high-tier black ironwood resource, can be used as incense to subtly enhance the soul strength of beast tamers and their beasts. It's also commonly used for the evolution of low-tier wood beasts. Note: humans should not consume soul-condensing grass directly. Although soul-condensing grass is only a high-tier black iron resource, its ability to enhance both beast and beast tamer souls makes it highly valuable in the market, comparable to bronze-tier resources. The patch of soul-condensing grass before him was worth at least 800,000 to 900,000 federal coins, potentially even a million. I'm rich. This time I'm really rich, Su Changsheng thought with excitement. He could exchange this soul-condensing grass for the resources Shuiying needed, or even attempt to acquire resources for Shuiying's evolution. Shuiying, being a high-grade diamond beast, required extremely advanced resources for advancement, something Su Changsheng previously couldn't afford. Now, it seemed that hope was within reach. Despite his excitement, Su Changsheng remained cautious, scanning the surroundings. Such places with abundant rare resources were often guarded by powerful beasts. Otherwise, these resources wouldn't have thrived to this extent. Surveying the area, Su Changsheng's gaze focused on a large tree 2 meters away from the soul-condensing grass. A thick, gray-black vine, as wide as an adult's thigh, coiled around the tree trunk. Upon closer inspection, the vine seemed to tremble slightly with the breeze. Suddenly, a blood-red tongue flickered out from above the vine, and vivid green eyes abruptly opened on the tree trunk. It wasn't a vine at all, but a massive gray-black python camouflaged by the tree's color. Species: tree spirit python. Wood attribute: quality, high-tier bronze. Tier: black iron 9. Talent: skills, power of the tree's spirit excellent, lethal whip excellent. It was a top-tier black iron python. That was a close call. Su Changsheng was secretly alarmed. His caution had just saved his life. If he had been suddenly attacked by this top-tier black iron beast, even with Shuiying by his side, his chances would have been slim. After all, a beast tamer's body is quite fragile. A single swipe of the giant serpent's tail could have brought Su Changsheng to the brink of death. Sensing Su Changsheng's gaze, the giant serpent stopped hiding. It slowly slithered down from the tree trunk, its gray-black body undulating like waves, and stopped in front of Shuiying. The serpent and the wolf locked eyes, and a tense atmosphere quickly brewed between them. Roar! Shuiying let out a fierce roar, making the first move. Its body swiftly became incorporeal, and with a powerful leap, it lunged at the serpent. The serpent reacted quickly, retreating to evade Shuiying's fierce attack. As Shuiying landed and was momentarily off balance, the serpent gathered all its strength into its tail and lashed out at Shuiying. Whoosh! The strike was so powerful that it seemed to tear through the very air, creating a sharp sonic boom. However, Shuiying didn't dodge. It continued to charge at the serpent with incredible speed. The serpent's emerald eyes flashed with a trace of human-like mockery. The last beast tamer who ignored its attack was split in two by this very strike. There remained stuck to a tree, impossible to remove. It seemed to envision Shuiying being torn apart, and then toying with Su Changsheng. With this thought, its crimson tongue flicked in the air, seeming unusually pleased. Yet, the serpent's fierce tail passed straight through Shuiying's body without causing any harm. Shuiying's claws, however, had already pierced into the serpent's flesh. The sound of tearing flesh echoed in the air, and the serpent's pupils contracted sharply. It looked at Shuiying in disbelief, as if it couldn't comprehend what had just happened. But before it could think further, searing pain erupted from deep within its soul, robbing it of the ability to think. Shuiying didn't miss this opportunity, and with a few swift strikes, it tore the serpent apart, staining the ground with its crimson blood. Su Changsheng was not surprised by this outcome. In the black iron phase, he had yet to encounter a beast that could harm Shuiying in its incorporeal state. Ordinary physical attacks couldn't affect Shuiying at all. This was the power of epic-level abilities. Moreover, this ability could directly benefit the Beast Tamer as well. Just as Su Changsheng was about to bend down to collect the soul-condensing grass, he suddenly heard faint footsteps behind him. He quickly turned and signaled Shuang to stay close. Soon, from the bushes ahead, emerged two men, one tall and one short. The shorter man looked excitedly at the soul-condensing grass, exclaiming, "Boss, we're rich. So much soul-condensing grass. This must be worth millions of federal credits." The other man, though speaking with a calm tone, couldn't hide his excitement either. "We're going to make a fortune this time, brother." Astonishingly, both men completely ignored Su Changsheng, who was right in front of them. These two men completely ignored Su Changsheng, who was standing in front of the precious condensed soul grass, as if these rare spiritual herbs were already theirs. Su Changsheng coldly scanned them, and their information instantly appeared in his mind. Song 1. Talent, critical recovery. The more injured his beast becomes, the stronger its recovery ability. Black Iron level 7, contracted beast. Iron Spine Porcupine, Black Iron level 9. Song Wu, talent, super speed strength enhancement. His beast can enter an enhanced state, increasing its strength by 50%, but it will experience a brief period of weakness afterward. Black Iron level 6, contracted beast. Mindless Wild Bull, Black Iron level 8. After understanding their abilities, a slight smile appeared on Su Changsheng's lips, and his grip on the communicator relaxed. They were just two insignificant beast tamers, not worth using the communicator for. "Hey, are you two blind?" Su Changsheng mocked, drawing their attention back to him. They initially cast wary glances at the imposing blood shadow, but once they noticed Su Changsheng's school uniform, their wariness vanished, replaced by deep disdain. "A student? Go home and drink milk." "Hey, don't be so harsh. Kid, gather those condensed soul grass for us, and hand over your ring. Maybe we'll reward you with a stalk or two." Ha ha. The two men laughed wantonly, clearly not taking Su Changsheng seriously. After all, how could a high school senior who had just awakened compare to seasoned beast tamers like them? He kill them. Su Changsheng sneered, unwilling to waste more words on them. Talking to such trash was a waste of breath. Blood Shadow, already eager to unleash its bloodthirsty intent, lunged at the two men. How dare these worthless fools mock its master? What speed? Seeing the leaping Blood Shadow, their pupils contracted as they quickly summoned their beasts. A porcupine with a back full of iron spikes and a bull with blood-red eyes appeared in front of them. The porcupine lowered its head and snorted, launching its spikes simultaneously. A dozen black spikes whistled through the air towards the airborne Blood Shadow. "That stupid wolf is done for." Songwen's lips curled into a cruel smile. His beast's power lay entirely in its spikes. Even a single hit could severely injure a beast of the same level. Blood Shadow, midair and unable to dodge, would surely be struck by 7 or 8 spikes. Songwen could already imagine the wolf's body pierced with spikes, whimpering on the ground. Meanwhile, the bull wasn't idle. It circled around Blood Shadow, charging at Su Changsheng. Its curved horns glowed faintly, indicating their lethal power. The two brothers coordinated seamless. Lion's beast distracted Blood Shadow, while the others attacked Su Changsheng. They had likely used this tactic to harm many before. Blood Shadow, ignore the beasts, kill the men directly. Su Changsheng shouted, seemingly unfazed by the charging bull. "Puffed. Ha. This kid must be scared silly, thinking he can kill us." Song Wen and Song Wu laughed maniacally at his words. In the next moment, their smiles froze. Dozens of sharp spikes shot through the air, passing straight through the Blood Shadow's body and silently embedding themselves in the bushes. The Blood Shadow stood unscathed, even as the sharp horns of the buffalo passed through Su Changsheng, as if striking thin air. "Quick, block it." Fear crept onto their faces as they hurriedly commanded the porcupine to intercept. But the cumbersome porcupine was no match for the Blood Shadow. With a swift movement, the Blood Shadow evaded it from the left, its sharp claws aiming directly at Sun Wen's throat. Gaga! Blood bubbled from Sun Wen's throat as he looked at his brother, trying to speak, but only producing a hissing sound as air rushed into his wound. His body hit the ground heavily, raising a cloud of dust. With the master's death, the porcupine also fell. Seeing this, Sun Wu's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. His buffalo was too far away to help, and even if it could reach them, it wouldn't stop the Blood Shadow's attack. Terrified, he sobbed uncontrollably, a large wet patch spreading across his pants. Ignoring his dignity, Sun Wu struggled to his knees before Su Changsheng, pleading, "Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. These things are all yours. Please forgive me and spare my life." He tore off his backpack, scattering various resources on the ground. "Kill him," Su Changsheng ordered coldly. If it weren't for his strength, he would be the one dead now. These scoundrels, who ambushed travelers for years, had likely killed countless innocents. Eliminating them was a good deed, and Su Changsheng felt he'd earned some merit. As for the resources, they would naturally belong to him once they were dead. With a roar, the Blood Shadow's claws slashed through the air, swiftly ending Sun Wu's life. His buffalo also collapsed. Su Changsheng walked unhurriedly to the blood shadow, standing over the pool of blood left by the two bodies. This was his first time killing, yet he felt no discomfort. In this world, if you don't kill others, they will kill you, he said calmly to the blood shadow. The blood shadow nuzzled its master's chest affectionately, letting out a low growl. It didn't understand grand principles. It only wanted to eliminate all threats to its master. Su Changxing bent down to collect the resources from the two, finding them comparable to his previous spoils. Then he began gathering the precious soul-condensing grass and the giant python's body. The black iron 9th-tier beast's gallbladder and skin were rare treasures. Satisfied with the inventory in his spatial ring, Su Changxing smiled. On the first day, he had already acquired resources worth millions of federal credits. Indeed, power equated to wealth. With this thought, he continued to explore deeper into the forest with the blood shadow. Time, after all, was also money. 3 days later, deep in the forest, several instructors sat together, speaking in hushed tones. Their eyes occasionally scanned the surroundings, alert for any possible danger. This time, the higher-ups have really gone all out, even bringing out the soul stones, one instructor remarked. Yeah, in the past, it was at most a space ring. This time, the rewards have been elevated to such a level, another instructor agreed. The danger has also increased significantly, and they haven't even banned others from entering, a third instructor said with a frown. Our students are like fat sheep in the eyes of those people, someone sneered. Haha, do you really think they're just looking for resources? It's actually about improving their survival skills, an older instructor said meaningfully. I wonder what the mortality rate will be this time, someone said worriedly. It'll probably be much higher than in previous years. They all fell silent. None of them knew whether their students would survive this exploration of the secret realm. Even with communicators, they might not reach the students in time before their deaths. But that was the price to pay for becoming a beast master. During these 3 days, Su Changxing explored every corner of the forest with his blood shadow. Due to prolonged life and death battles, blood shadow successfully advanced and was now a black iron level 6 beast. Meanwhile, the beast power within Su Changxing also grew stronger, reaching the same level. It's a pity. If you had enough spirit beast stones, you might have advanced another level, Su Changxing lamented. If he had brought all the spirit beast stones from home, blood shadow would surely have reached black iron level 7. Unfortunately, his beast space could only store the rewards from the system, and no external items could enter. Suddenly, Su Changxing paused. He seemed to hear a familiar voice. Slowing his steps, he cautiously moved forward to investigate. He reached a bush and peered through the gaps in the leaves. Lin Hang, Su Changxing exclaimed in surprise. It was his friend Lin Hang. However, Lin Hang's situation was dire. He was surrounded by 3 people. Su Changxing's heightened senses could even hear the taunts directed at Lin Hang. Come on, student, act tough again. Yeah, weren't you acting tough just now? We told you to hand over your stuff, but you didn't listen. Now look, your beast is dead too, huh? One of them kicked the corpse at his feet. Su Changxing focused his gaze. It was Lin Hang's beast, the Gale Monkey, which he had personally recommended to Lin Hang. Amidst the mockery, Lin Hang remained silent, staring intently at the 3 people as if to etch their faces into his memory. His eyes burned with deep hatred. The 3 attackers' strongest beast was only a black iron level 6. Damn it, what are you staring at? I'm going to blind you today. One of them, irritated by Lin Hang's gaze, approached him quickly, seemingly intent on blinding him. Seeing this, Su Changxing could no longer suppress his rage. Go, kill them, he commanded Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow dashed out from the bushes, charging at the man in front with lightning speed. It tore at his throat, causing a torrent of blood to gush out. The man, who had been struggling beneath Blood Shadow, immediately went still. The black iron level 6 Blood Shadow had greatly improved in both speed and attack power. It wasn't until it killed one of them that the remaining 2 reacted. Third brother. Quick, kill that wolf. In the blink of an eye, another person fell victim to the Blood Shadow's claws. He could only let out a gasp of surprise before dying, without any chance to fight back. The remaining man was completely demoralized, having realized he was no match for the wolf. With the battle decided, Su Changsheng emerged from the bushes. As he looked at the blood on his friend's lips, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Thank you. Lin Hang spoke first, though his voice lacked its usual vigor. There's one left. You can do whatever you want with him, Su Changxing said, pointing to the remaining man. The man, no longer arrogant, immediately knelt and began pleading for mercy when he saw Su Changxing and Lin Hang approaching. Lin Hang's hollow gaze flickered with a trace of emotion at Su Changxing's words. He glanced at the beast's corpse on the ground, as if making a decision. Slowly, he approached the man who was kowtowing and apologizing, and kicked him to the ground. Roar! As the man attempted to resist, the Blood Shadow swiftly intervened, growling and pinning the man's head to the ground with its paw. One kick was not enough for Lin Hang. He stepped forward again, kicking repeatedly, as if to vent all his anger and frustration. Blood flowed from the man's wounds, and his bones protruded under the immense force. The man's screams grew weaker with each blow until they ceased completely. That's enough. Come back with me, Rin Xiao said as he arrived just after Lin Hang's first kick. But he was too late. Seeing the beast's corpse and Su Changsheng, he understood what had transpired and did not stop Lin Hang from releasing his anger. The school will compensate for any beasts lost in the exploration of the secret realm, Rin Xiao told Lin Hang. Then the instructor led Lin Hang back, as without his beast, he could no longer explore the secret realm. Su Changsheng watched Lin Hang's departing figure, gaining a deeper understanding of the world's harshness. Had he not arrived in time, Rin Xiao might have been bringing back Lin Hang's corpse. Once Lin Hang was out of sight, Su Changsheng bent down to collect the resources of the other three individuals, then continued his journey deeper into the forest. The recent events fueled his desire for greater strength. Missing this opportunity to explore the secret realm meant he didn't know when he'd have another chance to gather so many resources. Time flew by, and soon it was Su Changsheng's last day exploring the secret realm. Satisfied with the abundance of supplies in his spatial ring, he looked at the setting sun and prepared to use his communicator. Suddenly, a dark flash caught his eye. The sight made Su Changsheng's body tense with anticipation as he considered the possibilities and headed toward the source of the light. It's truly shadow essence. Su Changsheng gazed ahead, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Before him lay a vast swamp, and in the center of the largest section, a dark, mysterious stone hovered quietly, emanating a profound, shadowy glow. This was the shadow essence needed for Blood Shadow's next evolution. Su Changsheng understood that shadow essence was a precious resource formed from condensed dark energy, often used for the evolution of high-level dark attribute beasts. Moreover, where there was shadow essence, there was undoubtedly a vein of shadow crystals. Only a large amount of shadow crystals could produce such a small piece of essence. Blood Shadow stood beside Su Changsheng, its eyes filled with undisguised longing. If not for Su Changsheng's presence, it might have already leapt towards the shadow essence. Look over there, Su Changsheng pointed to the swamp below the shadow essence. Bubbles occasionally rose from the gray-black mud, visible throughout the swamp. Clearly, a group of fierce beasts lurked beneath the swamp. Blood Shadow, howl a couple of times, louder, Su Changsheng instructed. He needed to gauge the number of beasts guarding the shadow essence before deciding his next move. A whoa! Blood Shadow raised its head and let out a thunderous wolf howl, its ferocious roar echoing through the forest, causing ripples across the swamp's surface, showcasing its kingly demeanor. As the howl faded, a beast emerged from the swamp. It was a 3-meter-long crocodile, its body covered in thick gray-black scales, exuding an imposing presence. Its tail, a meter long, was muscular and powerful, even beneath its scaly armor. At this moment, it was glaring at Su Changsheng and Blood Shadow with its beady green eyes. Species, swamp venom crocodile. Attributes, dark and poison. Quality, high silver. Rank, black iron level 8. Innate skills, poison coating common, death roll proficient, frenzied tail strike proficient. Following this, 8 crocodiles with similar attributes surfaced simultaneously from the swamp. As they slowly approached Blood Shadow, an even larger crocodile emerged from the depths. Unlike the other's gray-black scales, this one's scales were pure black, adorned with blood-red patterns, giving it an eerie appearance. It watched Su Changsheng with green eyes, filled with amusement and mockery, as if mocking Su Changsheng's audacity. Undeterred, Su Changsheng met its gaze, and the information of the Crocodile King appeared before him. Species, swamp venom crocodile king. Attributes, dark and poison. Quality, mid-gold. Rank, bronze level 3. Innate skills, dark poison heartbite proficient, death charge proficient, frenzied tail strike proficient. A bronze level 3 beast. Su Changsheng was slightly startled. He hadn't expected to encounter a bronze-ranked enemy in a micro-secret realm. This must be the result of long-term absorption of shadow essence energy. With this realization, his desire for the shadow essence grew even stronger. This crocodile grew to such an extent merely by absorbing the energy naturally emitted by the shadow essence. If Blood Shadow were to fully absorb the shadow essence, who knows to what extent it would grow. Therefore, even though the enemy was formidable, Su Changsheng did not retreat in the slightest. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within him. Retreating was simply not an option. He was determined to obtain the shadow essence. Su Changsheng and Blood Shadow exchanged a glance, reading the intense battle spirit in each other's eyes. Move back, draw them out of the swamp, Su Changsheng instructed. He had no intention of fighting the crocodile on its home turf. Upon hearing this, Blood Shadow retreated slowly, guarding Su Changsheng closely to ensure he faced no danger. Roar! A crocodile snarled and attempted to pursue them as they began to leave. Snap! The Crocodile King's tail whipped across its head, momentarily immobilizing it. The other crocodiles, witnessing this, immediately behaved, refusing to take a single step out of the swamp. This Crocodile King had some intelligence. Changsheng was surprised by this, as most beasts he encountered would attack him and blood shadow on sight, without any semblance of reason. Yet, this crocodile king restrained its murderous intent, refusing to leave the swamp. It seemed to understand that it could best limit its enemies and maximize its own strength by remaining in the swamp. The situation reached a stalemate. Changsheng observed the stationary crocodiles and pondered for a moment. Then, he touched the spatial ring on his left hand. In a flash of light, a large amount of resources appeared beside him. These were all the materials he had painstakingly collected over 7 days, worth over 3 million federal credits. These rare resources contained vast amounts of energy. Changsheng couldn't believe the Crocodile King would remain indifferent. Even with the Shadow Essence energy supplementing it, its underlings needed these resources to grow. Sure enough, upon seeing the resources appear beside Changsheng, the crocodiles could no longer hold back. Roar! With a roar from the Crocodile King, the crocodiles crawled out of the swamp, charging towards Changsheng and Blood Shadow. Howl! Blood Shadow's body swiftly became incorporeal, gracefully darting forward. Facing an assault from 10 crocodiles, it remained unfazed. With a single charge, it scattered the crocodiles' encirclement, taking on 10 at once. However, Blood Shadow was no brute. It wouldn't stubbornly fight the crocodiles head-on. Possessing high combat intelligence, it had rapidly developed under Rin Chao's training. Now, Blood Shadow had mastered the art of utilizing the soul-devouring shadow technique to inflict significant damage on enemies' souls. Thus, when surrounded by numerous foes, Blood Shadow would often target the nearest crocodile. With just one strike, the crocodile would freeze in place, writhing in agony. Seizing the moment before the other crocodiles could react, Blood Shadow would quickly escape the encirclement and attack the most isolated enemy. With its speed advantage and shadow-forming ability, Blood Shadow maintained a strong position even when surrounded. After all, every time it became incorporeal to endure an attack, it didn't sustain direct damage but did expend its energy. Therefore, Blood Shadow's attack method was both efficient and energy-saving, almost perfect. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook as the Crocodile King itself left the swamp, charging towards Blood Shadow. The Crocodile King, like a small mountain, carried a formidable presence as it advanced on Blood Shadow. Despite its massive size, it moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Blood Shadow. Crash! The Crocodile King passed through Blood Shadow's body, crashing into a large tree trunk, toppling a tree with a 2-meter diameter. The power of that impact was evident. Blood Shadow leaped aside, panting heavily. Although the Crocodile King's charge hadn't caused it any direct harm, it had drained a lot of its energy. Now, Blood Shadow's body was becoming more solid. To conserve energy, it even abandoned its shadow form. The Crocodile King could easily see the exhaustion in Shueying. Its eyes glimmered with a fierce and violent light. Just moments ago, Shueying had killed many of its kin. The Crocodile King quickly advanced, leaving no chance for Shueying to catch its breath. The remaining crocodiles also moved in to surround Shueying. Bang! Shueying nimbly dodged the Crocodile King's attack, but a hidden crocodile tail struck its back with force. Roaring in anger, Shueying pushed off with its hind legs, attempting to leap out of the crocodile's encirclement. However, the Crocodile King pounced forward, biting into Shueying's abdomen and dragging it down from midair. Crimson blood flowed from Shueying's abdomen. Its once dark and majestic fur was now stained with chaotic blood marks. Across its body, there were visible wound stripes left by the crocodile tails. Shueying's fiery red eyes were now completely filled with blood. Roar! It stood up again, scanning its surroundings like a wolf. No crocodile dared to meet its gaze, not even the Crocodile King, who turned its head away. A dominating aura erupted from Shueying's body. At this moment, the bloodstains on its body did not make it look defeated. Rather, they were its greatest badge of honor. The effect of the death battle came into play. In a death battle, the more severely a beast is injured, the stronger it becomes, not weakened by its wounds. Shueying had just ended its shadow form to conserve energy and activate the death battle ability. When near death, a beast with this ability is at its most powerful. Shueying intentionally chose to get injured to unleash its full strength. Without this, these crocodiles, even the Crocodile King, wouldn't stand a chance of harming it. Even if Shueying couldn't defeat them, it could use its shadow form and speed advantage to escape with Changsheng. The heavy crocodiles would never catch up to Shueying. Roar! The Crocodile King let out an uneasy growl. Its enemy seemed to have changed. Howl! Shueying also let out a roar, so loud and powerful that it completely drowned out the Crocodile King's growl. In a swift leap, Shueying appeared right in front of the Crocodile King. Its speed had more than doubled. A hint of shock flashed in the Crocodile King's emerald eyes. It never expected its enemy's speed to increase so dramatically. Just as it was about to use its tail to swat the enemy away, Shueying's cold wolf claws had already pierced its throat. A massive wave of pain erupted from the Crocodile King's throat, spreading deep into its soul. Its body convulsed, losing the ability to resist. For the Crocodile King now, death was a release. Shuiying had no intention of torturing its enemy. With a swift motion of its claw, it tore the Crocodile King's dark head from its body. Crimson blood spurted from its throat, staining Shuiying's fur. At this moment, it resembled a hellish hound, striking fear into anyone who saw it. Thud! Shuiying tossed the head behind it, letting it crash to the ground. It wanted the remaining crocodiles to see who the real ruler of this forest was. As expected, seeing their king defeated in a single move, the crocodiles lost their will to fight and scattered in all directions. This was exactly what Shuiying desired. Blood Shadow, like a merciless reaper, swiftly annihilated the fleeing crocodiles. Once the massacre was complete, it returned to Su Changsheng's side, affectionately nuzzling his chest with its head, eyes shining with expectation. Well done. Su Changsheng praised sincerely as he gently stroked Blood Shadow's bloodstained fur. The recent battle had him on the edge of his seat, itching to grab a weapon and join the fray himself. But as the master, he needed to remain composed. Fortunately, their carefully crafted strategy had proven effective. In recent days, Su Changsheng had been thoroughly exploring Blood Shadow's capabilities, the maximum duration of its shadow form, how long it could endure while injured, and the combat enhancements during a death match. He devised numerous tactics based on these abilities, including strategies for handling ambushes and confronting formidable foes. Blood Shadow's deliberate injury to boost its power was just one of many tactics. Su Changsheng wasn't reckless. He wouldn't challenge the crocodile horde without a solid plan for victory. Blood Shadow let out a soft whine, eyes filled with admiration. Without wasting any more time, the man and wolf duo began collecting their spoils. With the sun setting, Su Changsheng didn't bother dealing with the beast carcasses, but headed straight for the swamp center. He removed his clothes, using the mantis blade to probe the way, cautiously stepping into the marsh. The sticky mud rose to his ankles, but the depth was manageable. Blood Shadow followed closely, vigilantly guarding its master. My God! Su Changsheng exclaimed as he stored a piece of shadow essence in his spatial ring, then discovered a 3-meter-long shadow crystal vein before him. This seemingly modest swamp concealed a precious 3 cubic meters of mineral wealth. It's important to note that forming attribute crystals is exceedingly challenging, and their value is double that of ordinary spirit beast stones. This vein alone could yield at least 4,000 shadow crystals, worth a staggering 8 million federal credits. Moreover, the single piece of shadow essence he collected earlier equaled the entire vein's value. What excited Su Changsheng the most was that Blood Shadow could directly absorb these crystals, with their energy being even more refined. With these resources, Blood Shadow's growth rate would significantly accelerate, and he wouldn't need to worry about resources for quite some time. Phew! Exhausted, Su Changsheng struggled to crawl out of the swamp, his entire body covered in foul-smelling mud. As soon as he emerged, he collapsed to the ground like a kite with a broken string, gasping for breath. Heaven knows how many times he had swung his scythe, each stroke fighting against the resistance of the swamp. Now, his arms were so numb they were almost insensible. Blood Shadow lay just as exhausted in front of Su Changsheng, also unable to escape the fate of mining. The dark shadow crystal vein was buried deep beneath the swamp, and every swing of the scythe felt like battling the entire swamp. After a brief rest, Su Changsheng looked up at the sky. The night had completely enveloped the forest, and the silence was so profound he could hear his own breathing. He forced himself to stand, took out his communicator, and headed in a certain direction with Blood Shadow in tow. On the 7th day, the communicator would show the location of the instructors, making it easier for students to find them. Elsewhere in the forest, lights were ablaze. Rin Chao looked around at his students. The once lively and cheerful teenagers now wore expressions of fatigue, some still bearing dried blood on them, looking rather disheveled. However, the innocence in their eyes had faded, replaced by a determined gaze. It seemed these students had gained significant experience in the secret realm. Rin Chao nodded, but his gaze involuntarily drifted forward, his brow furrowing. 4 of his students had yet to return, including the most outstanding one of this cohort at Anwu High School, Su Changsheng. It was so late, the likelihood of an incident was too high. Rin Chao thought anxiously, worry creeping into his heart. Although Su Changsheng was quite skilled, in a micro-secret realm, encountering truly powerful beasts could still be fatal. Mr. Run, can we proceed with the resource summary? A staff member approached to ask, his face showing clear impatience. This was the 3rd time he had asked the same question, always receiving the answer. Let's wait a bit longer. It wasn't just him. Even the surrounding students were growing restless. After 7 days of life-and-death struggle in the secret realm, what they longed for most was to go home and get ample rest. Stop waiting for that so-called genius. A genius who hasn't matured is nothing. I bet that so-called genius is already dead. A student from Ling Beast High suddenly spoke, his tone full of mockery. He had clearly gained a lot from the secret realm and was eager to proceed with the final resource summary. Upon hearing this, Rin Chao's face darkened as he slowly walked towards the outspoken student. Such blatant cursing of his student was tantamount to a direct affront to Rin Xiao. Rin Xiao, what do you intend to do? He's just a student. Are you really going to take issue with him? Wang Lei quickly apologized to this teacher. Wang Lei's instructor suddenly appeared, blocking Rin Xiao's path, clearly favoring his student. Wang Lei hid behind his instructor, smirking with disdain, showing no sign of remorse. This behavior only fueled Rin Xiao's anger further. Oh, I'm also a student. How about a little competition between us? Suddenly, a cold male voice came from deep within the forest. Then, the sound of footsteps approached. A young man, covered in blood and mud, appeared before the crowd. Behind him followed a massive black wolf. The pair, man and wolf, stared intently at Wang Lei, who was cowering behind the instructor. It was Su Changsheng. Wang Lei, seemingly unnerved by their gaze, lowered his head, unable to meet Su Changsheng's eyes. The crowd, witnessing the once arrogant Wang Lei reduced to this state, erupted in laughter. The students from Anwu No. 1 High School were particularly merciless, jeering. I thought he was someone important, but he can't even look him in the eye. Rin Xiao visibly relaxed with Su Changsheng's return, his anger dissipating. As long as his student was safe, nothing else mattered. Su Changsheng nodded at Rin Xiao. Before they could exchange words, Wang Lei suddenly shouted, "What a genius, looking like he just crawled out of a pigsty. And this is the top talent of Changnan City? How embarrassing." His face flushed, and he spat as he spoke, trying to regain his lost dignity in front of the crowd. Su Changsheng, intrigued, glanced at Wang Lei, who seemed like a clown to him. Information about Wang Lei appeared in Su Changsheng's mind. Name, Wang Lei. Talent, indomitable. Rank, black iron level 3. Contracted beast, swamp lizard. A mere black iron level 3 dared to challenge him? Su Changsheng's eyes glinted coldly. Who gave you the courage to provoke me? Before he finished speaking, the blood shadow turned into a black flash, knocking Wang Lei to the ground. Its jaws opened wide, a foul stench engulfing Wang Lei's face. Su Changsheng's footsteps were slow and deliberate, echoing like a death knell in Wang Lei's heart. You. Wang Lei's instructor was about to intervene, but was stopped by Rin Xiao. Are you sure you want to offend both me and Su Changsheng for a worthless student? Rin Xiao's tone was ambiguous. The instructor looked at Su Changsheng and then at the prostrate Wang Lei, sighed, and backed off. He wouldn't risk it unless Wang Lei's life was in danger. Finally, Su Changsheng stood before Wang Lei, his shoe, smeared with swamp mud, pressing heavily on Wang Lei's left cheek. You need to respect your teachers, he said, kicking Wang Lei over and stepping on his relatively clean right cheek. And you must learn to respect your classmates, he continued, then bent down and asked gently. Do you understand, Wang Lei? Yes, I was wrong. Wang Lei stammered, tears streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. Seeing this, Su Changsheng signaled for the blood shadow to withdraw its claw from Wang Lei's neck. He then looked around and smiled. Why are you all staring? Get back to what you were doing. Instantly, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Young hero. A deep voice suddenly echoed from behind Su Changsheng, startling him. With his current level of perception, he hadn't noticed anyone approaching. He quickly turned around to see a middle-aged man with a smile, looking at him with interest. Governor. Rin Xiao, standing nearby, quickly bowed in respect, his tone filled with reverence. Only then did Su Changsheng recognize that this was Lin Hongjiang, the governor of Changnan City and a top-tier expert at Platinum Level 9, the undisputed strongest in Changnan City. It's been a long time since I've seen such a spirited young person. Lin Hongjiang patted Su Changsheng's shoulder, his eyes full of undisguised admiration. This high praise caused those present to react with surprise, knowing that even a student with a great talent from Changnan City had only been described as not bad by Lin Hongjiang a decade ago. What made Su Changsheng worthy of such high acclaim? Wang Lei, who had just gotten up from the ground, looked utterly defeated. He realized that he would never be able to take revenge on Su Changsheng. What had just happened might be their last interaction. From now on, he could only look up to Su Changsheng, forever out of reach. In response to Lin Hongjiang's praise, Su Changsheng merely bowed slightly, expressing his respect. Having grown up hearing Lin Hongjiang's stories, he found himself at a loss for words upon meeting the man in person. Our Changnan City needs talents like you, Lin Hongjiang added, then announced loudly. Let's not stand around. It's time to tally the resources, rank them, and distribute rewards. At the governor's command, the staff immediately sprang into action, beginning to inventory the resources. 7 pieces of various beast corpses, totaling 230,000 Federation credits. 8 powerful spiritual flowers of low-grade black iron resources, 6 beast corpses, totaling 420,000 Federation credits. 23 body-enhancing herbs of low-grade black iron resources, 13 beast resources, totaling 1,070,000 Federation credits. As each student's gains were tallied, any haul exceeding 1,000,000 Federation credits drew gasps of astonishment. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out. 2,312 spirit beast stones, totaling 2,300,000 Federation credits. Everyone turned to look, including Su Changsheng, curious to see who had been so fortunate as to find a spirit beast stone mine. On the far left, a pile of glowing spirit beast stones was stacked beside a staff member, with Wang Lei standing next to them, his face covered in footprints. At this moment, a smile reappeared on Wang Lei's dirt-streaked face. Su Changsheng understood. No wonder Wang Lei had been in such a hurry to tally his resources. However, despite the large number of spirit beast stones, they still paled in comparison to Su Changsheng's haul. Wang Lei noticed Su Changsheng's gaze, and his smile froze. Fearful of displeasing this formidable figure again, he quickly bowed in Su Changsheng's direction, his face plastered with a sycophantic grin. At this moment, Su Changsheng had already turned away and handed his space ring to the staff member. The staff member, smiling as he spoke, sent his consciousness into the space ring. Suddenly, his words stopped, his mouth fell open unconsciously, and his pupils contracted sharply, as if he had seen something utterly astonishing. This, you truly are a legend. It took him a while to regain his composure, looking at Su Changsheng with disbelief, the space ring in his hand trembling slightly. Boom! A thunderous noise, like an earthquake, echoed through the air. Countless resources fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and drawing everyone's attention. As the dust settled, the crowd gasped collectively upon seeing the resources surrounding Su Changsheng. For a moment, the entire scene fell silent, and no one could find the words to describe Su Changsheng's gains from the secret realm exploration. After all, Su Changsheng had explored only a micro-secret realm. The silence was broken by the staff member's loud voice. 43 pieces of Beast Corpse resources, totaling 1.35 million federal credits. 18 stalks of high-grade black iron soul-condensing grass, totaling 1.8 million federal credits. 4,000 shadow crystals, totaling 8 million federal credits. 1 shadow essence, estimated at 8 million federal credits. Su Changsheng's total resource gain amounts to 19.15 million federal credits. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, the crowd could no longer contain their emotions. Wow, is Su Changsheng even human? This is more money than I could earn in a lifetime. Don't overestimate your lifetime earnings. Honestly, I think this is more than all of us combined. Did you notice? Su Changsheng acquired a staggering 43 pieces of Beast Corpse resources. That's an incredible combat capability. I'm seriously suspecting that the size of the space ring limited Su Changsheng's haul. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement, especially the students from Anwu First High School. They stood tall, their faces beaming with pride, as if this achievement belonged not just to Su Changsheng, but to all the students of Anwu First High. As the central figure of the discussion, Su Changsheng remained calm. He had a rough idea of his own gains and was not overly surprised. The resource tally proceeded in this heated atmosphere, with Su Changsheng unsurprisingly taking first place. He surpassed the second place by a wide margin, even with just the surplus of his haul exceeding the second place by a large amount. Soon, the exhilarating award ceremony was upon them. Ahem. Governor Lin Hongjiang appeared at the front of the crowd, clearing his throat. Though he didn't raise his voice much, it seemed to carry a magical power, and the bustling camp instantly quieted down. I hereby announce the official start of the award ceremony for this secret realm exploration. Without any unnecessary words, Lin Hongjiang got straight to the point, pushing the atmosphere to its peak with just one sentence. The crowd erupted with thunderous cheers, all eyes focused on the top 5 contestants as they slowly entered the venue. The atmosphere reached a boiling point when Su Changsheng stepped onto the podium, with the deafening cheers nearly causing the scene to spiral out of control. Lin Hongjiang appeared just in time, his authoritative presence barely calming the audience's fervor. Your prize, the Soul Stone. Lin Hongjiang personally handed a translucent stone to Su Changsheng. Su respectfully accepted it with both hands. As soon as he touched it, a chilling sensation spread from his fingertips to the depths of his mind. He shivered involuntarily, but soon felt an overwhelming sense of comfort throughout his body, with his mind more alert than ever. The exhaustion accumulated over 7 days seemed to vanish in an instant. This soul stone is truly extraordinary, Su Changsheng marveled to himself. As a soul who had lived 2 lifetimes, his soul strength already surpassed that of ordinary people. Now, having absorbed the soul stone, he couldn't help but wonder how far his soul strength could reach. Lin Hongjiang didn't leave immediately. He produced a faintly glowing ring from his pocket and handed it to Su Changsheng. With so many resources, you won't be able to carry them without a spatial ring, Lin Hongjiang said with a smile. Consider this ring my investment and support for the younger generation. Don't disappoint me. Su Changsheng smiled in response and softly thanked Lin Hongjiang. He hadn't expected such a surprising windfall. Even the most basic spatial ring was worth over 1 million federal credits. Lin Hongjiang's generosity in giving it to him made Su Changsheng even more grateful for not hiding his talent. Had he claimed to have no talent, he wouldn't have qualified to explore the secret realm, let alone obtain such abundant resources and the favor of top figures in Chang'an City. In this world of beast taming, talent and strength are a person's best credentials. Su Changsheng happened to possess both. Late at night, Su Changsheng finally finished handling all matters and returned home. Despite the late hour, he felt invigorated rather than tired. He sat upright on the sofa and carefully retrieved the soul stone from the spatial ring. Holding the soul stone firmly, Su Changsheng began channeling the beast taming power within him. A torrent of beast taming powers surged from his palms, continuously flowing into the soul stone. Under the influence of this immense power, the soul stone gradually melted, transforming into a pool of silvery liquid. This miraculous liquid quickly seeped into Su Changsheng's skin, spreading through his bloodstream to every part of his body before finally converging in his brain. Su Changsheng closed his eyes, his entire body enveloped in a cool, soothing sensation that was so comforting he nearly moaned. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed in his mind. Su Changsheng's eyes snapped open, and a small smile crept onto his lips. The shackles have been broken. His soul strength was now enough to withstand the pressure of contracting a second beast. I never imagined that just one soul stone could bring about such a significant change, Su Changsheng thought in amazement. Next, Su Changsheng raised his hand to summon Blood Shadow. At the same time, a dark purple stone appeared in his hand. It's time for Blood Shadow to consume the Shadow Essence. Blood Shadow's second evolution required 3 resources, one of which was the Shadow Essence. The other 2 were the Beast Core of a high-level dark attribute Fierce Beast and the Withered Heart. When a Fierce Beast advances from the Bronze rank to the Silver rank, it condenses a Beast Core within its body. As long as the Beast Core remains intact, the Fierce Beast can maintain its vitality indefinitely. High-level Fierce Beasts specifically refer to those at the Gold rank and above. The core of a beast of this level would cost at least 4 million Federation coins. The Withered Heart is even more precious. It is the essence of a spiritual wood that has withered after 1,000 years, containing astonishing vitality. Its price is slightly lower than that of the Shadow Essence, estimated at 6 million Federation coins. Su Changsheng gently tapped Shui Ying's head, calculating his gains. The Shadow Essence was to be reserved for Shui Ying's evolution, while he planned to keep 1,000 Shadow Crystals as Shui Ying's daily resources and sell the remaining 3,000. Together with the Soul Condensing Grass and other resources, he could gather a total of 10 million Federation coins, just enough to purchase what he needed for further evolution. As for his second beast companion, he already had a plan in mind. All right, eat this stone, Su Changsheng said, tossing the Shadow Essence to Shui Ying. Shui Ying, unable to hold back any longer, leaped forward and swallowed the essence whole, not even bothering to chew. In an instant, a surge of dark energy erupted from its body, the fierce power causing Su Changsheng's hair to flutter wildly. It took a while for the intense energy to gradually settle down. Shui Ying's body had grown larger, nearly as tall as Su Changsheng when standing. Its eyes had transformed from a crimson red to a complete blood red, emitting an eerie glow. What delighted Su Changsheng the most was that Shui Ying had advanced 3 levels, directly breaking through from Black Iron level 6 to Black Iron level 9. Now, Shui Ying could encounter the Crocodile King and its kin without needing to intentionally get injured to boost its combat power. It could overpower them with ease. Those crocodiles wouldn't even be able to touch its shadow. I'll find you a companion tomorrow, Su Changsheng said. A hint of joy flashed in Shui Ying's eyes. Usually, it was kept in the beast space, only being released when absorbing spirit beast stones. Although the environment there was more suitable for its growth, guarding an island alone inevitably felt lonely. Therefore, it eagerly anticipated having another beast companion. Meanwhile, in a secret base outside Chang'an City, are the assassins ready? Gu Tiansheng asked darkly. They're ready. A man in a black robe replied respectfully. A gold level 3 Beastmaster and 2 silver level 9 Beastmasters. No matter how talented Su Changsheng is, he can't escape assassination by these 3. Good. Gu Tiansheng's expression softened slightly. I want him dead within 3 days. Once this is done, you can take over the human trafficking business in the east of the city. The black-robed man couldn't hide his excitement. Thank you for your generosity, boss. On the surface, the Gu Group controlled most of the beast trading in Chang'an City. But in reality, they didn't even spare human trafficking. 80% of the population disappearances in Chang'an City were the work of the Gu Group. Young, beautiful, and helpless women were sent to the beds of high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals. Robust men were abducted into dark, sunless mines, and children were brainwashed and subjected to inhumane training, ultimately becoming mindless soldiers who only knew how to follow orders. Over the years, countless families had been destroyed by their actions. The next morning, Su Changsheng rose early, ready to set off. His destination was Clear Wanbao Pavilion, a place renowned for buying and selling various rare resources. As he pushed open the heavy wooden doors of Wanbao Pavilion and stepped inside, a woman in a form-fitting business suit approached him. Her hips, subtly outlined by her tight skirt, were as enticing as a ripe peach. Her long legs shimmered with an alluring sheen in the morning light. "Hello. How can I assist you?" she asked with a smile, her gaze briefly flickering to the spatial ring on Su Changsheng's left hand, making her smile even brighter. Without changing his expression, Su Changsheng got straight to the point. "I need a beast core from a high-level dark attribute beast and a withered heart." Hearing this, the woman slightly bowed and gestured invitingly. "Please follow me to the VIP room." Her movement briefly revealed a hint of her fair skin, but Su Changsheng only glanced before following her. The VIP room was simply yet elegantly decorated, with two opposing sofas and a round table in the center catching the eye. In the corner, an exquisite incense burner emitted a thin wisp of smoke, its subtle fragrance invigorating the senses. "Please wait a moment. The manager will be with you shortly." With that, the woman exited the room. A moment later, a burly middle-aged man with short hair strode in. Smiling, he extended his hand. "I'm Fang Jie. May I know your name, young friend?" Su Changsheng stood to greet him and shook his hand. "My surname is Su." Once seated, Fang Jie got straight to business. "Young Su, we happen to have a beast core from a golden tier 3 shadow dragon. As for the withered heart, if you need it, I can apply to our headquarters and guarantee delivery within 3 days under one of our names." Su Changsheng nodded slightly and asked, "What about the price?" Fang Jie smiled and asked, "May I be so bold as to ask if you are Su Changsheng, who has recently gained fame in Changnan City?" Seeing Su Changsheng nod, he continued, "Wanbao Pavilion offers special discounts for beast tamers with a level talents and above." He then produced a small black card from his spatial ring. "With this card, you can enjoy a 10 discount at any Wanbao Pavilion across the Huaxia Federation." Su Changsheng politely declined. "I can't accept such generosity without merit." Fang Jie laughed heartily. "No need to be modest, young friend. We just hope that in the future, you'll consider Wanbao Pavilion first for any rare resources." Only then did Su Changsheng accept the card, feeling its smooth texture, clearly made of exceptional material. Seeing this, Fang Jie beamed. "The original price for the beast core is 4.2 million Federation coins, discounted to 3.78 million. The withered heart is originally 6 million, discounted to 5.4 million. The total comes to 8.78 million. However," he paused, "since it's your first visit, I'll authorize a further discount. How about we round it down to 8.5 million? Upon hearing the final price, a smile appeared on Su Changsheng's face. It was a full 1.5 million less than his original budget of 10 million federal credits. That was no small amount. "Thank you, Brother Fang," Su Changsheng said, giving a slight nod to express his gratitude for Fang Jie's kindness. "There's one more thing I need your help with," Su Changsheng continued. "Feel free to ask. If it's within my power, I will certainly help," Fang Jie replied, waving his hand to show Su Changsheng needn't be so formal. "I have some resources I wish to sell through your esteemed establishment." "Oh, is that all? Just some resources? Go ahead and bring them out." Fang Jie laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Su Changsheng didn't hold back. With a flash from the spatial ring on his left hand, a large amount of materials filled the space around them. The once spacious VIP room now seemed cramped. Even Fang Jie was momentarily speechless at the sudden appearance of such a large quantity of resources. However, being the manager of Wanbao Pavilion, he was accustomed to grand scenes and quickly regained his composure. Fang Jie chuckled. "You call this some resources? It's more like a mountain of them. Ting ting. Have someone come and appraise the resources and calculate the total value." Soon, the lady who had guided Su Changsheng earlier returned with a few others to assess the resources. "The total value of the resources Mr. Su brought is 10 million federal credits," Ting Ting reported to Fang Jie shortly after. "Prepare a stored value card for 1.5 million federal credits, and also bring the third-tier golden beast core," Fang Jie instructed. Ting Ting gracefully exited the room, and within just 2 minutes, someone delivered a black brocade box to Su Changsheng, along with a stored value card worth 1.5 million federal credits. After carefully inspecting everything to ensure there were no issues, Su Changsheng stood up, ready to leave. Fang Jie stood to see him off, saying, "You can come to collect it in 3 days, or we can deliver it to your school or home." "I'll come pick it up myself," Su Changsheng decided, then left on his own. Standing outside Wanbao Pavilion, Su Changsheng paused for a moment and thought. Instead of heading home as originally planned, he made his way directly to the largest treasure hunting street in Changnan City. The treasure hunting street was different from Wanbao Pavilion. Most items there were peculiar objects whose specific uses couldn't be determined by appraisers. Many were useless, but a few had magical properties. This attracted many gamblers hoping to find a treasure. However, most left empty-handed and disappointed. But Su Changsheng had the SS-grade talent known as the Eye of the World. The information about all special items was crystal clear to him. Thus, for him, this street was truly about treasure hunting, not gambling. Su Changsheng had planned to come treasure hunting here before, but was held back by a lack of funds and a tight schedule. This time was different, and with 1.5 million in his pocket, he was ready. The street claiming to offer hidden gems is more like a trap. Su Changsheng grumbled to himself. As his eyes swept across both sides of the street, from one end to the other, he realized he was nearing the end without finding anything worthwhile. Resources of even the lowest black iron grade were scarce, let alone any rare treasures. Despite his disappointment, Su Changsheng forced himself to remain patient. After all, he had come this far, so he might as well finish the journey. Just as he was about to give up hope, something unusual caught his eye. His gaze was immediately drawn to an inconspicuous stall in the corner. The stall owner was chatting animatedly with someone nearby. Did you hear? A city in the neighboring Shachang province was hit by a beast tide. I heard. Before he could finish, he noticed Su Changsheng approaching. The stall owner quickly scanned Su Changsheng, his eyes darting between the spatial ring on his finger and his youthful face. Wealthy and young, a perfect target. The stall owner thought with delight, but he maintained a calm demeanor, warmly saying, "Take a look. Everything here is good value." Su Changsheng didn't respond, instead squatting down to examine the items closely. His fingers brushed lightly over various objects, occasionally picking one up for a closer look before setting it down and moving to the next. He looked every bit the inexperienced young buyer. Seeing this, the greed in the stall owner's eyes intensified, and he silently vowed to make a hefty profit from this unsuspecting customer. Finally, Su Changsheng's hand paused over a reddish-brown stone. The stone was entirely red with specks of brown scattered across its surface, appearing at first glance to be just an ordinary rock. Su Changsheng's eyes gleamed with curiosity, as if he had taken a keen interest in the stone. Noticing this, the stall owner immediately began to boast. "This is a real treasure. It was retrieved from the nest of a platinum-tier beast, the Crimson Flame Dragon. Just think, dragons are known for their greed and love for wealth. Anything stored in their lair can't be ordinary. I can tell, young man, you have the potential to unlock its mysteries." "Oh," Su Changsheng replied indifferently, seeming to wait for the stall owner to continue. 100,000 federal credits, no trickery involved, the stall owner declared confidently, patting his chest. The outrageous price almost made Su Changsheng laugh out loud. He knew full well that this was just an ordinary piece of quartz, and he wondered where the stall owner got the nerve to ask for such an absurd amount. 10,000. Su Changsheng began to bargain, feigning a pained expression. He understood that the stone was just a distraction, and his true objective lay hidden. Haggling was necessary to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, who wouldn't haggle in a place like this? 50,000. 10,000 is absolutely impossible. The stall owner quickly countered, his enthusiasm cooling instantly, as if ready to abandon the deal if Su Changsheng didn't agree. 20,000, and I'll take this, and this as well. Su Changsheng continued to negotiate, pointing at a few trinkets on the stall. "The extras are fine, but it has to be at least 30,000, the stall owner replied, gritting his teeth and pretending to have reached his limit. "Well, all right." Su Changsheng agreed, acting as if it pained him to do so. After paying, the stall owner beamed with a broad smile. He was inwardly thrilled, knowing that the total cost of these items was less than 2,000 federal credits. He made a hefty profit, earning more than 10 times what he initially paid. How could he not be pleased? Meanwhile, Su Changsheng seemed to realize he had been duped and quickly left the embarrassing scene. However, as soon as he turned away, a look of excitement appeared on his face. He had struck gold. He tightly held a black wooden block, which was entirely pitch black, as if charred by intense flames. The detailed information about this block replayed in Su Changsheng's mind. Species: Deathfire Demon Crane. Fire attribute quality: medium diamond. Rank: Black Iron first rank. Innate skills: Wind Control rare, Flame Lord epic, Deathfire Impact epic. Unique evolution path: Dual Woodfire direction. After the first evolution, it can advance to Woodfire Heavenly Crane Star Fragment level. After the second evolution, it can advance to Source of Wood Luminous Moon level. After the third evolution, it can advance to Ultimate Fire Sunshine level. After the fourth evolution, it can advance to Baifeng Mythical level. Hatching conditions: Immerse the beast egg in the host's fresh blood and hatch it in an environment rich in wood energy, such as a forest. Note: this beast contains the mythical Baifeng bloodline, and anomalies will occur during hatching. Please hatch it in a secluded part of the forest. Baifeng is a legendary mythical creature, renowned for its image and divine power in folklore. The Chronicles of Divine Beasts, Birds, Records. There is a bird, resembling a crane, with one leg, red patterns on a blue body, and a white beak, named Baifeng. Its call is self-evident, and when seen, it foretells fire in its locality. The Records of Elemental Divine Beasts states, wood gives birth to Baifeng. Note: Baifeng is the essence of wood, shaped like a bird, and does not consume grains. Previously, scholars generally believed that Baifeng had a singular elemental attribute. However, Su Changsheng now realized, Baifeng is not a single elemental beast, but a dual wood-fire one. Wood produces fire, which makes perfect sense. Moreover, the initial talent of this beast egg is already as high as medium diamond, comparable to the blood shadow that has evolved once. If Su Changsheng can successfully hatch it and then immerse it in the mythical bloodline pool, the innate talent of his second beast might reach an astonishing level. With this thought, Su Changsheng immediately set off for the forest west of the city. Today, he would contract his second beast. Soon, Su Changsheng arrived at the west gate of Changnan City. The towering 10-meter-high, thick city walls spoke of their impregnable nature to the passers-by. The walls were inscribed with various intricate patterns, which were formations to reinforce the walls and protect them from weathering. The gates close at 8 in the evening and reopen at 6 in the morning. After a routine check, the guards reminded him. Su Changsheng nodded. It was only noon now, and hatching a beast egg couldn't possibly take until 8 in the evening. However, Su Changsheng was unaware that after he left the city, 3 powerful veteran beastmasters were ready to kill him at any moment. Brother Xia, should we make a move? One of the men in black whispered as they watched Su Changsheng gradually distance himself from the city center of Changnan. The leader squinted, keeping his eyes fixed on the figure ahead. Not yet. Let's wait until he's a bit further. He seems to be heading towards the western forest. We'll strike there. It's an assassination. We don't want to cause too much commotion. That kid is practically walking into a trap. Another man in black sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The 3 of them followed Su Changsheng from a not a distant position. Meanwhile, Su Changsheng had already summoned Shuiying from the beast space. Roar. Once out, Shuiying occasionally let out low growls, its fur standing on end as if sensing danger. It tugged at Su Changsheng's clothes with its mouth, seemingly trying to warn him. Su Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Yet, outwardly, he remained calm, continuing to walk as if nothing was amiss. His left hand discreetly slipped into his pocket, seemingly searching for something. Click. Su Changsheng withdrew his hand from his pocket, pulling out a fruit-flavored hard candy and popping it into his mouth. This kid has quite the sweet tooth, the leader muttered under his breath. When Su Changsheng had reached into his pocket earlier, the leader was ready to make a move. He hadn't expected the so-called genius to just be reaching for candy. He thought he had been discovered. Huh. Genius indeed. The leader thought with disdain. The thought of an rank beastmaster dying at his hands filled him with a twisted pleasure. However, no one noticed a feather drifting gracefully on the breeze above them. Su Changsheng continued his unhurried pace, his expression solemn. Now, not only could Shuiying sense the malicious gaze, but Su Changsheng himself felt the prickling sensation of being watched, along with a deep-seated malice. The deeper he ventured into the forest, the stronger this feeling became. His intuition told him that if he stopped now, he would die instantly. The danger wasn't from the forest, but from the unknown enemies behind him. 7 more minutes, Su Changsheng silently reminded himself. Principal Wang Ping had said that once the feather was released into the air, he would arrive within 15 minutes. Now, only 7 minutes remained. Suddenly, Su Changsheng halted. In front of him stood 2 individuals in blood-red garments, with white patterns embroidered on their sleeves, staring intently at him. Those outfits. Su Changsheng's pupils constricted sharply. The Beast Cult. The Beast Cult was the largest anti-human organization within the Huaxiao Federation and globally. They worshipped fierce beasts, revered higher-level beasts as deities, and were even willing to sacrifice their lives for them. Whenever members of this organization appeared, bloodshed inevitably followed in the region. Su Changsheng quickly assessed the 2 members of the Beast Cult, and their information instantly came into view. Name: Zhang Jiai. Talent: last stand. Your beast count is limited to 1, but its physical attributes are doubled, and skill damage is increased by 1 level. Rank: Gold Tier 3. Contract Beast: 100 Poison Demon Bug. Name: Fan Liqiang. Talent: Mighty Strength. Passive talent: all your beast strength is permanently increased by 15%. The ranks: the Golden Tier contracted beasts, such as the Earth-splitting lizard, silver-backed strong ape, flaming bull, and gale eagle, were clearly the beasts of 2 Golden Tier beastmasters. Zhang Jiai and Fan Liqiang had ferocious expressions, their eyes glinting with a savage light. They could not afford to have their whereabouts exposed. For the beast god, for the world, Su Changsheng must die. Zhang Jiai stepped forward slowly, with a tumterlong centipede slithering behind him, its carapace glinting darkly in the sunlight. What are you waiting for? Capture these scum from the beast cult. Su Changsheng suddenly spoke, his tone calm and assured. Zhang Jiai hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Captain, there actually seems to be someone behind him. Feedback from the beast power indicates a golden tier and 2 silver tier beastmasters, Fan Liqiang said as he approached. He had already sent out his gale eagle, discovering the 3 people following Su Changsheng. Strike first, Zhang Jiai commanded coldly, directing his centipede to charge at Su Changsheng. Fan Liqiang followed closely, with all 4 beasts launching an attack simultaneously. Su Changsheng, prepared for this, quickly retreated, leaping onto the back of Blood Shadow. Go, he ordered in a low voice. Blood Shadow tensed its muscles, phasing their bodies to evade the attacks, and swiftly dashing toward the direction of the men in black. Brother Xia, what's happening? The man in black looked bewildered as Su Changsheng rode towards him on a wolf. Damn, there are people behind him. The leader's face changed. Have we been exposed? No matter, strike first. The three immediately summoned their beasts. A dozen beasts launched a ferocious assault on Su Changsheng. Boom. Numerous attacks passed through the phased bodies, hitting the ground harmlessly. Even the attacks from silver and golden tier beasts couldn't harm the phased blood shadow, though it was rapidly depleting its energy. He can't maintain this state for long. Kill the others first, the man in black growled. The two from the beast cult had the same thought. For a moment, the two groups trying to kill Su Changsheng started fighting each other. However, the men in black were no match for the two from the beast cult, especially Zhang Jiai's poisonous demon insect, which thrived in the chaos. Any beast that touched its body would be corroded by its secreted toxins. The dozen or so beasts from the men in black were no match for the poisonous demon insect. Within 2 minutes, 7 or 8 beasts had perished. Only the golden tier man in black continued to struggle, commanding his beasts to hold on. The other two men in black had long been killed by Fan Liqiang's beasts, unable to fight back. The beast cult is indeed formidable, Su Changsheng thought, shocked by the scene. A Tun 3 battle ended so quickly. No wonder they could challenge global official forces as an anti-human organization. Long live the beast god. Zhang Jiai and Fan Liqiang crushed the last black-clad man's skull underfoot, their faces showing fanatical zeal. They turned towards Su Changsheng, advancing with malicious grins. Suddenly, an eagle's cry pierced the air. A majestic giant eagle descended from the sky, snatching the poisonous demon insect in its beak. The principle is here. Black slime secreted from the body of the 100-venom demon bug dripped into the mouth of the divine eagle. However, a burst of golden light erupted from the eagle's body. The moment the slime touched the eagle, it was evaporated by the golden light. Black steam burst from the 100-venom demon bug, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench. Under the illumination of the golden light, the once arrogant 100-venom demon bug fell silent, its previous domineering demeanor gone. How dare the beast god cult cause trouble in my Changnan city? Wang Ping jumped off the eagle's back, his expression stern. As he spoke, several of his spirit beasts appeared by his side, instantly subduing the two people who attempted to resist. In the face of absolute power, all struggles were futile. The beast god is immortal. The world will face its end, and only the believers will be spared. Even while restrained, Zhang Jiai shouted fervently, seemingly convinced of his words. Kill him, Wang Ping ordered. One of his spirit beasts, a crimson horse, delivered a powerful kick that sent Zhang Jiai flying 10 meters away. In midair, Zhang Jiai spat out a large amount of blood. His chest was caved in by the horse's kick, crushing his internal organs under immense pressure, and blood oozed from his 7 orifices, leaving his upper body almost non-existent. His death was truly horrific. And you? Do you have anything to say? Wang Ping slowly approached Fan Liqiang, whose face was filled with despair. It was clear that this person hadn't been fully brainwashed by the beast god cult. There might be some information to extract from him. Sure enough, Fan Liqiang immediately knelt down, pleading, "Spare me, sir. I only joined the beast god cult 3 months ago, and have never harmed anyone." Hearing this, Su Changsheng couldn't help but interject. You've been with them for 3 months. How could you not have harmed anyone? Do you take us for fools? Enough with the nonsense. Wang Ping slapped him. The power of a platinum-ranked beastmaster's physique was immense, sending Fan Liqiang spinning through the air before he hit the ground hard. We came this time to forcibly open the hidden realm within the spatial rift and subsequently trigger a beast tide. The key item is in Zhang Jiai's space ring, the man you just killed. As for what happens next, I'm not sure, Fan Liqiang said, enduring his pain after realizing the situation. A beast tide, Wang Ping said with a grave expression. Previously, in Shachang City, a sudden beast tide resulted in thousands of deaths and injuries, with property damage beyond estimation. It seemed the beast god cult was behind it. Fan Liqiang's next words made Wang Ping's face change drastically. There are 4 more teams like ours. No sooner had he spoken than Su Changsheng felt the ground beneath him begin to tremble violently. The thunderous sound of massive footsteps echoed from all directions. Dust rose from the forest, and from afar, it seemed as if the entire forest was shrouded in it. It seems they've succeeded, Fan Liqiang said, a smile appearing on his lips. Wang Ping immediately caught this and kicked him in the face. Let's go. Wang Ping signaled Su Changsheng to join him on the eagle's back. He needed to deliver this information to the city immediately, to ensure everyone was prepared and to minimize the damage. As for Fan Liqiang, he was crushed to death by one of Wang Ping's spirit beasts. The remnants with no value left behind were unnecessary to bring back. With a fierce cry, the majestic eagle soared into the sky, carrying the two to the city gates in just a few minutes. Alert! Seal the gates. Everyone, prepare for a beast tide. The city guards recognized the principal of Anwu Number 1 High School, one of Changnan City's top combatants. As soon as Wang Ping's words were spoken, the soldiers sprang into action. No one doubted the warning's authenticity. Even the slightest possibility of a beast tide required them to be fully prepared. You head to the city's shelter and stay there. We've got this. You've done a great deed this time. Wang Ping tossed Su Changsheng onto the street and took off on the eagle again. Su Changsheng had no objections. A beast tide was not something he could face at his current level. It was a war for those of the silver rank and above. Beast tamers below the silver rank, along with their beasts, would be obliterated in an instant by the beast tide, serving no purpose. He quickly sprinted towards the nearest shelter. Only a fortified shelter could best withstand the impact of a beast tide. At this moment, countless ordinary people had heard the news of the approaching beast tide, and the entire street plunged into chaos. The crowd surged towards the shelters like a tidal wave. My child, my child. A shrill female voice rose from the crowd. Su Changsheng paused and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a woman being pushed forward by the crowd, desperately trying to push back, her hands flailing, tears streaming down her face. Following her gaze, Su Changsheng saw a little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, also waving her small hands, but unable to withstand the onslaught of the crowd. The little girl stumbled and fell to the ground, her bare arms scraping against the pavement, leaving a bloody mark. Yet the people, driven by survival instincts, paid no attention to the fallen girl, as feet were about to trample her delicate body. Su Changsheng couldn't bear to watch any longer and immediately summoned Blood Shadow. Its massive form appeared on the street, its blood-red eyes causing everyone to recoil in fear. Blood Shadow charged towards the little girl, pushing aside anyone in its path. It controlled its strength, though people were knocked aside. The cushioning of its dark fur ensured they only felt some pain, serving as a lesson. Riding on Blood Shadow's back, Su Changsheng leaned down and scooped up the little girl. Don't cry, go find your mom. He brushed away the tears from her face and handed her to the crying woman. Ignoring the woman's continuous thanks, Su Changsheng turned and left on Blood Shadow. He had realized that the nearest shelter couldn't possibly accommodate the massive crowd. Instead of squeezing in with the frantic masses, he chose a less crowded place to take refuge. Boom. A loud crash echoed from the distant city gate. The beast tide was already at the city's doorstep. The battle was imminent. Su Changsheng looked towards the city gate. The sky above was filled with a menacing flock of birds, each at least of bronze rank and strength. If they were to breach the city, even a single assault could result in massive casualties. Thwack! Bolts from crossbows shot out from the city walls. These giant crossbows were specifically designed to defend against such flying beasts, and each bolt equaled a full-strength attack from a silver-ranked beast tamer. Hundreds of bolts were launched simultaneously, scattering the birds in the sky. However, during the reloading interval, more beasts swooped down from the sky, causing significant loss of life. Some birds managed to fly over the walls, wreaking havoc inside the city. Caw! A black bird arrived on the street where Su Changsheng stood. It immediately spotted Su Changsheng, conspicuous atop his giant wolf, Blood Shadow. Su Changsheng dismounted to ensure Blood Shadow's abilities were unrestricted. Su Changsheng assessed the approaching bird, and its details appeared in his mind. Species, black feather eagle. Wind affinity, high silver. Rank, bronze level 9. Talents, wind break excellent, black feather rapid shot excellent. It was the Black Eagle, a top-tier bronze combatant. Caw! The Black Eagle looked down disdainfully at Su Changsheng and Blood Shadow. It seemed confident that they posed no threat and could be easily toyed with. The eagle circled lazily, taunting Su Changsheng by delaying its attack. Boom! Blood Shadow launched itself like a missile into the air, reaching a height of 7 or 8 meters. The eagle was caught off guard as Blood Shadow's claw plunged into its neck, releasing a spray of blood. Caw! The eagle let out a mournful cry, the pain nearly incapacitating its flight. It wavered in the air before its wings folded weakly, sending it plummeting to the ground. Blood Shadow swiftly followed up, ending the eagle's life with a decisive strike. Having absorbed the shadow essence, Blood Shadow's power had grown significantly. Its high diamond-level talent was becoming evident, now able to defeat enemies a whole rank above with ease. With such strength, why aren't you defending the city gate? Came a shrill male voice from behind Su Changsheng as he was about to leave. Su Changsheng turned, and Blood Shadow's blood-red eyes fixed on the speaker. Blood dripped slowly from its claws, creating a menacing sight. The man, unnerved by their gaze, stepped back. Did I say something wrong? He insisted, trying to appear tough. He seemed to forget that Su Changsheng had just saved their lives, risking his own to warn of the impending beast tide. Without his intervention, the city could have been overrun by a relentless horde of beasts. A little girl Su Changsheng had rescued earlier piped up, "Don't say that about Big Brother. He's a good person." Simultaneously, a voice from the crowd shouted, "Who are you talking about? He's my class leader, and just awakened his powers recently. Why don't you go instead?" It was one of Su Changsheng's classmates, speaking up in his defense. His words caused an uproar in the crowd. A student? Don't try to fool me. The man widened his eyes, his voice filled with disbelief. With his skills, you call him a student? Do you think I've never been to school? Don't compare your mediocre talent to that of a true genius. A classmate sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. The man's face turned a dark shade of blue, his lips quivering as he struggled to speak. Finally, he left in defeat, like a dog with its tail between its legs, followed by the sound of mocking laughter. A familiar eagle's cry pierced the sky. Su Changsheng looked up to see Wang Ping riding a majestic eagle, accompanied by several other flying beasts. Each beast had a master standing on its back, and their terrifying aura seemed to freeze the very air. Su Changsheng's pupils contracted. These were all platinum-ranked beasts. Everyone stay calm. We've requested support from higher-ups. A diamond-ranked beast master is on the way. Wang Ping's voice was clear and reassuring to everyone. This announcement was like a shot of adrenaline, lifting everyone's spirits. In this era with no star-shatterers, a diamond rank signified the pinnacle of power. Against a beast tide of this magnitude, a diamond-ranked beast master could quell it in mere minutes. After all, at that level, beasts wielded devastating large-scale abilities. Wang Ping finished speaking and hurried to the city gate with a few platinum-ranked beast masters. As the strongest force in Chang'an City, they had to hold the front line. With the addition of these powerhouses, the beast tide's assault was instantly halted. A peculiar sound soon echoed from the sky. Su Changsheng looked up to see a fiery meteor streaking across the sky at an astonishing speed, reaching the city gate in the blink of an eye. Its speed was unmatched, even by Wang Ping's eagle. Su Changsheng couldn't even catch its information, but it was undoubtedly the diamond-ranked beast. The flying beast hovered in the air like a blazing inferno, suddenly opening its massive jaws. Crimson flames poured down like a waterfall, reducing the beasts below to ashes. More terrifying was the fire's corrosive nature, seemingly unquenchable, swiftly consuming the entire beast tide. In an instant, the once overwhelming beast tide was obliterated by a single strike from this beast. So this is the power of a diamond-ranked beast? Su Changsheng stood rooted to the spot, a surge of uncontrollable excitement welling up inside him. His own beasts had one with a high diamond-grade talent, and another that hadn't even evolved yet, but already possessed medium-grade potential. After the baptism of the mythical bloodline pool, they could possibly evolve into a star-shatter-grade divine beast. Such potential far exceeded the beast he just witnessed. This assassination attempt made Su Changsheng's desire for strength even more urgent. This time, Principal Wang Ping had intervened just in time, but what about next time? Would he be so fortunate again? With this thought, Su Changsheng's resolve to become stronger solidified. After the beast tide subsided, Su Changsheng returned home. His area, far from the west of the city, remained relatively unaffected. He placed the newly acquired beast egg into his beast space, planning to find a chance to hatch it secretly the next day. Suddenly, Su Changsheng frowned and focused his consciousness into the beast space. The beast egg he had just stored was undergoing some mysterious change. Su Changsheng focused his consciousness into the beast taming space. The charred shell of the beast egg began to peel away, revealing the pulsating life within. This unexpected hatching startled Su Changsheng. How could the beast egg hatch on its own when he wasn't in the forest, nor had he performed a blood recognition ritual? He concentrated and saw a message appear before him. The beast taming space has undergone special modification, equipped with a mythical bloodline pool containing energies of all attributes, fulfilling all conditions for beast egg hatching. Any beast hatched here will automatically recognize the owner of the beast taming space as its master. Su Changsheng felt a surge of joy. Had he known this earlier, he wouldn't have bothered going to the forest. Shuiying, with its blood-red eyes unusually soft, moved closer to him, looking expectantly at the hatching beast egg. The charred shell completely fell away, revealing an emerald green hue. Boom! A blue flame suddenly burst from the wooden block, quickly engulfing it. From a distance, the beast egg resembled a burning blue sun. Intense heat waves rushed forth, carrying a sense of impending destruction. Screech! A clear cry echoed from within the blue fireball. Su Changsheng's spirit lifted as he watched the flames slowly retract, the terrifying energy compressed to its limit before suddenly exploding. Snap! Yet before this lethal strike could erupt, a blue wing extended from the beast egg and effortlessly dispelled it. This seemingly gentle motion dissolved such terrifying energy, leaving Su Changsheng in awe. Chirp chirp, a long leg stepped out from the beast egg. The beast finally revealed itself to Su Changsheng, resembling a red-crowned crane but supported by only one leg. Its feathers were sky blue, with tail feathers tinged with a faint red, exuding an air of nobility. Even just standing there, it emanated an extraordinary aura. The newly hatched beast saw Su Changsheng and immediately flew towards him, nestling into his embrace with a contented sound. Roar! Shuiying also approached, gently stroking its feathers with a wolf's paw. Since you have the bloodline of Baifeng, I'll name you Baifeng. I hope you can be as strong as your ancestors. Su Changsheng thought for a moment and named his second beast. Chirp chirp, Baifeng chirped happily, seemingly pleased with the name. Go take a bath there. After confirming Baifeng's well-being, Su Changsheng pointed to the nearby mythical bloodline pool. He was eager to see how strong Baifeng could become after the bloodline baptism. Reluctantly, Baifeng left Su Changsheng's embrace and flew into the mythical bloodline pool. Gurgle, gurgle. About 3 minutes later, the once calm surface of the pool suddenly bubbled vigorously, the blood-red water roiling, as if boiling. Su Changsheng stepped forward to inspect. Even before getting close, the heat emanating from it forced him back. He touched his slightly curly hair, which still retained an intense warmth. At this moment, no one could approach the mythical bloodline pool. Even the air around the pond was distorted by the heat, forming visible ripples. Su Changsheng had no choice but to patiently wait, with shuaying. After about 10 minutes, Baifeng's clear voice once again resounded across the entire island. If its earlier call carried a hint of youthful innocence, this one was imbued with a burgeoning regal aura, as if declaring its dominance to the world. Baifeng burst out of the water, soaring straight into the sky. Its blue and red wings danced freely against the horizon, like the most magnificent dance steps in the world. The vibrant flames emanating from its body made it appear as though two suns were in the sky, one golden and dazzling, the other blue and red, exuding elegance. Before long, Baifeng descended from the sky, flapping its wings as it approached Su Changsheng. After the bloodline baptism, its size had grown significantly from its original 1-meter length to about 2 meters. When its wings spread open, they reached an impressive span of over 3 meters, enough to support 7 or 8 people standing on them. Seeing Baifeng so close, Su Changsheng eagerly examined its attributes. Species: Woodfire Heavenly Crane Dual Woodfire Attribute. Aptitude: High Star Shatter. Rank: Black Iron Level 5. Innate skills: Lord of the Sky Epic, Source of Wood and Fire Epic, Celestial Fire Purification Legendary. Lord of the Sky, Sovereign of the Air. When this beast is in the air, its physical qualities double, and its speed increases significantly. Source of Wood and Fire. The origin of wood and fire attributes. Your beast is immune to wood and fire attribute attacks of silver rank and below. This skill strengthens as the beast's rank increases. Celestial Fire Purification. The fire of heaven, purifying all. The beast breathes celestial fire, causing fundamental damage to enemies. As long as the enemy lives, the celestial fire remains. Unique evolution path: Dual Woodfire Direction. After the first evolution, it can advance to the Moonlight level of Wood Origin. After the second evolution, it can advance to the Final Day level of Fire. After the third evolution, it can advance to the mythical level of Baifeng. When the details of Baifeng appeared before Su Changsheng, he was utterly stunned. Its power was so overwhelming, it bordered on the extraordinary. A beast with the high aptitude of Star Shatter is exceedingly rare not just in the Sichuan province, but across the entire Huaxia Federation, and even globally, there are fewer than a handful. Baifeng was born with an astonishing Black Iron Level 5 strength, a level that takes ordinary beasts months to achieve. Baifeng's innate skills further exemplify the might of a Star Shatter level beast. Although it has only 3 skills, they include 2 epics and 1 legend. Legendary skills are truly the stuff of legends. Very few people in the world have even heard of owning such a skill. The effect of Celestial Fire Purification is incredibly powerful. It is an attack that strikes at the core, more extreme and unreasonable than Shui Ying's soul attack. While Shui Ying's soul attack inflicts immense pain and trauma on the soul, which can still be barely resisted and healed, Baifeng's core attack targets the very essence of the beast, leaving no room for defense or repair. Even more terrifying is that once touched by this flame, it can never be extinguished. One can only watch helplessly and in despair as the blue and red flames consume them completely. The remaining 2 epic skills were equally formidable. Sky Sovereign enhanced Baifeng's aerial combat abilities and flight speed dramatically. Most physical enhancement abilities typically maxed out at 50%, but Sky Sovereign doubled these attributes, a terrifying increase that alone enabled Baifeng to fight above its tier. The source of wood and fire was even more dominant, granting immunity against wood and fire attacks from beings up to 2 tiers higher. Imagine the despair of wood or fire attribute beasts discovering their attacks had absolutely no effect. Take Blood Shadow and me for a test flight, Su Changsheng said after examining Baifeng's attributes. The beast lowered itself obediently, allowing them to mount. With a piercing cry, Baifeng soared skyward. The landscape below retreated at an astounding pace, yet despite the incredible speed, Su Changsheng felt no discomfort. Though he could hear the howling winds, they felt like gentle breezes against his skin, truly befitting the Sky Sovereign's power. After landing and showing some affection to both Baifeng and Blood Shadow, Su Changsheng returned to reality. Almost immediately, someone knocked on his door. Through the peephole, he saw Wang Ping. accompanied by Administrator Lin Hongjiang and several unfamiliar middle-aged men. Changsheng, you've accomplished something remarkable, Wang Ping exclaimed upon entering. Do you realize how many lives and how much property your information has saved? At least 10,000 lives and hundreds of millions in assets. Lin Hongjiang added. I wasn't wrong about you, truly Changnan City's finest talent. Su Changsheng remained humble despite their praise, sensing there was more to their visit. Indeed, Lin Hongjiang continued, given your achievements and exceptional talent, I've recommended you for admission to Imperial Capital University's mythical class. Approval should come within days. This news surprised Su Changsheng. Imperial Capital University was the Federation's most prestigious institution, led by a diamond-tier powerhouse. Rumors claimed the Chancellor had once fought off a star-shattering beast from the Beast cult, cementing his position among the Federation's elite. The university's resources were unmatched. Regular students received thousands of spirit stones monthly, while the mythical class, composed of hand-picked prodigies who entered early for intensive training, accepted only those with a tier talent or higher, most possessing steer potential. For a genius like Su Changsheng, the resources provided by the authorities are unimaginable. This is a class so exclusive that many geniuses would struggle to get in, yet Su Changsheng has entered with ease. Just as Su Changsheng was about to express his gratitude, Lin Hongjiang interrupted him with a raised hand. You know the situation with the mythical class. Graduating successfully is just the starting point for reaching the diamond rank. Our city, Changnan, has never produced a beast master of this caliber. Remember, when you succeed, don't forget Changnan City. Before Su Changsheng could respond, a calm voice from the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on achieving the city light accomplishment. Reward, Fire Phoenix Essence. The reward has been stored in the host's beast space. Su Changsheng was momentarily stunned, realizing his achievement system was finally functioning again. The Fire Phoenix Essence was exactly the resource needed for Bifang's next evolution. Although the system usually seemed absent, it always provided exactly what Su Changsheng needed. Seeing Su Changsheng's reaction, Lin Hongjiang thought he was moved by his gesture and said, Don't feel too pressured, just perform normally. By the way, I have a gift for you. With that, Lin Hongjiang clapped his hands, and two staff members brought in a man dressed in black. This is the man behind the assassin. He used to work for the Gu Corporation but resigned today and has no further ties with them. Lin Hongjiang sneered. Do they take us for fools with such tricks? Yet, he sighed. We have no solid evidence to arrest Gu Tiansheng, and the Gu Corporation is a major contributor to the reconstruction of the city after the beast tide. For now, we can't move against him. Lin Hongjiang had already done as much as he could, considering this was Su Changsheng's personal matter. Thank you, Governor Lin, Su Changsheng said, expressing his gratitude. Do whatever you wish with this man, Lin Hongjiang said. Su Changsheng looked at the man in black, whose legs hung at odd angles, evidently broken earlier. His hair was matted to his face, and he was covered in blood and grime. Hearing Lin Hongjiang's words, the man in black lifted his head with difficulty, filled with regret and despair. He never imagined Su Changsheng would survive an assassination attempt by someone of gold rank. He began to plead, spare, but was cut off by Su Changsheng's cold voice. Just kill him, Su Changsheng said. He had no habit of torturing enemies. Besides, this man was merely a henchman of Gu Tiansheng. No matter how much he was tortured, as long as Gu Tiansheng lived, the threat would remain. Unfortunately, Su Changsheng currently lacked the strength to confront Gu Tiansheng. However, he was soon heading to the capital, where the Gu Corporation's influence couldn't reach. Given time to grow, Su Changsheng was determined to show Gu Tiansheng and the Gu Corporation what true ruthlessness meant. With that thought, a vicious glint appeared in Su Changsheng's eyes. He would show no mercy to his enemies. All right, take care, Changsheng. We have other matters to attend to, Lin Hongjiang said. After ensuring everything was clear, Lin Hongjiang and his team departed. After everyone left, Su Changsheng once again focused his consciousness into the Beast Master space. The Fire Phoenix essence that the system had just rewarded him with was perfect for use at this moment. After all, students in the mythical class were seen as top-tier talents in the eyes of the world. Even though Su Changsheng possessed an SS-level talent, he dared not slack off in the slightest. Naturally, he aimed to enhance his strength whenever possible. As soon as Bloodshadow and Bifang saw Su Changsheng's consciousness enter, they eagerly approached him. Without wasting any words, Su Changsheng directly fed the Fire Phoenix essence to Bifang. Whoosh! The moment the essence entered its mouth, Bifang was suddenly engulfed in interwoven blue and red flames, wrapping around it completely. Its body emitted an astonishing heat, resembling a falling sun. Su Changsheng waited patiently, watching Bifang transform within the flames. After about 15 minutes, the blue and red flames gradually dissipated, revealing Bifang's figure once more. Its size hadn't changed much, but its eyes had undergone a remarkable transformation. The left eye was a vivid green, brimming with vitality, while the right eye was fiery red, like a blazing sun. These heterochromatic eyes added an intriguing allure to Bifang's already noble demeanor. What delighted Su Changsheng the most was that Bifang had leaped from Black Iron Tier 5 to Black Iron Tier 8. In just a single day, under the dual influence of the mythical bloodline pool and the Fire Phoenix essence, it had achieved such power, even matching Blood Shadow. Of course, once Blood Shadow's evolution resources were fully gathered in 3 days, its strength would significantly increase. This prospect filled Su Changsheng with confidence for his upcoming journey to the imperial capital. The next morning, a rapid knocking on the door woke Su Changsheng. Looking through the peephole, he saw it was Lin Hongjiang, who had left the day before. "Changsheng, the approval from above has arrived," Lin Hongjiang said with a smile as he entered. "Get ready, we're leaving today." So soon. Su Changsheng was surprised, not expecting such efficiency from the authorities. The resources he had asked Wanbao Pavilion to gather still hadn't arrived. In a few days, there's a major competition in the mythical class. If you perform well, the rewards will be substantial, Lin Hongjiang explained. Noticing Su Changsheng's hesitation, he asked, "What's wrong?" Su Changsheng explained his transaction with Wanbao Pavilion. "That's simple. I'll negotiate with them so you can collect the resources at their headquarters in the capital," Lin Hongjiang assured him, resolving the issue with a few words. As the governor of Changnan City, he had enough influence for this. Hearing this, Su Changsheng felt relieved and immediately began packing. With his parents having passed away and no family estate to worry about, he quickly finished packing. "I'll personally accompany you this time, just in case," Lin Hongjiang said. Although he smiled, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. A genius like Su Changsheng being assassinated in the suburbs of Changnan City would be a direct affront to him. Fortunately, Su Changsheng was unharmed. Otherwise, Lin Hongjiang would have ensured Gu Tianxing faced severe consequences. Even so, Lin Hongjiang was determined to implement policies that would hinder the Gu Corporation's development. Even if he couldn't eliminate Gu Tianxing, he intended to make things difficult for him. Su Changsheng agreed without hesitation. With a top-tier platinum-level expert like Lin Hongjiang leading the way, Su Changsheng's safety was significantly enhanced. They walked side by side through the western part of Changnan City, Sichuan province, surrounded by a shocking scene. Buildings were covered in cracks, and debris littered the ground. Homeless citizens set up makeshift tents on the streets, while the poorest people slept directly on the rubble-strewn pavement. Around the corner, rotting corpses emitted a nauseating stench, causing Su Changsheng to wrinkle his nose in disgust. Noticing Su Changsheng's reaction, Lin Hongjiang quietly explained, "This is considered not too bad. Only the west side of Changnan City is damaged, and not severely. In the neighboring Shachang City, the entire city is like this, with corpses everywhere and an outbreak of a virulent disease." Su Changsheng couldn't help but ask, "Why is the beast cult doing this? What benefits do the fierce beasts give them?" "Power," Lin Hongjiang answered coldly. "Anyone who contributes to the beast cult can undergo a baptism of fierce beast blood. This not only enhances physical strength, but also extends lifespan. The price is the loss of humanity and reason, gradually becoming beast-like. High-level fierce beast blood doesn't have these negative effects, but the cost is lifelong servitude to a higher fierce beast." Su Changsheng fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Outside the city gates, Lin Hongjiang summoned his flying beast, a pure white crane without a single speck of other color. The crane carried them swiftly towards the imperial capital, though the ride was far less comfortable than Su Changsheng's by far. During the journey, Lin Hongjiang introduced Su Changsheng to the mythical class. The mythical class is divided into Class A and B, with 10 students each, and the competition is fierce. A student in Class A died during an exploration of a secret realm, and you are filling that spot. At the end of each month, Classes A and B have a tournament. The losing class has its resources halved for the next month, while the winners take all. Those who perform exceptionally well receive special rewards. The first major competition is in 5 days. Su Changsheng absorbed this information, realizing that in such intense competition, the students of the mythical class must be extraordinarily powerful. As long as he excelled, resource scarcity would no longer hinder his growth. Half a day later, the crane brought them to the imperial capital. Lin Hongjiang led Su Changsheng to an office, handing him a space ring. "This is from Principal Wang Ping. It contains all the spirit beast stones you need for your entire senior year. The space ring is also a gift. Don't overthink it. Focus on growing. The entire Changnan City is your support." With that, Lin Hongjiang hurried off to attend to the many tasks of rebuilding Changnan City. Su Changsheng took a deep breath and pushed open the office door. A new world awaited him. As Su Changsheng's eyes took in the scene, he was met with the sight of a pair of snow-white legs. The owner of these legs was wearing a bright green lotus leaf skirt, standing with her back to him by the window. The skirt was cleverly designed to cover essential areas while perfectly showcasing her figure, making it a popular choice among women in this world. Upon hearing the door open, the woman turned around. Her features were delicate, but her gaze was as cold as ice. "Su Changsheng, right?" she asked. When Su Changsheng nodded, she continued, I'm Lu Anxue, the homeroom teacher of Class A. In truth, Su Changsheng didn't need her introduction. Lu Anxue's detailed information had already appeared before him. Name: Lu Anxue. Talent: Ice Queen. Effect: enhances physical attributes of ice-type beasts by 50, doubles the effects of ice abilities. Rank: Diamond Tier 2. Contracted beasts: Unconscious Snowman, Snow Wolf King, Ice Elf, Ice Ghost Jiao, Snow Eagle, Ice Saint Spirit. These details left Su Changsheng silently astonished. He hadn't expected the instructor of the mythology class to be such a high-ranking expert, and her talent effect was equally impressive. Although the world I didn't specify levels, he considered this at least in grade talent. Such a top-tier expert could easily be a city governor, or even rank among the top 5 in the province. Yet she chose to be a humble instructor here? This made him even more eager to see what the mythology class had to offer. You should have been briefed on the general situation of the mythology class. I won't elaborate further, Lu Anxue said. Show me your beasts. Her eyes glinted with amusement, clearly wanting to assess the capabilities of this transfer student. Lu Anxue wasn't one to teach incompetence, no matter their achievements or background. Su Changsheng held nothing back, summoning both Shuiying and Bifong simultaneously. Oh, dual beasts, interesting. Lu Anxue's eyes lit up at the sight of the two beasts beside Su Changsheng. Then, a humanoid creature composed entirely of ice and snow appeared in the office. This creature was similar in build to Lu Anxue, though half her height, with wings of ice and snow, now floating before her. As soon as the beast appeared, the office temperature plummeted. Even Su Changsheng, a Black Iron Tier 9 Beastmaster, felt the biting cold. This was a Platinum Tier 9 beast. Have your beasts attack it with all their might, Lu Anxue commanded, her tone filled with confidence. This beast specialized in defense, and she was certain Su Changsheng's two beasts couldn't breach its defenses. Getting close was already considered passing. Be careful, instructor. Su Changsheng warned softly, signaling for Shuiying and Bifong to launch their attack. The ice and snow creature emitted a childlike cry. Around it, ice and snow suddenly descended, enveloping Shuiying and Bifong. Li. Bifong let out a long cry, and a bluid flame erupted from its body, melting the surrounding ice and snow. Then it opened its beak, spewing flames like a dragon towards the ice and snow creature. The obstructing ice and snow along the way couldn't hinder the flames in the slightest. Boom. The flames struck the ice elf, causing it to stagger back 2 steps. The blue and red flames coiled upwards like snakes, but were instantly blocked by a layer of flickering ice as they touched the ice spirit. The flames and ice fought fiercely, neither side gaining ground at first. Suddenly, a sharp wolf howl echoed from the side, and Shuiying's figure appeared like a phantom, its claws gleaming coldly as they aimed straight for the ice spirit's throat. This strike disrupted the balance between fire and ice, shattering the ice layer and allowing the flames to wrap around the ice spirit's body like a relentless parasite. Crack! Crack! The sound of flames bursting filled the air. Su Changsheng focused his gaze, his pupils contracting sharply. Despite being engulfed by flames, the ice spirit appeared only slightly disheveled, without a single scratch on its body. That will do, Lu Anxue said, a creature resembling a snow maiden appearing on her shoulder. With a flash of white light, most of the flames on the ice spirit vanished, leaving only a portion still spreading. Your fire is quite troublesome, Lu Anxue remarked with a slight frown. Bifong, Su Changsheng called softly, and Bifong immediately extinguished the flames. As the master of the fire, controlling it was effortless. Impressive. Very impressive. Lu Anxue clapped her hands in praise, her eyes full of admiration. Though she had suppressed the offensive capabilities of her beast, she retained its defensive abilities. Su Changsheng's beasts breaking through the ice spirit's first layer of defense astonished her, and the blue and red flames, which even she found difficult to purify, delighted her further. You'll receive 500 low-grade shadow crystals and flame crystals each month, Lu Anxue offered, a resource allocation worth nearly 2 million federal credits. Su Changsheng took a sharp breath. In his previous explorations in the secret realm, he had only managed to obtain 4,000 shadow crystals, and that was with exceptional luck. Now, receiving 500 shadow and 500 flame crystals monthly gave him a new perspective on the mythology class's wealth. Instructor, my Bifong has dual wood and fire attributes, Su Changsheng admitted, knowing that absorbing single attribute crystals could affect the growth of a dual attribute beast. Oh, then you'll receive 300 flame crystals and 300 wood spirit crystals, Lu Anxue replied, raising the total by an additional 100 crystals, equivalent to 200,000 federal credits. Thank you, instructor. Su Changsheng expressed his gratitude with a bow, recognizing the tangible benefits. No problem. I'll take you to the student dormitory, Lu Anxue said, waving her hand as she led Su Changsheng out of the office. After settling Su Changsheng in, Lu Anxue left with a parting remark. Be in the classroom at 8 tomorrow for your self-introduction. Su Changsheng sat on the bed, surveying his surroundings. The 40-square-meter dormitory, complete with a bathroom and kitchen, was a single-occupancy room, a significant improvement over his university accommodations in his past life. Seeing that it was not yet fully dark, Su Changsheng set off directly for the Wanbao Pavilion in the capital. He still needed to collect materials for shuiying. Late at night, Su Changsheng returned from the Wanbao Pavilion to find the table in his room already set with a high-level dark attribute beast core and a withered heart. These rare resources were readily available at the Wanbao Pavilion headquarters without the usual 3-day wait. Su Changsheng raised his hand and summoned Blood Shadow. A giant wolf over 3 meters long instantly appeared before Su Changsheng, its massive body nearly filling the entire room. Gently stroking Blood Shadow's sleek fur, Su Changsheng softly said, "Here, eat these." Blood Shadow opened its mouth wide and swallowed the 2 resources whole. Instantly, a violent surge of dark energy erupted from within, sweeping through its body like a colossal tidal wave. Whoa! Blood Shadow let out a painful howl, its blood-red eyes filled with anguish. The overwhelming energy was like a ferocious flood, almost impossible to control. Blood Shadow's skin started to crack open, crimson blood seeping from the fissures, staining its dark fur a deep red. Its wide, bloodshot eyes, combined with its blood-drenched appearance, were truly terrifying. Suddenly, Blood Shadow's pained expression eased. A vibrant green light enveloped its body, and a powerful life force began to heal its damaged form. The wounds that repeatedly tore open and healed grew increasingly resilient. The life force of the withered heart was finally taking effect. The evolution process lasted a full half-hour. During this lengthy period, every inch of Blood Shadow's skin was torn by the raging dark energy, only to be mended by the withered heart. Though the scars healed, the pain remained unabated. Blood Shadow's howls gradually diminished until they disappeared altogether, but its eyes grew even more crimson, exuding an oppressive aura. Suddenly, Su Changsheng's body trembled. A surge of beast mastery power welled up within him, bringing him to the brink of breaking through to the Black Iron rank. This power quickly strengthened his physique, and Su Changsheng felt immense joy at this development. It was the feedback from Blood Shadow's breakthrough. Looking at Blood Shadow, Su Changsheng saw that its evolution had concluded. Information about Blood Shadow immediately appeared in his mind. Species, Shadow Master. Dark Attribute Aptitude, High Star Fragment. Rank, Bronze Tier 2. Innate Skills. 1. Death Battle Epic. The more stamina the beast loses, the stronger it becomes, and it won't weaken from stamina loss or injury. 2. Shadow Form Epic. The beast can transform itself and the Beast Master's shadow, becoming immune to most attacks while reducing stamina consumption during the transformation. 3. Phantom Shadow Soul Devour Epic. The beast can directly attack the enemy's soul, inflicting massive damage and soul impairment. 4. Blood Pact Epic. When the Beast Master suffers fatal damage, the damage is transferred to the beast, with a significant reduction. 5. Shadow Devour Epic. The beast temporarily controls the enemy's shadow, using it to attack the enemy, with the attack also carrying the Phantom Shadow Soul Devour effect. Unique Evolution Path Night Direction. After the first evolution, it can advance to Moon-Eating Wolf King Moonlight level. After the second evolution, it can advance to Sun-Devouring Divine Wolf Sunlight level. After the third evolution, it can advance to King of the Night Mythical level. Third advancement condition. Evolve to High Star Fragment Aptitude and reach Bronze rank. Blood Shadow's combat power significantly increased after this evolution, with all skills receiving notable enhancements. The Death Battle skill, in particular, leapt 2 levels to reach Epic status, becoming even more formidable. Now, Blood Shadow no longer needs to deliberately take damage to trigger the Death Battle effect, marking a significant improvement in strength. As the battle progresses, Blood Shadow's combat strength increases with the opponent's stamina depletion. The Shadow Transformation skill significantly reduces stamina loss, greatly enhancing Blood Shadow's endurance in prolonged battles. The damage from the Shadow Devour skill has increased from high to massive, though its effectiveness still needs to be tested in actual combat. The Blood Pact skill greatly enhances the survival capabilities of both Su Changsheng and Blood Shadow. The newly acquired Shadow Devour skill gives Blood Shadow the ability to engage in long-range combat, making it no longer helpless against airborne enemies. More importantly, when Shadow Devour is activated, it is silent and invisible, making it extremely stealthy with a high success rate. After all, who would suspect their own shadow? Although Blood Shadow's evolution this time didn't yield a legendary skill, all its skills have reached the top epic level, and it acquired a new skill, marking a significant improvement. After spending some affectionate time with Blood Shadow, Su Changsheng returned it to the beast space. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Su Changsheng woke up early and, following the map on the table, arrived at Myth Class A. As he pushed open the door, 9 pairs of eyes immediately fixed on him. These classmates had arrived even earlier than he did. Luan Xue had also reached the classroom and was watching Su Changsheng standing at the podium. Su Changsheng, from Changnan City, a level talent, Black Iron 9th stage. Su Changsheng introduced himself confidently. This brief introduction caused quite a stir among the audience. Black Iron Ninth stage? How long has it been since he awakened? They initially thought he was just a rich kid who got in through connections, but it turns out he genuinely has the skills. His talent may be a bit lacking, only being a level. If it were level, it would be unbeatable. But then again, even with a level talent, hasn't he improved faster than you? The students whispered among themselves, and the atmosphere was surprisingly friendly. There were no voices of doubt or defiance, and the overall mood was harmonious. After a brief commotion, the classroom returned to calm. As level talent geniuses, they were certainly surprised by a peer at the Black Iron Ninth stage, but not overly shocked. In their view, Su Changsheng's rapid advancement might be related to his talent's characteristics. When it comes to actual combat, he might not necessarily surpass them. Without such confidence, they wouldn't consider themselves geniuses. Lu Anxue nodded and handed Su Changsheng a pitch-black helmet, signaling him to step down from the podium. Holding the helmet, Su Changsheng found an empty seat. He noticed that each classmate's desk also had a similar helmet, presumably equipment to be used in future lessons. In 4 days, we'll have our big competition with Class B. You are the most talented class I've ever taught, so don't let me down, Lu Anxue said after Su Changsheng took his seat. Upon hearing her words, the other 9 students, excluding Su Changsheng, displayed expressions of indignation. Previously, Class A was missing a member, making their overall combat strength inferior to Class B, which took the opportunity to mock them harshly. These young geniuses, all around 18, were proud individuals who couldn't tolerate such humiliation. As a result, all the original members of Class A harbored extreme dislike toward those in Class B. Seeing their expressions, Lu Anxue nodded in satisfaction. Without a sense of rivalry, where would the motivation to improve come from? She then said, "Now, everyone put on your simulation helmets for a practice battle." Upon hearing this, the others picked up the helmets from their desks, put them on, and reclined their chairs. Su Changsheng followed suit, putting on his helmet as well. A tingling sensation, like an electric current, coursed through him from the helmet, causing Su Changsheng to shiver slightly. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a vast grassland. Surrounding him were the same students who had been in the classroom, with Lu Anxue standing in front of them. "This is a place similar to the Beast Master space," Lu Anxue explained to Su Changsheng. "In this place, both the Beast Master and the Beast appear as consciousness entities, but their combat abilities remain unchanged. Any injury sustained here can be erased simply by removing the helmet. In short, it's an arena where you can never get hurt." With a few words, Lu Anxue clarified the helmet's function. Su Changsheng was amazed by the technology. It was astonishing. In this place, Beast Masters and their beasts could engage in life-and-death battles without the threat of actual death. Under such intense combat conditions, everyone's combat skills and advancement speed would significantly improve. This helmet is not to be taken out of the school under any circumstances, or the consequences will be severe, Lu Anxue warned sternly. Su Changsheng nodded. It was clear that this device was extremely valuable, with core technology that was highly prized. It made sense that it couldn't be taken out. "Yuan Jiawei, you spar with him?" Lu Anxue called over a student with a full beard. If not for the fact that all the students in the myth class had just awakened, Su Changsheng would have had a hard time believing this burly man was only 18. "I'm quite strong, so be careful, classmate," Yuan Jiawei said with a hearty laugh, his beard adding to his robust appearance. "I'm also quite strong, so you be careful too," Su Changsheng replied. Even he, the master, wasn't sure how powerful his evolved blood shadow had become. Their conversation caught the attention of the others, who gathered around, curious about Su Changsheng's true strength. "Yuan Jiawei is at least in the top 3 in our class, right?" "Indeed, he has pure level combat talent, and his beast is perfectly compatible with his abilities. I wonder how long the new classmate can last against him." The group discussed with interest. They had been sparring with each other for several days, and were well aware of each other's strengths. Yuan Jiawei was a formidable presence, even in the talent-rich mythical Class A. As people murmured among themselves, Yuan Jiawei summoned his beast. It was a crimson unicorn with a curved horn on its forehead. Under the sunlight, the horn glowed with a blood-red light, as if it contained boundless power. From a distance, Su Changsheng felt a powerful energy rush towards him. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately activated the Eye of the World to gather all the information about Yuan Jiawei and his beast. Yuan Jiawei's talent was bloodthirsty combat, which could enhance his beast's physical attributes by 50%. More terrifying was that when it harmed an enemy, it could absorb the enemy's essence, weakening the opponent while restoring itself. He was at Black Iron rank 7, and his contracted beast, the Dream Unicorn, boasted diamond-grade attributes and had reached Black Iron rank 8. This unicorn wielded formidable skills like Ruthless Trample, Frenzy, and Dream Ray, with the latter reaching epic levels. Su Changsheng's eyes lit up as he thought, an opponent of this caliber is far superior to those in Changnan City. He quickly assessed the situation. Without a second beast, or if Blood Shadow hadn't successfully evolved, the odds might be 50-50. But now, Yuan Jiawei's strength was not enough to challenge him. Su Changsheng waved his hand, and Bifong and Blood Shadow appeared simultaneously. The aura of both beasts was overwhelming, drawing gasps from the crowd. Two beasts. That's intense. And that aura is just too strong. Amidst the exclamations, a shadow darted forward like lightning, reaching Yuan Jiawei's unicorn in the blink of an eye. Blood Shadow's wolf claws struck fiercely at the unicorn's throat, tearing through the air with a terrifying sonic boom. Although the unicorn was startled, it remained composed. Its upper body reared back, and its front hooves slammed down forcefully. Boom! A violent shockwave spread from its hooves, sending rocks and dust flying, trying to halt Blood Shadow's attack. Yet, this only slightly delayed Blood Shadow's advance. The wolf claws continued with unstoppable momentum. The unicorn, seeing this, had a glint of blood in its eyes as energy gathered in its horn. In an instant, a multicolored ray shot from its horn. But at that moment, a green and red flame surged faster than the ray. Bifong had acted. The fire it spewed engulfed the unicorn in an instant. The unicorn's multicolored ray dissipated as its energy source was consumed. A so-called genius among geniuses couldn't withstand even a single move against Su Changsheng. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Jiawei's beast was reduced to ashes by the combined assault of Blood Shadow and Bifong, leaving not even a complete body behind. Even more shocking was that Blood Shadow hadn't used its newly acquired Shadow Devour ability. If it had, Blood Shadow alone might have shredded the unicorn in an instant, as the unicorn would never suspect its own shadow. This outcome left the other geniuses, who had been expecting a spectacle, speechless. They exchanged glances, unable to utter a word. A single question flashed through everyone's mind. Is this really just an A-level talent? After a while, Yuan Jiawei's bitter voice broke the silence. I lost. You are indeed strong, far beyond me. He cupped his hands towards Su Changsheng and left dejectedly, clearly shaken by the defeat. It was unimaginable for Yuan Jiawei to be defeated so thoroughly by someone his own age. Even other strong contenders in the mythical class could exchange dozens of moves with him before narrowly losing. But with Su Changsheng, it was over in just one move. How could someone who prided themselves as a genius accept this? Clap, clap, clap. Applause suddenly came from a distance. Everyone turned to see that it was Luan Xue who was clapping. Luan Xue slowly lowered her hand, her gaze sweeping over the crowd with a hint of deeper meaning in her voice. I often say that there are always people better than us, and higher skies above. Now, you should truly understand this, right? She had deliberately chosen Yuan Jiawei and Su Changsheng to face off for a reason. Yuan Jiawei had always been proud and arrogant, and this defeat was undoubtedly a wake-up call. Luan Xue continued her arrangement. Next, each of you will have a match with Su Changsheng. Upon hearing this, excitement flickered in everyone's eyes. Having the chance to spar with a formidable peer like Su Changsheng was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for them. Throughout the morning, the sound of battles echoed continuously. Notably, even in this class of the most talented students from the Huaxia Federation, no one could withstand more than a single move against Su Changsheng's beast mastery. This scene offered Yuan Jiawei a slight sense of solace since everyone else was easily defeated too. His performance didn't seem so poor after all. Meanwhile, Su Changsheng's prestige within mythology class A was quietly rising. After all, in this world, strength is paramount. Even geniuses can't help but respect the strongest. The afternoon shifted to theoretical courses. The most learned scholars from the entire Federation personally taught Su Changsheng and others, explaining various profound knowledge. From the attributes and combinations of beast mastery to the identification and utilization of resources, everything was covered in detail. These seemingly tedious theoretical lessons were, in fact, the foundation for deeply unlocking the potential of beast mastery, serving as the cornerstone for its evolution over millennia. Without this theoretical support, even the most powerful beasts would struggle to break through the initial barriers. As night fell, Su Changsheng and his classmates were enjoying dinner together. The atmosphere was lively, and someone joked, "Brother Su is just too strong. He came and defeated all of us in one go." After spending a day together, Su Changsheng had already become familiar with these peers of the same age. At 18, sharing similar goals and interests naturally fostered deepening bonds. However, a cold voice suddenly cut through the harmonious atmosphere. "Oh, the replacement for the short-lived one has arrived? I wonder if you're another short-lived one." Su Changsheng frowned and looked over, spotting a pale-faced man with a mocking smile, accompanied by 7 or 8 students wearing disdainful expressions. Yuan Jiawei, with his fiery temper, slammed the table and stood up immediately. "Mu, who do you think you are, daring to come here and provoke Class A?" Mu remained unfazed, maintaining that unsettling smile. "I'm nothing much, just here with Class B to crush you Class A folks. Or are you thinking of backing out?" It turned out that during a previous secret realm exploration, Class A had sacrificed a lot of resources to save a dying comrade, causing them to fall far behind Class B in points. Because of this, Yuan Jiawei and the others had endured plenty of ridicule from He Amu and his group. Yuan Jiawei's eyes widened, bloodshot and glaring, ready to charge forward. Su Changsheng, quick to react, grabbed him. Fighting on the Imperial University campus could result in losing a quarter's worth of resources at best, or expulsion at worst. It would be a great loss if Yuan Jiawei got expelled just because of He Amu's provocation. Oh, I misspoke. The newcomer isn't a short-lived fool, he's just a coward. He Amu sneered, his eyes scanning Su Changsheng with disdain. Su Changsheng remained calm, not even blinking. Save your words for the arena in 4 days. He was used to such provocations. The more agitated he got, the more excited his opponent would become. The best response was to treat it as if it were nothing. Well, we'll see, He Amu said with a sinister glint in his eye. Looking forward to your performance, coward. With that, he and his followers strutted away. Don't worry about that clown, Su Changsheng said to his visibly upset classmates, his tone light. You all know my capabilities. Hearing this, their expressions softened. Su, you have to crush that idiot, one of them said through gritted teeth. We've had enough of his constant taunts. They have no idea about Su's true strength. Exactly, we need to keep it under wraps until the competition starts. I can't wait to see the look on He Amu's face when he's completely defeated. Everyone vented their frustration openly. Before Su Changsheng joined, the two classes were fairly evenly matched. Class A was even slightly weaker due to being one person short. But Su Changsheng's arrival changed everything. In their eyes, Su Changsheng was worth at least 5 students from Class B. With such odds, how could they lose? 4 days flew by, and the day of the big competition finally arrived. During this time, everyone in Su Changsheng's class trained relentlessly. Even Su's Bifong had advanced to Black Iron level 9, nearing another breakthrough. Clearly, He Amu's arrogance had deeply motivated everyone. Luan Xue led the team to the Imperial University arena and explained the rules in detail. The competition consists of 2 parts: individual matches and team matches. The individual matches are unknown to determine the strongest in the mythology class, with rewards for the winner. The team matches are Tanantan and follow the individual matches. The champion of the individual matches can choose any item worth up to 20 million federal coins or receive the same amount in cash. The winning team in the team match will gain the losing class's resources for the next month. Upon hearing this, Su Changsheng's eyes lit up. The 20 million federal coin prize was enough to gather another evolution resource for Bifong. Evolving the Star Fragment talent to Moonlight level required a staggering amount of resources. Without 50 million federal coins, it was nearly impossible. Su Changsheng had been worried about amassing such a fortune, and now the reward filled a significant portion of the gap. By winning first place 5 times in a row, he could evolve both Blood Shadow and Bifong to Moonlight level talents. At that point, his overall combat power would undergo a significant transformation. With this realization, Su Changsheng's resolve hardened. He was determined to claim first place, and nothing would stop him. As Su Changsheng and the others arrived at the center of the arena, they were greeted by a deafening roar from the crowd. The stands were packed with spectators, mostly underclassmen from Imperial Capital University. These students, hailing from the top echelons of various provinces, were naturally proud and eager to see what the myth class students were like, given that they enjoyed resources far superior to their own. Luan Xue, representing Class A, stepped up to draw lots to determine the order of appearances. Su Changsheng was assigned number 1, meaning he would face his opponent in Arena 1. The university's arena complex was vast, comprising 50 arenas of various sizes. For this myth class individual competition, arenas 1 through 10 were being used, allowing 20 people to battle simultaneously and thus saving time. Well, we meet again, a cold voice called out as Su Changsheng leaped onto the arena. He didn't need to look to know it was He Amu, infamous for his sinister tone. Only he would have such a lifeless voice. Su Changsheng, uninterested in exchanging words, immediately summoned his Blood Shadow and Bifong, waiting for the referee's whistle. Seeing this, He Amu dropped his flippant demeanor and summoned his own beast. He enjoyed using taunts to provoke his opponents into losing their composure, thereby increasing his chances of victory. However, Su Changsheng was not someone easily provoked. A 3-meter-long black bull appeared in front of He Amu, with black wings on its back and what seemed like tumors wriggling on them, making it look particularly terrifying. As soon as the beast appeared, Su Changsheng felt a drop in temperature on the stage, indicating it was no ordinary creature. He focused on He Amu and his beast, absorbing their information. Name: He Amu. Talent: Last Stand. Last Stand. When your beast is near death, it removes all negative states and its physical attributes triple. This state lasts a maximum of 30 minutes, after which the beast will forcibly fall into a coma and drop a rank. Rank: Black Iron level 9. Contracted Beast: Ice Blood Divine Bull. Species: Ice Blood Divine Bull. Ice Attribute Aptitude: Medium Diamond. Rank: Bronze level 1. Innate Skills: Hardening Excellent, Blood Rage Excellent, Soul Frost, and Snow Epic. A bronze-ranked beast. Su Changsheng was surprised. He hadn't expected anyone at this stage to possess a beast of such caliber. However, he quickly calmed down. Those who made it into the myth class not only had exceptional talent, but often came from influential backgrounds. With strong support, such achievements were understandable. Below the stage, Luan Xue was conversing with an elderly man. "This time, our Class B is sure to win," the old man said with a smile. He was Song Shutong, the instructor of Class B. "He is the most talented student I've seen in years. His talent is class, just a hair's breadth from S class," Song Shutong added, seeing Lu Anshue's skepticism. He was a close friend of Lu Anshue's grandfather and regarded her like his own granddaughter. Over the years, his students had often been overshadowed by Lu Anshue's, which was a blow to his pride. Now that he finally had a chance to turn things around, how could he not revel in it? "Yes, you're right," Lu Anxue replied dismissively. She had witnessed Su Changsheng's strength firsthand. The bluered flames were formidable even for her, let alone these students. Therefore, she had absolute confidence in Su Changsheng. "You." Song Shutong was taken aback by her nonchalant attitude. Then his eyes lit up as he suggested, "How about we make a bet?" "Oh, what kind of bet?" Lu Anxue raised an eyebrow, finally showing some interest. "A diamond beast core," Song Shutong declared loudly. Hearing this, Lu Anshue's eyes flickered with surprise. A diamond beast core was a resource highly coveted by diamond-level experts. Diamond-tier beasts were nearly at the top of the food chain and almost impossible to kill. Their cores were so rare that they were never sold on the market and could only be bartered. "All right," Lu Anxue agreed. She didn't believe Su Changsheng would lose. As they spoke, the battle on the stage began. Moo! The ice-blood divine bull roared, and a blizzard descended from the sky, carrying a chill that could freeze the soul. The snowstorm covered the entire arena, leaving Su Changsheng and his beast with no room to dodge. It unleashed its ultimate move right at the start of the battle. Seeing the snowflakes about to land on Su Changsheng's head, He-Mu's eyes flashed with coldness. "Let's see how you dodge this." He was pleased. The seemingly harmless snowflakes could cause direct soul damage to a beastmaster, making recovery extremely troublesome. And since this was an area attack, it wasn't considered intentional harm to the beastmaster, so no one would rule it as a violation. However, a flash of red appeared in He-Mu's eyes. What happened next wiped the smile off his face, leaving him in disbelief. With a long cry from Bai Fong, bluered flames shot up, melting all the snow with their immense heat. The flames rose from below, vaporizing the falling snowflakes completely. But Bai Fong wasn't satisfied with just that. The flames gathered into a massive fireball. The bluered fireball floated in midair, resembling a sun fallen to earth, radiating divine power that was hard to look at directly. Wreck! Seeing the fireball about to strike, He-Mu hurriedly tried to concede. He sensed the intense killing intent within the bluered fireball and knew he couldn't withstand the blow. He had a promising life ahead and no reason to fight Su Changsheng to the death. However, Su Changsheng gave him no chance to surrender. The fireball plummeted from the sky, crashing into the arena. The explosive energy even blew people off the stands, and the sturdy arena floor was shattered, with rocks flying everywhere. More terrifyingly, many stones were melted into liquid by the intense heat, slowly flowing across the ground. Witnessing this, everyone gasped in shock. The arena was made of magic-resistant stones, capable of withstanding most energy attacks, even from high-level beastmasters. Yet Su Changsheng, a newly awakened young man, had achieved such destruction. Su Changsheng stood on the stage, waiting calmly for the dust to settle. He knew that this attack alone couldn't kill He-Mu. Otherwise, the Class B instructor would have jumped in to protect his student, rather than letting Su Changsheng stand quietly on the stage. "What the heck is that?" A sudden exclamation came from the stands, the voice filled with shock as if witnessing something unbelievable. Everyone turned their gaze towards the arena where Su Changsheng stood, all taking in a sharp breath. On the melted ground stood a stark, white skeleton, the remains of a divine bull. Writhing flesh on the bones was continually consumed by blue and red flames, each rebirth mercilessly incinerated. The flames clung to the bones like a relentless disease, burning fiercely and never extinguishing. Su Changsheng's gaze shifted downward, spotting a charred figure in the skeleton's shadow. He-Mu lay motionless in the molten stone, his body blackened like charred wood. Only his faint breathing proved he was still alive, a far cry from his previous arrogance. "We surrender. We surrender," came the anxious voice of Song Shutong. He quickly leaped into the arena, waving his hands frantically, fearing Su Changsheng might deliver a final blow. "Please, have your beast extinguish the flames." After ensuring He-Mu was safe, Song Shutong looked at Su Changsheng helplessly. He had tried everything to put out the strange flames, but to no avail. "Of course." Su Changsheng nodded, signaling Bifong to extinguish the fire. The flames vanished instantly, as if they had never existed. He understood that burns sustained during battle could be seen as accidental, but allowing the fire to burn after the fight was deliberate harm. Moreover, Bifong's flames struck directly at the core. Even if He-Mu could recover, his talents would be severely damaged, possibly preventing any future advancement. If not for the blood of the Ice Blood Divine Bull, which had a cooling effect, he and Mu could not have survived the fireball. Su Changsheng leaped down from the arena, feeling elated. This battle had shown him Bifang's true power and the terrifying potential of star-shattering aptitude beasts. Not only were they unbeatable at the same level, but they could also overwhelm higher-level beasts. Facing a beast one rank higher, Bifang's single fireball was enough to defeat it. Even more thrilling was that he hadn't even used Shuiying, whose strength was greater than Bifang's. Previous battles with Yuan Jiawei and others hadn't forced him to exert himself fully, leading him to doubt his own capabilities. Now, he was certain, within the bronze rank, he was unbeatable. Among his peers, he was unrivaled. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted in the arena. All the students looked at Su Changsheng with admiration, this younger schoolmate who had just showcased such terrifying power. In the world of beast taming, strength commands respect, and ability speaks for itself. Well done. Back at the class gathering point, Luan Xue, rarely seen smiling, was in a good mood, having just won a rare resource. Apart from Su Changsheng, the other 9 continued their fierce battle on stage. 10 minutes later, the fight ended, and the next round of the individual competition began. Interestingly, everyone from Class B surrendered immediately when they faced Su Changsheng. The miserable scene of he and Mu was fresh in their minds, and no one wanted to experience the sensation of being engulfed in flames. Su Changsheng smoothly secured first place in the individual competition, earning a hefty $2 million federal dollars with ease. Teacher Liu, we have to withdraw from tomorrow's team competition due to lack of members in Class B, Song Shetong said awkwardly to Luan Xue, as Su Changsheng and the others were about to leave. Earlier, he had confidently placed a bet, but now not only had they completely failed in the individual competition, but they were also too scared to participate in the team event. Song Shetong felt utterly embarrassed. Brother Su, you're a legend. I want to have your babies. Woo woo woo, Brother Su, haha, Brother Su. Before Luan Xue could respond, the students from Class A erupted with joy, cheering loudly. After all, having their resources increase by half every month was something to celebrate. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a dark purple outfit quietly approached Su Changsheng. Noticing him, Luan Xue, who was usually calm and composed, was taken aback and then bowed respectfully, saying, "Principal, you're here." The others who had been laughing immediately stood at attention and greeted him, sneaking glances at the man before them, Shen Wuyan, the legendary figure at the pinnacle of combat power. "No need to be so tense, everyone. Su Changsheng, come with me," Shen Wuyan said with a wave of his hand, exuding an approachable demeanor like that of a friendly neighbor. He gestured for Su Changsheng to follow him to his office. Su Changsheng had no objections and followed. He was curious about what this legendary man wanted with him. The two walked in silence until they entered the office. Shen Wuyan smiled and invited him to sit, saying, "Make yourself comfortable. There's tea, help yourself." Su Changsheng didn't stand on ceremony and took a sip of tea. If someone of Shen Wuyan's caliber wanted to harm him, they wouldn't need to go to such lengths. Su Changsheng might not even be aware of it before he was gone. Seeing Su Changsheng's composure, Shen Wuyan's eyes flashed with admiration, and he said, "Your 2 spirit beasts are quite extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Su Changsheng calmly took another sip of tea, unsurprised. Anyone with eyes could see the uniqueness of his spirit beasts. "Would you be willing to fight for the country and campaign against the Eastern lands?" Shen Wuyan's next words almost made Su Changsheng spit out his tea. What? Fight for the country? Campaign against the Eastern lands? As a black iron-ranked spirit beast master, what qualifications did he have for such a task? Seeing Su Changsheng's reaction, Shen Wuyan smiled slightly and began to explain. The Dongying Nation is located in the East China Sea of the Huaxia Federation. Although referred to as a nation, it is actually just a small cluster of islands, smaller even than the Sichuan province in terms of land area. Over the past few centuries, the Dongying Nation has repeatedly faced beast invasions and sought help from the Huaxia Federation, which it received. However, when the Federation was at its weakest, Dongying took advantage, seizing a large amount of resources. This act was utterly shameless and treacherous. Shen Wuyan's expression was stern, his eyes glinting with cold determination. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful. Recently, the Dongying Nation has produced an S-level talent, which has emboldened them further. They have even issued a beast challenge to us, only allowing newly awakened students to participate. He paused, exuding an intense pressure that made Su Changsheng, seated in front, feel a pang of anxiety. It's time to teach these isolated, arrogant entities a lesson. Shen Wuyan continued. Originally, I planned for he and Mu to compete. But now, it seems you're more suitable. Su Changsheng, are you willing to fight for Huaxia? His gaze was intense, fixed on Su Changsheng. In Shen Wuyan's eyes, this young man was far more than the A-level talent recorded in his file. With Su Changsheng's rapid advancement and combat prowess, he was at least S-level. As for why Su Changsheng concealed his true talent, Shen Wuyin wasn't interested in probing. Everyone has their secrets, and as long as Su Changsheng's heart was with Huaxia and humanity, that was enough. I am willing. Su Changsheng replied firmly. Foreigners were causing trouble at their doorstep. How could he not retaliate? He possessed an SS-level talent and a mythical bloodline pool. If he couldn't surpass a foreigner with an S-level talent, he might as well give up. Good. Shen Wuyin laughed heartily at Su Changsheng's acceptance. 1 billion Federation coins are at your disposal for resources. Use them freely. In the Dongying Nation, you can act with complete freedom. No matter how much they jump around, they are just a small fry. Behind you stands me, Shen Wuyin, Huaxia, and billions of people. Su Changsheng smiled back at Shen Wuyin. At that moment, Shen Wuyin's personal information appeared before his eyes. Su Changsheng's pupils contracted sharply. Starbreaker Stage 3? Principal Shun was actually at the Starbreaker Stage 3, not the legendary Diamond Pinnacle. No wonder he could battle Starbreaker-level beasts and survive. No wonder he was hailed as the world's top combatant. Although Su Changsheng didn't know how Shen Wuyin broke through the Diamond Stage barrier, having such a master on his side was undoubtedly a powerful reassurance. Su Changsheng felt even more confident about his upcoming journey to Dongying. Alright, your beast is about to advance, right? Make the most of your time. In 3 days, Luan Xue will take you to Dongying. As he spoke, Shen Wuyin handed a token to Su Changsheng. The token was a deep green, with Imperial Capital inscribed on the front and a golden shun on the back. This token represents my will. If you encounter trouble, show it. If there's danger, envelop it with your beast power, and I'll arrive as quickly as possible. Su Changsheng carefully put the token away. This token is almost equivalent to the legendary life-saving talisman. In a world where diamonds are the pinnacle, having the protection of a Star Shatter-level powerhouse means one thing: invincibility. Shen Wuyin briefly inquired about Su Changsheng's current situation at school and, upon receiving a reassuring response, allowed him to leave. As one of the top powerhouses of the Huaxia Federation and the president of the Imperial Capital University, Shen Wuyin was busy with numerous affairs and naturally didn't have much time for casual conversation. After leaving the president's office, Su Changsheng headed straight to the headquarters of the Wanbao Pavilion. With 1 billion federal coins in hand, he was fully capable of purchasing the materials needed for Baifeng's evolution and even attempting to acquire resources for Shui Ying's evolution. The transportation in the capital city was extremely convenient, allowing Su Changsheng to reach Wanbao Pavilion quickly. As a VIP customer, he was immediately attended to by a dedicated staff member, with no need to wait in line. If the required items were temporarily out of stock, Wanbao Pavilion would arrange for someone to collect them specially. Mr. Su, what do you need this time? The service staff member, Xiao Ling, asked sweetly. She was deeply impressed by this young and handsome gentleman who spent generously, as he had recently come by to pick up resources. The spiritual leaf of the Billow-Ocean tree and the fangs of a hellhound, Su Changsheng answered succinctly. The Billow-Ocean tree is a platinum-grade spiritual object, said to be nurtured from a single leaf of the mythological-grade Fuyao divine tree. Its spiritual leaf is not an ordinary leaf, but the only leaf that emerges after 1,000 years of growth, shedding, and regrowth, making it extremely valuable. As for the hellhound, it is a high-grade beast species. Even the weakest adult individuals are platinum-grade, with the kings among them capable of reaching diamond-grade. Unlike other beasts, the hellhound's energy is entirely stored in its fangs rather than a beast core. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling's smile grew even sweeter. These 2 spiritual items were worth tens of millions of federal coins, meaning she could earn at least hundreds of thousands in commission. As an ordinary service employee, how could she not be thrilled? Sir, I'm the deputy manager here, and I have the authority to offer the maximum discount for resources of this level. A female voice suddenly interrupted from behind Xiao Ling, cutting into her moment of joy. Su Changsheng looked toward the voice, seeing a tall woman in uniform looking at him with a flattering expression. As he glanced over, she deliberately bent forward, making her white blouse even more noticeable. Xiao Ling angrily looked at the deputy manager. This woman often bullied the regular staff, but due to her position, there was nothing they could do. She was adept at currying favor with those in power, always seeking to gain benefits for herself. Oh, the deputy manager snorted, her threat evident even to Su Changsheng. Xiao Ling lowered her head, quietly sobbing, not daring to argue further. The salary at Wanbao Pavilion was good, and with her mother seriously ill, it wasn't the time for impulsive actions. Besides, even if she argued, she might not win. No, I want her. Su Changsheng's voice made Xiao Ling suddenly look up. He stood against the light, pointing at her with a gentle smile, like a savior. What? But, sir. The assistant manager tried to argue, but Su Changsheng cut her off with a raised hand. Do I need you to teach me how to do my job? He said coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade, making the woman shiver and fall silent. She could only cast a resentful glance at Su Changsheng, unaware that he had already noticed. What are you looking at? Apologize. Su Changsheng shouted, his handsome face turning icy cold, and his aura suddenly intensified. The commotion immediately drew the attention of those around, with many, especially the staff of Wanbao Pavilion, looking at the assistant manager with satisfaction. The assistant manager trembled, nearly losing her balance. But hearing the whispers around her, she couldn't bring herself to apologize. She relied on her position as assistant manager, thinking that even if she didn't make this deal, she wouldn't lose anything. Why should she apologize? With this thought, she looked up at Su Changsheng with disdain. However, the next moment, a large hand pressed her head down again. It wasn't Su Changsheng who acted, but a middle-aged man who was panting heavily. My name is Zhang Shunping. I'm the manager here. I apologize for any offense caused, Zhang Shunping said with a forced smile, then turned to the bewildered assistant manager and yelled, Li Jingmei, apologize to the esteemed guest. He kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his small eyes darting nervously at Su Changsheng, growing more alarmed the longer he looked. This was clearly the genius from the capital, Su Changsheng, mentioned in the message from above. Even more terrifying, this genius had caught the attention of Shun Wuyan, a man with immense influence. Not just Zhang Shunping. Even the real power behind Wanbao Pavilion would have to treat Shun Wuyan with utmost respect and deference. And now, his subordinate had openly clashed with Su Changsheng in front of so many people. Just the thought made Zhang Shunping's legs go weak. Why? Why should I apologize to him? What did I do wrong? Li Jingmei finally snapped out of the pain from the slap, shouting incredulously at Zhang Shunping. Previously, she had relied on her looks, and while Zhang Shunping wasn't entirely subservient to her, he at least took her side. Now, he had slapped her for an outsider. And how could she not be furious? Slap. Zhang Shunping slapped her again, hard on her left cheek, sending her staggering. When Li Jingmei looked up again, blood was trickling from the corner of her mouth. Apologize, Zhang Shunping said, enunciating each word with a hint of panic in his eyes. He was terrified that this reckless woman would continue to provoke Su Changsheng. If Su Changsheng spoke ill of him to Shun Wuyan, the consequences. Zhang Shunping shivered at the thought, glaring fiercely at Li Jingmei. After the slap, Li Jingmei was initially dazed. Then she tidied her disheveled hair, scanned the room, gave Zhang Shunping a long look, and finally fixed her gaze on Su Changsheng. At this point, even if she were naive, she would have realized that Su Changsheng was no ordinary person. Li Jingmei noticed Zhang Shunping's unusual attitude towards her and began to understand. A hint of humiliation flashed in her eyes as she slowly lowered her head, bowing nearly 90 degrees. I'm sorry, sir. My service was inadequate before. Please forgive me, she said, her voice clearly ingratiating. Su Changsheng finally spoke, with a hint of coldness in his tone. I think you misunderstood. I asked you to apologize to Xiaoling, not to me. You took her order, shouldn't you apologize for that? These words left Li Jingmei stunned, as well as the onlookers around them. They exchanged glances in disbelief. Such a spectacle, just to stand up for a regular waitress? Everyone's eyes turned to Xiaoling, who was now tearful and looking at Su Changsheng with gratitude, her hands nervously twisting together. Seeing Li Jingmei still standing motionless, Su Changsheng's expression grew colder. Sensing the urgency, Zhang Shunping quickly spoke up. What are you standing there for? Apologize. This scolding made Li Jingmei tremble. Apologizing to Su Changsheng was acceptable to her. It was simply bowing to someone with power and influence. But now, to apologize to a waitress of much lower status? Instinctively, she looked to Zhang Shunping for help, but only saw anxiety and a hint of threat in his eyes. Yeah. Li Jingmei let out a bitter laugh, slowly turning to Xiaoling. I'm sorry. She bowed deeply, nearly burying her face in her knees. Although others couldn't see her expression, her trembling body revealed the inner torment she was experiencing. Xiaoling hurried forward, waving her hands to help her up. Only then did Su Changsheng nod in satisfaction. Zhang Shunping, seeing Su Changsheng nod, was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Su's next words made him gasp. Manager Zhang, Su Changsheng said with a smile, though his gaze was fixed on Zhang Shunping. How can a manager take orders from the staff? Zhang Shunping's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately responded with a conciliatory smile. This is my failure in management, my failure. I'll immediately relieve Li Jingmei of her position as deputy manager as a warning to others. At the same time, I'll promote Zhou Xiaoling to deputy manager as compensation. This announcement was met with a chorus of astonishment. Everyone looked at Zhou Xiaoling with envy. She had just ascended in one leap. Simply by being Su Changsheng's personal service staff, her base salary had doubled, along with increased commissions. Witnessing this, everyone present instinctively looked at Su Changsheng with eyes full of reverence and flattery. They were all ordinary people, while Su Changsheng was the one who could change their destinies. By the time Su Changsheng returned to his dormitory, it was already evening. He had not only bought resources for Baifeng's evolution, but also pre-ordered Blood Shadow's evolution resources. Additionally, he purchased various resources for the daily use of his beasts, such as flame crystals and shadow crystals. These purchases alone almost exhausted his billion federal credits. If Zhang Shunping hadn't given him a 10% discount due to their earlier unpleasant encounter, Su Changsheng might not have been able to gather enough resources. After all, as the beasts evolve, the resources required for their further evolution become increasingly rare and expensive. The materials needed for Blood Shadow's next evolution were not even in stock at Wanbao Pavilion and had to be acquired through special orders. Su Changsheng was now worried whether he could find the resources needed for Baifeng and Blood Shadow's evolution into lunar talent beasts at Wanbao Pavilion or even within the Huaxia Federation. Given the current state of the world, many treasures have become extinct, making them nearly impossible to find. However, now was not the time to worry about the future. Su Changsheng placed the spirit leaf of the Billow-Ocean tree and the Fong of the Hellhound on the table. Tonight was the night for Baifeng's evolution, the first of the beasts to achieve the lunar talent. Su Changsheng's heart was burning with excitement as Baifeng appeared beside him with a mere thought. The beast gazed at the treasures on the table, rich with wood and fire energy, with a hint of longing in its eyes, even letting out a low, eager growl. Yet, without Su Changsheng's permission, no matter how much it desired, Baifeng would not act on its own. Go ahead, Su Changsheng gently said, patting Baifeng's head. In an instant, Baifeng's wings swept forward, engulfing the two treasures into its mouth. As soon as the spirit leaf and Fong were in Baifeng's mouth, they were incinerated by the intense flames within, transforming into pure energy that permeated its entire body. Its fur rapidly grew longer, and in a flash, Baifeng seemed to become a ball of blue and red fur. However, the heat emanating from this fur ball was intimidating. Su Changsheng stood before the fur ball formed by Baifeng's hair, feeling as if his clothes were about to ignite. Suddenly, a flash of blue and red appeared in his eyes. In an instant, the surging flames enveloped Baifeng and rapidly expanded to surround Su Changsheng as well. Basking in the blue and red flames, Su Changsheng felt the heat, but was in no danger. Instead, countless black impurities were expelled from his body, filling his nostrils with an overwhelming stench. As the impurities were eliminated, Su Changsheng felt a lightness in his body and mind, as though a shackle he was born with had suddenly been unlocked, offering a vast sense of freedom. At the same time, the power of the beast within him surged, doubling in an instant. Suddenly, his body shook, and he broke through to the next level. Bronze rank achieved. As Su Changsheng made his breakthrough, the flames surrounding him gradually receded. He opened his eyes to see that Baifeng's evolution process had also concluded. Baifeng's fur was no longer blue and red but a pure jade green, seemingly brimming with endless vitality. Only its eyes remained one blue and one red, unchanged. Ignoring the foul-smelling black impurities on his body, Su Changsheng quickly checked the information on Baifeng's evolution. Upon seeing all the information about Baifeng, Su Changsheng's pupils contracted slightly, and his breath involuntarily halted for a moment. This talent was astonishingly powerful. It's important to note that Baifeng was already unmatched in offense. Although its defense was somewhat lacking, it could exhibit impressive defensive capabilities against wood and fire attribute enemies. This evolution, however, marked a qualitative leap in its defensive abilities. Firstly, the enhancement from the Sky Master allowed Baifeng to almost completely immune itself to ground attacks. What does this mean? If the opponent lacks a flying beast, they become nothing more than a sitting duck in front of Baifeng, without even a chance to retaliate. Even more astounding was the transformation of the woodfire source. Not only does it grant Baifeng immunity to wood attribute damage, but it can also convert the enemy's wood attribute attacks into healing power. Imagine the despair of a wood attribute beastmaster facing Baifeng. The newly acquired ancestral wood domain was truly extraordinary. Domain-type skills are typically exclusive to high-tier beasts, with some suppressing opponents and others boosting allies. Baifeng, at the bronze level, possessed this ability and perfectly merged the two effects. By deploying the ancestral wood domain in battle, it could both strengthen allies and weaken enemies, a dual effect that was far more than a simple combination. As a legendary skill, the ancestral wood domain's effects undoubtedly surpassed those of ordinary domain skills. Su Changsheng even suspected that even though Baifeng had just stepped into the bronze level, it might not have any trouble against silver-level beasts. If it encountered wood and fire attribute beasts, even those at the gold or platinum level might struggle to defeat Baifeng. This is the terrifying aspect of the How You talent beast. While Su Changsheng was contemplating, a cyan halo suddenly radiated from Baifeng, enveloping the entire dormitory. It had directly unleashed the ancestral wood domain. As Su Changsheng wondered, a green vine quietly grew from beneath his feet, gently brushing against his body. A cool sensation instantly spread throughout his body, causing the nauseating black impurities to dissipate, replaced by a gentle glow on his skin. It turned out that Baifeng was helping its master cleanse the impurities within his body. Not only that, Su Changsheng could clearly feel a qualitative leap in his strength and speed. As he carefully sensed it, his pupils contracted sharply. His physical fitness had improved by an entire fold. This enhancement was simply astonishing. If Shuiying could also receive such an augmentation, It could physically contend with silver-level beasts without using any skills. This kind of enhancement was truly terrifying. 3 days later, Su Changsheng arrived at the imperial capital's teleportation array as promised. Luan Xue had been waiting for some time, her white dress catching the sunlight in a soft glow, revealing just a hint of her pale calf, sparking the imagination. However, Su Changsheng was not in the mood to appreciate this rare sight. His mind was entirely focused on the evolutionary resources for Shuiying. If he could gather all the resources and allow Shuiying to evolve into a moonlight talent beast, his trip to the east would be more assured. What disappointed him more was that after breaking through the bronze rank, he hadn't acquired a new contract qualification. Su Changsheng speculated that this was due to insufficient soul strength, estimating that he would need to reach the silver rank 3 to 5 to regain qualification. Even so, such talent was already extraordinary. You're here, let's go. Luan Xue's eyes brightened upon seeing Su Changsheng. As a companion, she would be accompanying him to the east. Officially, they were to look after each other, but in reality, she was Su Changsheng's bodyguard, in case of any danger from the east. Su Changsheng nodded and quickly followed Luan Xue. They chose not to travel by ship this time. A round trip from the imperial capital to the east would take at least half a month by ship, whereas the teleportation array could get them there in an instant. Although expensive, all costs for the journey were covered by the authorities, so Su Changsheng felt no financial burden. This was his first time using a teleportation array. These arrays were created a century ago by a powerful figure who used their space-controlling beast to forcibly inscribe them. This individual left over 100 space teleportation arrays worldwide, and even after 100 years, they still functioned, a testament to their formidable power. Su Changsheng's hometown, Changnan City, being a small city, naturally didn't have a teleportation array. While pondering, Luan Xue had already paid. Close your eyes, it will be over soon, she gently reminded as they stood in the array. Including Su Changsheng and Luan Xue, there were 5 people in total, all eager to head to the east. The other 4 had already closed their eyes, so Su Changsheng followed suit. Suddenly, a white light flashed. Even with eyes tightly shut, the light pierced Su Changsheng's eyelids like a sharp needle. He felt a dizzying sensation, as if being pulled up and spun wildly. The white light in his eyes gradually transformed into dazzling multicolored rays, which alone were enough to induce nausea. Finally, all discomfort vanished. Su Changsheng slowly opened his eyes to find the surroundings completely different. On the wall in front of him were the large characters, Falling Sakura, indicating he had arrived in Tokyo's capital, Luoying City. The sound of retching echoed around him. Su Changsheng looked up to see the 3 others who had traveled with them bending over and vomiting, clearly suffering. He glanced at Luan Xue, who only appeared slightly pale. Luan Xue was puzzled, observing Su Changsheng right after landing, surprised to find him completely unfazed, even more so than her, a diamond rank expert. She recalled her first time using a teleportation array when she was already at the platinum rank. Even so, her stomach churned violently, and she almost vomited. Yet Su Changsheng, only at the bronze rank, seemed completely unaffected, which made Luan Xue feel a bit defeated. Welcome, welcome. A white-haired elder approached quickly, speaking Mandarin with a slight accent. I am Yamamoto Ichiro, the vice president of Ingluo University. Suddenly, a group of people in black entered the hall where the teleportation array was located, lining up neatly as if to welcome distinguished guests. Over centuries, the Huaxiao Federation had sent troops to aid Japan many times, leading to a blending of cultures. Japanese had gradually been replaced by Mandarin, which became the official language in Japan, though with a distinct accent. This arrangement was clearly to welcome Su Changsheng and Luan Xue. The 2 exchanged glances and stepped forward to greet them. After all, it's unwise to be hostile to someone showing a friendly face. Following the elder was a young man in a white robe. He had decent features, but his pale complexion and dark circles under his eyes suggested a life of excess. Hello, I am Watanabe Yuban, an S-ranked beast master from Japan. As the 2 looked over, the young man gave a slight bow, showing politeness. When he mentioned his status, he lifted his head and looked directly at Su Changsheng with a hint of disdain, quickly concealed. This did not escape Su Changsheng's notice. He chuckled inwardly. An S-ranked bronze-tier beast master, and so arrogant? If Bai Fong hadn't advanced, perhaps this man might have had a chance to defeat him. But with Bai Fong's advancement, Watanabe Yuban would be thoroughly outmatched. If Su Changsheng wished, Watanabe Yuban wouldn't even be able to touch his shadow. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Changsheng and Luan Xue were led by Yamamoto Ichiro to a grand mansion. We've arranged a banquet for our esteemed guests. Please enjoy it to the fullest. The sparring will take place tomorrow morning at 10. Yamamoto Ichiro explained along the way. Su Changsheng and Luan Xue remained nonchalant, curious to see what tricks they might play. Despite the apparent warmth of the Japanese hosts, history had shown too many instances of deceit and betrayal. The Japanese were known for their politeness, yet would stab their allies with a smile. Even though Su Changsheng was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the scene before him. Upon entering the mansion, they were greeted by a meticulously crafted red brick house. The doors were wide open, guarded by two attractive women, completely unclothed, their bodies exposed to all. Far from being ashamed, they gazed seductively at Su Changsheng, with a hint of moisture in their eyes. More astonishing was the sight of a large round table inside, not laden with food, but with young women. These women wore no clothing, only adorned with delicious-looking dishes. The table was hollow underneath, filled with ice to keep the food fresh. The women, chilled to the bone, dared not move an inch. Esteemed guests, this is the red pavilion we've prepared especially for you. Everything inside is yours to enjoy, Yamamoto Ichiro said with a smile. He then turned to Luan Xue and added, for you, dear guest, we've also prepared the blue pavilion, should you be interested. Enough. Luan Xue's voice cut through the air, interrupting Yamamoto Ichiro before he could finish. Her slim fingers were clenched into a fist, knuckles white, eyes blazing with anger. This was no hospitality, it was blatant insult. Hosting foreign guests with such a disgraceful human banquet was a humiliation to the Huaxia Federation. If Su Changsheng accepted, it would spread and ruin his reputation, branding him as shameless and dragging the Huaxia Federation's name through the mud. Refusing would mean offending the hosts, playing right into Yamamoto Ichiro's hands. Moreover, given the character of Su Changsheng and Luan Xue, they would never accept such a filthy invitation. What? Are the guests dissatisfied? We have not only men from the east, but also from Huaxia. A cold smile flitted across Yamamoto Ichiro's face as his gaze lingered on Luan Xue's exposed, fair-skinned legs and full chest, all previous warmth gone. He intended to discuss Su Changsheng and his companion. The strength of Japan was far inferior to the Huaxia Federation. Even with an S-grade genius, they could only resort to such underhanded insults, never daring to confront openly. Yet, it seemed the effect was already achieved. Yamamoto Ichiro's smile widened as he savored Luan Xue's discomfort. Hey, old man, can't you understand human speech? A cold male voice froze Yamamoto Ichiro's smile. He looked at Su Changsheng in disbelief, not expecting the Huaxia genius to be so brazen. Su Changsheng's expression was icy as he continued. A tiny barbaric land, ignorant of manners, shamelessly using such means to entertain guests. His words were dripping with sarcasm, striking Yamamoto Ichiro right where it hurt. What did you say? Yamamoto Ichiro's face flushed red, his aura flaring as if ready to lash out. What do you intend to do? A graceful figure stepped swiftly forward, blocking Su Changsheng. Luan Xue's face was frosty, her aura matching Yamamoto Ichiro's. Both were diamond-level powerhouses, neither able to overpower the other. Unexpectedly, Su Changsheng stepped past Luan Xue and approached Yamamoto Ichiro, saying, What? Am I wrong? His tone was chilling, showing no fear of Yamamoto Ichiro's threatening aura. The commotion quickly attracted a group of guards. Numerous men in black rushed over, positioning themselves behind Yamamoto Ichiro. Their muscles were tense, their inner beast power highly active, ready to summon their beasts to attack Su Changsheng and Luan Xue at any command from Yamamoto. Mr. Yamamoto, are you declaring war on Huaxia on behalf of Japan? Su Changsheng stared directly at Yamamoto Ichiro, his gaze carrying an inscrutable meaning. Hearing this, Yamamoto trembled. He dared not bear such a grave accusation. If war broke out, Japan would surely lose. Moreover, since Japan was the provocateur, other nations would not come to its aid. His expression changed repeatedly before he finally laughed heartily, saying, What are you all doing? I was just joking with young friend Su. Return, return. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the men in black. Then, with a broad smile, Yamamoto Ichiro said, I apologize for my oversight. My apologies. There is another banquet elsewhere in the residence. Please, esteemed guests, follow me. His face was bright with smiles, as if the earlier unpleasantness had been a mere illusion. Seeing this, Su Changsheng could only internally marvel at the thickness of a Japanese person's skin. No need. I'm not feeling well and would like to rest. Su Changsheng casually brushed off a few words. After what had just happened, he had already lost his appetite. All right, I'll arrange rooms for you both right away, Yamamoto Ichiro said with a smile, quickly leading them to a luxury hotel. This time, he was quite proper, arranging spacious suites for each of them. The rooms were fully equipped, and the table was laden with traditional Japanese snacks. After watching Su Changsheng and Luan Xue enter their respective rooms, Yamamoto Ichiro turned to leave. However, the moment he turned, his smile vanished, replaced by a look of deep malice. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to tear everything in front of him apart. A dignified diamond-level powerhouse being openly rebuffed by a mere bronze-level junior was a humiliation he couldn't swallow. Su Changsheng sat cross-legged on the soft tatami, tasting the food on the table. Japanese cuisine, primarily seafood, was processed in a way that allowed it to be eaten raw. This unique taste intrigued him. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door. Su Changsheng frowned, and opened the door only after seeing Luan Xue through the peephole. Luan Xue had changed into a loose black robe, covering herself entirely. Clearly, Yamamoto Ikuru's earlier bold stare had made her very uncomfortable. Do you need something, teacher? Su Changsheng invited her into the room. Just a reminder to be extra careful, Luan Xue said gravely. Judging from Yamamoto Ikuru's behavior today, these Japanese people are not to be trusted. In tomorrow's sparring, they might try to kill you. Su Changsheng nodded, a confident glint in his eyes. As long as those old monsters didn't personally intervene, Watanabe Yuban wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. If the opponent dared to harbor murderous intent, he would let Watanabe Yuban experience the wrath of Bifong's heavenly fire. You did well today, Luan Xue continued, her eyes showing admiration. To stand firm against the pressure of a diamond-level powerhouse, while at the bronze level, was truly commendable. Had Yamamoto Ikuru lost his temper, his mere presence could have killed Su Changsheng. Yet, despite the overwhelming disparity, Su Changsheng stood his ground, undaunted. Meanwhile, in Yamamoto Ikuru's room, the violent power of his beast raged, destroying all the furnishings. His subordinates stood silently, fearing to provoke their enraged principal. Why get so worked up, principal? A playful voice came from outside the door as Watanabe Yuban sauntered in. I have a way to make Su Changsheng wish he were dead. Hearing this, Yamamoto Ikuru calmed his anger, though his chest still heaved. He waved away the others, leaving only him and Watanabe Yuban in the vast room. What? Poisoning? Hearing Watanabe Yuban's suggestion, even the cunning Yamamoto Ichiro couldn't help but growl. Do you know the consequences of such an action? If discovered, it could lead to war between our countries, and we would both be seen as criminals. Watanabe Yuban maintained a playful smile on his lips. But what if we don't get caught? We don't need to use a lethal poison, just something to weaken Su Changsheng. Then, if there's an accident during the sparring, isn't that normal? Yamamoto Ichiro's expression darkened, as if he was about to refuse. However, he recalled Su Changsheng's aggressive demeanor towards him earlier that day, and his anger flared again. Fine, let's do it thoroughly. Su Changsheng must die. We can't leave any evidence. The next morning, Su Changsheng headed to the arena, guided by a designated escort. Luan Xue, as his bodyguard, naturally accompanied him. Unlike the arenas used in the Huaxia Federation, the one in Japan was a completely enclosed, semicircular platform. Above it was a translucent blue dome, about 5 meters high, emitting a faint glow, said to minimize the aftermath of battles so as not to affect other facilities. Meanwhile, the Japanese arena was more private, with almost no seating for spectators. Only at the front of the arena was there a row of seats, occupied by Japan's top leaders. A single word from them could decide the fate of countless Japanese people. Yamamoto Ichiro led Su Changsheng around, introducing him to these individuals. Su Changsheng responded indifferently, as he deemed these people irrelevant to him. After all, Japan's influence couldn't reach into Huaxia. Once the introductions were over, Su Changsheng stepped onto the arena and summoned Shuang and Bifong, waiting for his opponent. About 5 minutes later, Watanabe Yuban arrived leisurely. He wore an apologetic smile as he leaped onto the platform. Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Su, Watanabe Yuban said with a cupped fist, smiling, though there was a hidden malice in his eyes. Su Changsheng casually returned the gesture, using the time to take in his opponent's information. Name, Watanabe Yuban. Talent, Soul Devour. Soul Devour. When your beast kills an enemy, it can devour the enemy's soul, absorb memories, gain combat experience, and strengthen its own soul. At the same time, the master's soul strength will also increase as the beast grows stronger. Rank, Bronze Tier 2. Contracted Beasts. 3-headed demon snake, 6-tailed spirit fox. An impressive S-grade talent. It not only allows for growth, but also rapidly increases combat experience by absorbing enemy souls. More frighteningly, it can enhance the master's soul. For a beast master, the most important attribute isn't physical strength, but soul strength. The higher the soul strength, the more beasts one can contract. A beast master's power largely depends on their beasts. Moreover, Watanabe Yuban has the full support of the Japanese nation. Imagine if top Japanese experts captured platinum-level beasts to feed to Watanabe Yuban. How much would his soul strength increase? Of course, the more likely scenario is that Watanabe Yuban wouldn't be able to handle such a vast amount of soul energy and could become overwhelmed. Even the strongest talent can't achieve results overnight. Baka! Watanabe Yuban shouted in anger, seeing Su Changsheng's dismissive attitude. He tore off his disguise and sneered, prepare to die. With a wave of his hand, Watanabe Yuban summoned a 3-headed demon snake and a 6-tailed spirit fox before him. The 3 snake heads hissed in unison, launching a chilling assault on Su Changsheng. The snake demon was covered in vibrant scales, with its head glistening in eerie colors. It seethed with transparent mucus, enough to churn anyone's stomach. In contrast, the 6-tailed spirit fox was a pure white creature, exuding an irresistible charm with every movement, like the most perfect goddess. Su Changsheng glanced at it and felt his consciousness blur, almost losing his balance. In this daze, the snake demon slithered right up to him. Its 3 heads split into 3 smaller snakes, each attacking Su Changsheng and his 2 beasts. Their sharp fangs glowed with a deadly green hue, clearly venomous. Die? You can't react under the soft god powder. Watanabe Yoban's face twisted with glee. He and Yamamoto Ichiro had smeared the arena with this colorless and odorless poison the night before. Though not lethal, it rendered its victims weak, taking half a day to recover after leaving the toxic area. But that was enough. Yes, right there, bite the neck. Look at the turquoise veins, bursting with the liquid of life. How marvelous. Watanabe Yuben was exhilarated, almost ecstatic. Suddenly, a dark wolf claw struck the snake demon attacking Su Changsheng. Under the massive claw, the snake had no escape and was smashed into the ground by Blood Shadow. It tried to struggle, but with a swipe of the claw, a ghastly green liquid burst from its body, pinning it dead on the ground. The other 2 snake demons charged at Blood Shadow. A piercing screech echoed, and intense heat surged from behind the snake demons. A massive fireball, prepared by Bifong, launched at them, reducing them to ashes in the blue and red flames before they could even scream. What? How can this be? Watanabe Yoban's face twisted in disbelief. The spirit fox's charm and the snake demon's ambush were his foolproof tactics. How did Su Changsheng recover so quickly? Why didn't the soft god powder work? Countless questions plagued him. Unnoticed by Watanabe Yuban, a green vine had been quietly growing beneath him, reaching his chest. The same vines appeared on Su Changsheng and Blood Shadow Bifong, emitting a gentle green light that dispelled all negative effects. Against the power of the ancestral wood domain, charms and the soft god powder were insignificant. Poisoning, truly despicable. Su Changsheng walked out of the flames unhurriedly, the scorching tongues of fire dancing around him, yet failing to ignite even the hem of his garment. As the master of Bifong, these flames were nothing more than a warm breeze to him. You think I didn't know? Su Changsheng said softly, his gaze sharp as a blade, slowly approaching Watanabe Yuban. I just don't care. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and waved his hand. A blood shadow shot out like black lightning, heading straight for Su Changsheng. Ah! Seeing the giant wolf attack, Watanabe Yuban instinctively threw the fox on his shoulder to buy time. You can't kill me. I represent Japan. Crimson blood splattered across Watanabe Yoban's face. It was the blood of his summoned beast. Known for its mental allure, the beast was torn apart in an instant by the blood shadow, which halted half a meter from Watanabe Yuban, seemingly intimidated by his words. A flicker of joy appeared in Watanabe Yoban's eyes. He knew Su Changsheng wouldn't dare kill him, Japan's #1 prodigy, on Japanese soil. Seeing this, the Japanese dignitaries who had prepared to intervene sat back down. That gave me a scare. China truly is a nation of etiquette. The young man still knows his limits, they said with a laugh, masking their earlier embarrassment. You haven't lost anything, whereas I've lost 2 summoned beasts, right? Watanabe Yuban slowly retreated, trying to reason. He could sense that Su Changsheng truly intended to kill him earlier. Oh, Su Changsheng neither confirmed nor denied, a cold glint in his eyes. I just think dying like that would be too easy for you. Hearing this, Watanabe Yoban's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated, trying to distance himself from the blood shadow. However, he failed to notice that the shadow behind him didn't move with him. Instead, it twisted eerily. Suddenly, the shadow leapt from the ground, grabbing Watanabe Yoban's neck. A powerful force emanated from the shadow's hand, lifting Watanabe Yuban off the ground. He let out a pained whimper. Ha hiss hiss. His eyes were filled with disbelief as his feet kicked frantically in the air, unable to break free. Poof! A spray of blood erupted from his neck as his own shadow mercilessly crushed it. The scene fell silent. It all happened in a blink of an eye, and before anyone could react, they saw Watanabe Yoban's headless body lying on the ground, blood gushing out. Even Luan Xue was shocked. She hadn't expected Su Changsheng to act so dominantly, to kill Japan's treasured prodigy so publicly. What is Japan to threaten me? Su Changsheng stood quietly in place, speaking softly. Although his voice wasn't loud, everyone present was a top-tier expert. Even the weakest among them had platinum-level strength. Su Changsheng's words exploded like thunder in the ears of the Japanese. How dare you? Yamamoto Ichiro was the first to react, leaping towards Su Changsheng. Numerous summoned beasts appeared around him, attacking Su Changsheng alongside their master. He was the first to strike, naturally intending to silence him. If the poisoning incident by the Easterners is exposed, then the party in the right would be Su Changsheng and China. After all, poisoning an opponent during a friendly match is disgraceful to the world. It's normal for young people to get injured or even die during martial arts contests. A graceful figure flashed like lightning in front of Su Changsheng, shielding him behind. Luan Xue's eyes were sharp, and spiritual energy surged around her, forming an invisible barrier that firmly protected Su Changsheng in the corner. This is intentional murder. Another Japanese figure stepped onto the arena, pointing at Su Changsheng and shouting angrily. Watanabe Yuban had clearly lost the ability to resist, yet Su Changsheng still went for the kill. I suspect this person is an undercover agent from the Beast sect, sent here specifically to sabotage our country's talents. This accusation of being a Beast sect undercover agent caused even Lu Anshua's expression to change slightly. Just as she was about to speak, a calm male voice suddenly came from above. Oh? Who gave you the courage to accuse my student of being a Beast sect undercover agent? Before the voice had even finished, a fierce wind arose in the arena, and the previously clear sky turned dark, with the sound of thunder rumbling faintly. Then, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky, and all anomalies instantly disappeared. Principal Shen Wuyan. The crowd exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the newcomer. How could this top expert of China, the strongest of the current era, suddenly appear in Japan? Only Su Changsheng remained calm. As soon as he stepped onto the arena, Bai had issued a warning from the beast control space. With Bai Feng's alert, he quickly realized he had been poisoned. At that moment, he decided to kill and secretly summoned Shen Wuyan through a token, aiming to retreat safely. Otherwise, no matter how angry he was, he would not have rashly killed Watanabe Yuban. Principal Shen's unexpected visit to Japan today. May I ask what brings you here? An elder approached Shen Wuyan slowly, his voice steady. The crowd made way for him, showing respect. Lu Anshua quietly explained to Su Changsheng. This is Suzuki Koyama, the top expert in Japan today. Someone poisoned my student. Shouldn't I come? Shen Wuyan replied calmly. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire scene. What? Poisoning? How is that possible? Suzuki Koyama's face darkened as he glanced at Yamamoto Ichiro. He had been suspicious when Yamamoto acted hastily earlier. Yamamoto Ichiro's slightly panicked expression further alarmed him, making him half believe Shen Wuyan's words. But even if there was poisoning, he absolutely couldn't admit it. Ridiculous! Suzuki Koyama shouted angrily. How could we Japanese conduct ourselves in such a manner? Haha! Shen Wuyan chuckled coldly, clearly well aware of the shameless nature of the Japanese. There's no point in arguing. Let's settle this with a martial arts trial, Shen Wuyan said coolly. Suzuki Koyama relaxed his expression and nodded in agreement. A martial arts trial is a way for nations to resolve disputes, with the victor having absolute authority over the matter. Shen Wuyan came alone this time, knowing Su Changsheng had been poisoned, but lacking concrete evidence, and without any poison detection equipment. By the time professionals arrived, the Japanese would likely have erased all traces. Therefore, he chose the simplest and most direct method. Yamamoto Ichiro was also confident in himself. In his view, both were top-tier diamond level, making it difficult to determine a winner through combat, and the matter would end inconclusively. The arena was quickly rebuilt. The ultimate showdown between China's and Japan's top fighters was about to begin. The last time they faced each other was a decade ago. On the stage, Suzuki Koinai and Shen Wuyan stood facing each other from a distance. Time had etched deep lines on Suzuki's face, but the burning obsession in his eyes had only grown more intense. He stared intently at the man who had once handed him a bitter defeat, memories flooding back like a tide. Back then, tensions were high between Japan and China, and the two nations had decided to settle their differences through a martial arts contest. Shen Wuyan, barely in his 30s, represented China as its strongest fighter, while Suzuki Koinai represented Japan. Despite being Japan's top beastmaster, Suzuki lost to this then unknown young man, a result that shocked all of Japan. The shame drove Suzuki to relentlessly hone his skills in beast mastery. Over the past 10 years, he pushed himself to the limit, finally reaching the brink of a breakthrough. This time, I won't lose again. Suzuki stepped forward, his formidable presence at the peak of the diamond rank overwhelming everyone present. Yet, Shen Wuyan remained unfazed, a faint smirk on his lips. A frog in a well, such laughable confidence, Shen Wuyan remarked, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. These words pierced Suzuki's pride like a sharp blade. For 10 years, he had regarded Shen Wuyan as his lifelong rival, yet the latter never seemed to take him seriously. In a fit of rage, Suzuki waved his withered hand, summoning 6 different beasts in an instant. Though each beast had a unique appearance, they all exuded an overwhelming and terrifying aura. Even with just a glance, Su Changsheng felt a chill run through him. He realized that any one of these beasts could easily crush him. Is this the power of a top-tier fighter? Su Changsheng clenched his fists, his desire for power growing stronger. Despite the onslaught of the 6 beasts, Shen Wuyan remained completely still. He spoke calmly. Don't you understand yet? We are already worlds apart. As he finished speaking, a thunderous dragon roar erupted from the center of the stage. A 5-clawed golden dragon appeared out of thin air, embodying the features of a rabbit's eyes, a deer's antlers, a cow's mouth, a camel's head, a clam's belly, a tiger's paws, an eagle's claws, fish scales, and a snake's body. Its 4 sharp claws shimmered coldly, and its eyes, like red candles, surveyed the scene with majestic authority. The sheer force of the dragon's roar caused those with weaker strength to bleed from their 7 orifices and faint on the spot. Even Suzuki's 6 beasts were momentarily halted. Just one beast. Suzuki laughed in anger. Attack, tear it apart. Yet, as his beasts were about to launch their attack, the dragon's candle-like eyes glanced over lightly. With just that gaze, Suzuki felt his blood freeze. His head involuntarily bowed, like a devout believer in submission, unable to rise again. How could this be? Suzuki Koyama screamed internally, unable to control his own body. An invisible force was pressing down on his head, preventing him from looking up. He tried to resist, but each time the thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain, like needles, shot through his entire body, as if warning him, resistance means death. Faced with the choice between dignity and life, Suzuki Koyama ultimately chose the latter. As his head finally bowed completely, a cold snort exploded in his ear. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck him, sending him flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground below. The crowd gasped in shock. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. To them, the duel between Shun Wuyan and Suzuki Koyama was supposed to be an epic battle, with the outcome uncertain. Yet, in reality, Shun Wuyan hadn't even truly made a move. Just a mere glance had left Suzuki Koyama defeated in disgrace. At that moment, the humiliation was palpable among the spectators from the east, as if their dignity had shattered along with Suzuki Koyama's bowed head. Let today serve as a warning. Should you offend my nation again, no matter how far, you shall be punished, Shun Wuyan declared from the stage, his voice soft yet clearly reaching everyone's ears. Come on, let's go home. He turned to Su Changsheng and Luan Xue, his tone gentle. Principal Shun was always especially kind to his own people. A 5-clawed golden dragon rose gracefully from the stage and landed in front of Su Changsheng, lowering its head to invite him to ride. Su Changsheng carefully stepped onto the dragon's back, feeling both nervous and excited as it was his first time riding a dragon. The dragon's scales closed around his feet, securing them firmly. A warm current emanated from the scales, slowly healing the hidden injuries within his body. It was clear that Shun Wuyan had arranged this specifically, concerned about any residual effects from the poison. Once Su Changsheng and Luan Xue were securely in place, Shun Wuyan mounted the dragon as well. Before leaving, he left one final command. Compensate Su Changsheng with $2 billion federal dollars, to be delivered today. His tone left no room for objection. The people from the east exchanged glances, yet none dared to refute him. Su Changsheng stood proudly on the dragon's back, his gaze sharp as lightning, capturing the reactions of everyone around him. His heart surged with excitement. This was the absolute authority that came with power. Shun Wuyan's strength was unmatched, and no one dared question his decisions. Su Changsheng was confident that one day, he would surpass Shun Wuyan in strength. That day wouldn't be too far away. You did well this time. Shun Wuyan's voice was gentle yet clear, piercing through the roaring wind to reach Su Changsheng's ears. He looked at Su Changsheng and continued, and shrank beast tamer from the east, if allowed to grow, would become a major threat to China. It's good that you eliminated him. This was a task only you could handle. As the foremost combat force of China, Shun Wuyan's every move represented the official stance. While the duel with Suzuki Koyanagi was justified, an assassination of Watanabe Yuhan by Shun himself would have sparked international conflict. Su Changsheng, however, could act without such concerns. A duel among young talents could naturally lead to life-or-death outcomes. Moreover, since the East had resorted to poisoning first, Su Changsheng held the moral high ground and bore no responsibility. 2 billion federal credits is compensation from the East, and the country will also reward you accordingly. Come to my office to receive it, Shun Wuyan said, then turned to Luan Xue. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Lu. Your reward will be delivered by someone. Su Changsheng raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn there was an additional reward from China. Knowing the official tendency to be generous, he felt a surge of anticipation. The speed of the 5-clawed golden dragon was astonishing, reaching China from the east in just an hour. Luan Xue took her leave with a bow, while Shun Wuyan led Su Changsheng to the principal's office. The room was filled with the fragrance of tea as Shun Wuyan poured a cup for Su Changsheng. They sat across from each other in silence. Shun Wuyan gazed at the young man before him, seeing a reflection of his younger self, equally confident, arrogant, and indifferent to all. He lowered his gaze momentarily, then looked back at Su Changsheng with a sigh, as if making a significant decision. You have the 2 billion federal credits from the East as compensation, so resources shouldn't be an issue for you. I can sense that your soul is stronger than most, and you should be close to contracting a beast, right? As Shun Wuyan spoke, his space ring glowed faintly, and a beast egg the size of a human head appeared on the table. Its shell bore faint images of day and night, the changing seasons, and fierce storms, signaling its extraordinary nature even to an ordinary person. Su Changsheng immediately activated the World Eye, absorbing all the information about the beast egg. Species: Night Dragon Dark Attribute. Qualification: Star Fragment low level. Rank: Black Iron rank 1. Innate skills: Nightfall epic. Time slow epic. True form of the Night Dragon epic. Unique evolution path. Evolution path: Dual light and dark path. First evolution: Sun Dragon Bright Moon level. Second evolution: Sun and Night Dragon King Sun level. Third evolution: Candle Dragon Mythical level. Hatching condition: Immerse the beast egg in the host's fresh blood. Caution: This beast contains Candle Dragon bloodline and is extremely proud by nature. If not acknowledged, there is a high chance of hatching failure. Su Changsheng's pupils narrowed. This was his first time seeing a beast with a star fragment qualification at the initial stage. It's known that the higher the initial qualification, the greater the potential for improvement after being baptized in the mythical bloodline pool. They can absorb the mythical bloodline from the pool to the maximum extent. Even more astonishing, this beast already possesses 3 epic-level skills at its initial stage. If it undergoes bloodline baptism, it might awaken legendary skills. Su Changsheng knew well the power of such skills, whether it's the dominance of Baifeng's heavenly fire or the mystery of Blood Shadow's shadow devour. They are truly awe-inspiring. Seeing Su Changsheng's surprised expression, Shen Wuyan smiled slightly. Seems like you're satisfied? Of course. Su Changsheng nodded repeatedly. Missing this opportunity, who knows when he might encounter a beast egg of this caliber again. Make the most of it. It's very precious. Shen Wuyan handed the beast egg to Su Changsheng, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Even he had rarely seen such a level of beast egg. It was produced by his beast, the 5-claw golden dragon, mating with another beast. Initially, he intended to nurture it himself, but now it was evidently more suitable for Su Changsheng. Thank you, Principal. Su Changsheng bowed solemnly. The value of this beast egg far exceeded the reward he was supposed to receive. If auctioned on the market, it would fetch an astronomical price. He understood that this was a reward from Principal Shen's personal resources, and he felt immensely grateful. Grow well, and don't let down my intentions. Shen Wuyan waved his hand. They continued to discuss for a while, with Su Changsheng seeking advice on his doubts about beast nurturing. When it came to beasts, no one in the Huaxia Federation could surpass Shen Wuyan. After leaving the principal's office, Su Changsheng headed straight to Wanbao Pavilion to purchase the materials needed for Blood Shadow's evolution. He was again greeted by Zhou Shaoling. Although she was now the deputy manager, she remained as gentle as ever, her gaze filled with affection when looking at Su Changsheng. To her, Su Changsheng was the light in her dull life, a divine figure who had saved her from distress. Eager to evolve Blood Shadow, Su Changsheng had no time for these romantic sentiments. After collecting the materials, he hurried home. Blood Shadow was his first beast, and its performance in battle had recently been slightly inferior to Baifeng. Today was the day for its evolution, and Su Changsheng believed that the evolved Blood Shadow would surely stand shoulder to shoulder with Baifeng, or perhaps even surpass it. Su Changsheng placed 2 rare materials on the table, his eyes filled with anticipation. An ivory tusk, half a meter long, almost covered the entire surface, emitting a gentle, moonlit glow. This was the tusk of the moon-worshipping elephant, a platinum-ranked species that had gone extinct. Beside it lay a blazing red sunflower, with only a touch of silver-white at its center. Su Changsheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He waved his arm, summoning his beast companion magnificent, dark-furred giant wolf named Blood Shadow. The wolf nuzzled affectionately against Su Changsheng's chest, its soft fur offering a comforting sensation through his clothes. Go on, become stronger, Su Changsheng whispered. Hearing this, Blood Shadow swallowed the 2 materials. In an instant, scorching sunlight and cool moonlight erupted from Blood Shadow, the opposing energies clashing violently within its body. The sunlight was fierce and domineering, burning blackened holes into its back, while the intense heat charred the wounds. The moonlight, sharp as a scalpel, tore through Blood Shadow's insides, leaving bloody trails that were then evaporated by the heat. The room filled with the pungent smell of blood. After about 10 minutes, the energies had exhausted each other. Blood Shadow's body was riddled with wounds, its once smooth fur now sparse and singed, its gaze dull and weakened. The sight pierced Su Changsheng's heart with pain. At that moment, a soft white light began to spread from Blood Shadow's abdomen. The moon-worshipping elephant's tusk had finally taken effect. Gentle lunar energy spread from the center of Blood Shadow's belly, reaching every corner of its body, starting to heal its battered form. Where the moonlight falls, scabs and charred remains peel away. Burnt fur grows back, no longer the deep black of the past, but pure white like the moonlight. Under the soothing touch of the moon, Shui Ying is rejuvenated, his eyes regaining their brilliance. Remarkably, though his entire coat has turned from black to white, his blood-red eyes remain as captivating as ever, unchanged in the slightest. Successful advancement. The powerful beast-taming energy surges within Su Changsheng, causing his body to tremble as he ascends another level. The mental shackles slightly loosen in his mind. He vaguely senses that with just one more minor advancement, he could contract a 3rd beast. With the advancement speed of Shui Ying and Bai Fong, this goal could be achieved in less than 5 days. Su Changsheng collects himself, focusing intently on Shui Ying. He wants to witness firsthand the formidable power that Shui Ying possesses after evolution. Species: Moon-eating Wolf King. Dark attribute aptitude, bright moon level. Rank: Bronze Tier 3. Innate skills: Death Battle Epic. The more stamina lost, the stronger the combat power, not weakened by stamina loss or injury. Shadow Transformation Epic. Can turn oneself and teammates into shadows, immune to most attacks, reducing stamina consumption. Shadow Soul Devour Epic. Directly attacks the enemy's soul, causing massive damage and soul injury. Blood Pact Legendary. When the Beast Tamer or other beasts receive fatal damage, this can negate the damage and can be activated twice in a short period. Shadow Devour Epic. Temporarily controls the enemy's shadow to attack others, with the effect of Shadow Soul Devour. True form of Moon Wolf Legendary. Under the moonlit night, speed triples, strength and physique double. Can forcibly summon the moon, lasting up to half an hour. Unique evolution path. Night direction. First evolution, Sun Devouring Divine Wolf Sun level. Second evolution, King of the Night Mythical level. Shui Ying, having accumulated strength over time, leaps directly to Bronze Tier 3 in this evolution, surpassing Bai Fong in rank. Even more astonishing, it possesses 6 skills, surpassing Bai Fong's 4. Although the individual strength of each skill is slightly inferior to Bai Fong's, the terrifying configuration of 4 epic and 2 legendary skills is enough to make it stand out at any rank. After Blood Shadow's evolution, its ability to become incorporeal underwent a significant breakthrough. Previously, Blood Shadow could only transform itself and Su Changsheng into shadows, but now it can extend this ability to all its companions. This means that no matter how many beasts Su Changsheng contracts in the future, they can all benefit from the invulnerability provided by this transformation. The Blood Pact also saw a major improvement, with the usage increasing from once to twice, and the effect upgrading from damage transfer to complete immunity. Remarkably, this protection now extends to both Su Changsheng and all his contracted beasts. It's as if each member is equipped with 2 resurrection armors. The newly awakened legendary skill, Moon Wolf True Form, further boosts Blood Shadow's combat capabilities. This is the first time Su Changsheng has witnessed such an astonishing ability, a 3-fold increase in speed. Although it's limited to speed, it is terrifying enough. As the saying goes, in martial arts, speed is invincible. However, this formidable ability comes with a limitation. It can only be activated under moonlight. Fortunately, after evolving into the Lunar Devourer Wolf King, Blood Shadow can forcibly summon the moon, albeit only for 30 minutes, which is sufficient for most battles. Su Changsheng contentedly stroked Blood Shadow's cold white fur, feeling the chill spread through his palm. The post-evolution Blood Shadow maintained a low body temperature, making the summer heat much more bearable with its presence. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Looking through the peephole, Su Changsheng saw Luan Xue standing outside. Here, the compensation from Japan, Luan Xue said, handing him a spatial ring. Su Changsheng glanced inside, noticing 2,000 spirit stones neatly arranged within the ring. 2,000. Su Changsheng frowned. This amount of spirit stones wouldn't even cover half a month's consumption for Blood Shadow and Bai Fong. Take a closer look. These are high-grade spirit stones. Luan Xue replied, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Seeing this seemingly omnipotent genius show a hint of confusion brought her a strange sense of comfort. She had always considered herself a prodigy, reaching the diamond rank by 30 feet many could only dream of. Yet, meeting Su Changsheng had shown her the true heights of talent. Watching him falter, even slightly, was oddly gratifying. High-grade spirit stones. Su Changsheng exclaimed in surprise. Spirit stones are classified into low, medium, and high grades, with 1 high-grade stone equivalent to 100 low-grade ones. Due to their high energy purity and rarity, they are often priceless in the market, with actual exchange rates reaching 1 to 110 or more. This meant the spirit stones in the ring were worth at least 210 million federal currency. Japan indeed fears Principal Shun's influence, Su Changsheng mused to himself. If it weren't for Shun Wuyan's formidable strength, the Eastern faction would never have agreed to compensation so readily, even offering an additional 10 million federal credits. Su Changsheng clenched his fists, feeling an intensified desire for power. Just then, Luan Xue brought some good news. The school was about to open a special secret realm exclusive to sophomores. Initially, only 10 senior students were allowed to participate, but due to Su Changsheng's outstanding performance against the Eastern faction and an assessment showing his strength nearing the silver rank, the school granted him special permission to join the senior students in the exploration. A special secret realm? Su Changsheng's eyes lit up. He was passionate about exploring secret realms, especially since his first exploration had been quite rewarding. This is an ancient secret realm, Luan Xue explained. It contains ancient spiritual plants and many ferocious beasts, some species of which are already extinct in reality. Naturally, the level of danger is also higher. If you don't want to participate, you can apply to withdraw. Su Changsheng shook his head without hesitation. How could he pass up such an opportunity? He might find the rare resources needed for Bifang and Bloodshadow's evolution in the secret realm. In reality, these resources were either extinct or prohibitively expensive. After seeing Luan Xue off, Su Changxing took out an exquisite conch shell and gently tapped it 3 times. This was a communication conch that Zhou Shaoling had insisted on giving him at the Wanbao Pavilion, available only to those with an assistant manager position or higher. Zhou Shaoling gifting this precious pair of parent and child conchs to Su Changxing demonstrated his importance in her eyes. Soon, Zhou Shaoling hurried over. Su Changxing handed her the list of materials needed for Bloodshadow and Bifang's evolution. As expected, Wanbao Pavilion currently had no stock. Keep an eye out for me. This is the deposit, Su Changxing said, handing over a newly acquired spatial ring. 200 million federal credits seemed like a lot, but it was far from enough for the complete evolution of 2 beasts. After sending Zhou Shaoling off, Su Changxing sighed. Rapid improvement in strength relied heavily on rare resources, without which the pace of advancement would slow significantly. This made him even more eager for the upcoming secret realm exploration. If that doesn't work, then I'll have to resort to that method. Su Changxing shook his head, dismissing the thought, and turned his focus to cultivating his beast mastery. The growth of beast mastery required not only the feedback from stronger beasts, but also the diligent practice of the beast master himself. He needed to seize every moment to prepare for the secret realm exploration. After all, every student at Imperial Capital University was a genius, and the sophomore students had awakened their talents a full 2 years before Su Changxing. This gap of 2 years was not something easily bridged. 5 days later, Su Changxing slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. Both Xueying and Bifang had advanced, reaching Bronze Tier 4 and Tier 3, respectively. With the feedback from the power of the beast, Su Changsheng also ascended to Bronze Tier 3. What thrilled him the most was that the soul shackle in his mind had finally been broken, allowing him to accommodate a 3rd beast. It was time to form a contract with the Night Dragon. With a thought, Su Changsheng's consciousness entered the beast space. The crimson beast egg was placed beside the mythical bloodline pool. After 5 days, the egg had noticeably enlarged, and the patterns on its surface had become more distinct. From a distance, it seemed as if one could see the alternation of day and night, the cycle of the seasons. He hurried forward, drew a cut on his wrist, and let the blood drip onto the beast egg, which quickly absorbed it. Suddenly, a dragon's roar exploded in Su Changxing's mind. Before him appeared a crimson candle dragon with a human head and serpent body, its massive form lying before him like a towering mountain range, its tail vanishing into the distance. The candle dragon's eyes were particularly mystical. The left eye flashed with lightning and thunder, constantly changing with natural phenomena. The right eye mirrored the change of seasons, alternating between light and dark to depict the transformation of day and night. These eyes seemed to capture one's soul, and Su Changsheng had to hold his mind steady to avoid getting lost in them. Man and beast stood in a standoff, neither willing to back down. After an unknown length of time, a simple word resonated in Su Changsheng's heart, containing some profound truth that left him in a daze. When he finally came to, he found that he had inexplicably advanced 2 tiers, now reaching Bronze Tier 5. Was this the power of a fully formed mythical beast? Just a single thought from its bloodline could elevate him by 2 tiers, which was truly astounding. A tender dragon's roar interrupted Su Changsheng's thoughts. Looking down, he saw a pure black dragon, about half a meter long and 20 to 30 centimeters tall, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Su Changsheng lifted the little black dragon with one hand and inspected it closely, finding no resemblance to the candle dragon. If not for the information displayed by the world eye, he would never have connected this beast to the candle dragon. I'll call you Zhulong, Su Changsheng said, hoping you can be as powerful as your ancestor. He tossed the little black dragon into the mythical bloodline pool. Being terrible at naming, he decided to name all beasts born with a mythical bloodline after their ancestors, which was both convenient and memorable. About half an hour later, a deep dragon's roar emanated from the bottom of the mythical bloodline pool. A majestic crimson gold dragon soared into the sky, its roar echoing through the heavens as it circled above, seemingly announcing its transformation to the world. With a gentle wave of his hand, Su Changsheng summoned the Zhulong, which dived down from the sky, its massive body stirring a fierce wind as it landed steadily before him. The sight before Su Changsheng made his pupils contract slightly. After undergoing a bloodline baptism, the Zhulong had transformed completely. Its once pitch-black scales now gleamed with a dazzling crimson gold sheen, and its aura had shifted from dark and mysterious to fierce and powerful. Most striking was its change in size, having grown from a small dragon into a colossal entity capable of blocking out the sun. Just standing in front of Su Changsheng, it cast both him and the blood shadow Bifong into shadow. Its immense form even carried a hint of Shen Wuyan's five-clawed golden dragon's majestia beast ranked at the star fragmentation level. Zhulong's information appeared before Su Changsheng's eyes. Species, Sun Dragon. Attributes, dual light and darkness. Aptitude, advanced bright moon. Rank, black iron 9th rank. Innate skills, nightfall epic. Deprives the enemy of 5 senses, plunging them into pure darkness. Daybreak epic. Summons a miniature sun, causing continuous burning damage and stamina drain. Time control legendary. Halts time within a 500-meter radius for 3 seconds, allowing only the master and beast to move freely. Consumes significant stamina upon use. True form of Zhulong invincible. Activates bloodline to enter Zhulong's state, extending time control to 1 minute, simultaneously awakening. Seasons of suffering. Forces the enemy to endure extreme seasonal climates, causing elemental damage. Cycle of day and night. Forces the enemy to experience 365 day-night cycles, inflicting soul damage and reducing lifespan by 1 year. Note: causes weakness and rank regression upon use. Evolution path. First evolution, Day and Night Dragon King Sun level. Second evolution, Zhulong mythical level. Seeing this information, Su Changsheng couldn't help but gasp. An invincible level skill. Such an existence is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. While legendary skills are heard of in legends, invincible level skills are unheard of and unseen. Now his third beast possessed such extraordinary abilities. Just imagining the scene of an enemy facing the activated true form of Zhulong was enough to make one feel a deep sense of despair. Zhulong's ability to manipulate time is truly terrifying. Within a 500-meter radius, time comes to a halt and everything freezes. Although higher-level experts can barely resist, for opponents of the same level or even 1 or 2 levels higher, this 3-second stasis can be deadly. The formidable physique of a beast can be slain multiple times within those seconds. Zhulong's true form takes this terror to the extreme. Time stasis extends to a full minute, and it awakens 2 extraordinary abilities. The first, the pain of 4 seasons, directly harms an enemy's essence, causing irreparable damage. In this world, damage to one's essence means the destruction of talent, regression in power, and potentially becoming useless. This kind of damage is more despairing than death. The second, cycle of day and night, is even more horrifying. It forces the enemy to endure 365 days of isolation in a very short time. No sound, no interaction, just endless silence. This mental torment can break even the strongest spirit. When the enemy finally breaks free, only to find that no time has passed outside, the stark contrast can shatter any warrior's resolve. Even a diamond-level expert would struggle to withstand the combination of these 2 abilities. As for the side effects, Su Changsheng finds them only natural. Such extraordinary powers must come with a cost. Zhulong's other 2 skills, Into the Night and Rising Sun, are equally powerful and can be used daily without side effects. Su Changsheng gently stroked Zhulong's fiery golden scales, feeling the heat spread from his palm. With Zhulong, his power had surged once more. In the face of formidable foes, as long as Zhulong revealed its true form, he had the strength to fight back and was no longer at the mercy of others. A cold glint flashed in Su Changsheng's eyes at this thought. He had never forgotten the assassination attempt by the Gu group of Chang'an City. Although the attempt had inadvertently benefited him, he held on to this grudge. Gu Tiansheng, next time we meet, it will be your end. Su Changsheng's eyes burned with killing intent. Your prized Gu group, I will crush it with my own hands and bring about its complete destruction. It was this hatred that drove him to train relentlessly. As long as the ruthless enemy Gu Tiansheng was alive, he could not find peace. After leaving the beast space, Su Changsheng took out a communication conch and summoned Zhou Shaoling to arrange for the resources needed for Zhulong's evolution. Once everything was ready, he returned to his training. 1 month later, within the beast space, Su Changsheng gazed at the 3 imposing beasts before him, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Over the past month, he had been sparring with Luan Xue in virtual space using a training helmet, significantly enhancing both his combat experience and strength. The Zhulong had advanced to Bronze Tier 4, Shuiying reached Bronze Tier 9, and Bifong had climbed to Bronze Tier 8. With the feedback from the beast's power, Su Changsheng himself had also reached Bronze Tier 9, just 1 step away from silver. Through actual combat, Su Changsheng discovered the power of Zhulong's time control. It could completely immobilize beasts of Gold Tier and below for 3 seconds, Platinum Tier for 1 second, and cause only brief stagnation at the Diamond Tier. This discovery shocked even Luan Xue, who exclaimed in amazement. Although the skill required a half-day cooldown after use, it was enough to make Su Changsheng invincible below the Gold Tier. Today, I'll take you to a special place, Su Changsheng said, gently stroking the beasts. Today was the day a special secret realm opened. marking the moment to test the fruits of his month's hard work. More importantly, this exploration would determine whether the beasts could evolve further. Changsheng glanced at the clock on the wall and strode out of the dormitory. Like a sword sharpened over 10 years, its frosty edge had yet to be tested. He headed directly to the secret realm area in the southwest corner of the Imperial University. Take this, and press it if you encounter danger. Luan Shua handed him a bracelet. It was a safety device developed by Imperial University over the years, allowing instant escape from the secret realm. Although the teleportation process was somewhat rough, it was better than losing one's life. Hello, Junior, upperclassmen greeted him warmly. Stories of Changsheng defeating opponents in routine competitions and killing a prodigy during overseas sparring had already spread, although he was unaware of it. He smiled back, but a discordant scoff from a corner broke the harmonious atmosphere. Changsheng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall, thin young man staring at him with a sinister gaze. That face seemed strangely familiar, stirring something within him. Just then, a voice hurriedly broke the tense atmosphere. Gu Xichang's throat has been bothering him lately, so don't take it to heart, Junior. The name struck Changsheng like a bolt of lightning. Gu Xichang, the eldest son of the Gu family, Gu Tianxing's firstborn, and Gu Xiyuan's elder brother. No wonder this person was hostile from the start. Wei Dongqing, mind your own business. Gu Xichang growled, completely ignoring his classmates' goodwill. This guy crippled my brother, and I will make him pay. Wei Dongqing's face turned pale at being rebuked in public, but he could only give Changsheng a helpless glance before retreating slowly. Everyone present knew that Gu Xichang was the strongest among them, already at the 7th rank of gold. Wei Dongqing, having just entered the gold rank, was no match for him. Changsheng didn't back down but instead moved forward, looking Gu Xichang in the eye with a provocative tone. Oh? I'd like to see what you're capable of. Oh, by the way, your brother spoke to me like that, too. He's still lying in bed, like a cripple. These words were like a bombshell, causing everyone to gasp. The murmurs of discussion rose. Wow, no wonder he's got such a fierce reputation, daring to stand up to Gu Xichang like that. Exactly, everyone knows Gu Xichang has a violent temper and fights at the slightest provocation. This junior is really brave. If Gu Xichang weren't so much stronger than me, I'd have dealt with him long ago. Changsheng is impressive. Gu Xichang was nearly driven to madness, his beast-controlling power surging as if ready to summon his beasts to tear Changsheng apart. Just at that critical moment, the teacher in charge of the teleportation array spoke up to stop them. The teleportation array is about to activate. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Fighting is strictly forbidden within the secret realm. Violators will be punished and expelled. The red in Gu Xichang's eyes subsided slightly, but he still made a throat-slitting gesture towards Changsheng, the threat unmistakable. Changsheng ignored the threat, but a flicker of murderous intent quietly rose in his heart. He silently vowed to himself. The interest from the Gu family would begin with Gu Xichang's life. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed, and Changsheng instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the surroundings had completely changed. The bright day had turned into a pitch-black night, with a full moon hanging high in the sky, casting a gentle glow. Faced with this sudden change, Changsheng unhesitatingly summoned his 3 beasts, cautiously surveying the environment. Under the moonlight, the blood shadow's muscles rapidly expanded. In just a few seconds, its body swelled to several times its original size. However, the immense size did not slow it down. Instead, it granted it tremendous explosive power. Changsheng gazed at the blood shadow's powerful and graceful form. This was the true form of the moon wolf, its strongest state. Changsheng looked around, amazed by the scene before him. In front of him was a lush forest, behind him stretched an endless plain, to the left a foul-smelling swamp, and to the right a scorching desert. He stood in the middle, on barren ground devoid of any spiritual treasures. Incredible, Changsheng thought to himself. Such distinct environments coexisting in one place was truly extraordinary. This special secret realm was indeed mysterious. After contemplating for a moment, he quickly chose a direction towards the scorching desert on the right. The evolution of his 3 beasts was related to the light and fire attributes, making the desert the most likely place to find suitable resources. This exploration would only last 3 days. Once time was up, all students would be automatically ejected from the realm, with no rankings or rewards for resources collected. Exploring the unique secret realm was a reward in itself. Furthermore, Changsheng knew through the eye of the world that Gu Xichang had a fire attribute talent. Choosing the desert increased the chances of encountering him. With this in mind, Changsheng decisively led his team towards the desert. Bifeng led the way, clearing the path, while the blood shadow guarded the rear against ambushes. Changsheng sat atop Zhulong, letting it carry him as it hovered in the center of the group. He remained vigilant, using the eye of the world to spot any resources that came into view. As soon as the team entered the desert, a green spike suddenly shot towards them. The spike was incredibly fast, piercing deeply into Bifong's flesh in the blink of an eye. However, instead of bleeding, Bifong let out a contented cry. The wood attribute attack not only failed to harm Bifong, but also allowed it to absorb the wood energy, enhancing itself. Of course, Bifong did not let the attacker go unpunished. It quickly formed a bluered fireball in its mouth, launching it towards a cactus. With a boom, the cactus and surrounding sand exploded, purging the vile attacker with heavenly fire. Su Changsheng estimated the attacker's power to be around mid-high silver tier based on the speed of the spike. Such a beast posed no threat to him now. As he pondered, a swarm of scorpions suddenly emerged from the sand, numbering around 100. Their dark, glowing stingers shot towards the only one on the ground, the blood shadow, at lightning speed. The ominous glow on the stingers clearly indicated they were venomous. Clang! As the tail stinger pierced blood shadow's skin, it emitted a sharp metallic sound. Su Changsheng's pupils contracted slightly as he saw the sharp tail stingers gripped tightly by blood shadow's bulging muscles, unable to move an inch. With the true form of the moon wolf enhancing it, blood shadow's defense was terrifyingly strong. Blood shadow let out a roar, sweeping its wolf claws, causing the scorpion corpses to fall like raindrops. The surviving scorpions fled in a panic, burrowing into the sand, no longer daring to show themselves. These desert overlords, known for their numbers and potent venom, had encountered a creature they couldn't even pierce. Their venom was useless if it couldn't enter the skin. Su Changsheng stared at the shifting sands beneath his feet, his eyes glinting with intelligence. He recognized these scorpions as the legendary Lingbao scorpions. They were named Lingbao because their habitats always contained precious resources. In reality, this trait led to their near extinction due to human hunting. Yet, in the special realm of the Imperial Capital University, these creatures still existed. Chase them, Su Changsheng ordered. Today, he had to find the scorpion's nest and see what treasures lay within. The Lingbao scorpions moved swiftly beneath the sand, ranking among the best even among silver-tier beasts. However, their speed was insignificant compared to beasts like Bifong or Zhulong. With the talent of the bright moon level, Su Changsheng's beasts, even at bronze tier, had physical qualities far surpassing ordinary silver-tier beasts. Su Changsheng sat firmly on Zhulong's back, soaring through the sky. Bifong glided at a high altitude with blood shadow. The Lingbao scorpions, unable to detect they were being tracked, focused solely on fleeing back to their nest. About half an hour later, the movement beneath the sand gradually stopped. Su Changsheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately commanded Zhulong and Bifong to dive down. Roar! Zhulong bellowed, and a small sun suddenly appeared above the Lingbao scorpion's nest. The sunfall was unleashed. This summoned sun was dangerously close to the nest, radiating intense light and heat. Even the desert-dwelling scorpions couldn't withstand this temperature. Soon, scorpions hidden under the sand emerged, emitting white smoke from their bodies. If this continued, they would spontaneously combust within their nest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The scorpions looked fearfully at the suddenly appearing sun. With their limited intelligence, they couldn't comprehend such power and even mistook Zhulong's summoned sun as divine punishment. Some scorpions gave up fleeing, standing directly beneath the sun, their upper bodies repeatedly rising and falling, as if worshipping a deity. With a hiss, thick white smoke escaped from their bodies. Under the sun's rays, those scorpions that didn't flee turned into piles of ash. The remaining scorpions, seeing this, scattered and fled, abandoning their long-established nest. Zhulong's skill was an overwhelming force against these low-intelligence scorpions. All right, that's enough. Su Changsheng gently patted the scales on Zhulong's back, signaling it to retract the small sun. Zhulong complied, descending slowly to the ground under Su Changsheng's guidance. The scorching air hit them immediately. Even though the sun had set, the ground still radiated unbearable heat. As soon as Su Changsheng landed, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He couldn't help but imagine the torment those scorpions exposed to the sun must be enduring. At that moment, Bifong, Su's beast, heated up and expelled two interwoven flames of blue and red, quickly enveloping Su Changsheng and Shuiying. The heat vanished instantly, replaced by a refreshing coolness. Su Changsheng patted Bifong's head in admiration, silently praising the beast's dual wood and fire attributes and its masterful control over flames and temperature. Recalling the spot where the scorpions had emerged, Su Changsheng quickly dug 3 meters below the sand to uncover the nest of the Lingbao scorpions. The nest was constructed from gray-black stones, with gaps just large enough for a scorpion to pass through. A flash of red light shone through the crevices, and suddenly, a series of visions flooded Su Changsheng's mind. He seemed to see a fiery red orb hanging high in the sky, its leaping flames and fierce light wreaking havoc upon the world. Seas evaporated, rivers dried up, fields cracked, and people were left destitute, even resorting to cannibalism. These horrors were replaced by the image of an arrow, carrying immense hatred, shooting straight at the sun. Boom! A loud explosion followed, and blinding light and heat burst before Su Changsheng's eyes. His eyes stung and swelled, tears streaming down his face involuntarily. When he opened his eyes again, the visions vanished, leaving only a small, fiery fragment resting quietly in his palm. Though small and seemingly ordinary, this warm fragment was in fact a Yao fragment, a carrier of a portion of the sun's energy. Su Changsheng knew that even this tiny piece could incinerate a diamond-level beastmaster in an instant. More importantly, it was the key material for Shui Ying's evolution into a Yao talent beast. Shui Ying's blood-red eyes shone with intense longing at the sight of the fragment. Su Changsheng quickly calmed it, explaining that consuming it now would result in a fatal explosion. He then carefully stored the fragment in his spatial ring, understanding that such immense, volatile energy needed to be neutralized with other rare resources before Shui Ying could safely absorb it. Even then, the evolution process would still be fraught with risk. Su Changsheng was thrilled. He had only just entered this special secret realm and already gained such a tremendous reward. The value of this small Yao fragment alone surpassed the $2 billion federal dollars compensation from Japan. He secretly hoped that if all went well, Bifeng, Shui Ying, and Zhulong might all evolve after exploring the secret realm. With excitement coursing through him, Su Changsheng was eager not to waste a moment. He continued deeper into the desert, anticipating more surprises and challenges ahead. However, dreams are beautiful, but reality is harsh. Su Changsheng spent a day and a half searching in a special secret realm, but failed to find the rare resources needed for beast evolution. Nevertheless, he didn't leave empty-handed. His storage ring was filled with various miscellaneous treasures, with a total value reaching $1 billion federal credits. Although these gains were not as expected, Su Changsheng was not disappointed. After all, just a single shard of the Sunstone was enough to make him overjoyed. He calculated in his mind that there were over a dozen more special secret realms in the Huaxiao Federation waiting to be explored. As long as each realm yielded a useful material, it would be enough to support the evolution of Bifeng and others. Although it would take time, for Su Changsheng, this was a process worth looking forward to. He pondered that throughout thousands of years of history, very few beast tamers possessed the Sunstone talent. Yet, he only needed to invest time to elevate all his beast talents to the Sunstone level, or even the legendary mythical level. This potential was enough to make any opponent tremble with fear. Su Changsheng stood on the back of the Zhulong in midair, his eyes constantly scanning the terrain below, hoping to discover more high-value treasures. Suddenly, his gaze froze, and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. In a certain part of the desert, he saw the figure of Gu Sikhang. However, Su Changsheng did not descend immediately, because in front of Gu Sikhang stood another familiar face, Wei Dongqing. At this moment, Wei Dongqing was in a sorry state, sitting on the scorching sand, his face as pale as paper. Even more shocking was that his left arm, which wore a communication wristband, was gone, and blood gushed from his left shoulder, staining the sand beneath him a dark red. Gu Sikhang looked down at Wei Dongqing with a sinister smile, his voice full of mockery. Blame your luck for finding such high-level resources. And if you hadn't spoken for that bastard, I might have just taken your resources instead of killing you. Wei Dongqing clutched his left shoulder with his right hand, trying to stop the bleeding. A flash of regret crossed his eyes, not for speaking up for Su Changsheng, but for being too young and too kind. He believed classmates should band together to explore, but he didn't expect such cruel betrayal. If he had been more cautious, he wouldn't have been caught off guard and had his arms severed by Gu Sichang's beast. Even in dire straits, Wei Dongqing refused to back down, shouting, "You bully! No wonder your brother got beaten to a pulp. I bet you won't last long either. Su Changsheng will kill you sooner or later." He knew full well that Gu Sikhang wouldn't spare him, especially since his beasts were wiped out in Gu Sichang's ambush. As a beast tamer, losing his beasts meant his strength was reduced by 99%, leaving no chance for a comeback. Hearing this, Gu Sichang's face darkened instantly. He said slowly, "Don't worry, after sending you off, I'll personally send that bastard Su Changsheng on his way too." As soon as he finished speaking, a fired mantis beast slowly approached Wei Dongqing from behind Gu Sikhang. Its right arm was still stained with dried blood. It was the very beast that severed Wei Dongqing's left arm, completely cutting off his hope of escape. Gu Sikhang sneered and ordered, "Torture him, don't let him die too quickly." His eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he were about to enjoy a thrilling performance. To him, anyone who dared to oppose him and the Gu family deserved to experience a fate worse than death. As the mantis's scythe-like arm was about to pierce Wei Dongqing's pale face, Gu Sichang's face flushed with a sickly red hue. Suddenly, everything went black, and all the scenes vanished, leaving only dense darkness. The desert's heat wave, the sulfur-like smell, and even his own existence seemed to disappear. After what felt like an eternity, though it might have been just a moment, Gu Sikhang regained his senses and found himself still standing in the desert. The mantis that was about to attack Wei Dongqing had been burned to a crisp, and standing beside Wei was none other than the man he loathed, Su Changsheng. What a day it is to run into both of you. Gu Sikhang laughed heartily, though a hint of mockery flashed in his heart. That fool Su Changsheng. If he had killed him while he was senseless, it would have been the end of everything. Instead, he chose to save Wei Dongqing gutturally foolish. Gu Sikhang didn't believe Su Changsheng's beast could unleash such a skill repeatedly. Even he, a high-ranking golden beast master, couldn't do it. Hearing Gu Sichang's laughter and inexplicable confidence, Su Changsheng couldn't be bothered to argue. Nightfall was activated once more. A beast master with the talent of the lunar level was simply unreasonable. Gu Sikhang suddenly found himself voiceless, like a duck with its throat cut. His face turned to terror as he flailed his hands in front of him, as if trying to fend off something. The beasts surrounding him immediately charged at Su Changsheng. However, no one noticed that Gu Sichang's shadow, which had been lying quietly on the ground, began to wriggle wildly. The shadow suddenly rose, its right hand plunging into Gu Sichang's heart. With a sickening crunch, his heart was ripped out by his own shadow. A gush of blood sprayed from the wound, staining his once clean clothes a deep red. Perhaps due to the intense pain, Gu Sikhang regained his senses. He looked down in disbelief at the fist-sized hole in his chest and screamed wildly. The massive blood loss made it impossible for him to stand, and he collapsed powerlessly onto the sand. The formidable vitality of a beastmaster kept him from dying immediately, and his eyes remained fixated on Su Changsheng. His beasts were about to attack. With his peak golden strength, he was certain they would kill Su Changsheng instantly. Excitement and agony intertwined on his face as he stared unblinkingly ahead, anticipating Su Changsheng's demise. Yet, Su Changsheng did not dodge or evade. He stood calmly, a mocking smile on his face. Even his beasts remained unresponsive, simply guarding him silently. Swoosh! A claw pierced through Su Changsheng's chest, yet no blood spurted out. Ripples spread from Su Changsheng's body as he turned intangible, perfectly evading the attack. Upon witnessing this, Gu Sichang's eyes widened, and he couldn't catch his breath, dying instantly on the desert sands. With his death, his beasts also faded into nothingness, disappearing into the air. Thus ended the life of Gu Sikhang, the first genius of the Gu family. Seeing the once arrogant and overbearing Gu Sikhang meet his end like this, Wei Dongqing, who was hiding behind Su Changsheng, suddenly felt his pupils constrict, his face filled with disbelief. Gu Sikhang was a top-tier sophomore at the Imperial University, capable of competing with many third-year students. It's important to note that this was the premier university within the Huaxia Federation, meaning Gu Sikhang was among the best sophomores in the entire federation. Yet, in just a few seconds, Su Changsheng had easily slain him, not even giving him a chance to plead for mercy. Recalling the bizarre scene before Gu Sichang's death, a chill crept into Wei Dongqing's heart. The writhing shadow and Gu Sichang's inexplicable reaction sent shivers down his spine. He couldn't even fathom how long he would last against Su Changsheng. Su Changsheng, unaware of the complex thoughts running through his senior's mind, gained a clearer understanding of his own strength after this battle. It seems I underestimated myself, he mused. He originally thought he could only approach invincibility in the golden rank by relying on Zhulong's time control. To his surprise, the combination of Zhulong's Nightfall and Blood Shadow's Shadow Devour proved to be overwhelmingly powerful. The sensory deprivation from Nightfall could only last a few seconds and affect one target at a time. If the enemy was surrounded by beast guards, even if their senses were stripped, Su Changsheng would struggle to kill them swiftly. However, with Shadow Devour, his killing ability increased significantly. After all, Blood Shadow manipulates the enemy's own shadow. Who would guard against their own shadow? Which beast would be fully aware of changes in their master's shadow? The activation of Shadow Devour happens in an instant, delivering a fatal blow. If the enemy's senses weren't deprived, they might have a chance to react. But once deprived, in their moment of chaos, their shadow becomes the deadliest assassin. Satisfied with his thoughts, Su Changsheng felt confident. With this rate of growth, even the previously unmatched Gu Tiansheng would no longer be a threat. The Gu family, after all, was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Su, classmate, can I retrieve my severed hand? Wei Dongqing's weak voice came from behind, interrupting his thoughts. Su Changsheng turned to see Wei Dongqing looking down, hesitant and unable to meet his gaze. Even to pick up his own severed hand, he felt the need to ask Su Changsheng for permission, fearing he might be crushed like an ant if he displeased him. Oh, of course, once you reattach your arm, you should leave the secret realm quickly, Su Changsheng replied. He had a favorable impression of this senior who had dared to speak up for him. Moreover, Wei Dongqing's hand was severed by the praying mantis blade, with a clean cut, making reattachment feasible given the world's medical capabilities. Thank you, Junior. Wei Dongqing's face lit up with relief. Earlier, he hadn't even dared to call Su Changsheng his junior, fearing it might be seen as condescending and lead to his death. If Su Changsheng knew his real thoughts, he would be bewildered. Did he seem like such a bloodthirsty person? By the way, senior, it's best not to spread today's events around. In the end, Su Changsheng reminded him once more. Absolutely, absolutely, Wei Dongqing responded. He wasn't foolish and knew better than to spread this matter around. After all, it was Gu Sikhang who attacked him first and violated school rules. In fact, Su Changsheng was simply enforcing school discipline and helping a fellow student, which should be commendable. However, that would inevitably bring about various questions and inquiries about the details of the fight, something Su Changsheng wanted to avoid. By the way, Junior, there's a very precious resource in Gu Sichang's spatial ring. Don't forget to take it. Wei Dongqing kindly reminded him before leaving. By now, he had already bandaged his broken left hand to stabilize the wound. It was because they discovered this treasure that Gu Sikhang chose to attack so ruthlessly. Its value is so high that even sharing it would have pained him greatly. Su Changsheng was well aware of this. He had heard it clearly from above. Seeing Su Changsheng nod, Wei Dongqing felt relieved and pressed the bracelet on his left hand. A strong spatial fluctuation emanated from it, and with a flash of white light, Wei Dongqing vanished from Su Changsheng's sight. Someone's out. Someone's out. So soon. It's only been a day and a half. If it were Brother Gu, he'd definitely hold out till the end and return with a full haul. As for that Su kid, he'd better not run into Brother Gu, or he'll be done for. Doesn't even need Brother Gu. A little bronze-level kid like him could probably be taken out by any random beast in the secret realm. True, maybe he won't even have the chance to return from the secret realm. His corpse might already be rotting. As Wei Dongqing emerged, he saw a group of people looking at him with mocking smiles. Wei Dongqing recognized them. They were part of a small group that followed Gu Sikhang, often relying on his strength to bully others. They frequently seized resources maliciously and would belittle or even beat up fellow students. It seemed they were waiting for Gu Sikhang to return. Hearing their words, a mysterious smile appeared on Wei Dongqing's lips. Brother Gu? The Brother Gu you rely on? Let me tell you, he died a horrible death, with his heart ripped out by his own shadow. Blood splattered 3 feet high. But, of course, Wei Dongqing wouldn't reveal this to them. It was something he and Su Changsheng had agreed upon. In Wei Dongqing's view, the seemingly harmless junior was far more terrifying than Gu Sikhang. Besides, he had more pressing matters like mending his severed limb. As these people saw him leave in defeat, their words became even more unrestrained. Listening to the unbearable remarks behind him, a sense of anticipation rose in Wei Dongqing's heart. If the students who had been bullied by Gu Sikhang and his group learned of Gu Sichang's death, who knows what kind of fury they would unleash on these people. The thought of it filled him with unparalleled satisfaction. Meanwhile, back in the secret realm, Su Changsheng held Gu Sichang's spatial ring in his hand. He concentrated a bit of his consciousness into the ring. Is this? Seeing the red glow within the ring, Su Changsheng couldn't help but exclaim, a geothermal core? The core of the earth fire is a unique product of the desert. It contains the immense heat buried within the earth from the vast desert over millions of years. Even the lowest grade of earth fire core is a rare resource of diamond-level status, valued at no less than 1 billion federal credits. Most importantly, the main material needed for Baifeng's evolution is precisely the earth fire core. For Baifeng to evolve into the source of fire, it must absorb an immense amount of fire attribute energy. The energy required for this evolution is so vast that only a fire attribute treasure, like the earth fire core, can fully satisfy it. If Baifeng's evolution process is interrupted due to insufficient energy, it wouldn't just result in a failed evolution, but a terrifying disaster. At that time, Baifeng's bloodline potential and all its energy would erupt simultaneously, forming an unparalleled flame. This flame, akin to Baifeng's heavenly fire, cannot be extinguished until everything it touches is reduced to ashes. Su Changsheng looked at the earth fire core in his ring, feeling immensely excited. Now, the main materials needed for the evolution of both Baifeng and Shui Ying are complete. Although the auxiliary materials are also difficult to acquire, with patience and the resources of the Wanbao Pavilion, they can eventually be obtained. This means that the evolution of Baifeng and Shui Ying into sun-gifted beasts is almost certain, only requiring a bit more time. You're the last one, Su Changsheng said as he turned and patted the Zhulong following behind him. He then leaped onto the dragon's back and commanded, continue exploring and scour this desert for all its treasures. If he could find the evolution materials for Zhulong in the remaining day and a half, it would be perfect. However, luck doesn't always stay on one side. After a day and a half of searching, with the time to be forcibly ejected from the secret realm approaching, Su Changsheng still hadn't found the last evolution material. Of course, he did find many other miscellaneous resources. Now, Su Changsheng possessed several space rings, more than enough to store the harvest from this secret realm. What a pity, Su Changsheng thought as he looked at the rising sun. When the sun was directly above, he would be expelled from the secret realm. Then he laughed, thinking, how greedy. Finding one material was already great. Now I have 2, and I'm still not satisfied. Suddenly, Su Changsheng's ears twitched. There seemed to be sounds of fighting to the east. The sounds were very faint, indicating the battle was quite far from where Su Changsheng currently was. If not for the beast power that had thoroughly enhanced his senses, he might not have heard it. Let's go, Su Changsheng called out, eager to see who or what was fighting in this mysterious desert and whether he could benefit from it. Two flying beasts, one carrying Su Changsheng and the other carrying Xue Ying, swiftly headed east. Soon, the sounds of battle became clearer. Su Changsheng's eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. A colossal python, its upper body taut, had a firm grip on a strange bird soaring in the sky. From a distance, it looked like a giant iron rod piercing a hole in the blue sky. The bird was shrouded in a dark iron-like aura. Each feather resembled tempered steel, glinting with a chilling gleam under the sunlight. The giant serpent clamped its jaws onto the bird's body, but the iron-feathered bird's plumage shed at that moment, piercing the serpent's mouth like countless blades, carving deep, bone-revealing wounds. Blood dripped from the serpent's jaw, yet its massive green eyes, the size of human heads, showed not pain but a more intense fury. The serpent tightened its grip, and its massive body began to spin rapidly like a top. Using this incredible momentum, its fangs inflicted deep gashes on the bird's body. Oddly, these wounds did not bleed but exuded a strange blackness. Through the eye of the world, Su Changsheng had already discerned the information of the two beasts, a platinum level 8 bird against a platinum level 9 serpent. If the bird hadn't been bitten, the battle would have been evenly matched, as flying beasts naturally have the advantage of air supremacy. At that moment, the bird noticed Su Changsheng's presence and let out a sharp screech. It spat a glob of white mucus directly at him. Su Changsheng's eyes focused, instantly seeing through the mucus's nature. Without dodging, he caught it in his hand. Hidden within the disgusting mucus was a beast egg the size of a fist, the serpent's offspring. So that's it, Su Changsheng understood, finally grasping the reason behind the serpent's frenzy. In the next instant, the serpent tore violently, and the bird's feathers rained down onto the desert. Even for a top-tier platinum beast, such wounds were significant. The poisoned bird barely stabilized itself, wobbling away from the battlefield. The serpent, however, could no longer pursue the thief of its egg. Its forked tongue flickered furiously as its massive body charged at Su Changsheng. The desert trembled as the dozen soft-meters-long serpent moved swiftly. Even Su Changsheng felt his resolve waver in the face of this platinum apex beast's might. But he was prepared. He lightly pressed the school-issued bracelet on his right hand, and a powerful spatial wave instantly enveloped him and his beast. With a flash of white light, Su Changsheng vanished. The serpent halted abruptly, staring long at the spot where Su Changsheng disappeared, before letting out a mournful howl. It then turned its head and sped in the direction the iron-feathered bird had fled. If it couldn't retrieve its offspring, it would utterly destroy that damned feathered creature. As the white light dissipated, Su Changsheng opened his eyes to find himself standing within a teleportation array. His beast had returned to its space during the transfer, and he had quickly stored the beast egg into his own space. Now, his hands were empty, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. What a pity, he didn't last until the end. Yeah, there are still 5 students who haven't come out. I told you, Brother Gu would definitely be the last one. Voices of discussion rose around him, with many evidently surprised that the recently acclaimed prodigy hadn't endured until the final moments of the secret realm exploration. In such time-limited secret realms, lasting until the end is a testament to one's strength. Su Changsheng chose to ignore these comments. They were mere mediocrities. How could they possibly fathom what he had truly gained? Changsheng, over here. Lu Anshue's voice stood out clearly in the crowd. As Su Changsheng's homeroom teacher, she stayed at the secret realm's exit, ensuring every student returned safely. Hearing her, Su Changsheng looked over and saw Lu Anshue waving at him. How much longer until the secret realm exploration ends? Su Changsheng asked quietly. He had planned to leave directly, but upon hearing people calling out Brother Gu, he felt a mischievous curiosity. He wanted to see the expressions on their faces when the secret realm closed completely, and their Brother Gu hadn't returned. 37 minutes left, Lu Anshue replied with a knowing smile. Having spent a lot of time with Su Changsheng, she understood him well. Seeing his relaxed demeanor suggested he had gained much from the secret realm. Not bad, not bad, Su Changsheng replied absent-mindedly, while detailed information about the beast egg flashed in his mind. Species, Screeching Python. Poison attribute qualification, low diamond. Rank, black iron level 1. Innate skills, rapid speed rare. Devouring poison exceptional. Gigantification epic. Evolution path 1, poison attribute direction. First evolution, star-shattering beast poisonous heavenly Jiao. Second evolution, bright moon beast devouring sky dragon. Evolution path 2, physical attribute direction. First evolution, star-shattering beast spirit swallowing python. Second evolution, bright moon beast god devouring python. Third evolution, sunlight beast 7-colored sky swallowing python. Hatching conditions, mix 9 different poisons, add a large amount of blood to form a special liquid, and soak the beast egg in it for 10 minutes. The value of this beast egg far exceeded imagination. In this era, a diamond rank was already a top-tier power, enough to be a strategic asset for any nation. Even Xin Wuyan, a star-shattering beast master, mostly had diamond-ranked beasts under his command, with only one or two at the star-shattering level. However, Su Changsheng showed little interest in the beast egg. The reason was simple. For him, the beast's qualifications were too poor. Even with abundant resources, it couldn't be elevated to the mythical level. Su Changsheng wasn't interested in such a beast at all. He had no patience to nurture it, nor would he waste his precious contract opportunity on it. If others knew what Su Changsheng was thinking, they might not be able to hold back from swearing after all. It was a rare beast with a starting aptitude of diamond, capable of advancing to the solar level. Yet he dismissed it. After inspecting the beast egg, Su Changsheng stood beside Luan Xue, patiently waiting for the other students to emerge from the secret realm. One by one, classmates like Fan Limei, Wang Yinxue, and Fan Zhouwei appeared from the teleportation array. Although they looked a bit disheveled, their faces were lit with irrepressible joy, clearly having gained much from the secret realm. Where's Brother Gu? Why hasn't he come out yet? Why the rush? If these people are safe, how could Brother Gu be in trouble? Exactly. Don't you know the main character always shows up last? Seeing that Gu Sikhang hadn't appeared yet, a small group closest to the teleportation array began to stir, but quickly quieted down. However, their conversation was clearly overheard by the students inside the array. Their faces turned dark. What did they mean by, if these people are safe? It was a blatant insult. Those who entered the special secret realm were the most outstanding talents of the Imperial University in their year, geniuses even among their peers in the Huaxia Federation. They were used to praise and compliments, not this. What are you muttering about? A bunch of sycophants. A burly man strode out from the teleportation array and confronted the group. They weren't intimidated, retorting, Fan Jiawei, have you forgotten your humiliating defeat in the arena last time? At these words, the others burst into laughter. Fan Jiawei was known for his explosive temper. Last time, he had spoken out against Gu Sichang's bullying behavior and was subsequently beaten so badly in the arena that he couldn't get out of bed for a week. After that incident, Gu Sichang's arrogance on campus only grew. Even the strongest in their year were no match for him. So why should anyone else be afraid? A bunch of mongrels. Just wait until the day Gu Sikhang dies, then you'll see. Fan Jiawei said darkly, not daring to make a move. Despite his temper, he wasn't a masochist and didn't want another beating. Imperial University had a rule. If challenged by a peer, unless there was a special reason, one could not refuse. This was to encourage practical combat experience and prevent students from becoming mere paper tigers. However, the same challenger could only be faced once a month. No need to wait for someday. I think Gu Sikhang is already dead, Su Changsheng said calmly from the crowd. Seeing someone speak up for him, Fan Zhouwei gave a grateful glance. Yet even he didn't believe that the powerful Gu Sikhang could die during a secret realm exploration. After all, unless he was instantly killed or ambushed, Gu Sikhang could simply use his bracelet to return to the school. With his strength, ordinary beasts couldn't kill him. Even Fan Jiawei, his nemesis, didn't believe the news of Gu Sichang's death, let alone Gu Sichang's followers. They were momentarily stunned by Su Changsheng's words, then burst into uproarious laughter. Ha ha, I declare, that's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Are you so scared that you imagine this scenario because you're afraid Gu Sikhang would take your life? Young people sure have vivid imaginations. However, just as they were mocking, the teleportation array flashed Bluey a sign that it had completely shut down, indicating the end of this secret realm exploration. Huh. Seeing the blue light, one of Gu Sichang's followers exclaimed in surprise. The laughter gradually faded, replaced by a deathly silence. After a long silence, someone finally spoke in a hoarse voice. The secret realm has closed, and Guga hasn't come out yet. What's going on? His voice was sharp and raspy, as if the words were being forcibly squeezed out of his throat. The surroundings were deathly silent. No one answered his question. When a secret realm closes and an explorer doesn't emerge, it usually means only one thing: death. Even if they aren't dead, they would have to survive alone in the secret realm for a year, which is nearly impossible. The person who spoke, Lu Siqing, looked around and noticed that his usual buddies, who were always up to no good with him, now didn't even dare to meet his gaze. They all turned their heads away, as if he were a plague. Lu Siqing was Gu Sichang's most devoted follower and had offended many classmates. Now that Gu Sikhang was gone, he was left without protection, and the classmates he had bullied would naturally resent him. No one wanted even the slightest interaction with him, not even a glance. Lu Siqing's eyes dimmed, losing their last spark. He understood everything but didn't want to know, much less face it. Lu Siqing staggered, seemingly about to fall into the crowd. However, a large hand firmly supported him and forcibly turned his head back. Fan Jiawei's wide mouth slowly opened, revealing his stark white teeth as he said, "It's time to settle old scores." Behind Fan Jiawei, a group of students surged forward, all glaring at Lu Siqing with malice, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Gu Xichang's other followers tried to slip away in the chaos, but were blocked by the throng of classmates, unable to move an inch. Watching this scene, Su Changxing nodded in satisfaction before walking away. He could imagine the days that lay ahead for Lu Xiqing and his group. It was the wrath of the entire sophomore year. Su Changsheng hoped that the next time he saw them, they would still maintain their defiant demeanor. Su Changsheng had just entered his dormitory and hadn't even sat down when there was a knock on the door. He went to check and found it was Shun Wuyan. He quickly opened the door, curious about why the principal was visiting him. Yangtze City has been overrun by a beast tide, and the surrounding cities have also been affected. We need some students to help with the post-disaster reconstruction, Shun Wuyan said gravely. Hearing this, Su Changxing was taken aback. Yangtze City was adjacent to his hometown, Changnan City. If Yangtze City had been breached by the beast tide, Changnan City would inevitably be affected too. Has Changnan City been affected? Su Changxing asked. Shin Wuyan nodded. Changnan City recently experienced a beast tide. The city defenses haven't been fully repaired yet, so it took a hit. Fortunately, the city defenders reacted quickly and barely managed to hold the city. But the casualties? Su Changxing felt a slight heaviness in his heart at these words. After all, he had spent 18 years growing up in Changnan City and had some attachment to the small town. The school is assigning you to handle the post-battle reconstruction in Changnan City. Remember, you have full authority over all reconstruction matters and even have the power to act first and report later if necessary. The situation there is complex. I will personally visit soon. With that, Shun Wuyan handed Su Changxing a token identical to the previous one. For a genius of Su Changxing's caliber, even someone as powerful as Shun Wuyan considered him extremely valuable and naturally worried about his safety. A genius who stays within the confines of the school is ultimately just a fledgling, unable to face real storms. That's why he chose to have Su Changxing personally go to Changnan City. The school arranged for a student to accompany him. Su Changxing quickly packed his valuables and headed straight for the school's main gate. There, he would meet up with another student. Junior, long time no see. A familiar voice called out. Su Changxing looked up to see Wei Dongqing. His severed hand had been reattached, and he looked healthy and full of energy. How's your recovery, senior? Su Changxing asked while summoning his beast, Bai Fong. Almost fully recovered, and my strength is back too. Wei Dongqing replied with a hearty laugh. Once a beast master reaches the gold rank, they undergo a transformation. Even if their beast is killed, it doesn't perish completely. Instead, it returns to the beast space, where abundant resources can restore it to full health, sometimes in just a day. Where's your flying beast? Su Changxing asked, puzzled by Wei Dongqing's delay in summoning it. For long journeys, a flying beast is undoubtedly the best choice. Wei Dongqing looked slightly embarrassed. Junior, I don't have a flying beast yet. My apologies, I forgot. Hop on, senior, Su Changxing said, realizing his oversight and quickly inviting him. Flying beasts are rare and precious, typically only contracted by platinum-ranked beast masters. Having 2 out of 3 beasts that can fly, like Su Changsheng, is a sign of immense wealth. Bai Fong soared into the sky, carrying the 2 of them swiftly towards Changnan City. Its speed rivaled even that of Principal Wang Ping's Divine Eagle. Departing at noon, they reached Changnan City by the early hours of the next day. Who goes there? The city guards, seeing a mystical flying beast streak across the night sky like a comet, immediately went on high alert. Massive crossbows turned in unison, all aimed at Bai Fong. After 2 consecutive beast tides, the guards of Changnan City had become extremely vigilant. Nothing escaped their watchful eyes. Rather than feeling annoyed by such a display, Su Changxing felt a sense of reassurance. These were true warriors. He quickly presented the token given by Shun Wuyan. The dark green token glowed in the night, with the large character, Shun, emitting an unusual light. A soldier who appeared to be the leader examined the token carefully and then waved his hand. Stand down. Welcome the envoy from the imperial capital into the city. Su Changsheng and Wei Dongqing leapt off Bai Fong's back, landing steadily atop the city wall. As Bai Fong was retracted back into the beast space, its wings quivered slightly, clearly exhausted from the long day of rapid flight. I'm Chen Ying, captain of the West City Guard in Changnan City. A uniformed man approached with large strides, his gaze sweeping over the 2 before settling on Su Changxing. He extended a calloused hand, stained with blood and grit, evident of having just returned from the front line. Apologies. Chen Ying noticed the grime on his hand and quickly wiped it on his clothes. Su Changsheng, however, extended his hand with a smile, saying, Hello, I'm Su Changxing, a special envoy sent from the capital, in charge of post-disaster reconstruction. Chen Ying was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the approachability of this high-ranking figure from the capital. He extended his hand again, shaking Su Changxing's firmly. You're truly impressive at such a young age, Envoy Su. Looking at Su Changxing's youthful face, Chen Ying was secretly amazed that this envoy appeared to be around the same age as his brother, who was preparing for college entrance exams. Su Changxing. The name flashed in Chun Ying's mind. Wasn't this the school genius his brother often mentioned? He shook his head in disbelief. How could someone achieve so much at just 18? No need for formalities, Captain Chun. I grew up in Changnan myself, so you are my elder, Su Changsheng replied. He held great respect for these dedicated city defenders, whose efforts ensured the city's safety. Chun Ying's body tensed, his suspicions growing stronger. Were you once a student at Changnan No. 1 High School? Indeed, Su Changsheng nodded. Chun Ying felt a mix of emotions. At 18, Su Changsheng was already an envoy from the capital, while he, nearing 40, was still a guard captain. The disparity between people could be striking. What impact has the beast tide had on our city? Su Changsheng asked seriously. Chun Ying's expression turned grave. The beast tide originated in Yangtze City, and our city was significantly affected, with the west side suffering the most damage. Out of 1,842 city guards, 677 were killed, and nearly 800 were injured, including 400 critically. As he spoke, the tough man's voice choked up, but he quickly straightened up. It was thanks to the valiant defense of these warriors that civilian casualties were minimal, and structural damage to the city was relatively small. Su Changsheng nodded. The brothers have worked hard. Has the compensation been distributed properly? The warriors are the backbone of their families, and when they sacrifice or are injured, compensation becomes the lifeline for their families. However, when Su Changsheng inquired, Chuning lowered his eyes and replied heavily. Not yet. Not yet. Su Changsheng frowned, seething with anger. 2 days had passed since the beast tide, yet the authorities in Changnan City still hadn't distributed the compensation. He demanded sharply, which department is responsible for this? He knew well that delaying the compensation could lead to dissatisfaction among the warriors and even affect the morale of the survivors. Chun Ying explained, the Gu Group. He detailed the agreement between the Gu Group and the authorities. The compensation for the next 10 years would be borne by Gu in exchange for preferential policies from the government. However, Gu Tiansheng was now making endless excuses. Anger and helplessness flashed in Chun Ying's eyes. As a squad leader, he was powerless against a giant like the Gu Group. Seeing his comrades fight to defend the city yet receive no due compensation was heart-wrenching. Su Changsheng's expression darkened as he resolved to completely eradicate the Gu Group. At that moment, an eagle's cry pierced the sky, and a fierce wind howled. A majestic white eagle landed in front of Su Changsheng, followed by several flying beasts. Wang Ping leaped down from the white eagle and warmly embraced Su Changsheng. Changsheng, long time no see. He looked in surprise at his former young student, who had now become a person of equal standing, even deserving a touch of flattery. Su Changsheng was about to exchange pleasantries when his gaze fell upon Gu Tiansheng behind Wang Ping. His smile froze instantly. Gu Tiansheng also stared at Su Changsheng with a sinister look, his mind boiling with murderous intent. Su Changsheng, ignoring the small talk, directly demanded, Gu Tiansheng, who gave you the nerve to withhold the warrior's compensation? This rebuke made Wang Ping and Lin Hongjiang's expressions change slightly, not expecting Su Changsheng to be so direct. Standing aside, a glimmer of hope erupted in Chun Ying's eyes. This man seemed different. Perhaps there was really hope for the warrior's compensation. In an instant, all eyes were on Gu Tiansheng. Faced with Su Changsheng's accusations, Gu Tiansheng's face flushed with anger, his expression intense, as if he had suffered a great injustice. The envoy dares to wrong the Gu family like this. Gu Tiansheng's voice trembled. The last beast tide. The Gu family bore the burden of all the soldiers' compensation without a word of complaint. Yet, only 2 months later, the beast tide is upon us again. Seeing the soldiers' casualties, I'm heartbroken and helpless. But we're powerless. Powerless. The Gu family no longer has the financial means. As he spoke emotionally, Gu Tiansheng managed to squeeze out 2 tears. Su Changsheng silently praised his acting skills, while Chun Ying's eyes nearly flared with anger, silently cursing. What a joke. The Gu family out of money? Just the cost of developing new land in the east of Gu family city could cover the compensation. Now Gu Tiansheng was putting on a poor mouth. Lin Hongjiang snorted coldly. He had repeatedly discussed the compensation with Gu Tiansheng, yet Gu Tiansheng always gave the same excuse. How is your son Gu Siyuan's health recently? Su Changsheng suddenly asked, his tone calm. A hint of disdain flashed in Gu Tiansheng's eyes. To him, Su Changsheng was being misled by his performance and thus changed the subject. He's doing well, almost recovered his mobility. In a few days, he can contract with the beasts again. Su Changsheng nodded. Even if Gu Siyuan resumed his training, his talent would inevitably be damaged, and his potential for development would be significantly reduced. By the way, your eldest son is studying at the Imperial University, right? Su Changsheng asked softly. A bad premonition flickered in Gu Tiansheng's mind, but he forced a smile. Why does the envoy ask about this? Su Changsheng smiled as well. Oh, nothing much, just bringing you some news. Gu Sikhang is dead. He died in the secret realm. With the capital and Changnan thousands of miles apart, news spread very slowly. The news of Gu Xichang's death had only reached the public half a day ago, leaving Gu Tiansheng unaware. In his heart, Gu Xichang remained his most accomplished son, someone whose talent far exceeded his own. Therefore, Gu Tiansheng had high hopes for Gu Xichang, believing that under his leadership, the Gu family would undoubtedly advance further. Surely you're joking, envoy, Gu Tiansheng said with difficulty, still clinging to a thread of hope. Do I seem like someone who jokes? Su Changsheng said gravely. Wei Dongqing, am I speaking the truth? Both Su Changsheng and Gu Tiansheng turned to Wei Dongqing. Gu Tiansheng's eyes glimmered with hope, longing for a denial. Yes, Wei Dongqing nodded. That simple word shattered all of Gu Tiansheng's illusions. How could this be? Gu Tiansheng stumbled, nearly falling. For a platinum-ranked expert to almost fall on flat ground shows the massive impact this news had on him. TSK, the Gu family's two sons, one dead, one crippled. What a misfortune, Su Changsheng sighed coldly, looking at Gu Tiansheng. With both sons gone, perhaps the next will be the father. This was Su Changsheng's blatant threat to Gu Tiansheng. If the compensation isn't paid soon, the next to die will be Gu Tiansheng. Gu Tiansheng's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes bloodshot, and his breathing heavy. He stared intently at Su Changsheng, fully aware that Gu Xichang's death was undoubtedly linked to this man. With both of his sons having fallen at Su Changsheng's hands, was his vast empire merely a dowry for someone else? Gu Tiansheng clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, as he seemed on the verge of lashing out. Lin Hongjiang and Wang Ping quickly positioned themselves in front of Su Changsheng, forming a human barrier. Don't panic. Su Changsheng's expression was calm as he walked slowly towards Gu Tiansheng. Given his current strength, the platinum third-tier Gu Tiansheng was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. If he unleashed the true form of the Candle Dragon and mastered the power of time, Gu Tiansheng would be like fish on a chopping block, at his mercy. Do you really want to push me to such an extent? Gu Tiansheng spoke slowly, his voice strained through clenched teeth, eyes filled with bloodlust. Is a life from the Gu family worth nothing? Su Changsheng's expression remained indifferent as he produced a dark green token. The lives of your entire Gu family combined are not as precious as a single warrior's life in my eyes. What is that? Lin Hongjiang exclaimed, recognizing the golden Ishun character on the token. That's the token of that esteemed figure. This was a token from the strongest person in the Huaxia Federation, rumored to have broken through the diamond barrier and entered the Star Shatterer realm, unmatched in the world. And Su Changsheng held his token. Do you still have any objections? Su Changsheng looked down at Gu Tiansheng, his gaze sharp as a blade. This once arrogant elder, who had even sent assassins after him, was now under his heel. But that wasn't enough. Gu Tiansheng trembled all over, staring at the dark green token, and after a moment, he surprisingly calmed down. I will comply with the envoy's arrangements and ensure the compensation is provided today. I want it done before sunrise, Su Changsheng demanded authoritatively, leaving no room for negotiation. Gu Tiansheng shuddered, his lips moved slightly, and he finally replied, All right, I will follow the envoy's arrangements. Seeing the compliant Gu Tiansheng before him, Su Changsheng became even more vigilant. When something seems unusual, there's often more beneath the surface. However, with his current strength, he wasn't afraid of any tricks Gu Tiansheng might pull. Strength is the foundation. After giving some instructions, Lin Hongjiang and the others left in a hurry. Su Changsheng and Wei Dongqing, led by Changsheng, went to a room near the city gate. Thud. As soon as the door closed, Changsheng suddenly knelt down, his knees hitting the ground with a dull thud. Su Changsheng quickly helped the tall, iron-willed man to his feet. With tears in his eyes and a choked voice, Changsheng said, Thank you, envoy. Thank you, my brothers. As a captain, every time Changsheng saw the families of his fallen comrades over the past 2 days, it felt like a knife to his heart. What pained him even more was being unable to secure the compensation his comrades deserved. The guilt gnawed at him like a venomous snake, constantly biting at his heart. Su Changsheng sighed softly, offered some comfort, and personally saw Changsheng out. Then, he stood by the window, gazing at the darkening sky, his mind unable to find peace. After sending off Changsheng, Su Changsheng tidied up briefly and then fell into a deep sleep on his bed. The exhaustion from the past few days finally began to dissipate. He needed a good rest. He didn't know how long he had slept when he suddenly opened his eyes. Something was wrong with the surroundings. This room was adjacent to the city wall, and he was used to hearing the footsteps of patrols and occasional sounds of fighting. But now, there was an eerie silence, not even the buzz of mosquitoes. More strangely, a peculiar energy wave engulfed the room, blocking his senses. Su Changsheng's heart tightened, and he quickly sat up on the bed, summoning his beast companion. Zing! A sharp sound of something cutting through the air suddenly came from outside the window. An iron spike, glinting with a dark sheen, pierced through the window, aiming directly at Su Changsheng's forehead. In that critical moment, Blood Shadow immediately transformed Su Changsheng's body into a shadow. The spike passed through the shadow and embedded deeply into the wall, with about 10 centimeters of the spike fully lodged in the wall, indicating the force behind it. Plaster crumbled and fell onto Su Changsheng. He seized the opportunity to swiftly roll off the bed. Bang! The door was violently smashed open by a beast resembling a porcupine, creating a large hole in the surrounding wall as well. Behind the porcupine beast, two figures slowly emerged, accompanied by several other beasts of various forms, clearly prepared for this encounter. Su Changsheng focused his gaze and recognized one of them as Gu Tianxing. When he saw the information on the other person, his pupils contracted sharply. This person was actually a spy from the Wanshou sect and had undergone the beast blood baptism. Name: Gong Zixing. Talent: soul enhancement forcibly changed to beast blood baptism. Beast blood baptism effect: greatly enhanced physical constitution, extended lifespan. Personality gradually becomes violent until losing humanity, significantly increased affinity with beasts, an accelerated advancement rate. Rank: Platinum Tier 7, Contracted Beasts, Dark Demon Hound, Flame Lizard, Iron Needle Porcupine, Spiritual Sky Egret, Immortal Divine Turtle. It was Su Changsheng's first encounter with someone who had undergone the beast blood baptism. This baptism not only increased the master's strength, but also elevated their physical attributes to the level of beasts, eliminating the beast master's inherent weakness, while speeding up the beast's advancement. However, the cost was a gradual distortion of personality, ultimately leading to a loss of humanity. To Su Changsheng, this bizarre ritual was nowhere near as valuable as a single strand of hair from the mythical bloodline pool. Su Changsheng, did you ever think you'd see this day? Gu Tianxing roared. His previous endurance of humiliation was all to make Su Changsheng lower his guard, so he could eliminate him completely tonight. For this, he even colluded with people from the Wanshou sect. It was known that if caught colluding with the Wanshou sect, regardless of one's status, it was a capital offense, with family and property also implicated. At the least, one's property would be confiscated. At worst, the entire family could be exiled to the extreme cold regions, never to return to the city. Despite this, Gu Tianxing was determined to see Su Changsheng dead. Stop wasting time. The barrier can only hold for 10 minutes. The voice of Gong Zixing from the 10,000 Beasts sect was hoarse and chilling, like the growl of a beast, sending shivers down one's spine. No problem. 10 minutes is enough for me to finish him off, Gu Tianxing said through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot. That little bastard. I'll make him wish he were dead. He was risking everything today, his entire fortune and Lefido kill Su Changsheng, and he certainly wasn't going to let his opponent die easily. You, watch the time. Gong Zixing reminded him with a frown. But considering that Gu Tianxing had offered all of the Gu family's wealth and was willing to join the 10,000 Beasts sect afterward, he let him be. After all, combat power at the platinum level was not to be underestimated, and what kind of trouble could a mere bronze level student cause? Listening to them casually discuss his fate as if he were nothing, Su Changsheng chuckled softly. I really didn't expect this. Hearing this, Gu Tianxing's lips curled into a cruel smile, his legs trembling slightly with excitement, thinking the other was about to surrender. However, Su Changsheng's next words hit him like a sledgehammer. I didn't expect you to be so eager to die. Before he finished speaking, the Zhulong coiled in front of Su Changsheng let out an earth-shattering roar. Its massive body expanded instantly, exerting an overwhelming presence just by being there. The crimson gold scales were quickly dyed red, and its lantern-sized eyes flickered with the changing seasons and the alternation of day and night. Gu Tianxing glanced into those eyes and instantly fell into a daze, as if losing all sense of time. It wasn't until a metal object pierced his thigh, causing intense pain, that he snapped back to reality. Gong Zixing had pulled him back. Gu Tianxing tried to retreat, only to find in horror that his body no longer obeyed him. No matter how hard he tried, his legs felt as heavy as lead. Desperately, he looked to Gong Zixing for help, only to see that the master from the 10,000 Beasts sect was equally immobilized, in the same predicament. Where do you think my confidence comes from? Su Changsheng advanced step by step, his aura intensifying with each stride. Do you think it's because of some backing? Let me tell you, in this world, true strength comes from within. He stood before Gu Tianxing, looking into his terrified eyes, and raised his hand. Smack! A loud slap landed heavily on Gu Tianxing's left cheek. This is for the thousands of wounded and fallen warriors. Despite the humiliation, Gu Tianxing felt no anger, only deep regret. In such a short time, the unremarkable boy had grown so powerful that he couldn't even resist. If I had known, I wouldn't have. Before he could finish the thought, a snow-glinted wolf claw effortlessly sliced across his throat. Blood spurted out, sending his head flying into the air before it crashed to the ground. The head rolled a few times on the filthy ground before coming to a stop. Those eyes, filled with unwillingness and confusion, remained wide open, regretting provoking Su Changsheng, and even more so, regretting the attempted assassination. He couldn't understand how a beast master with an A-level talent could grow so quickly. Watching Gu Tianxing's lifeless body, Su Changsheng finally released a long-held breath. The Gu family, just ants. In less than half a minute, Su Changsheng turned to look at Gong Zixing. The formidable expert from the myriad beasts sect now looked fierce, with bulging veins under his skin like coiled dragons, and thick black fur rapidly growing over his exposed skin. However, within this domain of time control, his movements were as slow as a snail's crawl. Su Changsheng nodded to himself, realizing that the power of time manipulation had indeed increased significantly after using the true form of the Candle Dragon. Recalling his sparring session with Luan Xue, the time control back then could only slow down platinum-level beastmasters, nowhere near the suppressive force it had now. He mused that with his current explosive combat strength, he would likely have no rivals below the diamond level. Despite this, Su Changsheng did not rush to take Gong Zixing's life. Since the Candle Dragon rarely had the chance to display its true form, he wanted to test the two new skills he had acquired. At his signal, the Candle Dragon's enormous lantern-like eyes locked onto Gong Zixing from above, and two soul-piercing beams shot out from its pupils. The moment the light struck Gong Zixing, his struggling body abruptly froze, and his pained expression became fixed, as if his soul had been extracted. In the next instant, Gong Zixing fell straight to the ground, drooling and babbling incoherently. If Su Changsheng hadn't previously checked his information, he would never have associated this man, convulsing on the ground and with saliva-matted hair, with a platinum-level powerhouse. The power was truly astonishing. Su Changsheng marveled inwardly. The dual assault on both the essence and the soul was unbearable even for someone with iron will. To be safe, he personally stepped forward and decisively broke Gong Zixing's limbs, completely eliminating any chance of resistance. Meanwhile, Shuiying and Bifeng swiftly acted, annihilating all of Gong Zixing's summoned beasts. The minutes swiftly passed. The Candle Dragon's body quickly shrank, the red hue receding like a tide, and its once brilliant gold turned dull. A trace of exhaustion appeared in its eyes, a side effect of forcibly overextending its mythical bloodline. Without the baptism of the mythic bloodline pool, mastering such a powerful skill as the true form of the Candle Dragon would have been impossible for it at its current strength and level. Well done. Su Changsheng gently patted the Candle Dragon's head and returned it to the beast space to rest, leaving only Bifeng and Shuiying by his side for protection. He then began to rummage through Gu Tianxing's corpse, finding several space rings. He didn't spare Gong Zixing either, finding a space ring on him as well. Upon a quick inspection, Su Changsheng was amazed by the mountain of rare resources within the rings. Particularly in Gu Tianxing's space ring, there were resources ranging from silver to platinum level, and even treasures rumored to have vanished from the outside world. Roughly estimating, the value of these space rings rivaled all of his gains from special secret realms. This was just a hastily gathered set of movable resources by Gu Tianxing. The real wealth of the Gu family lay in their various enterprises within Changnan City. Su Changsheng was privately amazed, acknowledging the deep and formidable foundation built by the Gu family over years of exploiting the people. Inside Gong Zixing's ring, there were only a few items, a few barrels of thick black liquid and a mysterious blueprint. The black liquid emitted a strong, putrid stench, reminiscent of blood left out for days, making one feel nauseated. The mysterious blueprint depicted some bizarre ritual, and Su Changsheng couldn't make sense of it at the moment. I should hand Gong Zixing's ring over to Principal Shan, Su Changsheng contemplated. Perhaps I might even earn some rewards. After all, Xin Wuyan was known for his generosity and never being stingy. 10 minutes passed swiftly. The barrier set by Gong Zixing dissipated with time. This area had turned into ruins due to the earlier fierce battle, even affecting nearby buildings. Fortunately, Su Changsheng was the only one staying here tonight. Other warriors were holding their posts due to a shortage of manpower. The patrol team soon detected the anomaly. Changsheng rushed over, his face changing drastically upon seeing Gu Tianxing's head, eyes wide open in death. When his gaze fell on the black fur covering Gong Zixing's body, he was even more shocked. He knew all too well what this meant. It was the hallmark of a beast blood baptism, a full-force exertion of a beast cult follower's power. An envoy from the imperial capital had been assassinated by the beast cult right under his nose. Changsheng was appalled. What shocked him further was that these beast cult followers, after undergoing the beast blood baptism, wielded top-tier platinum-level power when going all out. Yet, Su Changsheng, at just 18, not only survived an assault by two platinum-level experts, but also managed to counterattack and defeat them decisively. Send someone to inform Chief Lin Hongjiang and Principal Wang Ping, the top officials in Changnan City. Su Changsheng instructed directly. Tell them the Gu family colluded with the beast cult to assassinate me, but I managed to counterattack using special means. He looked at Chun Ying meaningfully. Captain Chun, what is the crime for colluding with the beast cult? Chun Ying's mind raced, and he respectfully replied. Confiscation of all assets. Family exile. In severe cases, execution of the entire family. Then hurry and act. Su Changsheng nodded. Remember, be quick. These assets are enough to distribute pensions to the soldiers. Oh, and the military benefits should be increased as well. Chen Ying's face lit up with excitement, nodding vigorously. He immediately directed his subordinates to split into two groups, one to report the attack on Su Changsheng to Changnan's top officials, and the other to handle the Gu family's assets. Overnight, a monumental change occurred in Changnan City, and by the time the sun rose the next day, the Gu family was no more in Changnan City. Be cautious in the imperial capital. Survival is the most important thing, Wang Ping advised Su Changsheng atop the high wall on the west side of Changnan City. Su Changsheng, the most outstanding student of Wang Ping's teaching career, had just turned 18 but had already amazed him countless times. Su Changsheng nodded, standing on the wall as the howling wind whipped his clothes. Looking at the prosperous and peaceful scene of Changnan City before him, he felt deeply satisfied. This was the result of his hard work over the past 2 weeks. Since Su Changsheng had defeated Gu Tianxing and Gong Zixing, half a month had passed. During this time, the confiscation of the Gu family's assets had significantly relieved the financial pressures on Changnan City. Not only were the soldiers' pensions perfectly resolved, but the speed of infrastructure repair had also accelerated greatly due to the influx of funds. The current Changnan City was almost unrecognizable from the ruin-strewn landscape it had been half a month ago, showing little sign of the Beast Tide's devastation. Additionally, by capturing the leader of the Beast cult, Gong Zixing, and extracting information through interrogation, Su Changsheng led his team to dismantle several Beast cult hideouts, clearing the surroundings of Changnan City. In just over 10 days, Su Changsheng had managed to eliminate long-standing issues that had plagued the city. Lin Hongjiang watched the spirited young man before him with a sense of nostalgia and admiration. He realized he was getting old, lacking the vigor and decisiveness of youth. If not for his cautious nature, the Gu family would not have become so brazen. In the end, this world belongs to the young, Lin Hongjiang mused, looking at Su Changsheng with hopeful eyes. He anticipated that this young man would bring even more surprises in the future. Of course, Special Envoy Wei has also worked hard, Lin Hongjiang said to Wei Dongqing. Although major decisions in the city had been made by Su Changsheng during these days, Wei Dongqing had handled all minor matters personally and diligently, contributing significantly. As a beast master of the golden rank, he was a considerable force in Changnan. It's all thanks to Changsheng, Wei Dongqing replied, scratching his head modestly. He knew his own capabilities, and without Su Changsheng, Changnan City would never have recovered to its current state. Well, it's time to leave, Su Changsheng said after another round of farewells. Changnan City was now back on track, and it was time for him to return to the imperial capital, where there were more resources and opportunities suited for his cultivation. Lin Hongjiang and Wang Ping nodded, as they were there to see Su Changsheng off. Uncle Lin, Uncle Wang, these are for you, Su Changsheng said, summoning Bai Fong and handing 2 spatial rings to Lin Hongjiang and Wang Ping. Each ring contained resources worth about 25 million federal coins, a token of gratitude for their care. No, it's not right for a teacher to accept such valuable gifts from a student. Wang Ping protested after a quick glance, hurriedly declining. Lin Hongjiang nodded in agreement. Yes, Changsheng, you should keep these resources for your own cultivation. Su Changsheng leapt onto Bai Fong and smiled. Both of you have taken good care of me in the past. These are just small tokens of my appreciation. Don't refuse. These items are inconsequential to me. Besides, you wouldn't want me to be known as someone who doesn't repay kindness, would you? Su Changsheng joked lightly. Hearing this, Lin Hongjiang and Wang Ping exchanged smiles and tucked the spatial rings into their pockets. Indeed, given Su Changsheng's current strength, these resources were no longer significant. They accepted them without hesitation. I'm off, Su Changsheng shouted. The Bai Fong beneath him flapped its wings vigorously, transforming into a streak of blue light that shot into the sky, disappearing into the clouds in an instant. It seems Changsheng has grown even stronger, Wang Ping remarked, watching the astonishing speed as he exchanged a glance with Lin Hongjiang, both filled with admiration. In just half a month, Su Changsheng's strength had improved significantly. As they had expected, during this half month, Su Changsheng successfully advanced from Bronze Tier 9 to Silver Tier 2, simultaneously acquiring a new beast contract qualification. Unfortunately, due to the scarcity of resources in Changnan City, he searched everywhere but couldn't find a beast egg superior to the towering giant serpent and had to give up. Both Bai Fong and Blood Shadow made significant progress, reaching Silver Tier 2. Only Zhulong, having suffered a significant energy drain after activating its true form, had been recuperating during this period, advancing only 1 tier to Bronze Tier 5. However, according to Zhulong, it had developed a resistance to this weakened state, and its recovery period might shorten to less than 10 days next time it activated its true form. Half a day later, Bai Fong carried Su Changsheng and Wei Dongqing to Imperial University. With Shun Wuyan's special permit, they could fly over the capital, avoiding a lot of trouble. Thank you, Senior, for all your hard work. Please go and rest, Su Changsheng said to Wei Dongqing. Over the past 10 days, Wei Dongqing had been tireless, handling everything personally, which lightened Su Changsheng's burden considerably and deepened his appreciation for him. You've worked hard too, Junior, Wei Dongqing replied with a salute, turning to leave. After parting ways, Su Changsheng headed straight to the principal's office. He needed to hand over the mysterious blueprint and black liquid from Gong Zixing's spatial ring to Shen Wuyan. Knock, knock, Su Changsheng gently rapped on the principal's office door. Come in. Receiving permission, he pushed the door open. Principal, a few days ago, I captured a remnant of the 10,000 Beasts cult. There are some strange items in his spatial ring, Su Changsheng stated directly. I heard about this, Shen Wuyan replied with a smile. I was planning to personally clear out that cult's stronghold in your area, but your performance was outstanding. As Shen Wuyan praised him, he examined the items in the spatial ring. You must have seen the beast transformation state of the 10,000 Beasts cult's senior members, right? Shen Wuyan placed the ring on the table, materializing a barrel of black liquid. Immediately, a stench like burning plastic filled the office. This is what's called beast blood. After the cult members undergo the beast blood baptism, they need to smear it over their bodies periodically. Shen Wuyan paused, a cold glint in his eyes. Otherwise, they become mindless, murderous creatures. Su Changsheng was taken aback by this revelation. It meant that the senior members of the 10,000 Beasts cult were forever under the cult's control, with no chance of escape. After all, only the cult possessed this beast blood. Shen Wuyan then took out the mysterious blueprint, pointing to the bizarre ritual depicted on it, and said, "This is the city massacre ritual. Its purpose is to use the life force of an entire city to empower the beast god of the 10,000 Beasts cult. The so-called beast god of the Wanshou sect has never truly appeared. It's said to be sealed in a rift between a secret realm and reality, only occasionally manifesting divine signs, such as beast blood. This ceremony is one of its divine signs. Not only does the power of the beast god increase, but the person conducting the ceremony also receives a significant boost. The one initiating the ceremony gains the ability to connect the secret realm with reality and briefly control fierce beasts," Shen Wuyan continued to explain. These were originally secrets not passed on to outsiders, but with Su Changsheng's current strength and potential, he was qualified to know. Upon hearing this, Su Changsheng's accumulated doubts were finally explained, where the vast number of beasts in the beast tide came from, why the Wanshou sect was so obsessed with slaughtering cities, and why its followers were so fanatical. The culprit behind it all turned out to be the elusive beast god. Shen Wuyan's next words struck Su Changsheng like a bolt of lightning. According to records, the beast god possesses at least a top-tier mythological level of power. Mythological level complete top-tier combat power. Su Changsheng recalled the massive figure that almost covered the sky when he hatched the Zhulong, its presence like a mountain demanding submission. Could humanity really contend with such power? Currently, the highest human combat power is only at the star fragmentation level, far from the mythological level. It's no exaggeration to say that if a mythological level beast reappeared in the world, even 10,000 star fragmentation level beast tamers might not withstand a casual strike from it. Mythology represents the supreme power of heaven and earth, a force humans cannot resist. Only mythology can combat mythology. The seal is gradually loosening. It's not just the beast god seal. The entire world seal is loosening, Shen Wuyan continued. Otherwise, I could never have broken through to the diamond level and reached star fragmentation. The beast god sealing ceremony requires absorbing high-level energy from this world to maintain the seal's integrity. If a strong individual above the star fragmentation level appears, it means the seal is weakening and may even struggle to continue drawing from this world. Seeing Su Changsheng's serious expression, Shen Wuyan smiled and said, "Don't be so tense. According to records, the seal won't completely collapse. As long as a sunlight-level strong individual appears within 10 years, the seal can be stabilized. What if no one appears?" Su Changsheng couldn't help but ask. "Then we're all doomed," Shen Wuyan winked at Su Changsheng. It was the first time Su Changsheng saw such an expression on Shen Wuyan's face. Previously, Shen Wuyan had always seemed powerful, serious, and generous. It seems even a supreme figure like Shen Wuyan feels immense pressure from the loosening beast god seal. According to him, the most likely person to reach the sunlight level in this era is Shen Wuyan himself. The life and hope of a world rest on his shoulders, naturally making him incredibly anxious. All right, just keep this in mind. If the sky falls, there's always someone taller to hold it up. Shen Wuyan waved it off and then changed the subject. By the way, there's an upcoming international competition in the Imperial capital for participants under the age of 22. The Imperial University has 5 spots available. Do you want to participate? Of course, the rewards won't be small. Shen Wuyan gazed at Su Changsheng and after a moment said, "All right, I'll give you the rewards for this competition, along with the reward for rebuilding Changnan, in advance." As he spoke, a faint light flickered from his space ring, and a small blue seed, the size of a fingernail, flew towards Su Changsheng. It seems like it's time for you to form a contract with a new beast. How about this beast egg? Su Changsheng caught the seed, and the sensation in his palm sent a shock through him. A surge of immense vitality flowed from the seed, coursing through his meridians like a warm current, silently healing the hidden injuries he had accumulated over the past half-month. In just a few moments, he felt his fatigue vanish, and even his physical condition seemed subtly enhanced. He opened his palm and fixed his gaze on the seed, and a stream of information appeared before him. Species: Ling Tian Divine Wood. Attribute: Wood. Quality: Star Fragment High. Rank: Black Iron Tier 1. Talent skills: Divine Healing Legendary, Divine Wood Blessing Legendary. Unique Evolution Path: Wood Attribute Direction. First Evolution: Bright Moon Tier Beast Soul Divine Tree. Second Evolution: Sun Tier Beast Heaven Opening Divine Tree. Third Evolution: Mythical Tier Beast Fuyao Divine Wood. Note: this beast egg is the natal root of the mythical beast Fuyao Divine Wood, possessing extremely high potential. Su Changsheng's pupils contracted sharply. Fuyao Divine Wood, the legendary mother of life, ancestor of all trees. According to legend, it was this divine tree that upheld the heavens and earth, giving rise to the concept of the world and the proliferation of life. It is not only the progenitor of all tree beasts, but also possesses abilities that defy the natural order. Ancient texts record that the most formidable power of the Fuyao Divine Wood is healing and vitality. It is said that with its blessing, even the deceased can be forcibly revived. This ability is truly a reversal of fate. Even more astonishing is the vast life force it provides, enabling the Beast Master to achieve true immortality and eternal youth. The Ling Tian Divine Wood before him, as the natal root of the Fuyao Divine Wood, perfectly inherits this unreasonable healing ability. Although it only has 2 skills, they are at the legendary level right from the start. Su Changsheng could already imagine the terrifying effects after it undergoes the baptism of the mythic bloodline pool. Perhaps, it could even develop invincible skills. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Shen Wuyan's voice pulled him back to reality. Even in the Huaxiao Federation, there are only a few of these high-grade beast eggs. Enough to enlist your help, right? Su Changsheng nodded firmly, his eyes shining with determination. He was determined to obtain this beast egg. Seeing Su Changsheng nod, Shen Wuyan's smile grew even wider. He gently caressed the beast egg in his hand and said slowly, "As long as you achieve a top 3 position in the World Nations competition, this beast egg will be entirely yours. For now, I'm giving it to you to enhance your strength. If you don't make it to the top 3, then you'll need to provide the school with resources equivalent to 2 billion federal credits." Su Changsheng was slightly surprised, not because he was worried about the compensation being too high, but because it seemed too low. 2 billion federal credits sounded like a lot, but it was actually equivalent to the total value of resources he had gathered from his last exploration of a special secret realm. Even a diamond-tier beast egg, like the Skiriching Python, would not be valued at less than 1 billion federal credits on the market. Not to mention the world-rare star-shattering tier beast egg like the Spirit Heaven God would, which would fetch at least 100 billion if auctioned openly. Yet now, Shen Wuyan was only asking for a compensation of 2 billion federal credits. This was clearly a huge favor to Su Changsheng. "I will definitely not betray the principal's trust," Su Changsheng said solemnly. Since others believed in him so much, he would give it his all. Shen Wuyan waved his hand and said, "It's not about betraying my trust. You need to live up to your own potential. This beast egg is just a reward from the school. If you achieve a ranking in the competition, the organizers will also provide substantial rewards." Then, as if remembering something, he added, "Oh, I recall you've been searching for rare resources, right? The Huaxiao Theory University will soon have a special secret realm opening. I happen to have a spot available, if it's convenient for you." Convenient, absolutely convenient. Su Changsheng agreed before Shen Wuyan could finish. In his last special secret realm exploration, he had obtained the main materials for the evolution of both Blood Shadow and Baifeng. Now that another opportunity was presented, he would not refuse. "Let me finish," Shen Wuyan said, waving his hand. "The Imperial Theory University is different from us. They focus on theory and are weaker in practical combat. This secret realm only allows those under 20 to enter. Therefore, whenever the realm opens, Imperial Theory University recruits young talents from various schools to protect their students. During the exploration, you must accompany others to the destination. At critical moments, you need to protect the other students." Hearing this, Su Changsheng frowned and asked, "Explore together? How will the resources be divided?" He didn't want his hard-earned resources to be taken by others under various pretexts. The special secret realm is open for 7 days. You only need to spend at most 2 days escorting 5 people to the destination, after which you can explore freely. All gains from the first 2 days go to the Imperial Theory University. The gains from the remaining 5 days of free exploration belong to you personally. Upon hearing this, Su Changsheng's frown relaxed. 5 days of free exploration were more than enough. "That's acceptable. Thank you for your concern. Principal. Su Changsheng nodded, placing the grass seed into his beast space and agreeing readily. Afterward, Shen Wuyan told Su Changsheng many secrets about the 10,000 Beasts sect. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Changsheng took his leave with a respectful bow. Watching Su Changsheng's departing figure, Shen Wuyan sighed softly, his eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. In 10 years, there was only a 50% chance of becoming a sunlight level. Su Changsheng was the contingency plan Shen Wuyan had left behind. Shen Wuyan gazed at Su Changsheng's departing figure, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. This young man possessed talent and character that even surpassed his own back in the day. Perhaps that was why he had invested so many resources and attention in him. The heavy burden of saving the world shouldn't rest on one person's shoulders alone. After leaving the principal's office, Su Changsheng headed straight for the treasure pavilion. A few days ago, Zhou Xiaoling had informed him via a communication device that she had found some of the resources he needed. He hoped that this time, he might gather enough materials for a beast's evolution. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the treasure pavilion, Zhou Xiaoling was nowhere to be seen. Only a few ordinary employees were busy in the lobby, and upon seeing him, they quickly bowed and said, "Hello, young Master Su." Since the last incident, Su Changsheng's prestige within the treasure pavilion had been firmly established, earning him the respect of everyone. "Where's your deputy manager?" Su Changsheng asked directly, frowning slightly. A female employee hesitated for a moment under Su Changsheng's cold gaze before finally stammering. "Manager Zhou is in the reception room." Thanking her, Su Changsheng hurried away, his unease growing stronger. Zhou Xiaoling would usually deliver the goods personally, and today's unusual behavior made him wary. When he reached the door of the reception room, Su Changsheng knocked lightly. Suddenly, a rough male voice came from inside. "Who is it? Get lost." Su Changsheng frowned. No one had dared speak to him like that in years. Just as he was about to knock again, more muffled voices came from inside. "Today is the last day. Are you going to agree or not?" The man demanded aggressively. "You're just a small manager at the treasure pavilion. Being my lover is a favor to you. Don't be ungrateful, or I'll..." Bang! Su Changsheng kicked the door open, cutting the man off mid-sentence. "Young Master Su," Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed, tears glistening in her eyes. Duan Jia looked at Su Changsheng with disdain. "Oh, so you're the Su she's always talking about? Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'll get lost." Even Shen Wuyan has to show respect to the Du family. "Young Master Su, don't be rash," Zhou Xiaoling urged. "The Du family has several low-level diamond-ranked experts." Su Changsheng walked towards Duan Jia with a blank expression. Suddenly, he kicked Duan Jia, sending him crashing against the wall. Duan Jia spat blood, slumping to the ground, staring at Su Changsheng in disbelief. Looking down at Duan Jia, Su Changsheng said coldly, "Not even your father would dare speak to me like that. The Du family? Just a mid-tier family with a few diamond ranks. Not even Shen Wuyan, let alone I, Su Changsheng, would care about the Du family. If you have any grievances, go find your father. I'll be waiting here, but only today," Su Changsheng said as he crouched down, looking down on Duan Jia with disdain, lightly tapping his dusty cheek with his fingers. After standing up, he gave him a kick. "Get up, stop pretending. That kick wasn't enough to kill you." In a place like the imperial capital, Su Changsheng was naturally careful with his actions. Although the kick was powerful, it only broke a few of Duan Jia's ribs and caused some minor internal injuries. For a beastmaster, such injuries were far from life-threatening. If he had a bit more willpower, he might have already stood up by now. However, Duan Jia was clearly not that kind of person. He squirmed on the ground like a worm, trying to support himself, but failed miserably time and again. "Where's my stuff?" Su Changsheng turned his gaze to Zhou Xiaoling, withdrawing his attention from Duan Jia. Huh. Zhou Xiaoling was still reeling from the shocking turn of events. Just moments ago, she was being cornered by Duan Jia with no way out. Who could have guessed that Su Changsheng would descend like a godsend, knocking Duan Jia down with a single kick? "What do you mean, huh? Hurry up," Su Changsheng urged impatiently. Zhou Xiaoling hesitated, giving Su Changsheng a glance, but ultimately said nothing and quickly fetched two materials. The Sunfire Essence. The Devourer's Stomach. Su Changsheng's eyes lit up as he took the materials. These were two of the three auxiliary materials needed for the Blood Shadow's evolution. Once he obtained the last one, the Blood Shadow could evolve into a solar-level Beastmaster talent. Not bad. Su Changsheng praised Zhou Xiaoling, a rare occurrence, and even found the sight of Duan Jia lying on the ground somewhat pleasing. He leisurely sat in a chair in the reception room, waiting for the Du family to arrive. With Su Changsheng's current strength, he could reach at least the peak of platinum level if he went all out. Even against a low-tier diamond beastmaster, he could put up a fight. Besides, would the Du family really risk offending him and the formidable Shen Wuyan behind him for the sake of Duan Jia, a mere wastrel? Duan Jia might not know how terrifying Shen Wuyan was, but the powerful figures in the Du family surely did. It wasn't long before a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard hurried into the meeting room. "Father!" Duan Jia exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with hope upon seeing the newcomer. The man was Du Anjia's father, Du Chunguang. He first nodded and smiled at Su Changsheng, who was sitting upright, then turned to Du Anjia on the ground and shouted angrily, "You ungrateful son, always causing trouble under the Du family's name." The light in Du Anjia's eyes extinguished instantly, and he looked at his father in disbelief. However, Du Chunguang ignored his son's reaction and instead turned apologetically to Zhou Xiaoling. "Miss Zhou, I apologize. Could you please step outside? The Du family will send someone to compensate for today's losses and inconvenience." Zhou Xiaoling glanced at Su Changsheng, and only after receiving his nod did she slowly leave. Su Changsheng raised an eyebrow, curiously observing the middle-aged man, wondering what his intentions were. "I am Du Chunguang, son of the Du family head." Du Chungang introduced himself and then continued, "Young Master Su truly is a young hero, reminiscent of Principal Shun in his prime. Even my father appreciates your deeds in Changnan." Ignoring his son lying on the ground, Du Chungang started chatting with Su Changsheng. Su Changsheng frowned and cut straight to the point. "Let's get to business." Despite Su Changsheng's directness, Du Chungang remained unbothered. "My father and Principal Shun were old acquaintances. This time, my son offended you, young Master Su. It's like a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. For this reason, the Du family has prepared a small token of compensation for you. It's a modest gesture, but please accept it." While speaking, Du Chungang took out a black brocade box from his pocket and gently opened it. A completely crimson stone immediately appeared before Su Changsheng, emitting a faint glow. A meteorite stone? Su Changsheng was astonished. This was the final material needed for the evolution of the Blood Shadow. It seemed the Du family had gone to great lengths to gather materials for this compensation. With this in mind, Su Changsheng's expression softened slightly as he accepted the brocade box, saying, "Thank you for your kind gesture, Uncle Du. However, Du Anjia should indeed learn to refine his character." Seeing Su Changsheng relent, Du Chungang discreetly breathed a sigh of relief and agreed. "You're right, nephew. I should thank you for disciplining my son." Du Chungang then turned to Du Anjia, his voice suddenly stern. 1 year of confinement. Until you reach the gold rank, you are not to step outside the family grounds." Du Anjia shuddered at his father's words, but, seeing the unprecedented seriousness on his face, said nothing. "All right, let's put this matter behind us," Su Changsheng said, waving his hand as he prepared to leave. With all the materials for Blood Shadow's evolution gathered, he was eager to commence the advancement ritual. Besides, the spirit heaven divine would awaited him for hatching. "Then I won't disturb you any longer," Du Chungang said, lifting the limp Du Anjia as he slowly took his leave. "Father, what?" Du Anjia finally couldn't hold back his question once they were away from the Wanbao Pavilion. Their Du family was a prominent name in the capital. When had they ever been so humiliated? "Silence!" Du Chungang snapped, his expression dark. Gone was the amiable demeanor he had shown Su Changsheng. Du Anjia shrank back, not daring to question further. Seeing his son's timid demeanor, Du Chungang sighed and explained, "There is credible information that Shun Wuyin has broken through to the diamond rank and reached the Shattered Star level. That's a level we cannot possibly oppose. Moreover, there's the legendary beast god to consider, and Su Changsheng is the only heir recognized by Shun Wuyin himself, holding a status equal to his." Returning to his dormitory, Su Changsheng didn't rush to evolve Shuiying. Instead, he entered the beast space. His gaze fell on the beast egg beside the mythical bloodline pool, and even from a distance, he could sense the immense vitality it contained. The evolution to a sun-level talent was extremely dangerous. Su Changsheng thought that the abilities of the fourth beast might offer some help. A sun-level talent represents a qualitative change. If the moon level is the pinnacle of the mundane, then the sun level means Shuiying is stepping into the realm of mythical creatures. Both its strength and the essence of its life and soul would undergo a qualitative transformation. This process of ascending from a mundane creature to a mythical being is inevitably perilous. The eye of the world indicated that even with all the materials gathered, the chances of Shuiying evolving successfully were less than 50%. As a beast focused on healing, the Ling Tian Divine might be able to alleviate Shuiying's pain during the evolution. In such a high-level ritual, even the slightest change could alter the entire outcome. With this thought, Su Changsheng no longer hesitated and strode towards the green grass seed. He used his mind to manifest a sharp knife and made a deep cut on his wrist. Crimson blood gushed out, staining the grass seed. As his strength grew, Su Changsheng increasingly felt that this blood not only carried his life characteristics, but also contained the essence of his soul. For this reason, even the blood manifested by his consciousness in the beast space was enough to contract with the beast, as it contained the unique essence of his soul. Once the blood fully soaked the grass seed, a surge of immense vitality erupted from it and flowed into Su Changsheng. Under the influence of this vitality, the wound on his wrist quickly healed without a trace. The grass seed began to swell, and when it reached the height of Su Changsheng's calf, a blade of emerald green grass emerged. The edges of the grass developed fine serrations, grinding the seed that once encased it into powder, which it then absorbed back into itself. Suddenly, the grass began to wriggle wildly, with two large bulges forming at the roots, as if life was being nurtured within. A faint sound of splitting air emanated from it. Two emerald green legs grew directly from the roots. The grass then shot up rapidly, soon reaching Su Changsheng's chest. A peculiar croaking sound came from within it. Su Changsheng looked puzzled, yet he easily understood its meaning. The grass had just named itself Fuyao. Astonishingly, it had given itself a name right after being born. Su Changsheng chuckled and said, "In that case, Fuyao it is." This saved him the trouble of naming it himself. Fuyao, with its newly sprouted legs, hopped over to Su Changsheng. A refreshing fragrance filled his nostrils, spreading an indescribable sense of comfort throughout his body. The overwhelming sensation of ease made Su Changsheng close his eyes to savor it. Moments later, he opened his eyes in shock, unable to contain his surprise. Did I just break through? What just happened? He had just caught a whiff of the scent on Fuyao's body, and suddenly he broke through, jumping directly from Silver Tier 2 to Silver Tier 3. It wasn't just a breakthrough in terms of level. Su Changsheng felt his mind become significantly more active, as if the chains that had bound his thoughts for so long had been suddenly unlocked. As he examined Fuyao more closely, he quickly discovered the reason. The legendary blessing of the divine tree greatly accelerates the master's advancement, enhances the master's soul strength and physical strength, and also deepens the master's understanding of all things. This skill is simply extraordinary. With just this one skill, Fuyao would be the target of every beast master's desire worldwide. A skill that simultaneously boosts the beast master's advancement speed, soul strength, and physical strength, while also enhancing their understanding of the universe. For effects, incredibly powerful. The first three effects are easy to comprehend, but the understanding of all things, in Su Changsheng's view, raises the master's potential. In this world, not only do beasts have a talent limit, but beast masters also have a rank limit. Otherwise, why do so many people remain stuck at the iron rank their entire lives, never reaching bronze, while others advance swiftly, breaking through ranks as easily as drinking water? This is the difference in talent limits. Previously, Su Changsheng might have only become a sun rank beast master, but under the influence of the divine tree's blessing, he could become a myth rank beast master, or even higher. Unfortunately, this effect only works on Su Changsheng alone. Even so, Su Changsheng is extremely satisfied. One must not be too greedy. Su Changsheng hugged Fuyao tightly, inhaling deeply to absorb the natural fragrance from its body. Sadly, that extreme pleasure could not be found again, replaced by a gentle yet enduring sense of comfort. "All right, go take a bath in that pond," Su Changsheng said to Fuyao. He was eagerly anticipating what level Fuyao's skills would reach after being baptized in the mythic bloodline pool. Would it be an upgrade of its existing skills, or would it develop a new skill? Either way, it would significantly enhance his strength. Chirping softly, Fuyao reluctantly left Su Changsheng's embrace and leaped into the mythic bloodline pool. To it, Su Changsheng was akin to a parent who had hatched it. And this being its first day after successful hatching, it was naturally very clingy. Once Fuyao entered the mythic bloodline pool, it was exceptionally calm. Not even a ripple disturbed the surface. Su Changsheng wasn't surprised by this. Having already contracted 3 or 4 beasts, he knew that each beast's evolution had its own unique phenomena. All he could do was wait. About 15 minutes later, the previously calm water surface suddenly rippled violently. Then, a completely verdant divine tree rose from the ground, soaring into the sky. 4 crimson fruits, resembling the legendary divine Zhugua, hung from the tree's trunk. Before Su Changsheng could even discern the details of these crimson fruits, they seemed to possess intelligence, floating towards Su Changsheng and the 3 beasts he had. As soon as the Zhugua touched Su Changsheng and the beast's skin, it merged into their bodies. Instantly, a surge of immense vitality washed over Su Changsheng's entire being. His body trembled, and his level advanced once again. Merely hatching a beast, Su Changsheng had ascended 2 ranks. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly shock everyone worldwide. It's known that after reaching the silver rank, a beast master's advancement is not as straightforward as before. Typically, advancing a rank requires a whole month of rigorous training. Yet Su Changsheng had ascended 2 ranks in such a short period. What a terrifying speed. Not only that, but Su Changsheng also faintly sensed the emergence of 4 virtual lines within himself. These lines were connected to Bai Fong, Blood Shadow, Candle Dragon, and the newly hatched Fuyao. Fuyao's body rapidly shrank, becoming even more petite than before, now only as tall as Su Changsheng's thigh. However, it exuded an astonishing green aura, as if one glance could convey a sense of vitality and longevity. At this moment, the life force contained within Fuyao was more than double what it had been before, bursting with life. Su Changsheng gazed at Fuyao, swaying near his thigh, and detailed information immediately appeared before his eyes. Fuyao's species was the sole divine tree, with a wood attribute aptitude at the Hao Yu rank. Its Black Iron Tier 5 talents included the legendary skills of Divine Healing, Divine Wood Blessing, Soul Damage Immunity, and Life Link. The Divine Healing skill could consume Fu Yao's life force to rapidly heal all injuries of Su Changsheng and allied units. Divine Wood Blessing significantly accelerated Su Changsheng's advancement, enhanced the strength of his soul and body, and increased his understanding of all things. Soul Damage Immunity allowed Fu Yao to be immune to all soul damage within a 300-meter radius that did not exceed 3 tiers, and this effect also applied to Su Changsheng and his allies. The Life Link skill connected the life forces of all allied units, distributing damage among them, so that any harm Su Changsheng suffered would be shared by other beasts. Fu Yao's only evolution path was in the wood attribute direction. After the first evolution, it could advance to the sun-level divine Beast Kai Tian Divine Tree, and after the second evolution, it could progress to the mythical level divine Beast Fu Yao Divine Wood. At this time, after being baptized by the mythical bloodline pool, Fu Yao's rank directly broke through from Black Iron Tier 1 to Black Iron Tier 5, advancing 4 tiers and obtaining 2 new legendary skills. Now, Fu Yao possessed 4 legendary skills, each immensely powerful. The effect of divine healing was simple and direct, capable of healing all injuries, whether troublesome soul damage or damage striking at the core. These injuries, seen as extremely difficult to heal by others, could be easily resolved by Fu Yao. No matter how insidious the attack or how overwhelming the damage, as long as Fu Yao was present, it was inconsequential. Su Changsheng had long experienced the formidable role of Divine Wood Blessing. As for the 2 newly emerged skills, they truly lived up to their legendary status. Soul Damage Immunity was an extremely rare domain skill, able to provide wide-range immunity to soul damage. Although it only protected against soul damage, its tier determination was high enough to immunize against soul attacks within 3 tiers. If Fu Yao reached the silver tier, even diamond tier enemies' soul attacks would be ineffective against Su Changsheng and his beasts. For enemies specializing in soul attacks, encountering Fu Yao would be a pitiful situation. Previously dominant and omnipotent soul attacks were no more effective than ordinary attacks in front of Fu Yao. As for the effect of Life Link, it was extremely terrifying. This skill was precisely the source of the dotted line within Su Changsheng's body. Simply put, it endowed Su Changsheng and all his beasts with 4 times their usual life force. With the immense vitality at his disposal, Su Changsheng's beasts are almost unbeatable. Even when facing formidable foes, they are hard to kill in one strike. The healing abilities of Fu Yao can instantly mend any injuries. This perfect combination of skills makes Su Changsheng and his beast team nearly invincible. Even against opponents they cannot defeat by force alone, killing Su Changsheng is no easy task. In a prolonged battle, the enemy might even find themselves defeated by Su Changsheng. Su Changsheng nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the 4 beasts before him. These are the foundation of his existence in this world. With Fu Yao's incubation complete, the most pressing matter now is the evolution of Blood Shadow. Su Changsheng is about to welcome his first solar-grade beast. With this in mind, Su Changsheng didn't hesitate and summoned all his beasts into the real world. The once spacious dorm room suddenly became cramped. The 4 beasts of varying sizes occupied nearly all the space, causing Su Changsheng to frown. Perhaps he should apply for a larger dormitory, but now was not the time for such trivial matters. A flash of light from the space ring on Su Changsheng's hand revealed 4 materials neatly arranged on the table. Roar! Blood Shadow growled with excitement as its bloodline urged it to devour these resources. Don't rush, Su Changsheng reassured. Following the guidance of the World Eye, he first fed Blood Shadow the meteorite stone and solar fire essence. The fire attribute energy contained in these materials was just right, helping Blood Shadow adapt to the violent energy without causing excessive harm to its body. Sure enough, as soon as the 2 resources were ingested, a surge of energy erupted within Blood Shadow. Red flames burst forth from its body, enveloping it completely. In an instant, the originally silver-white Blood Shadow was entirely cloaked in fire. The violent fire energy raged inside and outside Blood Shadow, destroying its muscles and skin inch by inch. In this extremely dangerous situation, the mythical bloodline buried deep within Blood Shadow was fully activated. Charred skin continuously peeled away as new flesh rapidly grew. The new muscles were covered in intricate patterns that were dizzying to behold. Seeing that Blood Shadow's muscles had been renewed and the flames were subsiding, Su Changsheng quickly stepped forward and placed the solar fragment into its mouth. Boom! The flames erupted again, this time turning a cold white. Within the pale flames lay unimaginable heat. The newly grown muscles were again reduced to ashes, while fresh tissue writhed in the depths, only to be consumed by the pale flames before fully forming. Blood Shadow's own vitality alone was insufficient to withstand such intense flames. From afar, it resembled a skeleton engulfed in pale, ghostly fire. Su Changsheng's heart was in his throat. This was the most perilous stage of the evolution process. Failure would mean certain death for Blood Shadow. In this critical moment, a sudden change occurred. A vast amount of vitality surged from Fuyao, and both Baifeng and Zhulong also released tremendous life energy. This life force was poured unreservedly into Blood Shadow. Life link activated. A massive surge of life force coalesced into a half-meter thick green line, piercing through the intense white flames and infusing into Shui Ying's body. The aggressive pale flames were directly struck by the green line, causing them to shudder violently in the air, nearly extinguishing. However, in an instant, the flames surged back, though their ferocity was noticeably diminished. As Shui Ying absorbed the life force, tiny buds of flesh rapidly grew over the pale skeleton. Charred debris fell away, replaced by solid, robust muscles. Strange crimson patterns spread across Shui Ying's skin, swiftly forming the image of a blazing sun. Changsheng squinted to observe closely and realized that the patterns were not emitting flames, but rather absorbing them voraciously. The pale flames entwined around Shui Ying were swiftly absorbed by the patterns, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving only the suffocating heat to testify to the earlier danger. Subsequently, silver-white fur covered Shui Ying's entire body, concealing the mysterious patterns completely. Seeing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Su Changsheng's eyes as he quickly stepped forward to place the final resource, the devouring heaven stomach, into Shui Ying's mouth. This was the last step of the evolution, and the safest part, requiring only a change in Shui Ying's stomach characteristics. Compared to the earlier burning agony, this was like a gentle breeze. As the devouring heaven stomach slid into Shui Ying's abdomen, a series of teeth-gritting noises emerged. The metallic clanking and squelching sounds intertwined, as if someone was forcibly reconstructing the stomach structure with a power drill. Shui Ying's abdomen suddenly swelled, with the surrounding muscles flowing like water, as if nurturing some terrifying entity. 15 minutes later, the noises ceased. Shui Ying let out a resounding howl and exhaled a cloud of green miasma, which landed on the table, instantly corroding the sturdy surface into dust. The evolution was complete. With the conclusion of Shui Ying's evolution ceremony, Su Changsheng felt a powerful surge of beast-taming energy feedback from Shui Ying. His body trembled, and he unexpectedly broke through another rank. Advancing 3 ranks in a short period to reach the silver 5th rank would undoubtedly incite envy among countless others if known. However, at this moment, Su Changsheng had no time to focus on his own advancement. He concentrated fully on observing Shui Ying, examining its post-evolution specifics. Species: Sun-devouring divine wolf. Dark attribute aptitude: high sun level. Rank: silver 5th rank. Innate skills: death battle epic. The more the beast's stamina decreases, the stronger it becomes, without weakening due to stamina loss or injury. Shadow transformation epic. The beast can transform itself and all teammates into shadows, immune to most attacks, with reduced stamina consumption during transformation. Demonic shadow soul devour epic. The beast can directly attack an enemy's soul, causing massive damage and soul impairment. Shadow devour epic. Blood pact legendary. Grants immunity to lethal damage for the beastmaster or other beasts. Night sovereign invincible. Sun devouring. Heaven devouring invincible. The evolution of Shui Ying brought about 2 seemingly invincible skills. The first is Lord of the Night, a skill similar to, yet surpassing, the true form of Zhulong. In its normal state, Shui Ying's physical attributes are tripled. Considering that Shui Ying already possesses mythological bloodline, its physical strength far exceeds that of beasts of the same rank. With this threefold amplification, it can confidently confront opponents at the platinum level even while still at the silver level. When the Lord of the Night state is fully activated, Shui Ying's physical attributes soar to 5 times their usual level. Under such a terrifying amplification, even diamond-level beasts might not have the upper hand in physical confrontations. More frighteningly, in the Lord of the Night state, each strike from Shui Ying strips one of the enemy's 5 senses. After 5 successive attacks, the enemy will completely lose sight, touch, hearing, taste, and feeling, becoming truly incapacitated. This state can last for a full 15 minutes, far exceeding the 5-minute limit of Zhulong's true form. Moreover, it only results in a brief period of weakness afterward, unlike Zhulong, which requires a recovery period of over 10 days and might even result in a loss of rank. Excitingly, the Eye of the World indicates that the effects and duration of Lord of the Night will enhance as the bloodline concentration increases. The other invincible skill, Devour the Sun and Swallow the Sky, does not directly boost combat power, but it offers Shui Ying a shortcut for advancement. It can devour other ferocious and mythical beasts, extracting the essence of their bloodlines to enhance its own mythological bloodline concentration and rank. This is crucial for Shui Ying, as advancing to a mythical level beast requires the Lord of the Night bloodline concentration to exceed 50%. Most beasts aiming to break through to the mythical level not only need rare materials, but also a high concentration of mythological bloodline, without which they will forever remain at the solar level. Devour the sun and swallow the sky allows Shuiying to meet advancement requirements in a short time, making its value self-evident. Additionally, the increase in bloodline concentration can extend the duration of the Lord of the Night, indirectly enhancing Shuiying's overall strength. Notably, Shuiying can also forcibly summon the moon, maintaining it for up to half an hour, undoubtedly providing more advantages in battle. Following this evolution, Shuiying's rank increased by 2 levels, but this is just the most basic change. What truly concerns Su Changsheng are these two seemingly invincible skills. They not only significantly boost Shuiying's combat capabilities, but also pave the way for its future growth. 3 days later, Su Changsheng left Imperial Capital University and arrived at Imperial Capital Theoretical University. Today marked the opening of a special secret realm. During these 3 days, he dedicated himself to cultivation, and his beast showed remarkable progress. Bifong advanced to Silver Tier 3, Zhulong climbed 3 tiers to reach Bronze Tier 8, and Fuyo astonishingly rose 4 tiers, reaching the peak of the Iron Tier with enhanced vitality and stronger healing abilities. With Su Changsheng's support at Silver Tier 5, combined with their extraordinary talents, the speed of these beasts' cultivation was astounding. A few minutes later, Su Changsheng, guided by a designated escort, arrived at the teleportation array of the special secret realm. 8 students were already inside, divided into 2 groups. On the left, a short-haired woman led a group exuding a scholarly aura, who smiled kindly or shyly at Su Changsheng, indicating they were theoretical students from Imperial Capital Theoretical University. On the right stood a group of seasoned warriors, arms crossed, appearing relaxed yet maintaining high alertness. After a brief consideration, Su Changsheng approached the group on the right. As one of the external reinforcements, this group seemed more fitting for him. The 3 warriors reacted indifferently to his presence, as if they hadn't noticed him. Unbothered, Su Changsheng found a spot, crossed his arms, and waited for the last person to arrive. Before long, a man with medium-length hair and a slightly sinister demeanor arrived with the escort. His eyes lit up as he scanned the teleportation array and quickly approached the short-haired woman. Lingling, long time no see. Du Muqing, we just met yesterday. The short-haired woman responded coldly, ignoring the awkwardness on Du Muqing's face. With a thick skin, Du Muqing's embarrassment quickly vanished, and he eagerly engaged Lingling in conversation. Lingling responded perfunctorily, but Du Muqing's enthusiasm was undeterred. Ugh, I can't stand guys like that, muttered the burly man beside Su Changsheng in disdain. At this moment, a middle-aged man who appeared to be a teacher entered the teleportation array, organizing introductions and distributing teleportation bracelets. After all, the 10 of them would be spending at least 10 days together, and not even knowing each other's names would be awkward. I'm Lu Ling, specializing in the evolutionary research of dual-element wood and fire beasts, the short-haired woman began. Once everyone was acquainted, the teacher nodded in satisfaction, stepped out of the teleportation array, and spoke quietly with another teacher operating the array. Soon, a flash of white light appeared before Su Changsheng's eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a lush, green forest. Beside him were the 9 others who had stood with him on the teleportation array. Ladies and gentlemen, our team's exploration direction is west. In at most 2 days, we will reach our destination, at which point you may act freely. Until then, I hope everyone will cooperate, said Lu Ling, the leader from the Imperial Capital's Theoretical University and Duan Muqing's goddess. Of course, Duan Muqing shouted eagerly, even before the others could respond. The rest had no objections, as this had been agreed upon beforehand. Everyone summoned their own beasts. Soon, dozens of variously shaped beasts securely surrounded the 10 of them, making them appear quite safe. Among these beasts, Bifong Shuiying stood out the most. Bifong, with its emerald green body, flew gracefully at low altitude, resembling a celestial being that had mistakenly entered the mortal world. Compared to Bifong, the other flying beasts seemed as ordinary as crows next to a phoenix. Shuiying was even more extraordinary, with its evolved form boasting a sleek coat of silver-white fur, exuding a divine aura. Just standing there, it emitted an indescribable power. The other beasts dared not approach Shuiying, as their instincts warned them that getting too close could lead to their complete annihilation. Naturally, this situation drew the attention of others. Lu Ling, who had maintained a cold demeanor, couldn't hide her fascination upon seeing Bifong. She approached Su Changsheng, her tone almost pleading. May I touch your flying beast? As a researcher specializing in the evolution of wood-fired dual-element beasts, she couldn't take her eyes off such a rare and gifted creature. No, Su Changsheng refused outright. It was unthinkable to let someone, almost a stranger, touch his life-bound beast. Despite Lu Ling's attractiveness, Su Changsheng was no sycophant. Such an unreasonable request was unacceptable to him. Oh, all right, I was too forward, Lu Ling said, a flicker of surprise crossing her lovely face. It was the first time she had been so decisively rejected by a man. To a beastmaster, their beast was like family. It's fine for oneself to touch it, but not for others. Su Changsheng found her request almost offensive. He refrained from reprimanding her only out of respect for the imperial capital's theoretical university. Seeing Lu Ling walk away disappointed, a flicker of resentment crossed Duan Muqing's eyes. Why? Why did the goddess he couldn't win over show such enthusiasm towards someone else? The fact that this person even rejected her added to his frustration. The sheer contrast nearly drove him to irrationality. Yet, he held his tongue, quickly following Lu Ling. He wasn't foolish. He recognized Su Changsheng's uniqueness and knew better than to provoke him over something trivial. With dozens of beasts in tow, the group of 10 moved swiftly westward. As the massive convoy advanced, the ground trembled, trees shook, and countless birds took flight in alarm. Almost every minute, fierce beasts blocked their path, but Duan Muqing and the others were highly skilled, cutting down any threats without needing Su Changsheng's intervention. Su Changsheng only acted after the beasts were slain, using his control over the blood shadow to extract their bloodlines and strengthen himself. Although these beasts were weak with thin bloodlines, offering minimal enhancement, Su Changsheng didn't mind. Every little bit helped, and it was effortless gain. Besides, accumulating these small advantages was faster than letting the blood shadow cultivate on its own. The entire day slipped away in their journey. At dawn the next day, Su Changsheng was jolted awake by vibrations beneath him. He opened his eyes sharply to find the ground trembling slightly. A deafening rumble came from the side, and Su Changsheng's pupils contracted as he realized countless fierce beasts were rapidly approaching. The others were also awakened, rising with tense expressions to look towards the source of the sound. In the distance, trees fell like dominoes, raising clouds of dust that nearly obscured the morning light. A colossal figure slowly emerged from the haze. It was a 20-meter upright lizard man, its body covered in gray-black scales that glinted coldly amidst the dust. Its amber eyes, as large as human heads, scanned the people below with an indifferent gaze. Suddenly, its eyes locked onto a silver-white giant wolf, and a greedy light flared up in its previously emotionless eyes. "Oh my god, it's a heaven-devouring lizard," groaned Lu Ling upon seeing the creature. According to records at the Imperial Capital Theoretical University, the heaven-devouring lizard was among the most powerful in this special secret realm, especially with its defense, nearly reaching the limits of a platinum-tier beast. Against such a creature, they had no chance of resistance. What was even more puzzling was that the heaven-devouring lizard's lair was in the far western desert, which was unrelated to their direction of travel. Why had it come specifically for them? But there was no time to ponder this now. Lu Ling quickly and quietly informed the group about the heaven-devouring lizard. "What, platinum deer? We're doomed." "Shut up, a desperate fight might still hold a glimmer of hope." The group immediately braced for battle. A platinum deer beast was not something that could be overcome by sheer numbers. Among them, aside from Su Changsheng, the strongest was only at the initial platinum tier, nowhere near capable of breaching the lizard's defenses. Despair spread among them. Meanwhile, Su Changsheng also absorbed the lizardman's information. Species, sky-swallowing giant lizard. Physical attribute quality, high platinum tier. Platinum tier 7 abilities. Black scale hardening rare. Temporarily hardened scales, significantly increasing defense. Super enlargement outstanding. Enters a super enlarged form, doubling strength and physique, with a slight decrease in speed and agility. Bloodline sense outstanding. Can sense other fierce beasts or tame beasts with compatible bloodlines. Killing and devouring them can slightly enhance its own bloodline. Su Changsheng understood immediately upon seeing the sky-swallowing giant lizard's last ability. No wonder this lizard was relentlessly pursuing them. It had sensed the mythical bloodline within Shui. 4 fierce beasts. Bloodline is a symbol of strength and the upper limit of potential. Now, faced with an opportunity to enhance its bloodline, the sky-swallowing giant lizard would stop at nothing to kill Shui. As for the others, they were merely caught in the crossfire. However, a mere platinum tier 7 beast posed no threat to Su Changsheng now. Boom, boom, boom. The sky-swallowing giant lizard fixed its gaze on Shui, advancing slowly with heavy steps. Despite its seemingly slow pace, each step covered dozens of meters. The pressure from its mere approach left Lu Ling and the others shaken, momentarily at a loss. These academy prodigies, after all, were like sheltered flowers. Faced with a real life-and-death crisis, they had lost their decisiveness. Screech. A clear, resonant cry pierced the sky as a bluired fireball charged at the sky-swallowing giant lizard with violent energy. Flames erupted above the lizard's head, scattering as countless embers onto its body. The bluired flames clung to it like a relentless plague, fiercely consuming its form. The gray-black scales cracked under the fiery assault, falling to the ground and raising clouds of dust. Roar! The sky-swallowing giant lizard roared in pain, its amber eyes instantly tinged with blood red. Its gray-black scales flashed, turning a pure black. Mysterious liquid seeped from the gaps between the scales, swiftly extinguishing the rampant flames. Bai Feng's intervention snapped everyone back to their senses, prompting them to direct their beasts to attack. Yet, all attacks seemed futile, merely scratching the surface before bouncing off, unable to inflict any damage. Why bother attacking? We can't break through its defense, just run. Yeah, let's run, maybe we can still survive. Seeing this, their rekindled fighting spirit was immediately extinguished. Some had already begun retreating, ready to flee. At that moment, Shuang moved. Its silver-white fur turned a deep black in an instant, and Shuang leaped into the air like a black lightning bolt. Its sharp claws tore across the lizard's neck, shattering the hard black scales, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. Roar! Caught off guard, the lizard staggered back, struggling to regain its footing. The searing pain in its neck nearly drove it mad. Just as it prepared to retaliate, it suddenly froze. Its ears could no longer hear anything. Seizing the opportunity, Shuang struck repeatedly, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds on the lizard. Yet, the lizard made no move to counterattack. In horror, it realized that its vision had suddenly vanished. Furthermore, its sense of touch, hearing, and other senses were gradually disappearing with each of Shui Ying's attacks. In an instant, the top predator of this secret realm was rendered utterly useless under Shui Ying's assault. Now, it couldn't even perceive the existence of its enemies, let alone fight back. To the onlookers, the colossal sky-swallowing lizard stood motionless like a puppet, allowing the blood shadow to attack at will. The sharp claws of the blood shadow repeatedly tore through the lizard's scales, sending flesh flying, even exposing its slowly beating heart. Yet the lizard remained completely still. This can't be possible, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Why isn't it fighting back? It must be Su Changsheng's beast control skill. Oh my god, what level of skill is this? It can render a high-tier platinum beast completely powerless. The previously despairing crowd suddenly erupted with excitement. Students who had quietly retreated to the back of the group found themselves pushing to the front, chattering excitedly. Regardless of their previous status, everyone now looked at Su Changsheng with awe. If the blood shadow could so effortlessly slaughter the sky-swallowing lizard, killing them would be a mere gesture. With a sudden squelch, a pitch-black wolf claw burst through the lizard man's chest, crushing the beating heart. Blood rained down, almost painting the entire forest red. With a thud, the massive body of the sky-swallowing lizard collapsed. In this special secret realm, the top-tier beast had not even a chance to fight back against the blood shadow in its activated Night King state. After the lizard man fell, its body began to emit an unusual glow. A blood-red orb emerged, slowly merging into the blood shadow. Immense life force and pure life energy flowed within the blood shadow, subtly transforming its body. The blood shadow shuddered, achieving a breakthrough with the infusion of this energy. Meanwhile, Su Changsheng could clearly sense that the concentration of the blood shadow's mythical bloodline had increased by at least 1%. This enhancement was more significant than absorbing low-tier beasts all day. Moreover, the life energy from the lizard man was purer and easier to absorb. It seems I need to absorb the bloodlines of higher-tier beasts, Su Changsheng mused, stroking his chin. The life energy from low-tier beasts was too mixed, requiring extra time for the blood shadow to digest, which was not worthwhile. These phenomena were perceptible only to Su Changsheng and the blood shadow. Others merely saw Su Changsheng standing still, not daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing this powerful figure. After slaying the lizard man, the ink-like blackness of the blood shadow quickly faded, its fur returning to a snow-white, godlike appearance. However, its crimson eyes bore a trace of fatigue. You've worked hard, Su Changsheng said, stepping forward to gently stroke the blood shadow's fur, unfazed by the bloodstains. A woo! The blood shadow lowered itself obediently, nuzzling Su Changsheng's chest affectionately, making a playful sound. Who would have thought that this beast, so docile before Su Changsheng, had just single-handedly defeated a top-tier platinum beast? Take a rest, Su Changsheng said softly, as he returned the blood shadow to the beast's base. In that place, Fuyao's presence provided the blood shadow with divine healing power, significantly alleviating its weakened state. After Su Changsheng returned the blood shadow to the beast's base, he summoned Zhulong. The crimson golden dragon's body blocked out the sky, exuding an aura even more imposing than the sky-swallowing giant lizard from before. As for Fuyao, given its lower level, Su Changsheng decided to let it remain in the beast space to cultivate. Gather some things, and let's go, Su Changsheng said to Lu Ling, standing atop Zhulong. The corpse of a high-tier platinum beast was a rare resource not to be wasted. Although Su Changsheng had previously agreed with Imperial Capital University that the resources from the first 2 days would belong to them, even though he had single-handedly defeated the sky-swallowing giant lizard, he did not claim it for himself. After all, ruining his reputation for resources worth tens of millions of federal coins was not worth it. Lu Ling looked at Su Changsheng's proud figure standing on the dragon's back, like a deity, and was momentarily lost in thought. Just seeing his back filled her with a sense of security she had never felt in her 20 years of life. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, Su Changsheng lightly scolded her when he saw her in a daze. This woman always wore a proud expression, as if she looked down on others, and now she was dawdling. Naturally, Su Changsheng wouldn't show her a kind face. Despite being scolded by Su Changsheng in public, Lu Ling didn't feel the slightest anger. Instead, her face flushed slightly. Seeing Lu Ling's bashful expression, Duan Muqing felt a pang of pain. As a seasoned admirer, he knew all too well that this was a sign of someone falling for another. After all, this was how he looked at Lu Ling. However, Duan Muqing said nothing, understanding that with the power Su Changsheng had just demonstrated, he could easily defeat 10 of him. Moreover, he had a more important mission in this secret realm exploration. With that in mind, the pain in Duan Muqing's eyes vanished, replaced by a mysterious and stern aura. However, most people's attention was on Su Changsheng, so they didn't notice his change. When it came to gathering resources, none of them were novices. In a very short time, they had extracted all the valuable parts from the sky-swallowing giant lizard. The team slowly set off westward again, seemingly unchanged from before, except now Su Changsheng, rather than Lu Ling, was at the center of the group. Perhaps it was the scent of the heaven-devouring giant lizard's blood clinging to Su Changsheng and his companions, but they encountered surprisingly few beasts obstructing their path. Although the lizard was easily defeated by Shui Ying, its strength was among the most formidable in this secret realm. The other beasts were deeply wary of its presence, so the group, carrying its scent, was virtually unchallenged in the realm. This allowed Su Changsheng and the others to reach their destination in just a day and a half, instead of the originally estimated 2 days. The ultimate goal for the Imperial Capital Theoretical University on this trip was a bizarre giant tree. Unlike the usual gray-brown trunks of ordinary trees, this one was a sinister blood red. Even more peculiar were the human head-sized cysts growing all over the trunk. Standing at the base, Su Changsheng observed as the cysts seemed to pulse like they were breathing, filled with a terrifying mix of yellow and red slime. Looking up, countless forked branches jutted into the sky like sharp arrows. There were no leaves on the branches, yet they bore countless multicolored fruits. The fruits were so densely packed that they almost blocked out the sunlight. Squinting, Su Changsheng noticed thin rays of light filtering through the gaps between the fruits, casting shadows on his eyes. He had an unsettling feeling that something extremely terrifying was gestating within the giant tree. Suddenly, there was a faint popping sound. A fruit directly above Su Changsheng burst open, and its foul-smelling juice began to fall toward his head. A sharp screech followed, and a fireball accurately struck the odorous juice, evaporating it midair. What the heck is going on? The sudden turn of events startled the others. Those who had been curiously observing quickly moved out of the giant tree's ominous shadow. I'm sorry, our previous information didn't indicate that these fruits would explode and cause harm. Lu Ling urgently explained to Su Changsheng, who remained expressionless. When the predecessors explored, these fruits hadn't matured to this extent. Hearing this, Su Changsheng waved his hand to show he understood. In truth, given the speed of the falling juice, even without Baifeng's intervention, Su Changsheng could have easily dodged it with his reflexes, posing no real threat to him. Any ordinary silver-tier beast tamer could evade such a slow-moving hazard. Therefore, Su Changsheng believed Lu Ling wasn't trying to harm them. After all, even the weakest among them was a mid-tier gold beast tamer. Senior Sister Lu, what are these giant tree and fruits? They look quite terrifying. Someone in the group finally mustered the courage to ask, seeing Su Changsheng's expression soften. The others also turned their curious gazes toward Lu Ling, eager to learn about the origins of this eerie phenomenon. Unexpectedly, Lu Ling's previously apologetic demeanor turned icy. This is a school secret and must not be disclosed. Seeing her firm stance, the questioner felt embarrassed and fell silent. Lu Ling then looked around, clasped her hands, and said, "Thank you all for escorting us here. Now, you may proceed on your own to find the resources you need." With that, Su Changsheng turned and left without hesitation. The time for exploring this unique secret realm is incredibly precious, and he doesn't want to waste it. Seeing Su Changsheng leave, the others also dispersed. Only Duan Muqing approached Lu Ling, whispered a few words, and then joined the group from the Imperial Capital Theoretical University, heading towards the giant tree. Boom! A ball of azure flame, carrying massive energy, crashed into the deep pond. Under the effect of the extreme heat, the water turned into countless steam clouds, enveloping the area in a mist that resembled a fairyland. The beast hidden beneath the water was blasted onto the land by the blue and red fireball. Swoosh! Before the beast could even stand up, a silver flash streaked across its neck. The blood shadow wolf's claws easily pierced the defense of this low-tier platinum beast. Scalding blood, along with the beast's head, shot into the sky. In the coordinated attack of Blood Shadow and Baifeng, the beast didn't even have a chance to resist and died on the spot. Su Changsheng looked at the beast's head rolling at his feet, feeling immensely satisfied. Indeed, he was better suited for solo action. Working with others only slowed down his resource search. In just 2 days of leaving the team, Su Changsheng had already found 2 of the resources needed for Baifeng's evolution. Now, he only needed one more to evolve it into a peerless beast with a solar-level talent. Meanwhile, Blood Shadow was restored to compatibility under Fu Yao's healing. During 2 days of intense fighting, its bloodline and realm both advanced again. Consequently, Su Changsheng's rank also broke through once. This speed was unparalleled. With thoughts racing, Su Changsheng had already processed the beast's corpse beneath him. All valuable items were stored in his space ring. His space ring, having been replaced multiple times, now had a storage space of up to 200 cubic meters, making it easy to store things. Continue exploring, Su Changsheng commanded with a wave of his hand. Then, he leaped onto the back of Zhu Long, searching from midair for high-value resources and high-tier beasts. About 15 minutes later, Su Changsheng's eyes lit up. There was a live volcano in this secret realm. He quickly maneuvered Zhu Long to descend. Soon, Su Changsheng and his beast landed steadily in front of the volcano. The volcano, at least 100 meters high, was shaped like an inverted trapezoid. At its peak, hot steam rose intermittently. The air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur, enough to make one nauseous. If an ordinary person stayed in such an environment for too long, there would even be a risk of poisoning. However, for Su Changsheng and his beast, this environment was nothing. A live volcano. There might be magma essence present. Su Changsheng's heart raced with excitement. This magma essence was the last material needed for Baifeng's evolution. It only existed within active volcanoes about to erupt and was the energy essence of a volcano. In this world, active volcanoes were rare. The probability of a live volcano producing magma essence was less than 30%. Moreover, due to the extremely high temperatures inside the volcano, ordinary personnel couldn't withstand the heat, let alone collect resources. With these factors combined, the rarity of magma essence reached a terrifying level. Even though Su Changsheng had sought to purchase it multiple times in the real world, not a single lead came through. Unexpectedly, today he encountered a live volcano in the special secret realm of the Imperial Capital Theoretical University. Judging by the scale of this volcano, the probability of it containing magma essence was high. As for the difficulty of extraction, don't forget, Baifeng is completely immune to fire damage. To it, even the hottest magma would feel like bathwater. However, Su Changsheng didn't rashly send Baifeng alone into the volcano's interior. After all, near such high-level spiritual treasures, there would inevitably be powerful beasts guarding them. If Baifeng were to fight alone on enemy territory, it might not gain the upper hand. Su Changsheng's mind raced, and he quickly came up with a plan. Baifeng, release the heavenly fire above. At least 20 times. Su Changsheng commanded Baifeng. With a piercing cry, Baifeng spread its wings and shot towards the volcano's crater like a blue lightning bolt. The scorching air currents swirled around it, creating ripples of distorted air. Blue and red flames gathered in Baifeng's mouth, with the fireballs inside emitting muffled explosions. As Baifeng opened its mouth, dozens of fireballs rained down like a meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the deafening explosions, the volcano's crater was blasted open, and dark red lava gushed out like a waterfall. The lava instantly melted and solidified the rocks it passed over, forming patches of black crystals. Su Changsheng and Shuiying stood on the back of Zhu Long, observing the changes on the ground. The lava flowed slowly, leaving charred trails in its wake. Though the lava was scorching, it paled in comparison to Baifeng's heavenly fire, which was like a firefly next to the bright moon. Baifeng's flames were the purest form of fire in the world, capable of burning anything, even consuming other flames. Boom. In midair, Baifeng tirelessly continued to gather heavenly fire. Blue and red fireballs fell like meteors, slicing half of the volcano away. Lava poured down like a flood, and the hot air distorted the atmosphere, nearly obscuring Su Changsheng's vision. Just then, a crimson serpent suddenly emerged from the lava, standing upright with its upper body, its blood-red eyes fixated on the blue figure in the sky. A red beam shot from its eyes, moving so fast that Su Changsheng couldn't react. However, just as the beam was about to hit Baifeng, countless blue and red flames appeared out of nowhere, forming an impenetrable barrier around Baifeng. The red beam struck the barrier but failed to create even a ripple. Baifeng's sky sovereign ability had activated. As the ruler of the sky, Baifeng's physical abilities doubled in the air, its speed greatly increased, and it could become immune to all ranged attacks from the ground. Moreover, the serpent's attack was fire-based, posing no threat to Baifeng. Hiss! The serpent's once vicious gaze suddenly froze, its mouth opening unconsciously in a fearful hiss. It quickly retreated into the lava, its crimson body blending perfectly with the dark red lava, making it nearly indistinguishable. However, none of this escaped Baifeng's sharp eyes. Suddenly, several emerald green vines shot up from the ground, tightly binding the serpent. Blue and red flames surged around Baifeng, and a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter rapidly formed, mercilessly striking the serpent. The terrifying heat instantly consumed the Flood Dragon. Despite both being fire tribute beasts, the Flood Dragon stood no chance against the heavenly fire. This showcases the overwhelming power of the Baifong's flames and the absolute dominance of high-level bloodline beasts over lower-level ones. A blood-red orb slowly rose from the charred corpse of the Flood Dragon and merged into the body of the Blood Shadow as it leaped down from midair. Although it hadn't contributed to the battle, it wouldn't miss the opportunity to absorb what it could. With the crisis averted, Baifong dashed towards the volcano. The dark red lava seemed to sense its approach and parted a path, as if subjects were clearing the way for their king. A sharp, excited cry echoed from within the volcano moments later as a cyan figure shot out like a blade. Baifong held a dark red stone in its beak, its surface riddled with cracks and occasionally seeping lava. This was the magma essence. Su Changsheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. The materials needed for Baifong's evolution were finally gathered, and with Fu Yao's remarkable healing abilities, he would soon possess a sun-level beast. However, he wouldn't allow Baifong to evolve in the secret realm. Though the realm's fiercest beasts were no higher than Platinum Tier 9 and posed no threat to his life, Baifong would be most vulnerable during evolution and couldn't afford any external interference. Moreover, if the evolution faced setbacks, he might need to draw on the life force of his other three beasts, leaving them weakened to varying degrees. In essence, the evolution process was Su Changsheng's most vulnerable moment, requiring an absolutely safe environment. Su Changsheng took the magma essence and stored it in his spatial ring. Just as he was about to continue his search for resources, a deafening explosion sounded behind him, causing his eardrums to throb in pain despite the distance. Looking towards the source, he saw a thick, inky black smoke rising into the sky, turning the heavens a dark hue. Su Changsheng frowned. The direction was where the group from the Imperial Capital Theoretical University was stationed. Could it be that Lu Ling and the others had encountered problems with their research? Su Changsheng shook his head, dismissing the thought. What did their fate have to do with him? His task was merely to escort them to the secret realm. Once completed, they were no longer his concern. At that moment, a sharp pain suddenly shot through Su Changsheng's left wrist. Looking down, his pupils contracted sharply. The bracelet had somehow shattered into pieces. What the heck is this thing? Su Changsheng muttered under his breath. He flicked his wrist, sending the bracelet fragments crashing to the ground, where they shattered completely. This bracelet was essential for leaving the secret realm. If it was lost or damaged, even someone like Su Changsheng would be trapped there until the next opening. After all, he didn't have a beast with spatial abilities. Among the four beasts under his control, Baifong was a dual-element wood and fire divine beast, countering any beasts with those attributes. Blood Shadow was the ruler of the night, able to drag enemies into deeper darkness with each strike. Zhulong controlled time, meddling in the mysterious domain of time itself. Fuyo focused on vitality and healing, providing great support to his team. Yet, none of them had spatial abilities. Let's go, Su Changsheng shouted after a moment of contemplation, climbing onto Zhulong's back. With a wave of his arm, he and his three beasts charged toward the source of the black smoke. Perhaps at the sight of the incident, Su Changsheng could find a way to leave the realm. Waiting passively was not in his nature. Even in dire straits, he sought a glimmer of hope. Time flew by as the area covered by the black smoke grew larger in Su Changsheng's eyes, and his expression turned increasingly grave. He caught a whiff of a familiar, nauseating smell of burning plastic, the blood of the beast god. This stench was identical to the beast god's blood he had previously obtained from Gong Zixing's spatial ring, only more overpowering. Even with his current constitution, the smell made him want to retch, and his pores instinctively contracted to keep the odor from invading his body. Suddenly, Zhulong's rapid flight came to an abrupt halt. Su Changsheng looked ahead in disbelief. Above where a strange giant tree once grew, countless twisted, terrifying blood-red tentacles danced in the air. These tentacles weren't solid. They were formed from a dense, almost stagnant blood mist, covered with black holes resembling eyes. The black smoke, enough to block out the sun, was constantly seeping from these holes. Sensing someone approaching, the tentacles stopped their writhing and collectively surged towards Su Changsheng. Whoosh! The tentacles were numerous and incredibly fast, closing off almost all escape routes around Su Changsheng in an instant, with more tentacles continuing to attack. As the tentacles rapidly closed in, Su Changsheng's pupils contracted. He sensed an intense malevolence emanating from them. An inner voice warned him that he must avoid being hit at all costs, or the consequences would be dire. Without time to think, Su Changsheng and his beasts quickly became intangible. The vicious tentacles' attacks missed entirely, and despite their relentless pursuit, they couldn't harm Su Changsheng and his companions at all. Fortunately, Blood Shadow's intangibility is perfect for dealing with this kind of mass attack, Su Changsheng thought to himself. With each evolution, Blood Shadow's energy consumption for using intangibility had decreased. Nowadays, even when attacked by a large number of enemies simultaneously, Shuang can keep Su Changsheng and his beast companions in a phase state for at least an hour. With this in mind, Su Changsheng's eyes narrowed. He did not instruct Zhulong and Bifong to retreat out of the reach of the tentacles. Instead, he urged them to accelerate forward. Su Changsheng wanted to see what was happening near the eerie giant tree that could cause such a terrifying mutation. Only by understanding the situation could he find a solution to the problem. As for running away, that would only lead to a slow death. Zhulong and Bifong, both flying beasts, carried Su Changsheng and Shuang rapidly forward. Within minutes, Su Changsheng arrived in front of the strange giant tree. The tree trunk, originally 2 meters wide, had somehow developed a massive blue halo. Terrifying spatial fluctuations emanated from within the halo. At the same time, a tentacle, so red it was almost black, slowly emerged from the halo. The front end alone measured 10 meters in length. Su Changsheng could hardly imagine how terrifying the beast that possessed such a tentacle must be. The red-black tentacle was also covered with countless black holes. Blood-red tentacles were quickly emerging from these black holes, floating in midair. The tentacles that had just attacked Su Changsheng were all offshoots of the black-red tentacle before him. Just a few offshoots posed a life-threatening danger to Su Changsheng. If this beast were to fully escape from the halo, it would be beyond Su Changsheng's ability to handle. He even suspected that this beast had the power to break through the secret realm, pass through spatial rifts, and enter the real world directly. If that happened, it would surely lead to chaos and bloodshed, costing the lives of many students and civilians. Help, help me. Suddenly, a weak cry for help came from beneath the black-red tentacle. It was Lu Ling's voice. Su Changsheng's eyes lit up. As the leader of the Imperial Capital Theoretical University's expedition, she might know something. Just as he was about to step forward to investigate, the black-red tentacle began to writhe. Then a humanoid creature emerged directly from the tentacle. The creature was nearly naked, with only its vital areas covered by strange, armor-like keratin. Oh, what a wonderful feeling. The bizarre creature slowly approached Su Changsheng, letting out a satisfied moan. The voice was none other than Duan Muqing. Duan Muqing twisted his neck, and a grating sound of bone friction emanated from his limbs. He then fixed his sinister gaze on Su Changsheng and said, I was planning to deal with you after the beast god's messenger was completely unsealed. I didn't expect you to come to me. Upon hearing this, Su Changsheng suddenly realized that Duan Muqing was an undercover agent of the Wanshou sect. The mutation of the eerie giant tree must have been his doing. This meant that if Su Changsheng could kill this man, he might be able to break the deadlock. With this thought, Su Changsheng's gaze towards Duan Muqing became dangerously sharp. Hey, how dare you ignore me? Duan Muqing shouted in rage when he saw Su Changsheng ignoring him. Countless tentacles emerged from his body. The tentacles pierced Duan Muqing's skin, causing dark green blood to flow out, but he seemed to feel no pain. With a crazed expression, he muttered incomprehensibly, How dare you now? Before he could finish, Duan Muqing launched himself at Su Changsheng like a cannonball. His speed was no less than that of the top platinum-level beasts, and perhaps even surpassed them. Duan Muqing moved like lightning, charging towards Su Changsheng. His right arm bulged with muscle, veins popping, and as his fist cut through the air, it created a sonic boom. Even more terrifying was the multitude of black substances seeping from his body, forming sharp knuckle dusters that gleamed ominously. Su Changsheng, however, remained completely still, his expression calm and unruffled. A hint of smugness flickered in Duan Muqing's eyes. This once brilliant talent couldn't even react to a casual punch from him. This was humanity's limit. Boom. The force of the punch roared towards Su Changsheng's face with precision. Yet, the expected blood and gore did not materialize, nor did Duan Muqing feel any impact. He realized he had punched thin air, his body involuntarily leaning forward. His pupils contracted, and just as he tried to regain his balance, a searing pain tore through his waist. Ah! Duan Muqing screamed in agony as he crashed heavily to the ground. He looked up in disbelief to see Su Changsheng still as composed as ever. From the wound on his waist, a tentacle slowly writhed, and in moments, the deep gash had healed completely. Su Changsheng gazed down at Duan Muqing, understanding dawning on him. This kid was out of his mind, forgetting how Su had broken through countless tentacles to reach this place. Reflecting on Duan Mu's strange behavior before the attack, Su had a suspicion this was clearly the hallmark of a disciple of the Myriad Beasts cult, baptized in beast blood. Their power surged, but they lost their sanity, only manifesting differently from ordinary cultists. One grew black fur externally, the other sprouted tentacles internally. Duan Muqing's leap from a golden rank to nearly a diamond rank must have come at a cost. Sanity was just one of those costs. Having recovered, Duan Muqing leapt up again, launching a frenzied attack at Su Changsheng, yet unable to inflict any harm, merely exhausting himself. Su Changsheng remained calm, observing Duan Muqing's transformation closely, speed and regenerative abilities rivaling a diamond rank beast, while his stamina and strength, though slightly inferior, reached a high platinum level. However, Su Changsheng noticed no sign of any innate skills. Overall, Duan Muqing was merely a human with an extraordinary physique. Had enough? Having gathered the information he needed, Su Changsheng's expression turned cold. The silver-white fur of his blood shadow darkened to jet black, his size increasing several-fold. With a powerful leap, he pinned the relentless Duan Muqing to the ground. In his activated Night King state, the blood shadow's physique was on par with any diamond-rank beast. Suppressing Duan Muqing was no difficult task. Roar! Roar! Ha ha! Trapped beneath Shuiying, Duan Muqing let out a defiant cry. This sound was unlike that of a human, more akin to a ferocious beast lacking intelligence. Seeing the madness flickering in Duan Muqing's eyes, Su Changsheng felt a pang of sadness. Was it worth it to join the 10,000 Beasts cult for so-called strength? Not only becoming an enemy of humanity, but also risking losing one's sanity and turning into a beast, was it truly worth it? The sadness quickly passed, and Su Changsheng regained his composure. Shuiying, help him calm down. Upon hearing this, Shuiying's wolf claws viciously pierced Duan Muqing's wrist. Swish! A hand was instantly severed from Duan Muqing's body. Blood gushed from the wound as countless tendrils writhed within, attempting to heal their master. With a piercing cry, Bifang unleashed a precise attack of blue and red flames at the wound. The writhing tendrils were instantly reduced to charred remains, devoid of life. The once bloody wound ceased to bleed under the intense heat. Bifang's flames had inadvertently helped stop the bleeding. Seeing his severed hand, Duan Muqing let out an angry howl reminiscent of ghostly wails. He struggled even more fiercely under Shuiying. Continue, Su Changsheng said coldly, observing the situation. Soon, another hand was torn away by Shuiying. Duan Muqing's thrashing body paused, seemingly calming down. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Changsheng with hatred, momentarily regaining clarity. Don't think you'll get any information from me. From birth, he had been a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts cult. Sent to the imperial capital's orphanage as a child to become a clean-slate orphan, his purpose was to enter the secret realm and fully release the apostle of the beast god from its seal. His affection for Lu Ling was merely a facade. Under such circumstances, Duan Muqing would never betray the cult. Upon hearing this, Su Changsheng shook his head and said, continue. In an instant, both feet were also torn away by Shuiying. As Shuiying prepared to strike a vital area between Duan Muqing's legs, he spoke. Lu Ling isn't dead. What I know, she almost knows too. With that, Duan Muqing's head slumped to the side, and 2 lines of bloody tears flowed from his closed eyes. He hadn't spoken, so he hadn't betrayed the organization. Oh, is Lu Ling also part of the 10,000 Beasts cult? Su Changsheng asked. No, she just knows many secrets, like how to leave the secret realm, and how to reseal the apostle of the beast god. Having obtained the information he wanted, Su Changsheng waved his hand, and a mass of blue and red flames enveloped Duan Muqing. In an instant, the high temperatures melted his skin, revealing a pale skeleton. From his skeleton, blood-red tendrils scattered as if alive, yet they could not escape the purifying flames. Once everything had turned to ash, Su Changsheng moved swiftly toward the black and red tendrils. He needed to ask Lu Ling what exactly was going on with these things. At a distance of about 10 meters from the massive blood-red tentacle, Su Changsheng halted. He signaled for Shuiying to go ahead and investigate. Shuiying leapt gracefully forward, and in a few bounds, he retrieved the limp body of Lu Ling from beneath the tentacle. The enormous tentacle remained motionless, like a lifeless object, though black holes on its surface continued to emit a mist of blood. Shuiying laid Lu Ling in front of Su Changsheng. The sight was horrifying. Her once lovely face was now eroded beyond recognition, with a yellowed skull exposed and unsupported eyeballs hanging loosely, ready to fall at any moment. Her skin and muscles were severely damaged, a far cry from her previous elegance. Lu Ling was in a deep coma, and if not for the faint rise and fall of her chest, Su Changsheng would have thought she was dead. If it weren't for the Beastmaster's strong physique, such injuries would have been fatal. Su Changsheng immediately summoned Fuyo, who was training in the beast space. Heal her, he commanded succinctly. Fuyo chirped happily, and a green light swirled around it, instantly dispelling the acrid burnt smell in the air. Su Changsheng felt a lightness in his body as the green light condensed and infused into Lu Ling. A miraculous scene unfolded. Flesh buds rapidly sprouted on Lu Ling's pale bones. Muscles grew visibly, and fresh pink skin covered them. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ling had mostly recovered, though she still appeared weak. Fuyo's healing ability was indeed formidable. Ah! Lu Ling suddenly opened her eyes, sat up abruptly, and let out a piercing scream. She looked around, and, upon seeing Su Changsheng, laughed bitterly. Are you dead too? Su Changsheng frowned. It seemed she mistook him for a post-death illusion. You're not dead. Tell me what happened here, he said directly. The number of tentacles in the sky was increasing, and every minute of delay added to the danger. I'm not dead. Hara! Lu Ling was momentarily stunned, then burst into hysterical laughter. Her shrill laughter even caught the attention of the tentacles in the sky. Smack! Su Changsheng stepped forward and slapped Lu Ling to the ground. Do you have time to go mad? He hadn't saved her to listen to meaningless laughter. The slap seemed to bring Lu Ling back to her senses. She looked at Su Changsheng and quickly said, "This place seals one of the 4 apostles of the beast god of the myriad beast sect, the malicious thought octopus. At its peak, it was at least a solar-level beast. The strange giant tree before was its seal. The tree absorbs the life energy of the malicious thought octopus, weakening it and strengthening itself, eventually bearing fruit. This fruit matures once every 100 years. After consumption, it significantly enhances physical abilities, but the consumer becomes violent and aggressive in the short term." Taking advantage of an unguarded moment, Duan Muqing buried a mysterious stone beneath the tree. Merely 2 days later, the seal began to weaken. In Lu Ling's eyes, a terrifying gleam of hatred shone as she spoke in a low voice. "We 5 were ambushed by Duan Muqing, completely losing our ability to fight, and were absorbed as nutrients by a tentacle of the malevolent octopus. I was the last one to be absorbed." She paused before continuing. "Now, we just need to dig up that stone to reinforce the seal. The stone is located beneath the malevolent octopus's tentacle. Su Changsheng, be careful. Duan Muqing seems to have been empowered by the malevolent octopus, and his strength is formidable, comparable to a diamond-tier beast." Lu Ling shared all the information she had with Su Changsheng. She knew that only a strong individual like Su Changsheng had a glimmer of hope in resolving this crisis. Su Changsheng's eyes flickered with a hint of delight. Since there was a solution, it would be manageable. As for the danger posed by Duan Muqing, he pointed to a pile of ashes behind him and said softly, "That's Duan Muqing." Following Su Changsheng's gesture, Lu Ling saw a pile of charred remains lying quietly on the ground. She was initially stunned, then suddenly understood. This man had once again surpassed her expectations. Su Changsheng turned his gaze back to the blue light circle, his pupils contracting sharply. At some point, the circle had expanded several times, with the number of tentacles increasing from 1 to 4. He could vaguely see the massive body behind the tentacles, a deep, oceanic blue radiating a terrifying spatial energy. Just a glance made him dizzy and nauseous. The blue light circle continued to expand at a visible rate. Su Changsheng's heart tightened, and he ordered all the beast tamers to attack the exposed parts of the malevolent octopus. Blood Shadow was the first to strike, its wolf claws fiercely targeting the tentacle. With a clang, Blood Shadow was sent reeling backward by the counterforce. Su Changsheng focused his gaze and saw only a faint white mark left on the tentacle. Even in its dark king state, Blood Shadow could not break through the malevolent octopus's defense. At that moment, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted from behind Su Changsheng. The candle dragon's body rapidly expanded, its vast, mountainous form leaving a profound impression. In terms of sheer size, it even overshadowed the malevolent octopus. A strange wave emanated from the candle dragon. Instantly, the twisting, writhing phantom tentacles in the sky froze, and the blue light circle ceased its expansion. The entire world seemed to be paused, with only the malevolent octopus's tentacles advancing at an extremely slow pace. In its true form, the time control of the Zhulong is so powerful that even beasts of the sun's level struggle to resist it. Within Zhulong's lantern-like eyes, the scenes of changing seasons and the cycle of day and night continuously unfold. 2 beams of light shoot out from its pupils, landing precisely on the tentacles of the malevolent octopus. In an instant, the octopus, which was aggressively advancing, becomes frozen in place. Bifong seizes the opportunity and hurls a massive fireball that has been gathering strength, striking the beast. The blue and red flames fall like a dense rain across the octopus, and the fiercely burning fire slowly but steadily erodes the defenses of this sun-level beast. Shuiying doesn't join the attack. Instead, it transforms into a black lightning bolt, darting between the 4 tentacles. Its sharp wolf claws dig rapidly like an excavator, tearing up the ground beneath the tentacles. The soil under 3 of the tentacles is unearthed, revealing only damp earth. Undeterred, Shuiying pounces toward the last tentacle. The wolf claws frantically swing, and the soil is unearthed. Suddenly, a dazzling multicolored light bursts from the ground. It is the crucial mysterious stone. At this moment, a deafening noise once again fills Su Changsheng's ears. The time control has unexpectedly ended early. Only 40 seconds have passed. How could it have failed so suddenly? But now is clearly not the time to ponder this question. The octopus, which had been quietly enduring the attack, suddenly goes berserk. All 4 tentacles strike simultaneously at Shuiying, attempting to prevent it from retrieving the mysterious stone. The previously stable blue light circle trembles violently under this frenzied attack and even begins to shrink. Seeing the massive black and red tentacles nearly fill all the space around Shuiying, leaving no room to dodge, Su Changsheng feels anxious. Such an attack, even in a phased state, cannot be withstood. The pincer attack of the 4 tentacles is enough to claim Shuiying's life. Yet Shuiying seems oblivious, simply lowering its wolf head toward the mysterious stone. It pays no heed to the terrifying assault, only knowing that the task given by its master must be completed, even if it costs its life. In the nick of time, Shuiying manages to grab the radiant mysterious stone in its mouth. Simultaneously, the four tentacles pincer attack arrives as expected. These tentacles, each measuring 10 meters long and 3 meters wide, moved with terrifying speed, creating an overwhelming force against Shuiying. Bang! Under the onslaught of the tentacles, Shuiying's ethereal form lasted less than half a second. For tentacles collided with a deafening crash, with Shuiying caught in the center, enduring unimaginable pressure. Such power could crush not just a silver-tier beast like Shuiying, but even a high-tier diamond beast. Ah! Lu Ling exclaimed, instinctively closing her eyes, unable to bear witnessing the cruel scene. In her mind, Shuiying faced certain death under the attack of such a terrifying beast, with no other outcome possible. Boom! Boom! The tentacles squeezed together in midair, seemingly intent on crushing Shuiying to pulp. Meanwhile, as the mysterious stone emerged from the ground, the already unstable blue circle rapidly contracted at an astonishing pace. Hiss! The tentacles of the malevolent octopus were forced back into the blue circle, and its core let out an angry screech. After being sealed for centuries, it was on the brink of breaking free, only to be thwarted by a few insignificant BS situation it could not accept. Swish! A strange sound echoed as the blue circle closed completely and vanished. The malevolent octopus returned to its seal. With its disappearance, the ethereal tentacles in the air dissipated quickly, leaving only the lingering stench of burnt plastic, telling of the recent terror. Lu Ling looked at Su Changsheng, wanting to offer some words of comfort. In her view, although Su Changsheng had successfully sealed the fearsome beast, he had lost a precious beast in the process. To her surprise, Su Changsheng didn't spare her a glance, heading directly to where Shuiying had been trapped. Lu Ling sighed and quickly followed. She understood that for a beastmaster, their beasts were like family, and now that family. Her thoughts abruptly halted. She saw Shuiying, whom she thought was doomed, quietly crouching in front of Su Changsheng, enjoying his touch. Shuiying wasn't dead, nor was it even slightly injured. What is going on? Lu Ling was utterly stunned. Even if it survived, how could it be completely unharmed? The scene before her defied all logic she knew. Su Changsheng affectionately petted Shuiying's head, smoothing its fur. With the existence of a blood pact, Shuiying couldn't die. But even so, the pain it endured wouldn't be lessened. The sensation of being crushed by immense force, feeling as if its internal organs might explode, was even more excruciating than death. If the evil-thought octopus hadn't been sealed for hundreds of years, its power would still be formidable. Due to the instability of the blue halo, this fearsome sun-level beast dared not attack recklessly and had to endure the attacks from the Candle Dragon and Bifong. This gave Blood Shadow a significant advantage in its actions. Only when the evil-thought octopus was thoroughly enraged did it unleash its full power. In just a second, Blood Shadow was nearly killed. If it weren't for the blood contract, Blood Shadow would have been crushed into a bloody pulp by now. Su Changsheng looked around. Without the obstruction of countless ethereal tentacles, the eerie giant tree reappeared in his sight. However, the once towering tree was now broken in half. The upper part with branches and numerous fruits had been consumed by the evil-thought octopus's tentacles to restore its strength. The lower part, still rooted in the soil, was now just over 2 meters high. A large gap at the top of the broken tree was emitting strange black gas, suggesting that the evil-thought octopus might break through the seal at any moment and be completely freed. It seemed that Duan Yuding's actions had caused irreparable damage to the seal. Su Changsheng felt a chill in his heart. The strength of the tree's seal on the evil-thought octopus was now far weaker than before. He suspected that even without anyone interfering with the seal, the sun-level beast might eventually break free on its own. When that happens, Su Changsheng, the one who resealed it, would undoubtedly be its first target. As Su Changsheng pondered, a sudden surge of intense spatial energy came from the horizon. Abruptly, a black halo appeared in the sky, just large enough for a person to pass through. What was happening? Su Changsheng wondered. Could another seal have been broken? With this thought, Su Changsheng quickly summoned his beast to his side, ready for battle. The black halo flickered rapidly, causing ripple-like fissures to appear in the surrounding space, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Then, a white figure emerged from the halo. This person wore loose white clothing, and their dazzlingly white mid-length hair hung casually over their shoulders, exuding an artistic and carefree aura. The newcomer stood at the horizon, surveying the chaos below, and finally fixed their gaze on the half-remaining giant tree, remaining silent for a moment. Shortly after, the white-clad figure slowly descended in front of Su Changsheng. This display left Su Changsheng astonished. What level of power did this person possess to fly unaided? Even a powerful figure like Shen Wuyan needed to rely on flying beasts to move freely in the sky. Yet the white-clad individual before him had not summoned a single beast, relying solely on their own abilities to descend smoothly before Su Changsheng. Suppressing his surprise, Su Changsheng quickly used the Eye of the World to clearly observe the white-clad individual's information. Name, by Dowling talent. Beast Blood Baptism Special Note. This type of beast blood baptism is conducted in a special way, giving the recipient physical qualities similar to a Star Shatter talent beast of the same level, without affecting their rationality or emotions. Note: recipients of special baptism will awaken various abilities and progress rapidly, but their limit is at the Star Shatter level. Side effects include a significant reduction in lifespan, with a maximum lifespan of only 50 years. Unable to form a contract with any beast. Abilities: Wind Manipulation, Soul Devouring, Shadow Fire, Immortal Body, Space Traversal, Storm Domain. Rank: Diamond, Tier 9. A unique beast blood baptism. This ritual not only preserves the recipient's sanity, but also awakens skills typically possessed by beast tamers, which is truly terrifying. However, the side effects are equally daunting. The most significant is the reduction in lifespan, with a maximum of only 50 years. It's important to note that an ordinary diamond tier beast tamer, if not harmed at their core, can live up to at least 250 years. That's a five-fold difference. By Dowling's lifespan is short even among ordinary people. Additionally, being unable to contract with any beasts means a lack of many attack methods. Despite this, it was enough to shock Su Changsheng. This man in white is undoubtedly the second strongest person Su Changsheng has encountered since becoming a beast tamer, second only to Shun Wuyan. What happened? Bai Dowling asked Su Changsheng gently. It was then that Su Changsheng noticed his eyes, which were a crystalline pink, shimmering with a strange light in the sun. His features were so strikingly beautiful that if he hadn't spoken, Su Changsheng might have thought he was an extraordinary beauty. Changsheng, this is someone from the Bai family, one of the four hidden families, the guardians of the Huaxia Federation, fighting for the safety of Huaxia for generations, Lu Ling whispered behind Su Changsheng. To the average person, the four hidden families are the stuff of legends, with most civilians considering them mere folklore. However, as the most outstanding researcher at the Imperial Capital Theoretical University, Lu Ling had seen these people firsthand. Bai Dowling, before them, was the leader of the younger generation of the Bai family, both respected and powerful. Su Changsheng, having only recently arrived in the capital, did not have as detailed an understanding of the power divisions as Lu Ling. He nodded to show he understood, though he was puzzled. He had thought that only remnants of the 10,000 Beasts cult underwent beast blood baptisms, not that there were such individuals among the Huaxia Federation's elite. Suppressing his doubts, he recounted the series of events in the secret realm to Bai Dowling. As Su Changsheng spoke, Bai Dowling's previously calm face began to show signs of astonishment. Are you saying you alone sealed that sun-level beast? Bai Dowling's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even a long-sealed sun-level beast would have at least star-shattering tier strength. Yet this young man, only at silver tier, managed such a feat? And thanks to the reliable information provided by Lu Ling, Su Changsheng added. Without Lu Ling informing him of the mysterious stone's function and location, he would never have been able to prevent the evil octopus from breaking free of its seal with brute force alone. No. It was entirely Su Changsheng's achievement. I was just a spectator, Lu Ling quickly interjected, waving her hands. She knew her own limitations well, having contributed at most 1% to the battle, while Su Changsheng accounted for 99%. Bai Dowling glanced between the two, still filled with disbelief. Even though he was a Diamond Tier 9 expert, he had brought the family's treasure to stabilize the seal for safety. Yet, without him having to act, a young man of silver tier had resolved everything. This left Bai Dowling with a deep sense of frustration. The Bai family is renowned for their cultivation speed. As the leader of the younger generation, he found himself outdone by this obviously younger man. After a moment of awkwardness, Bai Dowling cleared his throat and said, well, that saves me some trouble. As the next head of a hidden family, Bai Dowling naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against Su Changsheng and the others. He had the grace to let it go. Very well, I will now return you to the real world. There, someone will present you with rewards for resolving this crisis. Upon hearing this, a gleam of delight flickered in Su Changsheng's eyes. This unexpected turn of events not only solved his dilemma of escaping the secret realm, but also promised an unexpected reward. Given the Bai family's resources, the reward was bound to be extraordinary. Hold on, let me check if anyone else is still alive in the secret realm, Bai Dowling said, and before his words even faded, he vanished like a ghost. Su Changsheng only saw a blur and couldn't even perceive how Bai left, only sensing a faint spatial ripple in the air. What's the situation with these four great families? Su Changsheng turned to ask Lu Ling. Lu Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly explained. Members of the four great families undergo a special beast blood baptism at the age of 15. While this baptism doesn't alter their personalities, it's extremely dangerous, with failure resulting in death. The survival rate is less than 10% each year. Moreover, Only those from reclusive families can endure this baptism. Ordinary people would certainly die if they tried it. She paused, then continued. Not only are their bodies incredibly strong and their cultivation speed astonishing, but they also possess various unbelievable abilities, making them the top combat force of the Huaxia Federation. However, people from reclusive families rarely live past 40 and never form contracts with beasts. Su Changsheng nodded silently. This information was largely consistent with what he had learned through his own talents. In his eyes, no matter how one gained power, as long as they stood on the same side, they were trustworthy allies. Moreover, someone like Bai Daoling, who had to bear the threat of a short life, yet still fought for the safety of the Huaxia Federation, earned his respect. Before long, Bai Daoling reappeared, holding a pale-faced student. The student was trembling all over, unable to even stand. Only one survivor, Bai Daoling said with regret in his voice. He set the student down and tore at the air with both hands, creating a black portal out of thin air. Let's go, Bai Daoling said, glancing at Su Changsheng before stepping into the portal. Su Changsheng followed without hesitation, with Lu Ling close behind. The surviving student stood trembling for a long time before reluctantly moving as the portal began to destabilize. A familiar dizziness swept over him. When Su Changsheng opened his eyes again, he found himself back at the teleportation array in the Imperial Capital Theoretical University. The first thing he saw was Lu Anxue's worried face. Su Changsheng. Lu Anxue sighed with relief upon seeing him return safely and waved him over. After the life-and-death struggle, seeing a familiar face made Su Changsheng feel a warm sense of connection, and he quickly walked towards her. This incident has caused a huge uproar. Lu Anxue whispered. The upper echelons of the capital are furious that a spy from the Myriad Beasts sect managed to infiltrate such an important secret realm. It's said that even a major figure from the Bai family got involved. Thank goodness you're safe, and it's fortunate that the official arrived in time. Lu Anxue quickly approached Su Changsheng, her eyes shining with relief. For the past few hours, she had been on edge, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles after learning that her student was caught up in a plot involving a high-level beast. Now, seeing Su Changsheng unharmed, her tense nerves finally relaxed, and even her usually cool demeanor seemed warmer. Actually, I was the one who solved the problem, Su Changsheng said calmly, rubbing his chin. Since the reward would soon be his, and the news would spread throughout the capital, there was no point in hiding it. Besides, he had no intention of keeping it a secret. What? You? Don't joke around. That was a high-level beast. Lu Anxue couldn't help but laugh, not taking Su Changsheng's words seriously. In her view, even the most talented prodigies from secluded families might not handle such a creature. So how could Su Changsheng? He couldn't even defeat her. So how could he resolve such a crisis? Su Changsheng shook his head helplessly, choosing not to explain further. These days, telling the truth seemed to make people less likely to believe. At that moment, a stunning woman with white hair and pink eyes made her way through the crowd, approaching Su Changsheng directly. She held a black brocade box in her hands and spoke in a voice as clear and pleasant as a mountain spring. Are you Mr. Su? Su Changsheng immediately recognized her identity. With such distinct features, he didn't need the eye of the world to know she was from the Bai family. Yes, that's me, Su Changsheng replied, discreetly glancing at her face, inwardly admiring the Bai family's reputation for beauty. Whether it was Bai Daoling or this woman before him, they were both exceptional. I am Bai Daoha, Bai Daoling's younger sister. My brother specifically instructed me to deliver this brocade box to you. Bai Daoha's voice was soft and melodious, as refreshing as a breeze in spring. Su Changsheng felt a stir in his heart. He had expected Bai Daoling to send a servant to deliver the reward, not his own sister. This gesture spoke volumes about the importance Bai Daoling placed on him. After all, the younger sister of the Bai family's future head was someone even the big names in the capital might not meet easily. Yet, here she was, delivering something personally to him. Please convey my thanks to Brother Bai, Su Changsheng said as he accepted the brocade box, momentarily unsure how to address Bai Daoling. So he simply called him brother, considering their similar ages. Bai Daoha nodded slightly and gracefully departed, drawing envious glances from the crowd. People looked at Su Changsheng with eyes full of jealousy. How did this young man manage to make a connection with someone like Bai Daoha? Lu Anxue was even more shocked, her mouth agape, her tongue slightly protruding. Her mind was in turmoil. Could it be that Su Changsheng was telling the truth all along? Lu Anxue felt her face heat up as she recalled her previous confident words, a blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. However, more than embarrassment, she was shocked. She had witnessed Su Changsheng's weakness firsthand. Back then, even with all his strength, he could barely break through the defenses of her weakest beast. How long had it been since then? Now, his overall strength could rival hers, perhaps even surpass it. His talent was truly terrifying. Why are you staring at me? Let's go, Su Changsheng said as he noticed Lu Anxue's unblinking gaze. He placed the brocade box that Bai Daoha had given him into his spatial ring, planning to examine its contents back in his dormitory. Huh? Oh, yes, let's go. Luan Xue replied hastily, her shock interrupted by Su Changsheng's words. She clearly hadn't recovered from the astonishment of his remarkable improvement in strength. By the way, is there any good food in the capital? Su Changsheng asked, rubbing his stomach as they walked. During the days in the secret realm, he had hardly eaten properly, surviving on high-nutrition frozen foods, and he was eager to taste something flavorful again. He also intended to mention the need for a larger dormitory during this meal with Luan Xue. Oh, Luan Xue glanced at Su Changsheng in confusion. Usually, he would rush back to his dormitory after leaving the secret realm. What was different today that he seemed to want to enjoy life? Su Changsheng met her gaze with an innocuous smile. With his clean, handsome face, no one would associate him with the legendary campus killer. All right, let's go. I know a nice little place near the university, Luan Xue said with a wave of her hand. Given their mentor-mentee and friendly relationship, having a meal together was quite normal. They soon arrived at a shop near the Imperial University. Although it wasn't mealtime, the place was already packed. The shop was small but filled with a lively, homely atmosphere, something Su Changsheng had rarely experienced. Since becoming a beast master, he had spent most of his time training or fighting, seldom enjoying such peaceful moments. Finding a relatively clean table among the crowd, they ordered their food. Seeing the rare gentle smile on Su Changsheng's face, a pang of sympathy crossed Lu Anshua's heart. Everyone at Imperial University considered Su Changsheng a rare genius, but few knew of the hard work he put in, even rarely dining out. Soon, their food arrived, and they chatted as they ate. Sister Lu, I need to change my dormitory. It's urgent, Su Changsheng said, his mouth full of fried noodles. No problem. I'll submit an application to the school administration right away. It should be approved in a couple of days. Lu Anxua readily agreed to such a small request. After all, a talent like Su Changsheng would be cherished by any university. Su Changsheng smiled, then suddenly frowned as he swallowed the noodles with difficulty, exclaiming, "How can they put chicken essence in fried noodles? You can't do that. In Changnan City, adding MSG to fried noodles is practically a crime. The chef would be in trouble for doing so." Lu Anxue was taken aback when she heard this and looked at Su Changsheng. It was the first time she'd heard of such a rule against adding MSG to fried noodles. Seeing Su Changsheng struggling to swallow his food, she immediately pushed her meal toward him. "Here, have mine." "It doesn't have any MSG," she said, and without hesitation, she took the plate of fried noodles in front of Su Changsheng and started eating it without any sign of disdain. After the meal, Su Changsheng parted ways with Lu Anxue and returned to his dormitory. He patted his stomach, finding that aside from the MS-laden fried noodles, the other dishes were surprisingly to his liking. However, it wasn't the time to savor the meal. Su Changsheng retrieved a black brocade box that Bai Daohong had just given him from his spatial ring. The box was entirely black, with dark green engravings that gave it a unique charm. Gently opening the box, Su Changsheng found it divided into two layers. The upper layer held a piece of ancient jade, exuding an aura of timelessness. The lower layer contained a faintly glowing white flower, its light as pure as moonlight. A flicker of delight passed through Su Changsheng's eyes at the sight of these resources. The ancient jade, known as the Jade of Time, was said to be found only in the brains of fierce beasts above the fragmented star rank, containing their centuries of insights. It was incredibly precious, especially for time-affinity beast tamers, where it was considered a treasure among treasures. Currently, even fragmented star rank human experts were scarce, let alone those who could hunt such beasts. Thus, the existing Jade of Time was mostly leftovers from previous generations, dwindling in number. For Su Changsheng, obtaining one without connections was nearly impossible, no matter the cost. That the Bai family gifted it to him showed their immense wealth. More importantly, this Jade of Time was the main material needed for Zhulong's evolution to a sunlight-level beast, a reward that hit the mark for Su Changsheng. The moonlit flower was another auxiliary material needed for Zhulong's next evolution. This meant Zhulong only needed 2 more auxiliary materials to evolve again. Currently, Zhulong, with its moonlight-level abilities, already played a significant role in battles. Once it evolved to sunlight level, its power would surely increase substantially, marking a leap in Su Changsheng's overall strength. The resources sent by the Bai family were exactly what Su Changsheng needed. He even suspected that the Bai family had quickly gathered information on his recent activities and knew he was searching for these materials, which allowed them to deliver them. It couldn't be mere coincidence. This gave Su Changsheng a clearer understanding of the Bai family's vast influence. From the time Su Changsheng emerged from the secret realm to Bai Daohong's delivery, no more than 5 minutes had passed. Within those 5 minutes, the Bai family had completed intelligence gathering and delivered the reward. Their execution and speed were astonishing. Su Changsheng nodded, keeping the Bai family's kindness in mind. Then, with a wave of his hand, his spatial ring flashed, and several materials appeared on the table. The core of earth fire, magma essence, spirit of heavenly fire, and divine spring water, the 4 materials needed for Bai Feng's evolution. Su Changsheng summoned Bai Fong and his other beasts, and the once spacious dormitory suddenly felt a bit cramped. Looking at Bai Fong, Su Changsheng declared, "Today is the day you evolve into a sunlight-level beast." Bai Fong raised its head, its blue feathers standing on end, exuding an aura of fierce determination. It let out a long cry, full of confidence, and then flapped its wings lightly, swallowing the core of earth fire. The evolution ceremony began. As the core of the earth fire entered Bai Fong's body, an intense heat surged immediately. The air distorted under the extreme temperature, and strands of crimson flames seeped from Bai Fong, rapidly spreading across its entire form. These flames were starkly different from the previous blued ones, exuding a pure, destructive ferocity. Su Changsheng had to step back several paces, unable to withstand the searing heat, even from a distance. Bai Fong's noble blue feathers quickly carbonized in the flames, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning flesh. Its muscles disintegrated inch by inch under the heat, revealing a stark white skeleton. Su Changxing watched the skeleton intently, worried it would turn to ash in the fire. However, the skeleton miraculously remained intact, its color shifting from white to crimson, with a layer of hard red armor appearing on its surface, engraved with mysterious ancient patterns. Over time, the once raging flames gradually weakened, seemingly absorbed by the skeleton. 10 minutes later, the fire nearly extinguished, leaving only a few scattered sparks. Suddenly, a clear, high-pitched cry emanated from the skeleton, carrying an indescribable pride and nobility. This cry seemed to trigger some force, causing the nearly extinguished flames to flare up again, even more fiercely than before. The red armor melted quickly in the heat, turning into vapor and dissipating. Without its protection, the skeleton could no longer withstand the flames and instantly crumbled into red powder. Su Changxing's pupils contracted, but his intuition told him that Bai Fong would not perish so easily. Indeed, the powder on the ground suddenly coalesced, forming a transparent egg, within which a creature resembling Bai Fong lay peacefully asleep, as if relishing the baptism of fire. The soft sound of the eggshell cracking was heard, and the flames became even more ferocious, nearly filling the entire dormitory. If not for the timely protection of Zhu Long and other beasts around Su Changsheng, he might have been consumed by the fire. A sharp cry pierced the sky once more. The voice remained perpetually haughty, as if nothing in the world was worthy of its attention. The cracking sounds of an egg breaking grew clearer and clearer. Finally, Bai Fong broke free entirely from the transparent beast egg. Once a creature of immense size, Bai Fong was now only the size of a palm, standing quietly at the heart of the flames. Yet, merely by standing there, it exuded an aura of nobility. The once wild and raging flames, upon witnessing Bai Fong's rebirth, instantly became docile, as if in the presence of a monarch. The flames gathered back, surrounding Bai Fong, no longer unruly but bowing their proud heads as if meeting their sovereign. Encircled by flames, Bai Fong stepped towards Su Changxing. With each step, it absorbed a considerable amount of flames into its body. Its form rapidly expanded, like a balloon being inflated. Once the flames were fully absorbed, its size was no less than before, and perhaps even slightly larger. The evolution ceremony was complete. Having evolved into a sun-grade beast, Bai Fong's plumage had shed its blue hue, transforming into a dazzling red, akin to red agate. It appeared as though it wasn't fur at all, but countless flames burning, radiating an aura of boundless ferocity. Bai Fong approached Su Changsheng, its massive wings almost casting his entire figure into shadow. Excellent. Su Changxing couldn't contain his joy as he witnessed Bai Fong's evolution. He quickly activated the Eye of the World, and Bai Fong's detailed information appeared before him. Species, Ultimate Fire. Wood and Fire Dual Attribute Aptitude, Sun High. Rank, Silver Level 6. Innate Skills, Sky Sovereign Legendary. Source of Wood and Fire Legendary. Heavenly Fire Purification Legendary. Ancestral Wood Domain Legendary. World Cleansing Fire Fury Invincible. Sky Sovereign, King of the Sky. When in the air, the beast's physical attributes are tripled, and its speed is significantly boosted. While airborne, it is immune to all ground-based enemy attacks. Source of Wood and Fire. Origin of Wood and Fire Attributes. Your beast is immune to Wood and Fire attribute attacks up to the Star Shatter level. This skill strengthens as the beast's rank increases. When you receive dual Wood and Fire attribute damage, not only is the damage nullified, but it also heals your injuries. Heavenly Fire Purification, Fire of Heaven. Purge all. The beast unleashes heavenly fire, inflicting fundamental damage on enemies. If the enemy survives, the heavenly fire persists. Ancestral Wood Domain. The beast can expand a domain, summoning the ancestral wood. All enemies within the domain are subjected to the ancestral wood's restraint and attack, while allies receive a boost and healing from wood attribute energy. World Cleansing Fire Fury. The beast forcibly activates Bai Fong's bloodline, releasing all its energy to inflict unavoidable fundamental fire damage on enemies in front. Note: enemies below the Star Shatter level will be instantly annihilated. Enemies at or above the Star Shatter level will sustain significant damage and ongoing burn damage. Note: after using this skill, the beast enters a state of extreme weakness. Unique evolution path. After a single evolution, it can advance to Baifeng mythical level. Final evolution condition. Baifeng's bloodline concentration must reach over 50% and, upon examining Baifeng's specific information, Su Changsheng's eyes revealed an undeniable shock. So powerful. Every beast he possessed with a sun-level talent had always left him astounded. It seemed as though the gap between the sun and star shatter levels was not just one tier, but a vast chasm. After Baifeng's recent evolution, nearly all its abilities had significantly improved. Firstly, the enhancement of the Sky Master skill had been upgraded, increasing Baifeng's physical attributes from twice to 3 times the original. It's important to note that as a beast's level ascends, their physical strength also increases. With such a foundation, even a slight enhancement in physical attributes can greatly impact combat performance, let alone a 3-fold increase. But this wasn't the most terrifying aspect. The most frightening was the last line of this skill, changing from immunity to ground enemies' ranged attacks to immunity to all attacks from ground enemies. Although only 2 words changed, the implications were vastly different. After all, some beasts with extremely strong physical attributes have astonishing jumping abilities, capable of leaping tens or even hundreds of meters into the air. In such a case, even if Baifeng was in the sky, enemies could still attack. However, the current Baifeng could now deflect all enemy attacks. This means that even if a beast leaps to attack Baifeng, it would be repelled by a barrier surrounding Baifeng, truly terrifying. In other words, Baifeng now presents a dimensional reduction attack against ground enemies, with no possibility of defeat. The undisputed Sky Master. The source of wood and fire also saw significant enhancement after Baifeng's evolution. Now, Baifeng is completely immune to wood and fire attribute attacks from enemies below the Star Shatter level. The range of immunity has expanded to include the Star Shatter level. In this world, how many Star Shatter level beast tamers or beasts are there? They can be counted on one hand. This means that when wood and fire attribute beast tamers or beasts encounter Baifeng, all their strength and pride, on which they rely for survival, would vanish. Baifeng can now be considered the nemesis of all dual wood and fire abilities, with no countermeasures, highlighting its terror. And finally, the centerpiece is the newly emerged invincible skill, Purifying World Fire Fury. It can instantly kill all enemies below the Star Shatter level. It severely injures enemies above the Star Shatter level, with the subsequent heavenly fire continuously burning the enemy's life until its end. What does this mean? In Su Changsheng's current perspective, below the Star Shatter level, all beings are equal. No one can escape Baifeng's wrath. And above the Star Shatter level, if Su Changsheng is provoked, he would unleash the purifying wrath at any cost, inflicting irreparable damage on the enemy. What was Su Changsheng most lacking before? It wasn't defense. Su Changsheng had the blood pact of Blood Shadow, which almost equated to having 2 chances at immortality. Nor was it control ability. Zhulong's time control was considered the most unsolvable ability in the control system. Even the weakened sun-level beast couldn't extinguish the fire completely. And the 2 skills after entering the true form of Zhulong also had impressive control effects. It wasn't healing ability either. All of Fu Yao's skills were born for healing. Its hatching greatly enhanced Su Changsheng's vitality and endurance. Su Changsheng has finally acquired the powerful attack skill known as World's Fury, which compensates for his long-standing weakness. While this flaw wasn't evident against ordinary enemies, it became lethal when facing opponents with strong defenses. Previously, when battling the malevolent octopus, even with all his beasts giving their all, they only managed to inflict minor injuries, unable to deliver a decisive blow. If the octopus hadn't been bound by a seal, even 10 Su Changshengs would have met their demise. But now, things are different. The formidable power of World's Fury gives Su Changsheng the ability to fight back against enemies of the star-shattering rank and above. It can be said that Su Changsheng now stands at the pinnacle of combat power in this world. Even if this peak can only be maintained for a single strike, it is not something that any lesser individual can challenge. Su Changsheng is quite satisfied with his significantly enhanced overall strength and is more confident about the upcoming international tournament. As for the so-called geniuses from other countries, in Su Changsheng's eyes, they are no different from children and have no chance to retaliate under his hand. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. Su Changsheng sat in his spacious suite and slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing like lightning from them. I've finally broken through to this level. Su Changsheng exhaled deeply. In just half a month, he had ascended from the silver level 5 to the gold level, averaging 1 level every 2.5 days. If this speed were to be known, it would surely provoke envy and jealousy from many. Even those renowned geniuses cannot match Su Changsheng's speed of cultivation. Of course, This is closely related to his diligent training and the rapid advancement of his contracted beasts. After all, every advancement of his beasts feeds back power to Su Changsheng. Combined, his level has skyrocketed like a rocket. Reaching the gold level marks a qualitative change for a beastmaster, entering the realm of mid-level beastmasters. At this level, a contracted beast won't completely die upon death, but will instead be restored in a mysterious state within the beast space. Additionally, the volume of the beast space significantly increases for gold-level beastmasters. For instance, Su Changsheng's beast space was originally an island of over 10 square kilometers. Upon reaching the gold level, his beast space underwent a dramatic transformation. The island quickly expanded and then split, forming a series of interconnected archipelagos. In terms of scale, it's not much smaller than the entire country of Japan. The small animals living there have also undergone qualitative changes, with some even possessing iron or bronze level talents. The environment within is also more conducive to the growth of beasts. In summary, everything is developing positively. At the diamond level, the beast space even gains storage capabilities. At that point, the evolution of beasts can occur within the beast space. Previously, no external items could be stored in the beast space, not even resources needed for beast evolution. However, few people would use their beast space as storage. Space rings remain a necessity. After all, not everyone's beast space is as large as Su Changsheng's. After thoroughly examining the changes within himself, Su Changsheng quickly got up and left his spacious room. Currently, he resides in a house specially approved by the school, covering an area of 500 square meters, complete with a swimming pool and a small garden. All of this belongs solely to Su Changsheng, a pinnacle of luxury. But compared to Su Changsheng's contributions to the school and the Huaxia Federation, this is well-deserved. The international tournament is tomorrow, Su Changsheng murmured, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He was heading out now at the invitation of Luan Xue for a meal. Prolonged, intense training keeps Su Changsheng's nerves tense, so a bit of relaxation is naturally necessary. As Su Changsheng stepped outside, fresh air filled his lungs. He followed the familiar route, quickly making his way to the agreed-upon restaurant. The streets were more crowded than usual with foreigners, most of them drawn by the grand international competition. Among them, the actual competitors were few, as each country had limited slots, with smaller nations having only one. Their presence added a lively buzz to the capital streets. With Su Changsheng's current physical prowess, it took him only a few minutes to reach the restaurant. Scanning the room, he immediately spotted Luan Xue, her complexion as fair as snow, smiling and waving at him. Oh my god, John, just can't understand why these Chinese people like to eat noodles that look like worms. Such a lowly species. A harsh, awkward attempt at Chinese came from behind, dripping with disdain for Chinese food and people alike. Su Changsheng frowned slightly, about to turn around when a burly black man suddenly shoved his way forward. His skin was dark as charcoal, exuding a strong, unpleasant odor. He swaggered as he walked, forcefully pushing through. A normal person would have been knocked over, possibly even injured if they hit a table corner. However, Su Changsheng's formidable physique was like a mountain. Instead of being pushed aside, the black man stumbled back, caught off guard by the recoil. This scene instantly drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant, their eyes on him like he was a spectacle, adding to his embarrassment. You. His embarrassment quickly turned to anger as he raised his middle finger at Su Changsheng, shouting with spittle flying. It was the same voice that had insulted the Chinese earlier. Oh, what about me? Su Changsheng replied coolly, his jade-like hand grabbing the black finger, the contrast in their skin tones stark. Crack. Su Changsheng's grip tightened, producing a bone-cracking sound that made everyone's teeth ache. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm sorry. I was wrong. The black man cried out in pain, his strong body bending like a cooked shrimp, sweat beading on his forehead. Oh, tell me, what did you do wrong? Su Changsheng continued, pressing down on the man's finger. The black man, overwhelmed by the pain, sank to his knees in front of Su Changsheng, like a tamed black dog. Two shouldn't have bumped into you, John admitted weakly, the intense pain in his middle finger making him think it had fallen off. Su Changsheng released his grip nonchalantly. John's middle finger was twisted into an unnatural shape, a sight that drew gasps from everyone present. They hadn't expected that this seemingly harmless young man could be so ruthless. Just as John was about to breathe a sigh of relief and get up to leave, a chilling voice came from above. I see you still don't know where you went wrong. Before the words even finished, a large foot stomped heavily on John's already injured hand. Ah! John let out a scream, the pain intensifying beyond his endurance, causing him to collapse back onto the ground, howling in agony. He desperately tried to pull his hand away, but couldn't break free. The more he struggled, the more intense the pain became. I suggest you think it over again. Su Changsheng looked down at John, who lay on the ground like a beaten dog, and pressed his left foot down on John's hand, grinding it slowly as if crushing garbage, inflicting excruciating pain on every inch of skin. What kind of lowly creature dares to cause trouble in China? John groaned in pain, unable to comprehend how he had offended Su Changsheng to deserve such torment. As a foreigner in China, he had always been treated with respect wherever he went, no matter how arrogant he was, as people were wary of causing diplomatic issues. But this man before him seemed not to care at all. Suddenly, a realization hit John, and he shouted, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have insulted Chinese cuisine or the Chinese people. I'm a lower species, unable to appreciate the beauty of fine food. I'm worthless. I'm inferior. I'm nothing. Please forgive me." John pleaded at Su Changsheng's feet, whining like a beaten dog. His pitiful state earned silent cheers from the onlookers, who mentally applauded Su Changsheng. Someone even shouted, "Well done. These scumbags deserve a beating." The tone was full of satisfaction. This cheer quickly gained support from many, as it seemed they had long endured the arrogance of such foreigners. Now that Su Changsheng stood up for them and for China, how could they not be excited? "Bark 3 times and crawl out, and we'll let this matter drop," Su Changsheng said coldly, lifting his left foot off John's hand. Upon hearing this, John's body trembled, and his lips quivered as he opened his mouth. Woof! Just as he barked once, a booming voice came from the doorway. "Let me see who dares to bully the citizens of Gangya country." A tall, dark figure swiftly approached Su Changsheng. Seeing John's miserable state, his eyes blazed with almost tangible fury. Gangya country? Su Changsheng searched his memory for this name. What a worthless little country. He couldn't even remember it. Gangya is a small country that recently gained independence in the state of Fei. The highest level of power there is Diamond Level 5, with 9 known Diamond Level experts. Seeing the situation escalate, Luan Xue stepped behind Su Changsheng to quietly explain. Upon hearing this, Su Changsheng nodded slightly. No wonder he had no impression of them. The strongest beast master in Gangya was only at Diamond Level 5. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if Su Changsheng unleashed his full power and waged war against Gangya, he alone could completely destroy the country. So where did these people get the courage to provoke him? The old man with the dark face saw Su Changsheng remain silent, and assumed he was frightened by his aura, becoming even more arrogant. He glanced at Luan Xue behind Su Changsheng, his eyes lighting up. As a top-tier instructor at the Imperial Capital University, Luan Xue exuded an aura of strength and a unique scholarly charm that was far beyond the reach of those sycophantic women who usually flattered him. With this thought, the old man arrogantly said, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, cut off one of your hands and offer the woman behind you to me for a few days. Maybe then I'll spare you." Hearing this, Su Changsheng looked at him with a strange expression. Where did this man get his confidence and boldness? Was he a fool? He activated the Eye of the World, and all the information about the old man was laid bare before him. Name: Alex Carter. Talent: Beast Rage. Beast Rage. You can force your beast to enter a frenzied state, during which it will attack everyone except the master indiscriminately, and its physical attributes will increase by 80. After this state ends, the beast will experience brief weakness. Level: Diamond Level 1. Contracted Beast, Diamond Level 1. Seeing Alex's level, a slight smile appeared on Su Changsheng's lips. So this was his confidence? One of Gangya's 9 great masters? Still no match for him. Noticing the contemptuous smile on Su Changsheng's face, Alex felt a surge of anger. He stepped forward, his massive frame nearly filling Su Changsheng's entire view, and roared, "Bastard! Did you hear what I said?" His spittle, mixed with a foul odor, landed in front of Su Changsheng. Witnessing this, the onlookers were restless, wanting to help Su Changsheng. However, they were held back by their companions. These foreigners were either powerful or had influential backgrounds, far beyond what ordinary citizens could confront. Yet Luan Xue wasn't concerned about such things. Seeing her student being oppressed by outsiders, she immediately stepped in front of Su Changsheng, her beast power surging, ready to act. Seeing this, the mockery in Alex's eyes deepened. "Coward! Hiding behind a woman. You!" Luan Xue was furious and about to act, but Su Changsheng stopped her. "Let me handle it. Don't dirty your hands with these pests." Su Changsheng smiled, shielding Luan Xue behind him. As for Alex's taunts, who cared about the cries of an ant? However, if he became too noisy, Su Changsheng wouldn't mind crushing him underfoot. Seeing Su Changsheng's actions, Alex smirked. Fool. So easily provoked into facing him alone, how naive. Alex's gaze moved past Su Changsheng and landed on Luan Xue. Her exquisite features, graceful figure, and gentle yet sharp demeanor instantly ignited his desire. He decided he must thoroughly humiliate this arrogant young man in front of Luan Xue to show her how worthless the man she admired truly was. Just as the corners of his mouth lifted, ready to deliver a taunting remark, an unprecedented fear suddenly enveloped him. A vividly red, gem-like flying beast appeared out of nowhere next to Su Changsheng, its sharp eyes fixed intently on him, radiating an overwhelming and suffocating aura of violence. Even more terrifying, the beast was gathering a fierce energy in its mouth. In a panic, Alex tried to summon his own beast for protection, but a blazing red fireball struck with lightning speed. Boom! The violent energy hit Alex precisely, without the slightest spillover. The crimson flames engulfed him, yet miraculously burned only on him, not affecting anything around. This was Bai Feng's ultimate control over fire. Ah! Alex let out an agonizing scream. The flames seared his skin, and the intense heat turned his blood into a gluey substance, clinging to his bones, intensifying the pain. He struggled to withstand the agony and summoned his beast, but as soon as it appeared, the flames spread rapidly, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Changsheng stood motionless, coldly watching Alex's contorted figure in the fire. Though Bai Feng had deliberately weakened the flames, the pain remained unmitigated. Only in this way could this arrogant foreigner truly experience a fate worse than death. The restaurant was deathly silent, with only Alex's screams echoing. John, lying on the floor, was terrified, a pale yellow liquid seeping beneath him. To him, his uncle Alex was nearly invincible, and it was only under his uncle's protection that he dared to act so arrogantly in the Huaxiao Federation. But now, the strongest person he knew had been defeated by Changsheng in a single strike? No, it was more terrifying than a mere defeat. Even a novice like John could see that Changsheng had the power to kill Alex instantly, but chose to torture him instead. This realization filled him with even more fear and regret for provoking such a demon. After what seemed like an eternity, the screams finally stopped. In the center of the restaurant stood a twisted, blood-red human figure, encased in coagulated blood, resembling a horrific wax statue. Alex, a diamond-level strongman, was utterly powerless against Bai Feng's ordinary flames. Well done, Changsheng clapped his hands, breaking the dead silence. A dog that doesn't bark is much more pleasing to the eye. With that, he kicked the blood-red figure, which shattered upon impact, revealing charred dust inside. The interior had long been reduced to ashes by the flames, with only the gelatinous blood maintaining a human shape. Finally, Changsheng approached the owner, offering 10,000 federal coins as compensation. After all, today's events would affect the owner's business, and since it was caused by him, he felt obligated to make amends. When Changsheng handed the money to the restaurant owner, a flash of uncontrollable surprise appeared in the owner's eyes. He never imagined that someone of such power would voluntarily offer compensation. He thought to himself, "No way, I can't accept this. You're a hero for eliminating a threat to our nation. How could I take money from a hero?" However, the owner quickly regained his composure and repeatedly declined. As for any impact this incident might have on his business, what a joke. The news of a powerful Chinese warrior defeating a foreign enemy would surely draw countless curious people to his restaurant. Business would be booming. "Please, just take it. It would put my mind at ease." Changsheng insisted on giving the money to the owner. He wasn't unreasonable, just a bit ruthless towards enemies. After all, being kind to enemies is being cruel to oneself. The onlookers' admiration for Changsheng soared. Young, handsome, powerful, acting for the nation, and caring for the common people. Who wouldn't love such a man? Even some of the single women in the restaurant had sparks in their eyes. If it weren't for Lu Anshue's striking presence beside him, they would have approached Changsheng without hesitation. After resolving everything, Changsheng didn't leave. Instead, he found a clean seat and patiently waited for the law enforcement team to arrive. After all, in China, regardless of the city, one cannot casually use beast control. Moreover, Changsheng had directly killed Alex, who was a foreigner, adding to the severity of the situation. However, Changsheng must have had his reasons for acting so boldly. The capital's law enforcement team's efficiency was impressive. Shortly after Changsheng sat down, a team of uniformed officers arrived at the restaurant. Their uniforms were almost entirely black, with a law enforcement sword embroidered on the chest, the color of which indicated their rank within the team. Ordinary members had a white sword, totaling 3,000. Squad leaders had a red sword, with 300 of them, each leading 10 members, and there were 10 team leaders with purple swords, each overseeing a district of the capital. The chief of the law enforcement team, the sole person with ultimate authority over the capital's security, had a special status. A squad leader, with a red sword on his chest, quickly approached Changsheng, followed closely by 10 team members. They moved swiftly, seemingly intending to question Changsheng. The crowd watched with concern. To everyone's surprise, the squad leader, upon reaching Changsheng, did not accuse him but instead respectfully saluted and said, "Sir, what happened here that required your personal intervention?" His eyes inadvertently glanced at the dark green token hanging from Changsheng's waist, especially the engraved character Shun, which made him even more respectful. All the team members behind the squad leader bowed deeply, treating Changsheng not as a criminal, but as a figure of great importance. "Nothing much," Changsheng waved his hand, indicating they needn't be so formal, and then said, "Someone insulted China, a grave offense. I killed one on the spot and spared the other." Changsheng pointed at John, who was collapsed on the ground, his eyes sharp as knives and his voice low and powerful. "Is it, or isn't it?" John's already shaken body trembled even more at the question, his lips quivering, unable to speak, so he nodded desperately. Tears streamed down his face as snot dripped from his chin, leaving him in a pitiful state. Insulting Huaxia. Take him away. The squad leader, seeing John's distinctly non-Huaxia features and hearing Su Changsheng's words, immediately gave the order. Two team members quickly moved forward and roughly lifted John up. Oh, by the way, these two are from the small country of Gangya. Handle them as you see fit, Su Changsheng added. The squad leader's expression relaxed at these words. If they were from a major country, it would be more troublesome to deal with. How could such a small country dare to question the actions of the Imperial City's enforcement team? With their 9 diamond-tier experts? No, now only 8 remained. Even if they had the courage of 10, they wouldn't dare meddle in the Imperial City. All right, you can all withdraw now, Su Changsheng signaled with a wave of his hand, seeing the matter resolved. The squad leader respectfully bowed and led his team away. Captain, was that really the badge of the chief of the enforcement team? One of the team members couldn't help but ask as they left the restaurant. To them, the chief was a figure that only existed in rumors. It absolutely was. The squad leader's expression was serious. Who would dare forge Lord Shin's badge within Huaxia? And that young man possessing Lord Shin's badge must undoubtedly be the rising star, Lord Su Changsheng. The other team members gasped in surprise at this. The Su Changsheng rumored to have close ties with the Bai family? Watch your words, the squad leader scolded in a low voice. Such a prominent figure detested being gossiped about. Hearing these words, John, who was being carried away, was overwhelmed with regret. Shen Wuyan, the legendary star-shattering expert, the Bai family, a reclusive clan with more diamond-tier experts than his entire country. What misfortune had led him to provoke such individuals? Su Changsheng and Luan Xue left the restaurant under the admiring gazes of the onlookers. His boldness in confronting Alex was not only due to his increased strength, but also because of the badge personally bestowed by Shen Wuyan. This badge symbolized Shen Wuyan's presence and conferred immense authority. As Huaxia's top expert, Shen Wuyan was not only the president of the Imperial University, but also the chief of the enforcement team, the deputy executive of the Huaxia Federation, and the commander of the Beast extermination operations. With this badge, Su Changsheng naturally wielded corresponding authority. This was why the squad leader treated him with such respect. Shen Wuyan's decision to entrust the badge to Su Changsheng demonstrated his complete trust and high regard for him. After leaving the restaurant, the two found another place to eat. The earlier incident was just a minor blip for them, not worth dwelling on. Such is the confidence that strength brought to Su Changsheng. During their meal, Luan Xue explained the levels and capabilities of talented individuals from other countries. Most couldn't hold a candle to Su Changsheng's current prowess. Only a few prodigies possessed strength equivalent to the diamond rank. Given that this global competition was open to talented students worldwide, it was inevitable that some exceptionally gifted and powerful individuals would emerge. Furthermore, their training time far exceeded Su Changsheng's. Thus, their level of strength was not surprising. However, no matter how talented or monstrous these individuals were, they couldn't possibly defeat Su Changsheng in the global competition. Setting aside other factors, the invincible skill newly acquired by Bai Fong was enough. Not only could peers not withstand it, but even among the entire world, those who could survive the damage of the purifying fire fury were probably fewer than one could count on one hand. Su Changsheng was certain to clinch the top prize of the competition. With this thought, a spark of determination flashed in Su Changsheng's eyes. Having ascended to the rank of a gold beast master, he now had the qualification for a new contract. However, he hadn't found a suitable and powerful beast egg for the contract. He recalled what Shen Wuyan had said earlier, that beast eggs with qualifications like Fuyo's were scarce in the Huaxia Federation. Scarce meant there were a few. The competition's reward was the privilege to select resources from the national treasury of the Huaxia Federation. The first prize included the right to choose 4 treasures. The value of treasures in such a superpower's most precious storage was unimaginable. Su Changsheng was confident he would find a suitable beast egg there. This meal passed without any incidents. After dining, the two engaged in casual conversation. As Su Changsheng's homeroom teacher, Luan Xue naturally expressed her concern and gave advice to the student who was to compete the following day. With their conversation concluded, they went their separate ways to their respective accommodations. Upon returning to his spacious villa, Su Changsheng uncharacteristically refrained from training. Instead, he entered the beast space to play with Bai Fong and the other 3 beasts, allowing himself to fully relax. During these days, not only had Su Changsheng's level improved, but his beasts had also significantly advanced. Bai Fong and Blood Shadow both reached the gold rank, while Zhulong progressed from bronze level 8 to silver level 6. Fuyo's growth was particularly astounding, leaping an entire major rank from iron level 9 to bronze level 9. The next day, Su Changsheng awoke early from slumber. After a night's rest and adjustment, he was in peak condition. Stepping out the door, he headed toward the center of the capital. The streets of the capital were much more crowded than usual, almost packed with people even in the early morning. As Su Changsheng walked through the crowd, He occasionally overheard people discussing, "Did you hear? Our Huaxia seed contender, Su Changsheng, beat up two oblivious foreigners yesterday, and one of them was even at the diamond rank." It's said that Su Changsheng has just turned 18, yet he possesses such incredible strength. "It's truly enviable," a middle-aged man exclaimed. "Oh, and you know what? My daughter was in the audience, and when she came back, she practically wanted to carve 'I love Su Changsheng' on her face. As her father, I almost felt jealous." As Su Changsheng walked through the streets of the imperial capital, these conversations naturally reached his ears. He raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised that yesterday's events had spread so quickly throughout the city. Even more surprising was the high regard people seemed to have for him. Fortunately, this world lacked the internet and photographs. Most people only knew the name Su Changsheng and his accomplishments, but his appearance remained largely unknown. Thus, Su blended into the crowd, his extraordinarily handsome face being the only feature that stood out. But otherwise, he appeared as an ordinary passerby. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the capital's central open-air arena. This was the largest open-air arena in the Huaxia Federation and even worldwide, covering tens of thousands of square meters. The arena's center was neatly divided into 20 competition platforms, each 500 square meters in size, allowing beasts of any size to perform freely. The platforms were inscribed with damage-reducing formations to ensure the arena wouldn't be damaged by the battles. The surrounding stands could accommodate up to 100,000 spectators. At the moment, the arena's entrance was divided into two distinct queues. The line on the right had already formed a long line, stretching hundreds of meters away. These were the spectators coming to watch the international competition. The size of this crowd reflected the public's interest in the event, as a country's ranking in this competition directly represented its talent development capabilities. Talent is the foundation of a nation's enduring strength. The left queue was much quieter, with only a few people appearing occasionally. This was the line for participants, most of whom were already waiting inside the arena. Naturally, Su Changsheng headed towards the left, immediately drawing the attention of everyone in the right line. "Look, that participant is so young. He looks like he's just come of age," someone whispered to their companion. "What are you thinking? Most participants are third or fourth-year university students, at least in their 20s, the companion replied. "Really? But doesn't Huaxia have someone named Su Changsheng who's 18? The person continued. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, casting a disbelieving glance at Su Changsheng's back before looking at her companion. She noticed the same shock in her friend's eyes. Moments later, she spoke. Could it really be him? Her voice was no longer clear and melodious, but rather hoarse and trembling. Had she missed something? This was Huaxia's most famous, most popular, and youngest genius, and he was also exceptionally handsome. Such a person had just walked past her, and she hadn't even realized. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep that night. Su Changsheng was unaware of the commotion his actions had caused. He was already moving towards the designated area for the Imperial Capital University's participants, waiting for the official start of the competition. The so-called international competition featured only around 100 countries and 600 participants. The event used an elimination format, where winners advanced and losers were directly eliminated. The top 75 would receive rewards, with higher rankings earning better prizes. The top 3 could even choose any resource they desired from the Huaxia Federation's national treasury. This competition format tested not only strength, but also luck. If you possessed top 10 strength but faced Su Changsheng in the first round, you might not even earn the basic reward. However, for Su Changsheng, regardless of the format, he was undoubtedly the champion. In the face of absolute strength, everything else was insignificant. Roar. As soon as all the participants gathered, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed from above. The terrifying power of the sound caused the previously noisy arena to fall silent. All eyes focused on the man atop the dragon Xin Wuyan. This man, the strongest in China, and indeed the world, smiled slightly and declared, "The International Grand Tournament officially begins." With a sweep of his hand, the five-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky, letting out another earth-shaking roar, officially commencing the tournament. 20 judges immediately took their positions, each possessing diamond-level mid-tier strength or higher, ensuring maximum safety during the battles. Their presence highlighted the strength of the Chinese Federation as a global powerhouse. Blue fluorescent light enveloped all the arenas, and under the judges' guidance, the contestants moved toward their designated battlegrounds. Soon, it was Su Changsheng's turn to enter. He strode confidently onto the arena, his gaze fixed on his opponent. She was a blonde woman with blue eyes, dressed in cool shorts, her long, bare legs captivating everyone's attention. As one of China's most famous contestants, Su Changsheng attracted countless eyes as soon as he stepped onto the stage. "Wow, what is that woman wearing? Is she trying to seduce my brother?" someone exclaimed, unsettled by Su Changsheng's opponent's revealing outfit. Meanwhile, some older spectators couldn't take their eyes off her legs, seemingly entranced. A few others, however, wore serious expressions, recognizing this American contestant Fiona. At 22, she was a platinum tier 9, having once held her ground for half an hour against a diamond tier beast with barely a scratch. Her strength was undeniable, ranking third among the 10 American contestants, making this battle a formidable challenge. "Hey, I'm Fiona from America. You're quite handsome," Fiona said in broken Chinese, looking at Su Changsheng's handsome face. Su Changsheng did not respond, unsure why she said that. However, Fiona's next words left him momentarily speechless. After the match, "Are you interested in sleeping with me? Are Americans all this open?" Su Changsheng thought silently. Despite her attractiveness, her casual attitude disgusted him. Even the nearby judge couldn't help but cough lightly before announcing the start of the battle. As soon as the battle began, the playful look on Fiona's face vanished, replaced by seriousness and focus. Her earlier teasing was just a ploy to disturb Su Changsheng's concentration. Her muscles tensed, and the power of her summoned beasts surged forth. In an instant, several summoned beasts appeared at her command, attacking Su Changsheng and forming a pincer movement, nearly cutting off all his escape routes. Meanwhile, Su Changsheng had already summoned his own beast, the massive body of the Zhulong protecting him from behind. The menacing vertical pupils of Zhulong glinted with a cold, icy light, locking onto the oncoming enemy. In an instant, the entire arena seemed to freeze in time. Fiona's serious expression became fixed, and her summoned beasts stood motionless like statues. Time control. This extremely powerful ability becomes increasingly terrifying as Zhulong's rank ascends, yet it surprisingly requires less stamina. Baifeng and Shuang seized this perfect opportunity. Shuang transformed into a silver-white lightning bolt, darting across the arena. Each strike precisely reaped the life of an opposing beast. Blood blossomed like a grim flower under its claws, as lives were mercilessly extinguished. Baifeng circled low, surveying the battlefield. A raging energy gathered in its mouth, and in less than a second, a fiery red ball shot forth, carrying destructive power towards the remaining beasts. The explosive flames instantly sent the beasts flying. The weaker ones couldn't withstand the terrifying impact and heat of the fireball and died on the spot. Even the stronger beasts couldn't escape the subsequent burn damage. In just 3 seconds, all 3 of Fiona's summoned beasts perished. As the time control ended, Fiona's vision blurred for a moment before refocusing. What she saw was a scene of horror she would never forget. The beasts she considered family, with whom she had spent countless days, were either lying in pools of blood or reduced to ashes by flames in the blink of an eye. "How is this possible?" she screamed hysterically, her face shifting from seriousness to panic and disbelief, her eyes filled with red fury. She couldn't comprehend why she had been distracted in such an important match, and how in that moment of distraction, her beasts had been annihilated. The referee stood on the arena platform, casting a deep glance at Su Changsheng, feeling a chill rise in his heart. Although time control didn't completely incapacitate him, it significantly slowed his thinking and actions. This experienced referee had a premonition that if he remained in that state for too long, he wouldn't stand a chance against Su Changsheng. Fortunately, with his insight, he could tell that such an overpowering ability couldn't be sustained for long. New talents emerge in every generation. The referee sighed inwardly, announcing Su Changsheng's victory. In a battle between beast tamers, with all of the opponent's beasts defeated, there was no reason for Su Changsheng not to win. Unlike Fiona's hysterical roar in the arena, the spectators in the stands were in complete silence. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they watched the blood slowly flowing in front of Su Changsheng and the ashes scattering in the wind. What happened? How did Fiona lose so quickly and thoroughly? What was supposed to be an intense battle turned into a one-sided defeat. The spectators didn't even have time to react before they saw Fiona's beasts fall like wheat under a scythe. Time manipulation controlled the time within a specific area. Those outside this area could only see Fiona's fierce beasts suddenly freeze, then get effortlessly slaughtered by Su Changsheng's summoned beasts. This shocking turn of events left everyone speechless. Once the referee declared Su Changsheng the winner, the crowd in the stands finally recovered from their shock. Thunderous cheers erupted from their mouths, and the roar was so loud that it made the entire arena tremble. The faces of these spectators were filled with ecstatic smiles. "This is our unparalleled genius," from Huaxia. They felt proud to be part of Huaxia alongside Su Changsheng. Above the arena, a 5-clawed golden dragon and a black dragon flew side by side, both exuding immense power. Shen Wuyan stood on the back of the golden dragon, nodding slightly. He had watched Su Changsheng's performance closely. "No wonder I, Shen Wuyan, value and nurture this talent," he praised inwardly, though his expression remained calm. "Impressive. Huaxia has produced a promising talent," a tall figure on the black dragon remarked in a deep voice. The howling winds in the high skies did nothing to hinder the transmission of his voice. "Alan, what do you think of our Huaxia genius?" Shen Wuyan turned to look at the man on the black dragon. Alan was the most powerful figure in the United States, often mentioned alongside Shen Wuyan as one of the world's top 2 powerhouses. They maintained a relationship that was both adversarial and friendly, as there were few in the world who could converse with them as equals. The talent is promising, but he's too young to surpass Algi, Alan replied calmly. Algi was the leading genius of the younger generation in the United States, barely in his 20s, yet already at the third rank of the diamond level. Since awakening his talent, he had been invincible among his peers, undefeated. His power and potential were terrifyingly immense. Because of Algi, the United States consistently outperformed Huaxia in international competitions. As for the young members of the hidden families, due to their unique cultivation systems, they never participated in such events, instead silently guarding Huaxia with their strength. Let's wait and see, Shun Wuyan said with a slight smile as he looked at Alan. From his old friend, he sensed a familiar aura, the unique aura of the star-shattering rank. After Shen Wuyan, the world had finally seen another star-shattering rank power emerge. Su Changsheng's battle ended so quickly that he had to wait a long time before his second chance to compete. His next opponent was also a contestant from the Imperial Capital University, He Jin. However, the two were not well acquainted, their relationship only extending to knowing each other's names. Quite unlucky to run into you, Junior, He Jin said with a hint of resignation in his eyes upon seeing Su Changsheng. He and Fiona are on par in terms of power level, both at the pinnacle of the platinum rank, capable of contending with ordinary diamond rank beasts. Such strength is enough to rank among the top 50 in the international competition and earn official rewards. However, against Su Changsheng, it was clearly insufficient. But since I'm here, let me experience what a true genius is. He Jin adjusted his mindset, and the helplessness in his eyes transformed into a burning battle spirit. As one of the top talents at the Imperial University, how could he give up just because his opponent was strong? Even if it meant dying in battle, it was 1,000 times better than living in mediocrity. Su Changsheng cupped his hands towards He Jin as a gesture of acknowledgement. The battle was about to commence. The beast-controlling power surged from both of them, and their beasts appeared at their sides in the blink of an eye. 3 seconds later, the beasts summoned by He Jin lay on the ground, battered and unable to move. He Jin's eyes were blank as he almost unconsciously stared at the injuries on his beasts. Some had wounds deep enough to see the bone, while others were scorched by flames, leaving no part of their skin intact. He felt like he had experienced a long yet brief dream. Upon waking, he realized he had lost. Only now did he understand the vast gap between himself and a true genius. He also understood why Fiona had let out such a hysterical scream after losing the match. It was a cry of helplessness and unwillingness. He Jin lowered his head and silently returned his beasts to his beast space. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Thank you, Junior, for showing mercy. Although his beasts appeared severely injured, none were in life-threatening condition. The recovery would be swift and wouldn't even affect training the next day. He Jin knew that Su Changsheng had the ability to kill his beasts but chose not to, which filled him with gratitude. Despite losing, his outcome was far better than Fiona's. Su Changsheng nodded. Both were students of the Imperial University and bore no grudges against each other. He was not a bloodthirsty person and naturally wouldn't go for the kill. It's wise to leave room for future encounters. After expressing his thanks, He Jin walked off the arena on his own. His back, once steady and confident, now seemed a bit desolate. Another genius struck down by a prodigy, the referee remarked, watching He Jin's departing figure with a sigh. Once upon a time, he too was as confident as He Jin, until he met Shun Wuyan. The referee shook his head, dismissing his old memories, and announced Su Changsheng's victory. The audience in the arena watched as He Jin, like Fiona from America, couldn't last more than a few seconds against Su Changsheng, and they gasped in astonishment. Unlike Fiona, He Jin was a homegrown talent, well known for his strength. Some even believed he had the potential to break into the top 20. Yet, he was swiftly defeated by Su Changsheng, without even a chance to resist. This left them utterly shocked. Time ticked by. Su Changsheng descended from the arena once more. His third opponent was merely a small country's talent, with both power and rank at a mid-level platinum rank. Such an opponent didn't even require Zhu Long to use time manipulation to control them. Shui Ying's formidable physical prowess alone was enough to annihilate their beasts. Thus, the battle ended within seconds of starting. Now, Su Changsheng had successfully entered the top 75, reaching a rank that granted preliminary rewards. However, this was just the beginning. The fourth opponent, the fifth, the sixth. 3 consecutive opponents were crushed by Su Changsheng's overwhelming power. The audience in the stands no longer cheered for Su Changsheng's victories. In their eyes, his victories were a foregone conclusion, not worth cheering for. It wasn't until the 7th opponent appeared that the audience became restless again. Even Su Changsheng couldn't help but feel a chill upon learning his opponent's name, and his expression turned serious. Alger. Su Changsheng stared at the tall American man in front of him, his mind echoing with the words of Lu Anxue from the previous day. The world's youngest and strongest. The son of God. America's pride. All these awe-inspiring titles belonged to the young man with blonde hair and blue eyes standing before him. What was even more surprising was that no one questioned these titles, as he truly deserved them. I didn't expect to meet you so soon, Su Changsheng, Alger began, his fluent Mandarin astonishing, with hardly any accent. The sunlight glinted off his short golden hair, creating a dazzling brilliance. Your talent is indeed remarkable, even stronger than I was at 18. Alger continued, his eyes showing genuine admiration. He openly admitted that his 18-year-old self was not as strong as the current Su Changsheng. Unfortunately, at present, you are far from being my match. Alger's tone was calm and confident. The treasury of the Huaxia Federation is as good as mine. He stated this as if it were an already determined fact. Su Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. He could see that this blonde man exuded extreme confidence and pride. With such a person, words were unnecessary. The only way was to earn his respect through strength. Without further ado, Su Changsheng activated the World Eye, capturing all of Alger's information. Name: Alger Jones. Gift: Origin Penetration. Origin Penetration. The source power of your contracted beasts receives a certain boost. Their attacks include origin damage, and you can contract one additional beast. Rank: Diamond Tier 3. Contracted beasts. Diamond Tier 3. An additional beast contract. More terrifyingly, all of Alger's beasts could strike directly at the origin. Seeing such a formidable personal profile, Su Changsheng couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes blazing with a fierce fighting spirit. Having awakened his talent for nearly half a year, this was the first truly challenging opponent he had encountered. Without any words, Su Changsheng signaled with his eyes for the referee to start the battle. The showdown between the world's top geniuses began. The audience in the stands held their breath, tension at its peak. As seasoned enthusiasts of various competitions, they knew all too well the terrifying strength of the American man standing before Su Changsheng. Before Su Changsheng, countless talents had attempted to challenge Alger's position, but all met with failure. Victory seemed to belong solely to the man with the radiant blonde hair. In America, some even referred to Alger as an embodiment of God, a messenger sent to save humanity. At this moment, the stands were silent, with everyone intensely focused on the two figures on the field, afraid to miss a single detail. Meanwhile, Su Changsheng and Alger had already summoned their respective beasts. In terms of numbers alone, Su Changsheng was at an absolute disadvantage. He had only 4 beasts, while Alger had Savina Gap nearly double. Even more shocking was the overwhelming aura exuded by each of Alger's beasts. All 7 had reached the diamond tier. One of the beasts radiated a familiar pulse to Su Changsheng, an attribute unique to time-based beasts. This suggested that Zhulong's time control might not be effective against Alger. What a pity! If we were the same age, this would have been a spectacular battle. Alger's voice echoed across the arena. 7 beasts surrounded Alger as he stood confidently in the center, a self-assured smile playing on his lips. He believed that Su Changsheng's success relied entirely on the time manipulation abilities of his dragon, and fortunately, his own beasts were perfectly equipped to counter that. Feeling victorious even before the battle began, he was in no rush to attack and was curious to see what surprises this rising star from China might bring. After all, as a seasoned victor, it had been a while since he faced a worthy opponent. Alger, has anyone ever told you that you talk too much? Su Changsheng suddenly spoke, his voice laced with clear sarcasm. The remark caught Alger off guard. From a young age, he had been hailed as a genius, idolized by many, with praise showered upon him to the point of weariness. Such blunt ridicule was a first for him. But he wasn't angry. He was about to respond with a graceful smile when his expression froze completely. Fear coursed through him like an electric shock, causing his handsome features to tremble uncontrollably. His beasts quickly tightened their formation, shielding him securely at the center, leaving no gaps. Before Bai Fong, crimson flames were rapidly gathering and compressing with astonishing speed. Wild energy brewed at the core of the fire, its terrifying aura spreading outward. The temperature in the open-air arena soared dramatically, and all the spectators felt the unusual energy fluctuations, leaving them deeply shaken. In an instant, the widespread flames were compressed into a fireball no larger than a palm. On closer inspection, the deepest part of the fireball appeared eerily black, a sign that space itself was about to rupture under the immense energy pressure. The purifying world fire was ready to unleash its fury. Su Changsheng had begun with his most powerful attack. The small crimson fireball suddenly shot forward, igniting the air as it traveled, leaving a trail of dazzling sparks. In the face of this formidable assault, a tawny lizard dragon by Alger's side immediately spread its wings, bravely positioning itself at the forefront. Its scales stood on end like blades, with silvery mucus seeping from the gaps. Simultaneously, an enormous sphere of ice-cold water emerged from behind, enveloping the lizard dragon completely. The temperature inside the sphere was astonishingly low, exuding a chill capable of freezing the soul. This was Alger's most formidable dual-layered defense. Yet, Against Baifeng's purifying world fire, was such a defense sufficient? No one could provide an answer. Alger crouched behind his beast, a massive sense of danger pricking painfully at his skin. I'm going to die, he screamed internally. Unlike the spectators in the stands, as the target of the purifying world's fiery wrath, he could clearly sense the terrifying nature of the flames, filled with death and fury. His previously proud absolute defense seemed as fragile as paper before this fire. Yet under the oppressive force of this fierce flame, he didn't even have the chance to admit defeat. In an instant, the purifying world's fiery wrath, carrying an unstoppable might, struck the lizard dragon. The cold liquid on its surface was instantly vaporized into steam by the fierce fireball. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal steam completely enveloped the arena. Alger's first layer of defense, under the full force attack of Baifeng, didn't even last half a second. The palm-sized fireball, undiminished in power, shot straight toward the lizard dragon's surface. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing emanated from the lizard dragon as its earth-colored scales, like sharp blades, actively struck at the violent flame. However, these scales couldn't even approach the fire before the intense heat melted them into a sticky liquid. The liquid dripped to the ground, burning fist-sized pits. Boom. Finally, the fire broke through many obstacles and reached the lizard dragon. Bang. The fireball landed heavily on the lizard dragon's chest, scattering into countless tiny sparks. These sparks found their way through every small gap, reaching behind the lizard dragon, and clung to Alger and his other beasts like maggots on a bone. Suddenly, countless tiny sparks exploded, sending waves of fire soaring into the sky. These flames intertwined and merged, rapidly spreading. In moments, they surrounded the entire arena where Changsheng stood. The rising fire waves, like legendary dragons, danced wildly in the air. The energy of fury and death roared outward from Changsheng as the center. This scene left the already tense audience in utter shock. Many people ran backward in panic, losing all composure. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from above. A golden figure rapidly expanded, and a five-clawed golden dragon descended upon the arena with regal presence. Its entire body formed a protective circle in front of the audience. The fierce flames halted momentarily against its golden body. However, some keen observers noticed that the dragon's scales, shining with radiant gold, were falling off under the corrosive flames. Their pupils contracted, filled with disbelief. Changsheng had managed to injure even Shun Wuyan's beast, and not lightly. It's crucial to understand that these flames were merely the aftershocks of Changsheng's beast's terrifying attack. Just the aftershocks were enough to harm a beast at the star-shattering level. At this moment, they had no doubts about the outcome of the battle. After all, in front of Shun Wuyan, being the top expert of the younger generation meant nothing. Yet Changsheng, who could injure Shun Wuyan's beast, was now seemingly qualified to converse with Shun Wuyan on equal terms. The difference between them was enormous. Seeing the five-clawed golden dragon shielding everyone, the chaos in the stands finally subsided. At this moment, countless eyes turned back to Changsheng. The white mist that had filled the arena gradually dissipated, revealing the scene inside. What is this? A cry of shock shattered the silence, as if witnessing something unbelievable. The world's double champion, Alan? The crowd exclaimed in unison. On one side of the arena, a menacing black dragon, as massive as a mountain, lowered its body to shield Alger and his beast beneath it. The black dragon, once majestic, was now ravaged by blazing red flames consuming its body, its dark scales scattered and exposing charred flesh. The flames conjured by Baifeng seemed endless, continuously piercing into the dragon's body. Roar, roar! The black dragon let out agonizing howls, its enormous body twisting in pain. Its lantern-like vertical pupils flickered with intense fury. If not for its master Alan's control, it would have torn Changsheng apart. Changsheng frowned as he looked at the foreign middle-aged man before him. With the blessing of the World Eye, the man's information was laid bare. A first-tier Star-Shatterer Beastmaster. Changsheng was secretly astonished, as this was the first time he encountered a Star-Shatterer Beastmaster other than Shun Wuyan. Apologies for my intrusion, the middle-aged man said with a slight bow. I am Alan. Alger is a descendant of an old friend, and I couldn't stand by and watch him die like this. Changsheng's brow remained furrowed. This was a national competition hosted by China, and the sudden interference of a foreigner was a blatant disregard for China's sovereignty. Seeing this, Alan sighed inwardly. I will negotiate with your country later, offering to cede the newly discovered secret realms in the East Sea for the next 3 years as compensation for this intrusion. Additionally, you will have the right to select 3 resources from our American treasury at your leisure, with no time limit. Each word felt like a stab to Alan's heart. The East Sea was the most prolific region for high-level secret realms in the world, producing assets worth hundreds of billions of Chinese federal currency annually. The secret realms were jointly controlled by China and the United States, 2 world superpowers, with smaller nations having no claim. Ceding it for 3 years meant an immeasurable loss. As a global superpower, America's treasury held invaluable resources. Even someone of Alan's stature could access no more than 5 items annually. Giving away 3 items to save Alger was a loss amounting to nearly $1 trillion in Chinese currency. Shen Wuyan had by now arrived at Su Changsheng's side and had clearly heard Alan's proposed compensation. As a decision-maker, the mere thought of 3 years of East Sea secret realms was highly tempting. However, Shen Wuyan did not hastily agree and instead turned to Su Changsheng, asking, "What do you think?" This was a battle between Su Changsheng and Alger. Even as an elder, Shen Wuyan could not interfere arbitrarily and had to respect Su Changsheng's decision. As soon as Shen Wuyan spoke, Su Changsheng realized he was interested. It wasn't just Shen Wuyan. Even Su Changsheng found it hard to resist. The conditions Alan offered were simply too tempting: 3 selections from the U.S. Treasury resources, plus 4 selections from the Chinese Treasury for winning first place in the international competition, making a total of 7 top-tier resources. If used to select beast eggs, he could gather all the eggs needed from the gold level to the legendary myth level. However, Su Changsheng had no intention of doing that. He needed to find various materials required for beast evolution, especially those rare main materials. Each was more difficult to find and more precious than the last, and it was impossible for him to gather them all alone. He had to rely on the power of the state. Moreover, Alan's attitude was impeccable, and combined with such generous conditions, it was hard to refuse. Besides, Su Changsheng had no personal vendetta against Alger, so there was no need to take his life. With this in mind, Su Changsheng nodded decisively and said, "I have no objections." Seeing Su Changsheng nod, Alan and Shen Wuyan visibly relaxed. However, a trace of embarrassment quickly appeared on their faces. "Changsheng, could you put out the fire?" It turned out that during their conversation, they had ordered their beasts to try to extinguish the flames on them. But no matter what method they used, the fire persisted and couldn't be put out. If it continued, even the 5-clawed golden dragon and the black dragon, both star-shattering level beasts, would have their lives worn away by this seemingly endless fire. This was why they treated Su Changsheng as an equal after all. If he could hurt them, he could kill them. What was even more shocking was that Su Changsheng was only 18 years old. They couldn't even imagine how much he would grow in just 2 more years. As it should be. Su Changsheng nodded, turning to look at Bifong. At this moment, Bifong was no longer its majestic self. Its once proud head was slightly lowered, and its aura was weak, as if it might faint at any moment. If it weren't for Fu Yao continuously healing it with abundant life force, it probably wouldn't even be able to stand. After all, this was its first time using such a spell akin to a forbidden curse, which took a tremendous toll on itself and made it difficult to control the fire's range, nearly causing collateral damage. Seeing this, Su Changsheng quickly walked to Bifong, crouched down, and gently stroked its lowered head, saying softly, "Thank you for your hard work. Come on, put out these fires and then go rest." Hearing its master's voice, Bifong managed to lift its head, a glimmer of light flashing in its eyes. It flapped its wings, and a mysterious wave emanated from its body. In an instant, all the flames in the arena, including those tiny sparks invisible to the naked eye, were extinguished. Even the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. "Good. Good. Thank you for your hard work." Su Changsheng patted Bifong's head and returned it to the beast's space. Then he looked at Fu Yao and said, "You go with it too." Fu Yao's ability had a miraculous effect on Bifong's recovery, or rather, its ability was highly effective against all negative states. The crowd was left speechless, witnessing this miraculous scene. This young man had brought them an overwhelming amount of astonishment today. Someone muttered, "Am I seeing things, or are the 2 big shots, Shen Wuyan and Alan, actually discussing with Su Changsheng?" Another person, equally dazed, replied, "Yes, they're having a conversation on equal footing." Finally, someone regained their senses and stammered, "But Su Changsheng is only 18. Just 18. At only 18, Su Changsheng had already become a sensation across the world. In less than half a day, his name spread throughout the entire Beast Master world, his deeds destined to be told in every corner of the globe, and he became an idol for the new generation of Beast Masters. After Su Changsheng stepped down, Alger was carried away immediately. Although Alan intervened in time to protect Alger, he still suffered unimaginable injuries as the direct target of the purifying world's fury. If it weren't for his innate ability to enhance his own essence, Alger might not have survived. This scene left everyone present sighing. The rise of a new god often signifies the fall of an old one. Alan left the arena with Alger. He spared no expense to save Alger, not just because he was the descendant of an old friend, but because Alger had become a symbol of inspiration for American youth. If he were killed by a peer in China, the impact would be unimaginable. Alan held a glimmer of hope. Alger had always had a smooth journey, and perhaps this setback could lead to a breakthrough. America hasn't lost yet, Alan reassured himself. However, deep down, he knew that America's decline was irreversible, and and the next century would belong to China. With Su Changsheng's demonstrated talent and strength, no matter how much Alger improved, he couldn't surpass him. It is warriors like Su Changsheng who are the true backbone of a powerful nation. The upcoming world tournament seemed devoid of suspense. Even without the assistance of Bai Feng and Fu Yao, Su Changsheng had an overwhelming advantage over his opponents. His unparalleled physical prowess and the extraordinary control of the Candle Dragon ability were a decisive blow to others. He effortlessly secured first place in the world tournament, once again showcasing his absolute invincibility to the world. As Su Changsheng stood on the podium, accepting his medal, the long silent achievement system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The unexpected sound almost caused him to drop the medal, a symbol of the highest honor. Fortunately, his incredible control allowed him to hold the medal firmly. At the same time, the mechanical voice of the system became increasingly clear. Congratulations, host. You've achieved the status of being renowned across the world. Your accomplishments and fame are known by all, without exception. Reward. The beast you contract will have a minimum rank no less than one major realm below your own strength. For example, if your current strength is at gold level 1, your next contracted beast will be born at silver level 1. The system's mechanical voice echoed in Su Changsheng's mind, causing his pupils to contract and his face to betray a look of excitement. This reward meant that when he contracted a new beast, it would start directly at silver level 1, without needing to train from iron level 1. Moreover, this advancement would grow alongside his own progression in rank. Su Changsheng was secretly delighted. He knew that it had taken nearly a month to train his contracted beast, Fu Yao, to bronze level 9. With this reward, future contracted beasts could almost immediately join battles, significantly saving training time. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Su Changsheng stepped down from the podium. The eyes from the stands followed him like the most fervent believers. Hello, please follow me. A staff member approached, tasked with guiding Su Changsheng in selecting resources from the national treasury. Su Changsheng followed the staff member to a teleportation array. As a flash of white light passed, he opened his eyes to find himself in an uncanny room. There were no walls, no ceiling, only endless black arcs flashing in a vast background. Su Changsheng was taken aback. The national treasury of Huaxiao was hidden within a spatial rift. What a feat! They had forcibly torn space apart and stabilized it to construct this enormous space for housing treasures. Outside the treasury was ferocious spatial lightning, capable of tearing apart even enemies of Star Shatterer rank or higher. How do you like it? Not bad, right? The staff member observed Su Changsheng's astonished expression and smiled. His pale eyebrows and beard radiated pride. This was the depth of Huaxiao's foundation. It's incredible, Su Changsheng replied, his gaze shifting to the countless resources and treasures inside the treasury, each emitting powerful energy waves. Each one could cause a sensation in the outside world, yet here they were for him to choose from. Rare beast eggs are in the far east, and fire resources are in the northeast direction, the staff member explained in detail. Take your time choosing, there's no time limit. After thanking him, Su Changsheng looked around and noticed that the vast space contained only him and the old man. He couldn't help but ask, what about the second and third place winners? Don't they have 2 and 1 opportunities to choose, respectively? Of course, you should choose first before letting others pick, the old man said matter-of-factly. The treasures of China should naturally be chosen by the Chinese first. Besides, Su Changsheng is the winner of this competition, so it's only right for him to choose first. No one can dispute that. Su Changsheng nodded and walked straight to the front. Now that he was a gold-tier beast master, selecting a new beast egg was of utmost importance. Inside the treasury, rows of crystal-clear beast eggs were neatly displayed, each exuding a unique aura. Su Changsheng's gaze swept over the many eggs, and information flooded his mind. Immortal Vajra bird, physical attribute, stellar high grade, black iron level 1, containing the mythical bloodline of the Chongming bird. Fate-peaking beast, destiny attribute, stellar high grade, black iron level 1, containing the mythical bloodline of Baizhe. Void-breaking bird, space attribute, stellar high grade, black iron level 1, containing the mythical bloodline of Dijiang. Evil devouring demon, physical attribute, stellar high grade, black iron level 1, containing the mythical bloodline of Qiongqi. Sun flame divine bird, fire attribute, stellar high grade, black iron level 1, containing the mythical bloodline of the three-legged golden crow. There were 4 types of stellar high-grade beasts alone, and dozens more of medium and low-grade ones. As for diamond-tier beast eggs, such a level didn't even belong in the Chinese treasury. Su Changsheng looked at the beast eggs before him, feeling both excited and conflicted. He had only 4 chances to choose, and he couldn't use them all on beasts. He needed to reserve at least 2 chances for finding the main materials for Fu Yao and the evolution of his 5th beast. After pondering for a long time, Su Changsheng reached for a palm-sized, jet-black beast egg. Black arcs of lightning occasionally flickered across its surface, resonating with the spatial rift outside the treasury. The void-breaking bird. a rare space-type mythical beast. His previous experience of being trapped in a special secret realm had only increased his desire for a space-type beast. With it, even without a return bracelet, he could rely on his own abilities to leave the secret realm, though the process would be much more perilous. Having chosen the void-breaking bird, Changsheng then reached for a completely white beast egg. This egg appeared ordinary, with no unusual features apart from its extreme whiteness, resembling a typical silver or gold-grade beast egg. However, the moment Changsheng held it, an inexplicable wave instantly enveloped his soul. In a trance, he seemed to see countless fine threads extending from him in all directions. Following these threads, he vaguely saw Shen Wuyan, Wang Ping, Lin Hongjiang, and others connected to him, especially Shen Wuyan. He seemed to sense something and glanced in Changsheng's direction. That glance brought Changsheng back from his profound state. So this is the power of destiny. Changsheng thought, looking complexly at the seemingly ordinary beast egg. It was the fate-peaking beast, a destiny-type beast. Fate is the most mysterious and unpredictable force. Those who master it can take lives without leaving a trace, leaving the victims clueless about their end. Beasts with this attribute are even rarer than those with time or space attributes, and the resources required for their evolution are incredibly elusive. In the history of the Beast Master world, spanning thousands of years, only one Beast Master specialized in fate. At the peak of his diamond rank, the leader, deputy leader, and 12 guardians of the Beast cult mysteriously died on the same day. The cult never recovered until this master passed away, allowing it to rise again. If not for the limitations of the world's rules at the time, which halted his progress at diamond rank, the Beast cult might have been eradicated, unable to wreak havoc again. Such achievements underscore the terrifying power of the fate attribute. Thus, Changsheng chose the fate beast as his sixth beast, ready to hatch it upon reaching the platinum rank. As for the remaining 3 high-quality star shard beasts, Blood Shadow and Candle Dragon could serve as physical attribute beasts. Although they lack some physical strength, they are more than sufficient against ordinary foes. Changsheng does not urgently need physical attribute beasts. As for fire attribute beasts, he already has Bai Fong, so he won't waste this precious opportunity. After selecting his beasts, Changsheng felt a weight lift off his shoulders and quickly headed to the wood attribute resource area. His goal was clear the main material needed for Fuyao's evolution, the Fuyao spirit leaf. His eyes scanned the resource area rapidly until they lit up, and he swiftly reached for a vibrant green leaf. This leaf was larger than Changsheng's head, requiring both hands to hold it steadily. Its surface was covered with dark green, patterned lines, exuding a powerful life force. The national treasury of Huaxia did not disappoint. This Fuyao spirit leaf, a rare treasure accumulated over 1,000 years by the Fuyao divine tree, contains not only abundant life force, but also numerous great laws. It is rumored that if consumed over 99 days before a beast master awakens their talent, it can at least awaken and level talent. If such a treasure appeared in the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause chaos and bloodshed. In smaller countries, it might even lead to annihilation by malevolent forces seeking to claim it. Now, it was effortlessly stored in his space ring. There was only one opportunity left to select resources. With a determined expression, Changsheng ignored the various rare resources along the way and headed straight to the space attribute resource area. He needed to find the essential treasure for the evolution of the sky-breaking bird to the sun-level beast. Although it was currently just a star shard rank beast egg, with the support of the SS level talent, the World Eye, Changsheng could easily discern the resources required for its evolution from moon to Sunday naturally. He wanted to prepare in advance. As for the evolution resources for the Fate Beast, they could wait since he still had 3 selections left from the Treasury of the United States. The Space Attribute Resource Area was unlike any other. All spatial treasures are stored in a separate room. The entire room is constructed from a peculiar stone known as Void Stone. Its sole purpose is to block all spatial fluctuations. The Treasury of Huaxiao itself is located within a spatial rift. High-level spatial resources can easily resonate with the spatial gaps outside the Treasury, potentially compromising its security. Therefore, all resources with spatial attributes are placed in this room. Changsheng recalled all the warnings from the staff as he removed all the spatial rings from his body, placed them at the door, and then pushed the door open. Immediately, a powerful spatial wave hit Changsheng Heaton. A severe dizziness surged from the depths of his soul. It felt as if he had used teleportation arrays hundreds of times in a short period, and a strong urge to vomit rose from his stomach. The burning sensation of stomach acid even caused pain in Changsheng's throat. Damn! Despite being mentally prepared, Changsheng couldn't help but curse. The sensation was overwhelming. It took him about 3 minutes to recover from the dizziness and nausea. He scanned the room filled with treasures piled high, with spatial fluctuations of various intensities emanating from them. These fluctuations interconnected, intensifying rapidly. Even for someone like Changsheng, staying in this room was almost unbearable. If he had brought his spatial rings into the room, they would have been destroyed by the intense spatial impact in less than a second, causing the treasures stored inside to be lost in an alternate space forever. Su Changsheng shook his head to clear the dizziness and quickly scanned the room, fixing his gaze on a vial of thick, white liquid. Without hesitation, he grabbed the vial and swiftly exited the room. Phew! Once outside, Su Changsheng let out a long sigh of relief and picked up his spatial rings from the doorway. After ensuring nothing was missing, he headed back to where he came from. That was quick, the old man remarked with a gleam in his eyes as Su Changsheng returned. Thank you. Su Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement. The old man, though seemingly unremarkable, possessed the strength of a diamond rank 8. Even in the capital, he was a significant figure. His presence to oversee Su Changsheng's resource selection indicated the importance the Huaxiao authorities placed on Su Changsheng. The old man said nothing further. With a wave of his hand, a teleportation array activated beneath them. In a flash of white light, Su Changsheng found himself back in the real world. He looked around and realized he was near the Imperial University, with his villa just 100 meters away. To save you from being mobbed by fans, the old man explained. Given Su Changsheng's current popularity in Huaxia, appearing on the street would undoubtedly attract a crowd of fans seeking autographs. Thank you. Su Changsheng expressed his gratitude, as that was a situation he preferred to avoid. The old man, being a beastmaster specializing in spatial techniques, was certainly skilled in such matters. After bidding farewell, Su Changsheng returned to his villa. It was time to enhance himself. His eyes gleamed as countless rare resources, each worth at least tens of billions of federal currency, filled the living room like pearls. As soon as the resources appeared, a refreshing fragrance filled the villa. Su Changsheng glanced over the mountain of wood element resources before him, feeling a sense of relief. Fuyao's innate talent and bloodline were exceptionally high, making the resources needed for its evolution relatively simple. Apart from the essential Fuyao spirit leaves, it only required a large amount of wood element resources, even those of the black iron rank, as long as the quantity was sufficient. This was in stark contrast to the situation with Shuang Bifang, which needed specific high-rank resources. Of course, if all the resources were of the black iron rank, even filling the entire villa wouldn't be enough to evolve Fuyao to the sunlight level. Therefore, these resources were primarily of the gold rank, with a few rare resources of platinum and diamond ranks mixed in. Even so, it cost Su Changsheng a significant amount of money and effort. Without Zhou Xiaoling's full support, he might not have been able to gather such a vast amount of wood element resources within half a month. After all, no one else would be so concerned about his affairs. Su Changsheng took a deep breath, the rich life force instantly filling his nostrils. With a wave of his hand, he summoned all his beast companions. Bifang, after resting for half a day, had mostly recovered its energy and would be ready for battle in another half day. But the star of this moment was Fuyao. Su Changsheng tore the Fuyao spirit leaves into thin strips and slowly fed them into Fuyao's mouth. As soon as the leaves touched Fuyao's mouth, they transformed into a vivid green liquid flowing toward its stomach. In an instant, a majestic life force erupted from within Fuyao, almost becoming tangible. Most of the life force was absorbed by Fuyao itself, with a small portion being inhaled by Su Changsheng. He felt as if his entire body was soaking in a hot spring, and with a shudder, he unexpectedly broke through to a higher rank. Considering he absorbed less than 1% of the total life force, this effect was astonishing. So, what kind of transformation awaited Fuyao, the primary absorber? Fuyao's humanoid figure suddenly blossomed with blood-red, enchanting flowers. These flowers moved with a life of their own, swaying gracefully in the air and emitting a strong life fragrance. Upon closer inspection, shadows seemed to flicker at the center of each flower, as if new life was being nurtured. The blood-red flowers grew at an astonishing pace, quickly covering Fuyao's original body and transforming it into a sea of crimson blooms. At that moment, the wood element resources piled in the hall seemed to respond, splitting open. Pure life force and wood energy surged toward Fuyao, as if enchanted. The influx of life force made the already vibrant flowers even more dazzling, each petal the size of an adult's fist. Suddenly, a blood-red flower burst from the immense energy it couldn't contain. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction, with the other flowers following suit. The soft explosions echoed around Su Changsheng, and as the flowers burst, an intensely pure life force spread throughout the villa, distinct from the previous fragrance. The blood-red flowers absorbed and purified the life force from the explosion, undergoing a qualitative transformation. Pure life energy condensed into raindrops, creating a downpour entirely composed of life force within Su Changsheng's villa. Su Changsheng, along with Bifang, Shuiying, and Zhulong, bathed in the rain, feeling the nourishment of life. In a daze, Su Changsheng sensed an indescribable leap in his life level. When the rain stopped, he opened his eyes, and a rich green light flashed through them. This feeling, Su Changsheng clenched his fist, his face reflecting excitement. In his perception, his strength had at least doubled, with the most significant improvements being in his physique and recovery speed. Changsheng was confident that his current Golden Tier 2 physical attributes were on par with any Diamond Tier Beastmaster's physical attributes, and his recovery ability far surpassed theirs. Moreover, the abundant and vigorous life force within him seemed to suggest that he could remain vigorous for another 1,000 years. It's worth noting that even Diamond Tier powerhouses usually have a lifespan of no more than 500 years. Even Shen Wuyan, a star fragmentation powerhouse, has at most an 800-year lifespan. Yet, Changsheng, merely at the Golden Tier, already had a lifespan of over 1,000 years. He could simply outlive his enemies. Not only him, but Bifang, Shuiying, and Zhulong also experienced an enhancement. However, most of the rainwater naturally gravitated towards Changsheng. The three of them only absorbed a small portion, and their enhancement was far less significant than Changsheng's. But any small improvement is a step forward in strength. Every powerful beast grows stronger little by little, even mythical beasts. Meanwhile, Fuyao's evolution ceremony was also completed. It seemed unchanged, except for a more lively gaze. A strange red flower swayed gently on Fuyao's chest, exuding a deadly allure. Changsheng focused his gaze, and Bifang's current information appeared before him. Species, Kaitian Sacred Tree. Attribute quality, Solar High. Tier, Silver Tier 4. Talent skills, Divine Healing Legend. The beast can consume its life force to rapidly heal all injuries of its master and allied units. Divine Wood Blessing Legend. Greatly accelerates the master's advancement speed, enhances the master's soul strength and physical strength, and accelerates the master's understanding of the world. Soul Injury Immunity Legend. The beast has a soul injury immunity domain, within a 300-meter radius, immune to all soul damage not exceeding its own by 3 tiers. This effect also applies to the master and allied units. Life and Death Link Legend. The beast links the life force of all allied units. When any unit takes damage, the damage is shared among the other allied units. Damage sustained by the master is also shared among other beasts. Kaitian, the power of Kaitian. The beast opens a space. In this space, the physical attributes of the beast and all allied units are doubled. The physical attributes of all enemy units are reduced by 50%. Note, this ability will consume all the energy of the Flower of Life. It can only be used again once its energy is fully replenished. Note, the Flower of Life can absorb wood attribute resources to replenish its energy. Note, unless all enemies are dead, this space exists permanently. Unique evolution path. Would attribute direction. After one evolution, it can advance to the mythical level beast Fuyao Sacred Tree. The power of Kaitian is terrifying indeed. In this evolution, Fuyao jumped 4 ranks, going from Bronze Tier 9 directly to Silver Tier 4. Although it only acquired one new skill, this skill, named Heaven's Split, perfectly showcases the terrifying power of a solar-grade beast. The Heaven's Split skill irrationally pulls enemies into an alternate space. Within this special realm, Changsheng and his beasts have their physical attributes doubled, while their enemies are weakened by 50%. This increase and decrease create a fourfold gap. Combined with the beast's innate physical enhancement skills, an insurmountable chasm forms between Changsheng and his adversaries. What is truly astounding is that, unlike other invincible skills, Fuyao's Heaven's Split has virtually no negative effects. It doesn't leave Fuyao in a weakened state, nor does it cause any regression in rank. The only requirement is to replenish the energy of the life flower on its chest. Although this is quite consuming, for Changsheng, money is no longer an issue, and combat strength is paramount. Moreover, after using Heaven's Split, Fuyao can still assist Changsheng and other beasts in battle without any hindrance. The use of Heaven's Split is incredibly flexible. When Changsheng is besieged by powerful beasts, he can choose to drag a few into the alternate space, dividing and conquering them to significantly reduce the difficulty of the battle. The most intriguing aspect is the final node of Heaven's Split. Unless the enemy is completely killed, the space remains permanent. This means that even if Changsheng faces an overwhelmingly powerful enemy and dies, the enemy that killed him will be eternally trapped in the alternate space. This solitary confinement is arguably more torturous than death. Looking at Fuyao's impressive information panel, Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Fuyao immediately nudged closer, rubbing against Changsheng's chest, with the flower on its chest brushing against his right arm, bringing a refreshing coolness. It was seeking affection from Changsheng, who was more than willing to oblige, gently stroking its head. To him, his beasts are the closest family he has in this world. Seeing this, Bifang, Blood Shadow, and Zhulong also approached, their eyes filled with undisguised longing. After comforting all his beasts, Changsheng brought them into his beast space, and his consciousness followed. It was time to hatch a new beast. Changsheng's gaze fell on the beast egg beside the mythical bloodline pool, which was flickering with black arcs of lightning. He chose to evolve Fuyao before hatching a new beast because the achievement system's rewards would allow the newly hatched beast to be born at the silver rank. With Fuyao still at the bronze rank after a month of hard training, Changsheng was concerned it might feel inferior or imbalanced. Even though beasts don't usually speak, they are incredibly intelligent and perceptive, especially beasts like Fuyao, which possess mythical bloodlines. Their wisdom rivals that of humans, and they experience the same range of emotions. Therefore, Changsheng decided to let Fuyao evolve. It's well known that the evolution of a beast enhances its level. Currently, Fuyao is at the 4th tier of silver, which, though not very high, is not lower than a newly hatched beast. That's sufficient. The sequence of hatching and evolving a beast has so many intricacies. Being a powerful and kind beastmaster is no easy feat. Changsheng mused to himself as he skillfully cut his wrist. Crimson blood instantly enveloped the black beast egg. 3 minutes later, a black arc of electricity burst from the beast egg, creating a large hole. Strangely, the inside was empty. Changsheng peered inside, seeing only chaos with no sign of life. At that moment, a wave of spatial energy rippled in front of him. The space rippled like water, and Changsheng felt a slight tremor in his chest. Looking down, he found a strange creature with a black-red body, 4 wings, and 2 legs quietly nestled in his arms. Such speed. Changsheng was startled. Even though his physical strength and reflexes were significantly reduced in the beast space, he was still a genuine 2nd-tier, gold-level expert. His physical attributes were comparable to those of a platinum-tier expert. Yet, this newborn creature had approached him so easily. Of course, this was also because the new beast had no malicious intent. Otherwise, beasts like Blood Shadow would have torn it apart. Space-type abilities are truly remarkable. Changsheng sighed softly and named the beast Dijiang. He carried Dijiang to the mythical bloodline pool and said, "Go ahead, little one." Dijiang seemed to understand his words, and with a flick of its 4 wings, it vanished from his arms like a ghost. If not for the strong spatial ripples it caused while moving, Changsheng would have had difficulty tracking it. The surface of the mythical bloodline pool remained calm, the blood-red water utterly still, as if empty. But Changsheng knew that Dijiang was undergoing a bloodline baptism within. Now, all he could do was wait, just as he had waited for the evolution of his other 4 beasts. Time passed slowly. This wait was longer than any before. Suddenly, terrifying spatial waves emanated from the pool's depths. A menacing spatial wormhole rapidly expanded above the mythical bloodline pool, countless spatial rifts flickering within, exuding a dangerous aura. Yet, a crimson beast slowly emerged from the wormhole. The previously perilous spatial rifts now danced gently around it like obedient children, incapable of causing any harm. Dijiang emerged slowly from the spatial wormhole, which closed instantly behind him as if it had never existed. Now transformed from a 2-legged, 4-winged creature to one with 6 legs and 4 pairs of wings, his massive body was both grotesque and harmonious. His color had shifted from black and red to a bright crimson, distinct from Baifeng's pure, gem-like red. Dijiang's crimson form was intermittently streaked with fleeting black patterns, giving him an eerie sense of impermanence. Changsheng stared intently ahead. Despite Dijiang being right in front of him, he couldn't sense his presence at all. This ability to conceal himself was astonishing. Su immediately used the Eye of the World to examine Dijiang's attributes. Species, Spatial User. Spatial Attribute Aptitude, Bright Moon Level. Rank, Silver Tier 2. Innate Skills. Instant Teleportation Legendary. Teleport within 1 kilometer, consuming minimal energy. Spatial Jump Legendary. Mark 3 locations, and, after a 1-minute preparation, teleport oneself and allies regardless of distance. Space Shatter Legendary. Shatter the space ahead, creating strong gravitational pull, banishing enemies into a spatial rift. Space Prohibition Legendary. Temporarily immobilize surrounding spatial fluctuations, disabling enemy spatial abilities up to 3 tiers below oneself. Evolution Path, Spatial Direction. First evolution can advance to Spatial Master Sun level. Second evolution can advance to Dijiang Mythical level. Seeing these attributes, Changsheng couldn't hide his excitement. These abilities were exactly what he needed, especially Spatial Jump. This skill was practically divine. By marking his home, he could return there within a minute from anywhere, even another dimension, avoiding the awkward situation of being trapped in a special realm. More crucially, this skill could be applied to all allied units. If Dijiang marked the stronghold of an enemy faction, high-ranking beast tamers of Huaxia could instantly appear there a minute later to deliver a deadly strike. After completing their mission, Dijiang could transport them back within another minute. The entire operation wouldn't take more than 5 minutes, leaving the enemy no time to react. Instant teleportation was similarly a divine skill in battle, capable of turning the tide at critical moments. Dijiang's spatial abilities demonstrated astonishing power in battle. Its ability to traverse space made it nearly impossible for enemies to track its movements, and combined with its space-shattering skill, it could deliver devastating blows. When space was shattered, the resulting gravitational field was enough to instantly engulf unprepared foes. With the distraction provided by Zhulong and Bifeng's blood shadow, every time Di Jiang used its space-shattering ability, it almost always ensured the death of at least one enemy. The space prohibition ability was equally formidable. Although it wasn't used frequently due to the rarity of spatial enemies, it could disrupt the operation of all teleportation arrays. This alone was proof of its legendary capability. Su Changsheng suddenly thought that perhaps Di Jiang could interfere with other beast god apostles, or even affect the seal of the beast god. This thought brightened Su Changsheng's eyes. He recalled the scene of the evil-minded octopus breaking free from its seal. If Di Jiang had been present at that time, the resealing process wouldn't have been so perilous. The space prohibition alone could have completely shut down the blue circle of light. Although Di Jiang currently couldn't affect the beast god seal, what if it evolved to the levels of Hao Yu, Riyao, or even the mythical tier? By then, resealing the beast god might be a trivial task. The prophecy of the beast god seal had always been a heavy burden on Su Changsheng's mind. Unlike others, he had witnessed the terror of mythical beasts firsthand. When hatching Zhulong, he had glimpsed the shadow of Zhulong's true form. Just that shadow had rendered Su Changsheng immobile, and even after escaping that state, his rank had been elevated. What was more frightening was that it was only a shadow of Zhulong. The power of a true mythical beast must be earth-shattering, and the legendary beast god was exactly such an existence. Now, the weight on Su Changsheng's heart had finally eased a little. A dragon's roar pulled Su Changsheng back from his thoughts. He looked at Zhulong and saw a look of grievance in its lantern-like vertical pupils. Su Changsheng immediately understood the reason. Bifeng's blood shadow, which hatched earlier, had already reached the Riyao level of talent, and the later hatched Fu Yao had also reached the Riyao level. Even the newly hatched Di Jiang possessed a high Hao Yu level of talent, on par with Zhulong. As a proud member of the dragon race, now being almost at the bottom among Su Changsheng's beasts was understandably disheartening. Su Changsheng stepped forward to console Zhulong, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had never stopped searching for evolution resources for Zhulong, but high-level time-based resources were extremely rare. Moreover, he was reluctant to squander the opportunity to select National Treasury resources on evolution auxiliary materials, so Zhulong's evolution resources had yet to be gathered. 3 days later, Su Changsheng arrived at Shen Wuyan's office as scheduled. During these 3 days, he had been coordinating with Zhou Shaoling to intensify their resource search while focusing on his cultivation. In this brief period, he achieved another breakthrough in his realm, and his contracted beasts also showed significant improvement. Such rapid progress in cultivation would leave other beast tamers astounded. At this point, Su Changsheng had already stepped into the realm of intermediate beast tamers, where each advancement required an enormous amount of beast power. While regular beast tamers would consider monthly progress exceptional, and even prodigies typically needed 1 or 2 weeks, Su Changsheng's advancement rate was 10 times faster. At this rate, the gap between him and others would only continue to widen. Knock, knock, knock. Standing outside the office door, Su Changsheng raised his hand to knock gently. Usually, when Shen Wuyan summoned him, it meant good news, perhaps beast eggs, cultivation resources, or even access passes to special realms. His heart filled with anticipation. Come in. Shen Wuyan's voice came through the wooden door, sounding particularly solemn. Su Changsheng frowned slightly, noticing something different in Shen Wuyan's tone today, which carried an unusual authority. As he opened the door, a subtle fragrance greeted him. In the corner of the office, precious incense burned slowly in a censer, its smoke gracefully rising in the sunlight. However, Su Changsheng had no time to appreciate these details. His eyes swept across the office, which was now packed with people. Even the spaces previously reserved for plants had been cleared to accommodate rows of chairs. All eyes were fixed on him as he entered. You're here, Changsheng. Shen Wuyan stood up to greet him. Su Changsheng quickly gestured that such formality wasn't necessary. His current status didn't warrant such a reception from Shen Wuyan. Su Changsheng, Principal Shen isn't just greeting you, he's about to introduce us. A cool male voice spoke up. Following the voice, Su Changsheng saw the familiar white hair and pink eyes of Bai Daoling, the young leader of the reclusive Bai family. His rose-colored eyes held a hint of amusement as he explained. The others smiled kindly at this exchange. Shen Wuyan walked to Su Changsheng's side and began introducing everyone. This is Administrator Yan Hua of our Huaxia Federation. An elderly man in a black robe with gold-embroidered sleeves stood up and extended his hand to Su Changsheng. Young hero, brilliant youth. Heaven truly blesses our Huaxia. As Su Changsheng shook his hand, he carefully observed this legendary administrator. Yan Hua looked like an ordinary elderly man, except for the deep wrinkles between his brows forming a distinctive pattern, evidence of years bearing the weight of numerous responsibilities and concerns. Yan Hua was beaming, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. clearly very pleased with Su Changsheng. Shen Wuyan pulled Su Changsheng over and began introducing everyone present. This is Bai Dowling, the designated future head of the Bai family. This is. The more Su Changsheng listened, the more astonished he became. Governors of the Huaxia Federation, heads of hidden families, absolute magnates controlling Huaxia's economic lifeline. Every person in this room was powerful enough to shake the entire capital with a mere stomp. Yet, at this moment, they all wore gentle smiles as if they were looking at one of their own younger family members. Changsheng, I have a granddaughter about your age. She may not be a peerless beauty, but she's quite charming. You should get to know each other. Young people with similar interests and topics should interact more. The room filled with such light-hearted banter, leaving Su Changsheng feeling a bit embarrassed. Just the introductions and small talk took an hour. Su Changsheng formed a preliminary impression of these people in his mind. Ahem. Shen Wuyan cleared his throat, and the room immediately quieted down. Su Changsheng looked at Shen Wuyan, knowing that the serious matters were about to be discussed. Indeed, Shen Wuyan's expression turned serious as he spoke in a deep voice. Changsheng, your parents died defending the border, their roots and loyalty unquestionable. Upon reaching adulthood, you uncovered the Beast sect's plot of orchestrating beast tides, saving countless citizens. You then led the post-disaster reconstruction of Changnan, eradicating criminal forces. You even personally reinforced the seal on the beast god's apostle, saving the world. 3 days ago, you proved your talent and strength to everyone globally. Now, with the beast god's seal on the verge of breaking, the entire world, especially Huaxia, faces peril. After unanimous agreement, we appoint you as the light of Huaxia. Your status will be equal to mine. Annually, you'll have 5 opportunities to select resources from the national treasury. As for ordinary resources, just say the word, and we'll do everything in our power to provide them. Shen Wuyan spoke each word deliberately, his eyes fixed on Su Changsheng, filled with hope and satisfaction. This young man he once had high hopes for had grown at an astonishing speed, now standing in the spotlight for all to see. Su Changsheng, are you willing to become the light of Huaxia? To fight for yourself, for Huaxia, for humanity? In an instant, all eyes were on Su Changsheng. He felt an immense pressure descend upon him, the heavy responsibility almost suffocating. To be honest, the conditions offered by Huaxia were extraordinarily generous. Just the chance to select from the national treasury 5 times a year was enough to tempt Su Changsheng, not to mention the provision of other resources and the near-limitless power and status. Born and raised in Huaxia, Su Changsheng had long developed deep feelings for this country. Officials like Wang Ping, Lin Hongjiang, and Shen Wuyan had supported him numerous times throughout his journey. Without them, there would be no Su Changsheng as he was now. Or rather, without their help, he might not have survived. And now, it was finally Su Changsheng's turn to illuminate the path for others. With that thought, Su Changsheng hesitated no longer and solemnly declared, I am willing. As Su Changsheng's resolute words fell, the previously solemn and serious atmosphere suddenly lightened. Everyone present once again wore friendly smiles. Although they had offered generous conditions and privileges that no ordinary person would refuse, it was well known that geniuses often have unpredictable personalities. Especially someone as extraordinary as Su Changsheng were genuinely worried that he might just refuse without reason. What a good child. Just like my granddaughter, both of you are such good kids. Honestly, I think you two would get along splendidly. The elder who had previously spoken with Su Changsheng spoke again, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It was clear he genuinely wanted Su Changsheng to meet his beautiful granddaughter. This was understandable, as in this world, the offspring of those with great talent often inherit formidable abilities. Many prestigious families ensure the strength of future generations by marrying into talent, thus securing their offspring's potential. Old son, as the saying goes, half of Huaxia belongs to the Sun family. With your family's wealth, surely your granddaughter can find a suitable husband without clinging to Changsheng. Someone jested upon hearing this. The elder who had spoken earlier was named Sun Bangxia, the current head of the Sun family. The Sun family was renowned for its economic and commercial prowess, with Sun Bangxia's enterprises spanning every corner of Huaxia. Even in major foreign cities, the Sun family's businesses were prevalent. The Wanbao Pavilion, spread across Huaxia, was part of the Sun family's enterprises. In terms of financial power, the Sun family surpassed the combined wealth of 10 small nations. Yet, such a figure was eagerly seeking to form an alliance with Su Changsheng. Come on, how can anyone compare to Changsheng? Can a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon? Sun Bangxia waved his hand dismissively, his cloudy eyes now shining brightly, full of hope as he looked at Su Changsheng. Seeing Sun Bangxia's attitude, Su Changsheng couldn't continue to evade the matter and straightforwardly said, I currently have no such intentions. Seeing Sun Bangxia still holding on to hope, he added, I won't consider starting a family until I become a solar-level beastmaster. His words caused a stir in the room. A solar-level beastmaster. What did that mean? In the thousands of years and hundreds of eras of the beastmaster world, Only a few solar-level beastmasters had ever appeared. Su Changsheng, at just 18, had already set his sights so high. This left the elders astonished. Seeing Su Changsheng had made his position clear, Sun Bangxia could say no more. The conversation then shifted to various aspects of Su Changsheng's training and life. At this point, Su Changsheng did not hold back and directly outlined all the resources he urgently needed. This included a large amount of wood element resources for Fuyao and auxiliary materials for Zhulong's evolution. Naturally, these requests were met with promises from the prominent figures present. The former would be delivered to Su Changsheng's villa by a designated person before the night ended. An extreme cold time stone. Shen Wuyan repeated upon hearing Su Changsheng's request. We don't have such a thing in the Huaxiao treasury, he said. Huaxiao's climate was relatively mild, with temperatures rarely dropping below -10 degrees, conditions unsuitable for the existence of an extreme cold time stone. Such a treasure could only be born after enduring millennia of extreme cold. Hearing this, Su Changsheng felt a bit disappointed. He knew this item was precious, but he didn't expect it to be so rare that even China didn't possess it. However, a northern country had it. Don't worry, I'll personally go and request it in the next couple of days, Shen Wuyan said, noticing Su Changsheng's disappointment. Seeing Su Changsheng's expression change from disappointment to delight, he added, this won't count against your treasury resource selection opportunity. Consider it a gift from me to a younger generation. Hearing this, a warm feeling surged in Su Changsheng's heart. His achievements were largely due to Shen Wuyan's support and guidance. Not being one to express his emotions easily, Su Changsheng simply cupped his hands towards Shen Wuyan to show his gratitude. He silently vowed to solve the issue of the beast god seal, ensuring that Shen wouldn't have to risk his life at his age. With an SS-level talent, the support of an achievement system, and substantial backing from the Chinese government, Su Changsheng felt that if he couldn't become a Sun-level beast master within 10 years, he might as well give up. Later, upon learning that Su Changsheng's current villa was only 500 square meters, a powerful figure generously gifted him an entire estate. These gestures left Su Changsheng awestruck, deepening his understanding of these people's influence and power. A day later, Su Changsheng walked out of an estate spanning several acres. Countless servants bowed in respect behind him. The estate came with not just the property, but also a full staff of butlers, servants, and security personnel, all at no expense to him. He only had to live there, and everything else was managed for him. A vast array of wood-type resources was placed in the estate when he took over, exceeding the amount needed for previous evolutions by several times. The government even thoughtfully provided him with a large capacity space ring to carry all these resources with him. In every aspect, the Chinese government went above and beyond to meet Su Changsheng's requirements. According to Su Changsheng's estimates, these wood resources could fill the energy of the flower of life several times over. This time, he left the estate to complete a task assigned by the Chinese government, to eradicate the stronghold of the beast sect within China's borders. Su Changsheng had no objections to this. It's a simple principle. You give something back for what you receive. Compared to the resources he received, this task was trivial. Of course, before assigning the task, the relevant leaders asked about Su Changsheng's capabilities to ensure his safety. Su Changsheng's response was, below star shatter, I'm invincible. This statement left the leader stunned. He knew Su Changsheng was strong, but didn't realize he was this formidable. This allowed the leader to be more flexible in task assignments, knowing that with Su Changsheng's current invincibility below star shatter, few in the world could pose a threat to him. As his thoughts shifted, Bifong had already carried Su Changsheng thousands of miles. Soon, they reached the task's destination, the outskirts of Qingfeng City. According to the Imperial Capital's Special Intelligence Department, a secretive blood sacrifice was to take place here today to appease the beast god. Bifong flapped its wings, flying swiftly through the sky. Su Changsheng's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, scanning the ground below. Suddenly, he spotted a flicker of firelight amidst the lush forest. Go! Su Changsheng commanded in a low voice, directing Bifong to descend rapidly. At the same time, he quickly summoned other spirit beasts to form an invisible protective barrier around him. As they descended, the forest scene became clearer. A clearing, unnaturally cut by human hands, appeared abruptly in the lush forest, covering several hundred square meters and packed with people. They stood with their heads bowed and eyes vacant, as if their souls had been drained. At the front of the clearing stood a makeshift platform. On it, a sorcerer clad in a blood-red robe held a staff aloft, muttering indistinct incantations. The whispers, ghostly and chilling, were barely audible, yet deeply unsettling. Suddenly, flames erupted from nowhere, fanned by a fierce wind. In an instant, the raging fire lashed out like venomous snakes at everyone present. The previously silent crowd erupted into a cacophony of terrified screams. Confronted by the uncontrollable blaze, their primal fear fully surfaced. In panic, everyone desperately fled the clearing. The sheer number of people made rational thought impossible. Some pushed aside obstacles and trampled over others in a frantic bid to escape. The sorcerer on the platform listened to the wails around him with a twisted smile, his chanting quickening. Come, with your blood and your pain, appease the beast god. Su Changsheng, upon landing with Bifong, witnessed the hellish scene. His eyes widened in fury as he shouted, Bifong, extinguish the fire. A long cry echoed from beneath. Instantly, countless vines burst from the ground, weaving through the panicked crowd with purpose. In the blink of an eye, the chaos and trampling vanished as the vines firmly ensnared everyone. Let me go? There's fire. Countless voices screamed in terror as the flames approached, many closing their eyes, bracing for death. Suddenly, a glowing green light rose from the vines, spreading outward rapidly. The fierce flames recoiled from the light as if repelled by a ghost, their retreat slower than the light's expansion. Whenever the flames touched the green light, they were snuffed out instantly. Within seconds, the raging fire disappeared without a trace, leaving only scorched earth and the acrid smell in the air as evidence of the recent disaster. Bifong, being the source of both wood and fire elements, had vines that were highly effective against ordinary fire. Additionally, these vines possessed some healing abilities, alleviating the injuries people had just suffered. Who dares? The sorcerer in the blood robe roared, his voice hoarse and grating, as if his throat had been seared by flames. His gaze locked onto Bifong. Its pure red, akin to a gemstone, was strikingly conspicuous, and the towering presence of Zhulong was impossible to ignore. You, the sorcerer pointed at Su Changsheng, his eyes gleaming with a fervent light. You've angered the great beast god. As his loyal servant, it is my duty to tear you apart. The blood-robed sorcerer snarled, his spittle flying wildly with his agitated movements. His emaciated arms waved a staff, tracing ghostly shadows in the air. Hearing these threatening words, those who had just caught their breath once again showed fear in their eyes. To them, the young-looking Su Changsheng couldn't possibly be a match for the old sorcerer before them. Those who dare offend the gods. The blood-robed sorcerer was quite satisfied with the crowd's reaction. The beast-controlling power within him surged wildly, and the skin on his neck was rapidly covered with black fur. He was a high-ranking disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect who had undergone a beast blood baptism. Yet, with only the power of a platinum 9th rank, where did he get the courage to challenge Su Changsheng? Suddenly, time seemed to freeze. The panic on the crowd's faces, their unconscious swallowing in fear, the sorcerer's flying spittle, the black fur on his neck moving as if alive, all of it came to a standstill. Everything in this clearing fell into a bizarre state of suspension. In an instant, the noisy clearing turned deathly silent. A silvery white claw sliced through the air like lightning across the sorcerer's neck. Whoosh! The world resumed its motion. The clamor and noise rushed back into Su Changsheng's ears. Meanwhile, a torrent of blood gushed from the sorcerer's neck. Thud! His staff fell helplessly to the ground. The blood-robed sorcerer's eyes widened in disbelief. He desperately clutched his neck, trying to stem the flow of blood. However, crimson liquid mixed with fragments of veins continued to pour through his fingers. A sense of powerlessness and suffocation quickly spread through his body. Unable to stand any longer, he toppled from the platform with a dull thud. Seeing this, a look of bewilderment crossed everyone's faces. They hadn't even processed what had happened. Such a powerful disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect dead just like that? It took a while before someone whispered in a suppressed voice, He's dead. He's dead. We're saved. In an instant, weak cheers echoed around Su Changsheng. Everyone instinctively looked at the young man on Bifong's back, their gazes akin to worshipping a deity. Why are you gathered here? Su Changsheng asked, his voice cutting through the cheers. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, but no one answered. The joy of surviving vanished from their faces, replaced by deep fear. It wasn't until Su Changsheng's brow furrowed that someone timidly spoke up. Sir, we have no food. Someone told us there would be food given out here. Su Changsheng's frown deepened. No food? How is that possible? In Huaxia, everyone unable to work receives basic food support, don't they? Could someone be withholding it? At that moment, a young girl's voice interrupted his thoughts. Brother, look. My legs are all better now, they don't hurt at all. Su Changsheng turned to see a little girl looking at him with hopeful eyes, waiting for his response. Her legs, however, had been burned to the bone by fire. The muscles and skin were gone, leaving only white bone, and the nerves in the bone had been completely scorched. Such injuries were beyond the healing power of Bifong's vines. The little girl had a tender, innocent face and seemed to be around 6 or 7 years old. At an age when she should have been cherished by her family and treated like a princess, she was instead dressed in rags, covered in dirt. Her skin was marked with footprints of various sizes, and dark bruises were scattered across her body. Chronic malnutrition had left her muscles swollen and deformed, leaving indentations that took a long time to recover when pressed. Yet her eyes still held the innocence typical of her age, blinking as she looked at Su Changsheng. Su Changsheng's gaze fell on the girl's skeletal legs, and his lips trembled slightly. At such a young age, in an instant, an overwhelming sense of rage filled his mind. A fleeting look of violence crossed his eyes, but it quickly transformed into gentleness. Su Changsheng jumped down from Bifang's back and hurried over to kneel in front of the little girl. Fu Yao followed closely behind. You're really clever, but you'll have to wait a bit before you can move, okay? By the way, what's your name? Su Changsheng smiled, gently patting the girl's head and wiping the dust from her face. My name is Tao Tao, big brother. The little girl answered obediently, her voice betraying her frailness. As they spoke, a dazzling green light shimmered from Fu Yao. The fresh scent replaced the burnt smell of fire. A vast life force surged towards Tao Tao, enveloping her gently. Under Fu Yao's guidance, the life force gradually improved the girl's condition. Her coarse hair became smooth, and her sallow skin turned a healthy, creamy white. The swelling on her body quickly subsided, and the bruises vanished completely. Most miraculously, the skeletal legs began to regrow muscle and skin at a visible pace. In a matter of seconds, a pair of healthy, lively legs reappeared. Such injuries would have been difficult for Bifang to heal, but for Fu Yao, who specialized in life energy, it was not a challenge. However, while Tao Tao's injuries might not have been significant to Su Changsheng, for ordinary people, they were lifelong disabilities that were nearly impossible to heal. My goodness, what is this? This is a true miracle. Oh dear heavens, save us. The others, witnessing the miraculous changes in Tao Tao, exclaimed in surprise. Many who were also disabled looked at Su Changsheng with hopeful eyes. Some even dragged their impaired bodies, inching towards Su Changsheng in hopes of receiving healing. Come on, Tao Tao, try standing up and walking, Su Changsheng said to the little girl, temporarily ignoring the calls from others. Wow, it's really healed. Tao Tao tried standing up. At first, she wobbled a bit, but soon she fully controlled her newly restored legs. Her innocent face broke into an angelic smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Changsheng. That's wonderful. Now, can you tell me, why hasn't the government provided you with food subsidies? Su Changsheng stood up, gently stroking Tao Tao's hair, which had regained its dark, shiny color. Upon hearing those words, Tao Tao's bright eyes dimmed instantly, her lips trembling slightly, and her voice was as faint as a whisper. I'm afraid to say they'll beat me. Her frail body shook uncontrollably, like a withered leaf swaying in the cold wind. Su Changsheng's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he quickly suppressed his anger, gently reassuring her. Don't be afraid. Your brother is here. Tell me, who are they? This question seemed to open the floodgates of Tao Tao's long-suppressed emotions. Tears rolled down like broken beads as she sobbed. So many people. My mom. My mom was beaten to death by them just for asking for living subsidies. I have no food to eat. I have to scavenge through trash. Even dogs fight me for food. Tao Tao's words were incoherent. Her voice choked to the point of being almost inaudible. Yet Su Changsheng understood the situation clearly, a fierce anger burning in his chest. He had thought the Gu family in Changnan City was already excessive in withholding soldiers' compensation, but he hadn't expected that in this small city of Qingfeng, people would go so far as to commit murder for financial gain. Could a border city truly be this lawless? All right, stop crying. Your brother will seek justice for you. Su Changsheng gently wiped the tears from Tao Tao's face and signaled to Fu Yao. A warm green light enveloped Tao Tao, and her sobbing gradually weakened until she drifted into a deep sleep. Do any of you have anything to say? Su Changsheng asked in a calm, yet thunderous voice, like the calm before a storm. The people exchanged glances, recalling the formidable strength Su Changsheng had displayed earlier, a glimmer of hope igniting in their hearts. Perhaps this young man could indeed bring down those beasts in Qingfeng City. After all, they had nothing to lose, just a worthless life at most. With this thought, a one-armed elder stepped forward first, angrily declaring, the high-ranking officials in Qingfeng City are in cahoots, embezzling all official welfare. Anyone who dares resist is either crippled or killed. Moreover, they are colluding with the beast cult. Otherwise, how could this blood-robed sorcerer gather so many people outside the city without anyone noticing? The elder's words were like lighting a fuse, and the crowd's long-suppressed anger exploded instantly. They cursed loudly, denouncing the ancestors of Qingfeng City's leaders. Suddenly, Su Changsheng waved his hand, and the noisy crowd quieted down immediately. In a short period, he had slain the blood-robed sorcerer and saved Tao Tao, who they thought was beyond saving. These actions had already established an unshakable authority in their hearts. A vibrant green light, brimming with life, burst forth from Fu Yao, enveloping everyone present. A tingling sensation spread through the injured, leading to the regrowth of lost limbs, the mute speaking, and the disabled being healed. Cries of astonishment echoed as years of suffering vanished under the glow. Su Changsheng wasn't surprised. Fu Yao, being a beast of the highest caliber, healing these ordinary people was a mere trifle, requiring minimal life force. Return to the city. Stand on its back. Su Changsheng commanded with a wave of his hand. Zhulong's massive form approached slowly, its lantern-like eyes coldly surveying the crowd. The breath from its nostrils could easily knock a person off their feet. Facing this legendary purebred dragon, the people lacked the courage to approach. A dragon of Zhulong's purity and power started at the platinum level, and to them, merely standing on its back felt like sacrilege. Years of hardship had eroded their dignity and confidence. Don't be afraid. Don't you trust me? Su Changxing reassured them patiently. Having saved these people, he was determined to see them safely to the end. Leaving these defenseless individuals in the wild would be akin to murder. Su Changsheng had always been gentle with the ordinary people of the Huaxia Federation. With his encouragement, the crowd finally mustered the courage to climb onto Zhulong's broad back, which could accommodate hundreds. Let's go, Su Changxing shouted, and took him swiftly toward Qingfeng City, with Zhulong following closely. Both moved at an incredible speed, reaching the city walls in no time. Who goes there? A guard shouted, aiming numerous ballistae at Su Changxing. Yet these weapons were merely ornamental against him now. Envoy of the imperial capital, let us pass. Su Changxing displayed a dark token, its back adorned with a golden Su character that gleamed brightly. This token was specially made for him by the Huaxia officials. Su Changxing no longer needed Shun Wuyan's influence. He was a formidable force on his own. Envoy of the imperial capital? The guard captain, Jiang Jinling, scrutinized the token, glancing between Su Changxing's youthful face and the large crowd behind him. Weren't these the refugees believed to be dead? As the guard captain of Qingfeng City, he was well aware of the city's officials' dealings with the Beast sect. They had been providing sacrifices for the sect's rituals in exchange for rare resources for years, without any mishaps until now. Qingfeng City, located in the far west of the Huaxia Federation, has always operated beyond the reach of the capital's oversight. At this moment, Jiang Jinling, standing atop the city walls, had a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. The crisis of exposure made him decide swiftly. How dare you impersonate an envoy from the capital? Jiang Jinling shouted angrily, then waved his hand to give the order, fire. On the city walls, dozens of massive black ballistae turned simultaneously, aiming at Su Changxing below. These ballistae were strategic weapons capable of killing platinum-level beasts. Jiang Jinling's lips curled into a cruel smile, thinking that even a genuine envoy from the capital wouldn't survive such firepower. With a click, the ballista mechanisms were activated. Pure black bolts, nearly a meter long, shot through the air. The special gunpowder packs on their tails ignited from friction during high-speed flight, trailing blinding sparks like the scythes of death targeting Su Changxing. The crowd below scattered in panic, but Su Changxing remained motionless, his expression growing colder. It seems the officials of Qingfeng City are rotten to the core. In that case, they all shall die. Jiang Jinling stood above, watching Su Changxing remain still, a sense of satisfaction rising within him. But in the next moment, his smile froze. A bizarre black vortex appeared out of thin air in front of Su Changxing, as if tearing through space itself. A powerful gravitational force emanated from the vortex, swallowing all the incoming bolts without a sound. Impossible. Jiang Jinling was horrified, his mind racing for a countermeasure. Unnoticed by him, a crimson figure had silently appeared atop the city wall. Suddenly, a black vortex twice the size of the previous one opened above the city wall. Just as Jiang Jinling was about to plead for mercy, an irresistible force pulled him upward. Screams echoed as all the guards, along with Jiang Jinling, were sucked into the vortex. Black arcs of electricity crackled wildly within, grinding their bodies into dust without a single drop of blood being spilled. Everyone was dead. Anyone who tried to stop Su Changxing met their end. His eyes flashed with cold determination, showing no mercy for these individuals. He held a certain respect for soldiers who were dutiful and willing to lay down their lives to defend the city. However, for the guards of Qingfeng City who colluded with corrupt officials and aided their misdeeds, he felt nothing but disdain. These people had long abandoned their vows to protect the citizens and the nation of China. Killing them was not only guiltless, but also served as a purification of society. Turning to the crowd behind him, Su Changxing said, "Stay in the city. I have some matters to attend to." He quickly ensured everyone was settled before soaring into the sky. The refugees he had escorted to this point looked at him with reverence, nodding in agreement. To them, Su Changxing had become a supreme deity, worth sacrificing their lives for. In this chaotic world, he was the only one who had truly respected them. Riding his mount, Bifang, Su Changxing shot like a streak of light towards the city lord's mansion. He wanted to see for himself what kind of person could run a city into such a state of corruption. In front of the mansion gates, two guards were about to shout, "Stop! This is the city lord's," but were swept off their feet by the gust from Bifang's flight. They looked at each other in shock, wondering who could possess such speed. Even the beasts they had contracted with were cowering on the ground, trembling, devoid of their usual bravado. As beasts, they could sense the terrifying pressure of Bifang's bloodline. Su Changsheng hovered in the air, shouting angrily, "Wu Tianliang, get out here!" He had already learned the name of Qingfeng City's official from the refugees. His shout was like a thunderclap, shaking the entire mansion and drawing the attention of nearby citizens who paused to watch and discuss. Who is bold enough to challenge official Wu? Everyone knows Wu Tianliang is the tyrant of Qingfeng City. Crossing him never ends well. I've heard those who anger him are either killed or tortured in his dungeons. If they're good-looking, regardless of gender, they can't escape his clutches. Soon, several powerful auras emerged from the mansion. A variety of flying beasts surrounded Su Changsheng in a circle. On the ground, countless fully armed soldiers stood ready, eyeing the unexpected intruder. A middle-aged man with a smooth face and no beard spoke slowly. "My friend, I don't know how I might have offended you. If I have, please forgive me." This man was Wu Tianliang. Wu Tianliang scrutinized Su Changsheng's surprisingly youthful face, but dared not underestimate him. He had just received news of the complete annihilation of the Eastern Guards, with the young man before him being the cause. The power of the giant crossbows there was such that even he, a platinum level 9th rank beastmaster, would hesitate to face them directly. Yet this young man had destroyed them all in a short time, a testament to his formidable strength. Wu Tianliang suppressed his anger at Su Changsheng's unexpected visit and spoke calmly. "I'll give you a chance. Hand over the list of those involved in the annexation of Qingfeng City and the subsidy for food, along with the names of those linked to the beast sect." "No," Su Changsheng replied coolly, showing no regard for Wu Tianliang. This response caused the faces of everyone present to change abruptly. They were well aware that they were all implicated in these matters. "Surely there must be some misunderstanding about where you heard such rumors." Wu Tianliang began, but a sharp-eyed elder interjected politely, recognizing Su Changsheng's extraordinary presence and speaking with great respect. However, Su Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly, and a crimson flame, brimming with violent energy, instantly engulfed the elder and his beast. A harrowing scream emanated from the flames, abruptly cutting off. In mere seconds, this top figure of Qingfeng City was reduced to ashes by the celestial fire of Bifong, without even a chance to resist. The charred corpse, still radiating heat, fell into the ranks of soldiers, causing chaos to erupt. "Just a rabble," Su Changsheng remarked coldly from atop Bifong. "Did I give you permission to speak?" This statement sent shivers down the spines of the others. To take a life merely for interrupting what a tyrannical nature. The distant crowd, witnessing this scene, buzzed with disbelief. Isn't that the head of the Qin family? A high-ranking platinum expert, yet he didn't even get a chance to fight back. Qingfeng City is about to change. Some were shocked, others terrified, but many felt genuine joy. These were the people oppressed by Wu Tianliang and his ilk. Seeing his intimidation had the desired effect, Su Changsheng acted before Wu Tianliang and the others could react. The figure of Dijiang suddenly appeared behind Wu Tianliang. With 6 limbs extending, it seized Wu Tianliang and whisked him to Su Changsheng's side in less than a second. The other 3, witnessing this, scattered in panic. These local tyrants had never encountered such terrifying power as Su Changsheng's and had no will to resist. However, how could their speed compare to Dijiang's spatial flicker? Within seconds, all 4 were kneeling before Su Changsheng, as obedient as children admitting their mistakes, their former arrogance nowhere to be seen. "Sir, I believe you must be mistaken," Wu Tianliang attempted to explain. Su Changsheng abruptly slapped him across the face. "Do I need your guidance on how to handle things?" A blood-red handprint appeared on Wu Tianliang's face. He lowered his head, saying nothing further, though a glint of resentment flickered in his eyes. Subsequently, Su Changsheng directed Bifong to land and ordered the beasts to take the 4 men to separate rooms. He intended to interrogate them individually, determined to cleanse Qingfeng City of all its filth and corruption today. "Right, and maybe I'll spare your life," Su Changsheng said coldly, staring at Wu Tianliang, who was kneeling before him. He casually tossed a blank notebook at Wu's face. Behind Su stood Shuaying, a shadowy figure with razor-sharp claws glinting ominously in the dim light, ready to strike at any moment. Wu Tianliang looked up at Su, about to negotiate, when a gust of icy wind swept through. A flash of silver exploded before his eyes, followed by a searing pain in his neck. "Ah!" he screamed in agony, collapsing to the floor and writhing in pain. Blood gushed from his neck like a fountain, staining the floor crimson. Su Changsheng's eyes flickered with disgust. He strode forward and delivered a powerful kick to Wu's soft abdomen. With a dull thud, Wu flew back like a kite with a broken string, slamming into the wall before crumpling to the ground, motionless. Su gestured with his hand, and Fu Yao appeared beside him, casting a faint green light over Wu Tianliang. Moments later, Wu coughed violently, struggling to rise and crawling back to Su's feet. Blood continued to pour from his mouth, filling the room with its metallic scent. Wu's eyes were filled with regret and terror. He dared not make any more demands. Trembling, he picked up the bloodstained notebook but found he had no pen. Glancing up at Su's icy gaze, he quickly abandoned any thought of asking for one. Biting his fingertip, Wu began to write in the notebook with his own blood. Su's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction as he left Shui Ying to guard them and turned to deal with others. Soon, for blood-written books lay before Su. He scanned the names without a trace of emotion, his anger growing. There was not a single decent person left in Qingfeng City. Anyone with a conscience had been eliminated by Wu's group. With a sudden motion, Su threw the notebooks to the ground and ordered Wu and 3 others to be taken to a separate courtyard. Seeing each other alive, though miserable, a glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes. They secretly felt relieved, thinking Su, young and impulsive, had shown mercy after all. Little did they know, Su Changsheng was inwardly sneering. Fools. Wu Tian secretly thought to himself that he would wait for a better time, but he dared not show any sign of it, fearing another beating for saying the wrong thing. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply, filled with a fiery red. In an instant, blazing flames shot up into the sky, engulfing the 4 people in the courtyard. What? You promised to spare us. You broke your word. The 4 turned into human torches, screaming in agony with voices full of resentment. Su Changsheng remained expressionless until the last scream faded, then turned to leave. Why bother keeping promises with villains? Even killing them outright would be too merciful. Su Changsheng chose to use the heavenly fire of Bifang to incinerate them completely. Bifang's flames could not only burn the body but also destroy the enemy's essence. This kind of suffering was the retribution these people deserved. Next, it was time to deal with the others. If it weren't for the innocent civilians in the city, Su Changsheng would have liked to burn the entire city to ashes with heavenly fire. His face was grim as he strode out of the courtyard. Clank-clank sound of weapons being sheathed echoed like waves. Outside the courtyard, countless soldiers stood in formation. Seeing Su Changsheng emerge unscathed, they immediately put away their weapons and stood at attention. Welcome, special envoy of the imperial capital. Thank you for ridding Qingfeng City of its scourge. The soldiers shouted in unison, their faces flushed as they yelled with all their might. Such a coordinated chant was clearly premeditated. Oh, and do you know that you are also a scourge to Qingfeng City? Su Changsheng said lightly. His voice, though soft, exploded like thunder in the soldiers' ears. The soldiers' faces changed drastically, and some of them seemed ready to act, their beast-taming powers stirring. However, Su Changsheng was faster. At some point, a massive black hole appeared in the sky, surrounded by terrifying black arcs of lightning, swallowing even the light. The soldiers' vision plunged into darkness, and their bodies began to float upwards uncontrollably. Crunch-crunch sound of flesh being torn apart by spatial rifts echoed continuously. Blood and chunks of flesh occasionally dripped from the black hole, turning the entire street into a scene of hellish horror. The onlookers were petrified, standing still with fear in their eyes. Oh my God, is this man an angel or a demon? Someone murmured. Are you crazy? Another quickly covered his mouth, scolding him in a low voice. When the crowd looked back to where Su Changsheng had stood, they were shocked to find it empty. Only the splattered blood and flesh fell like fine rain. At this moment, Su Changsheng was methodically cleansing the city's sins according to the list. It was his first time killing so many people, yet he felt unusually calm, even somewhat exhilarated. Evil must be eradicated. If the rotten flesh is not removed, it will eventually corrupt the healthy parts. Su Changsheng was never one to be indecisive. Half an hour later, Qingfeng City was shrouded in a blood-red hue. Countless corpses lay scattered across the streets, with ashes drifting in the wind. Su Changsheng discovered a cultist from the cult of 10,000 beasts in the villa district in the west of the city, performing a gruesome human sacrifice ritual, using the city's helpless and destitute as offerings. After dealing with the situation, Su Changsheng instructed Di Jiang to place a mark within Qingfeng City. This was the second city marked by Di Jiang after the imperial capital. To stabilize the city's situation, Su Changsheng decided to utilize Di Jiang's space-jumping ability to bring in elite talents from the imperial capital to govern. Each of these elites was worth 10 of the useless officials in Qingfeng City. Just a few dozen would be enough to take full control of the situation. For the imperial capital, this number of people would hardly be noticed. Under the management of these talents, Qingfeng City was bound to undergo a qualitative leap, allowing unfortunate souls like Tao Tao to at least solve their basic needs. This was Su Changsheng's simple yet practical solution. Su Changsheng strolled along the deserted streets, deep in thought. A few scattered passers-by, upon seeing him and the imposing beast behind him, showed expressions of terror and hurriedly avoided him. This reaction was expected by Su Changsheng, who wouldn't fear a god of slaughter, even one acting in their best interest. However, Su Changsheng cared little for others' approval. He simply acted according to his own principles. Boom! The thunderous sound of stomping and the violent trembling of the ground interrupted Su Changsheng's thoughts. A beast tied, a passerby exclaimed, their face filled with fear. Su Changsheng remained calm. Qingfeng City was a stronghold of the cult of 10,000 beasts, and with the city reeking of blood, The emergence of a beast tide was inevitable. This was also why he hadn't returned to the imperial capital, was waiting for the beast tide, ready to crush it in one decisive move. Having eradicated all combat forces in Changsheng City, he naturally assumed the responsibility of protecting its residents. The stomping grew louder as the beast tide approached. Su Changsheng leaped onto the back of Bai Fong, gathering the power of the beast at his throat. The beast tide is coming. All citizens, return to your homes. I am the light of Huaxia, with strength equivalent to a star-crushing tier warrior. With me here, there's no need to panic. The beast tide is coming. All citizens, return to your homes. I am the light of Huaxia, with strength equivalent to a star-crushing tier warrior. With me here, there's no need to panic. Important messages needed to be repeated. With the amplification of the beast power, Su Changsheng's voice overshadowed the distant stomping, echoing throughout the city. The light of Huaxia. What an impressive title. A star-crushing tier warrior. No wonder he has such power. Great. I knew Huaxia wouldn't abandon the people of Changsheng City. The citizens buzzed with discussion, their eyes rekindling with hope. Heaven blesses China. Heaven blesses Changsheng City. The citizens shouted excitedly, their eyes filled with the light of hope. Su Changsheng, once a figure of fear, had now become their sole savior. His near-perfect survival rate rekindled their hope for life. The citizens' attitude towards Su Changsheng had changed dramatically. Their former fear transformed into deep respect with his two promises. They finally understood that his ruthlessness was reserved for enemies, while he was benevolent towards his compatriots. The actions of Wu Tianliang and others had long enraged the citizens, and Su Changsheng's decisive measures were seen as carrying out justice. In no time, Su Changsheng and his beast had arrived at the eastern city wall. Changsheng City was perched atop towering mountains, surrounded by steep cliffs on three sides, with only the east having a gentle terrain, making it the sole route for the beast horde to attack. To ensure absolute safety, Su Changsheng commanded Di Jiang to create massive black holes on the other three sides, forming an impenetrable barrier. These black holes could last for a whole hour, sufficient to block any flying beasts. Such a scale of defense greatly exhausted Di Jiang, forcing it to retreat to the beast space for recovery. Standing on Bai Fong's back, Su Changsheng gazed into the distance. Through the billowing dust, the beast horde surged forward like a tide, their foul stench filling the air. With a long cry, Bai Fong spread its wings and flew forward, gathering violent energy in its mouth. Crimson flames cascaded down like a waterfall, forming a fiery curtain in front of the city wall. The high temperature distorted the air, and as the flames danced, the beasts halted in their tracks. However, the beasts at the back continued to charge madly forward. Driven by inertia, countless of them crashed into the fiery curtain like moths to a flame, instantly turning to ashes without even a chance to scream. On the city wall, the disaster victims stared at the brilliant fiery curtain, speechless with shock. They had once thought Su Changsheng was a divine being, but now they realized that even a god might not possess such power. With just Bai Fong, a single beast, he could easily fend off the beast horde. It was worth noting that during the beast horde in Changnan City, a diamond-ranked expert had effortlessly resolved the situation using a fire element beast. Su Changsheng now far surpassed a diamond-ranked beastmaster. The beast horde of Changsheng City was merely a small trial for him. One man, defending an entire city. Blood Shadow and Zhulong charged into the beast horde like bolts of lightning. Each of their attacks was like the scythe of death, reaping the lives of the fierce beasts. The beast's claws and fangs passed through the now ethereal Blood Shadow and Zhulong, to no avail, as they could only watch helplessly while their companions fell one by one. With the perfect coordination of Su Changsheng's numerous beasts, the once formidable beast horde crumbled like a paper tiger, failing even to touch the shadow of the city walls, let alone threaten the residents within. The refugees on the city walls stared in disbelief at the vast expanse of beast corpses before them. Their education and personal experiences had always taught them one truth. A beast horde signified death and the destruction of a city. At this moment, they exchanged glances, seemingly still immersed in the shock of the battle. All eyes eventually focused on the upright figure atop, Bai Feng's new savior, Su Changsheng. A day later, the situation in Changsheng City became completely clear. Su Changsheng exposed the darkness within the city to the higher-ups, prompting Yin Hua and others to react immediately. Not only did they highly praise Su Changsheng's actions, but they also swiftly dispatched nearly 1,000 outstanding management talents and thousands of elite warriors to station in Changsheng City. This influx of fresh blood revitalized the entire city. Under Su Changsheng's special care, refugees like Tao Tao received respectable jobs, allowing them to maintain a dignified life, no longer treated as expendable sacrifices. Changsheng City's transformation was held up as a model by the Huaxia Federation and widely publicized nationwide. Taking this opportunity, the Federation launched a special rectification campaign targeting frontier cities, enveloping the entire country in a tense atmosphere. As the leader of this transformation, Su Changsheng's fame not only resonated throughout Huaxia, but also spread worldwide. Once regarded merely as a young genius, he had now soared like a fledgling eagle, propelling himself into the ranks of Huaxia's top combat powers. The title God of Slaughter spread from the campus across all of Huaxia. At this moment, Su Changsheng was in his villa. Shen Wuyan had just personally delivered the extreme cold time stone needed for Zhulong's evolution. Recalling how Zhulong's ascension to Haoyu level talent had brought him his first invincible level skill, Su Changsheng was filled with anticipation for this upcoming sun level evolution. Each skill Zhulong displayed in battle was astonishing, and this evolution would undoubtedly elevate its power to an even more terrifying level. With excitement, Su Changsheng raised his hand to summon Zhulong and his other beasts. The massive scarlet gold body instantly filled his entire view. With a gentle huff, Zhulong lowered its head and affectionately nuzzled Su Changsheng, occasionally letting out contented sounds. Its head towered over Su Changsheng's entire body, hinting at the immense size of Zhulong's form. Su Changsheng smiled and said, "Can't wait, can you?" With a flash of light from the spatial ring on his left hand, various resources needed by Zhulong appeared before him. Time Marrow, Moon Goddess Herb, Extreme Cold Time Stone, and Great Sun Essence. Instantly, the room was filled with dense energy, the kind that could easily elevate a low-tier beast to a higher rank. Zhulong squirmed restlessly at the sight of these resources, and if not for Su Changsheng's presence, it would have devoured them in a heartbeat. "Go ahead," Su Changsheng encouraged, seeing Zhulong's eagerness. He stepped back, ready to witness Zhulong's evolution. With Su Changsheng's permission, Zhulong let out a mighty roar and gulped down all the resources at once. A powerful shockwave emanated from Zhulong, forcing Su Changsheng to stagger back a couple of steps. Before he could regain his balance, a mysterious scene unfolded. A radiant sun and a bright moon appeared on either side of Zhulong's head. The sun and moon began to orbit each other, rising and setting like a celestial dance, a spectacle that left Su Changsheng in awe. As the sun and moon spun faster, they left behind afterimages, moving so quickly that Su Changsheng could barely track them with the naked eye. Yellow and white lights clashed and separated, captivating Su Changsheng, as the mysteries of time flowed through his mind, eluding his grasp despite his desperate attempts to comprehend them. The experience drove him to the brink of madness. When he finally snapped back to reality, he was astonished to find his level had unknowingly advanced, skyrocketing from Gold Tier 2 to Gold Tier 7. Not only had he progressed, but his contracted beasts had also experienced breakthroughs. Shuiying and Bifeng both reached Gold Tier 5. Fuyo ascended to Silver Tier 9, nearing the cusp of Gold Tier, while Dijiang advanced to Silver Tier 7, a significant leap. Such advancements would typically take Su Changsheng half a month to achieve, yet they happened in an instant. Before Su Changsheng could marvel at this transformation, his attention was drawn to a dazzling light. The yellow and white lights, representing the sun and moon, had merged into an unusual halo, yellow interspersed with white and vice versa. With a thunderous sound, the halo expanded rapidly, growing from the size of a human head to a massive sphere with a 50-meter diameter. Inside the sphere, lightning flashed, and all manner of natural phenomena unfolded. As time flowed, the sphere swelled further until it reached a critical point and exploded. Countless light specks rained down on Zhulong's body, transforming its crimson gold scales into a blend of yellow and white. At this moment, Zhulong's left side glowed with a brilliant yellow, while its right side exuded a serene white. The contrasting colors harmoniously unified on Zhulong's form. At this point, the evolution of the Zhulong was complete. Su Changsheng gazed at the newly transformed Zhulong, his eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. As a beastmaster who had long surpassed the beginner level, he knew that the greater the change in a beast's appearance after evolution, the more significant the boost in its power. And now, the Zhulong seemed entirely reborn, indicating it had gained an incredible increase in strength. Eagerly, Su Changsheng activated his SS level talent, Eye of the World, and the information about Zhulong instantly appeared in his perception. Species: Day and Night Dragon King. Attributes: Light and Dark Dual Attributes. Qualification: Advanced Solar Grade. Rank: Gold 6 Stage. A list of its innate skills unfurled before him. Legend of the Nightfall. Can deprive enemies of their 5 senses for an extended period, trapping them in pure darkness. If the enemy's strength is inferior to Zhulong, they will permanently lose their senses. Legend of the Scorching Sun. Summons a miniature sun to embed in the enemy's body, causing continuous burning damage. The sun remains until the enemy perishes. Legend of Time Control. Halts time within a kilometer radius for half a minute, allowing only the master and Zhulong to move, but it consumes a large amount of stamina. Invincible True Form of Zhulong. Activates its bloodline to enter the Zhulong state, extending time control to 5 minutes, and awakens 2 divine skills, Suffering of the Seasons and Cycle of Day and Night. Suffering of the Seasons. forces the enemy to instantly experience extreme seasons, causing irreversible fundamental damage. Cycle of day and night forces the enemy to undergo a year-long cycle in an instant, inflicting irreparable soul trauma and stripping a year of their lifespan. Invincible Dragon Fury passive. The might of the Dragon King has the attack power of those with lesser talents and reduces the defense of those with lower ranks by half, while automatically having the mobility of all enemies. Despite his vast experience and possessing several solar-grade talented beasts under his command, Changsheng stood in awe at this information panel. Double invincible skills, what did that signify? It's known that even a single invincible skill can turn the tide of battle, and Zhulong possesses two such formidable skills. More astonishingly, one of them is a passive skill. This means that anyone daring to oppose Changsheng will immediately face a dual challenge. Those with talents inferior to Zhulong will have their attack power halved, and those with ranks lower than Zhulong will have their defense further reduced by half. The final effect requires no judgment. All enemies will automatically have their mobility halved. If the enemy is inferior to Zhulong in the first two aspects, and this final effect is added, they might as well be rendered completely incapacitated. The skill is actually a passive one. It requires no energy and is active at all times. If a large-scale battle were to break out in China, Zhulong could simply stand on the battlefield, and the enemy force's strength would be reduced by more than half. Zhulong has now become a strategic weapon on the level of a nuclear bomb. After its evolution, Zhulong's skills have significantly improved. The ability to temporarily deprive the senses has been upgraded to a long-term deprivation, though the exact duration is unknown. However, Changsheng is confident it will last at least the duration of a battle. This means that once the battle begins, at least one enemy will be rendered a sensory-deprived invalid. More terrifyingly, if the enemy's strength is lower than Zhulong's, their senses will be permanently taken away. Imagine someone permanently losing all senses. They would be no different from a living corpse. This punishment is 1,000 times more terrifying than death. The ability, Solar Scorch, is similar to Baifeng's Heavenly Fire, both ensuring that as long as the enemy lives, their injuries remain unhealed, making them extremely troublesome. As Changsheng's most crucial control technique, the duration of time control has increased from 3 seconds to 30 seconds, a tenfold improvement. 3 seconds can already determine the outcome of a battle, and with 30 seconds, Changsheng can hardly imagine anyone stopping his assault. Moreover, the range of time control has doubled. When Zhulong enters its true form, the control time extends to 5 minutes, a full 300 seconds. Most surprisingly, the side effects of Zhulong's true form have disappeared. This means Zhulong can activate its true form twice in a short period, greatly enhancing its sustained combat ability. Of course, Changsheng suspects that side effects haven't completely vanished, but have significantly diminished. After analyzing all the data on the information panel, Changsheng couldn't help but smile. His overall strength has surged. Previously, to defeat a world-class talent like Alger, he had to exert all his efforts. But now he could easily defeat Alger with any of his beasts except Di Jiang and Fu Yao. The gap is evident. With his full power unleashed, Changsheng now has the confidence to compete with top-tier elites like Shun Wuyan and even surpass them. It can be said that Changsheng's explosive strength is arguably the best in the world today. Changsheng knew that with his current strength, he wasn't capable of defeating top-tier powerhouses like Shun Wuyan or Alan. Though he had grown strong, he was not yet at the pinnacle. These two were the strongest in the world for a reason, possessing exceptional abilities. In terms of survival skills, they were on par with Changsheng, who had a blood contract. If it came to a prolonged battle, Changsheng would surely be at a disadvantage. His edge was in explosive power, but he still lagged in sustained combat ability. However, it's important to remember that Changsheng had only awakened his talents 6 months ago. To have advanced so much in such a short time was remarkable. Given a few more years, who knows what heights he could reach. Even he couldn't predict his future potential. Currently, the most pressing matters were the evolution of Di Jiang and the hatching of the Fate-type beast. Thinking about it, Changsheng couldn't help but frown. The materials needed for evolution to a mythical level were incredibly rare. They required parts of the mythical ancestor's body from the beast's bloodline. For example, to elevate Zhulong to a mythical talent, Changsheng must find its ancestor's corpse, extract its essence, and combine it with other rare materials. But where could he find the corpse of a mythical beast? Throughout the millennia of the beast world, the only confirmed mythical beast was the beast god, which already dominated the entire realm. Other mythical beasts existed only in legends and were often thought to be figments of ancient imagination. In recent days, Changsheng had searched through the national treasury and inquired with high-ranking figures like Shen Wuyan and Yan Hua, but all responses were negative. Those materials were unheard of, not just to Changsheng, but even to Yan Hua, who had held power for a century and experienced countless events. He sighed softly but quickly regained his determination. Since he couldn't find the materials now, he decided to focus on Di Jiang's evolution. He believed that since the Eye of the World had provided clues about these materials, there must be a way to find them. It would just take time. Dijiang was powerful, but had only recently hatched, and was already struggling to keep up with Su Changsheng's combat demands. Moreover, each evolution of a beast also enhanced its master's level. For instance, Zhulong's recent evolution had advanced Su Changsheng 5 levels, saving him days of arduous training. Once Dijiang evolved to the solar level, Su Changsheng would undoubtedly break through to the platinum rank. At that point, contracting with the Fate Beast wouldn't be an issue. With this in mind, Su Changsheng made his decision. At dawn the next day, he left the estate, ready to exercise his right to select 3 resources from the United States. That was compensation personally promised by Alan, the top fighter from the United States, during the world competition. Su Changsheng quickened his pace towards the teleportation array in the capital, eager to make use of this compensation. What? There's no teleportation array to the United States. Su Changsheng frowned slightly upon hearing the staff's explanation. It's odd that the United States, a leading country in the world of beast taming, doesn't have a teleportation array, while even smaller countries like Japan do. You didn't know? The staff member looked at the conspicuous dark token at Su Changsheng's waist and was taken aback. People with such tokens are renowned figures in China. How could someone like him not know about the lack of a teleportation array in the United States? Suppressing his doubts, the young staff explained patiently. The one who created the teleportation arrays was a citizen of our China. The Americans, with their suspicious minds, feared he might tamper with the arrays and declined the offer to have one built for free. So, to this day, the United States doesn't have a single teleportation array. At this point, the young man sneered slightly. Without a teleportation array, their transportation is inconvenient, and the United States has been lagging behind China in development, even surpassed by smaller nations. If it weren't for some of their old foundations, they would have fallen into decline long ago. Su Changsheng suddenly understood. The United States' predicament was self-inflicted. But now he faced a dilemma. Without a teleportation array, how could he travel to the United States to select resources? The China Federation is in the Eastern Hemisphere, while the United States is in the Western Hemisphere, almost halfway across the world. Moreover, the Beast Taming World is on a planet with a round sky and square Earth, leaving no shortcuts. After much consideration, he decided to consult Shen Wuyan. As the foremost fighter in the China Federation, Shen Wuyan must have had dealings with the United States and might know ways to shorten the journey. Su Changsheng took out the communication conch and explained the situation softly. Moments later, instead of the conch vibrating, Shen Wuyan himself appeared. Sir. The staff member's voice changed with excitement upon seeing Shen Wuyan. He looked at Su Changsheng with eyes full of astonishment. He knew Su Changsheng held a high status, but he didn't expect a few words from him would bring the top fighter of China to personally attend to him. What is this person's true identity? The staff wondered. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he be the legendary god of death, Su Changsheng? Realizing this, the staff regretfully slapped his forehead. I personally attended to the god of death and didn't even ask for an autograph. How foolish. Unlike Shen Wuyan, who was widely recognized, Su Changsheng, despite his fame, had been seen by few. Thus, those who had seen Su Changsheng often considered it an honor. This staff member not only saw Su Changsheng, but also spoke with him at length. How could he not be thrilled? Other than being a bit handsome, he's just like anyone else, the staff thought, recalling Su Changsheng's gentle demeanor. There's none of that legendary killing aura. Su Changsheng, unaware of the staff's vivid thoughts, was at that moment receiving something from Shen Wuyan. It was a map. Su Changsheng took the map, feeling its icy touch invigorate his spirit. With just a simple touch, he realized the map's extraordinary material. As he glanced at it, he noticed that this half-meter-long map clearly and intricately depicted the locations of all the countries in this world. A striking red line ran through the entire map, starting from Huaxia and ending in the United States. Moreover, the map's creator had thoughtfully marked all the dangerous places along this path. Black indicated extreme danger, areas that must not be entered. Blue signified high danger, places to avoid unless absolutely necessary. Green represented mild danger, which could be explored based on one's strength. This is incredible. Su Changsheng couldn't help but exclaim in awe as he looked at the map in his hand. In this world, map surveying almost entirely required hands and effort, leaving no room for laziness. Even mapping out a single country's details usually took a team several years. A map like the one Su Changsheng held, encompassing the entire world, must have taken generations of dedication. Cherish it. This is unique to Huaxia and must not be shared, Shen Wuyan sternly advised. Such a map had only 3 copies besides the original, each held by top leaders in Huaxia. After all, something of this strategic importance couldn't be duplicated extensively. If another country easily stole the results, wouldn't Huaxia's near century of effort be like making wedding clothes for others? Hearing this, Su Changsheng nodded solemnly. He was fully aware of the map's significance and would never let anyone else see it. All right, with your current strength, you probably don't need me to protect you anymore. Shen Wuyan nodded. sensing the powerful aura emanating from Su Changsheng. He recalled their first meeting when Su Changsheng was just a novice beast tamer, barely stronger than an ant. In just a few days, Su Changsheng had grown to nearly his level, leaving Shen Wuyan impressed and more confident in his judgment. Do you still have my token? Shen Wuyan asked, sounding a bit worried. If there's any danger, wrap it in your beast power, and I'll come as quickly as I can. Though Su Changsheng had become so strong, unforeseen circumstances might still require Shen Wuyan's help. Of course, I wouldn't lose something of yours, Su Changsheng replied with a smile. Hearing this, Shen Wuyan nodded and left after giving a few instructions. As a high-ranking official in Huaxia, he was incredibly busy, and taking time to guide Su Changsheng was a favor from their past acquaintance. Su Changsheng watched him leave and prepared to summon Bai Fong, planning to follow the map's route to the United States. Suddenly, a timid voice came from beside him. Excuse me, are you the god of death? Could I have your autograph? The staff member who had initially received Su Changsheng approached cautiously, eyes filled with anticipation. What? Su Changsheng was unaware that his reputation as the god of death had already spread throughout the nation. He looked around and, seeing only himself and a staff member, hesitantly pointed at himself. Are you talking to me? The question was enough to nearly scare the young man out of his wits. To him, Su Changsheng's inquiry sounded like a reprimand for disturbing such an important person. In his vivid imagination, he had already pictured himself being casually killed by Su Changsheng, rumored to be addicted to slaughter, and left dead in the wilderness. No, I'm sorry, the young man stammered, his face turning pale as he waved his hands and backed away. It wasn't entirely his fault. Su Changsheng's bloody reputation in Qingfeng City was indeed terrifying. If Su Changsheng hadn't been so gentle with him before, the young man wouldn't have dared to approach him for an autograph. Yet, despite his mental preparation, a simple question from Su Changsheng extinguished all his courage. Seeing the young man's expression, Su Changsheng was even more puzzled. But since there was no one else around, he must have been talking to him. With this in mind, Su Changsheng took out a pen from his spatial ring. Where do you want me to sign? The young man, trembling, slowly raised his hand to point at his own chest. The plain white shirt was indeed perfect for a signature. You're a grown man. Can't you be a bit braver? It's broad daylight. What are you shaking for? Su Changsheng said as he waved the pen in his hand. Moments later, the large characters for Changsheng appeared on the young man's chest. The characters resembled a dragon soaring, emanating a sense of immense power. The young man could even feel a resilient yet gentle beast-taming force flowing through the pen, through the shirt, and into his body. In an instant, his racing heart calmed, and his rapid breathing returned to normal. Thank you, the young man said shyly, lowering his head in gratitude, embarrassed by his earlier behavior. Inwardly, he scolded himself for almost being scared by a simple question from Su Changsheng, who didn't exude any killing intent. His thanks went unanswered. It was a long time before the young man dared to look up again, only to find that Su Changsheng had disappeared without a trace. The bold characters on his chest were the only evidence of Su Changsheng's presence. Staring at the dragon-like Changsheng on his chest, Su Changsheng's godlike handsome face resurfaced in the young man's mind. For a moment, he stood there, speechless. Meanwhile, Su Changsheng remained unaware that he had gained a new male fan in the capital. At that moment, he was standing behind Bifong, carefully planning his next route. The Huaxia Federation is far from America. According to the map, Su Changsheng needs to depart from the Eurasian continent where the Huaxia Federation is located, traverse the Devil's Volcano Range, cross Africa, and then cross the East Sea to reach America. This journey spans millions of kilometers and is fraught with peril. The Devil's Volcano Range is a forbidden zone for humans, inhabited by numerous fire-elemental fierce beasts, with legends even mentioning the presence of star-shattering level beasts. The volcanoes are constantly erupting, filling the air with a heavy sulfur scent, and the harsh atmospheric conditions make it extremely unsuitable for human habitation. However, this forbidden zone is rich in fire-element resources. Due to the dangerous environment, few dare to venture there, allowing these resources to mature over tens of thousands of years. Even the lowest black iron-level spiritual treasures, after such a long period, can rival diamond-level resources in effectiveness. The East Sea is a mysterious and unpredictable body of water, teeming with advanced secret realms. Without a map, attempting to traverse the East Sea could easily lead to being swallowed by one of the many secret realms. These realms are rampant with fierce beasts and perilous environments, ensuring certain death for ordinary people who enter. Even with Su Changsheng's current strength, he cannot guarantee a safe passage through the East Sea. After all, the secret realms he had explored before were pre-cleared by predecessors and used for student training, significantly reducing their danger. With a map, the safety is naturally improved. So far away, and yet there's not even a teleportation array. Su Changsheng sighed to himself. Not only is there no teleportation array within America, but none of the small countries between the Huaxia Federation and America have one either. This means he must rely on his own abilities to reach America, with no shortcuts available. However, this also presents an opportunity. Su Changsheng thought that it had only been half a year since he awakened his talent, and although his strength had increased rapidly, his combat experience was still somewhat lacking. This journey could help fill that gap. Moreover, the invincible skill Devour the Sun, Swallow the Sky of Blood Shadow can absorb the bloodlines of high-level fierce beasts to enhance itself. Due to limited time, Su Changsheng had not had the chance to take Blood Shadow out for hunting, so this skill had been shelved. It was only recently, during the Beast Tide in Qingfeng City, that the skill was put to some use. He had considered letting Blood Shadow hunt on its own, but Su Changsheng had long topped the 10,000 beasts sects must-kill list. Not only was there a bounty on his head, but each of his beasts was also highly sought after. The bounty was so high that it could sustain a family for generations. Therefore, he was not comfortable allowing Blood Shadow to act alone. The fierce wind howled, and the landscape was magnificent. With Bifang's rapid flight, Su Changsheng reached the edge of the Devil's Volcano range in just 2 days. The strong sulfur smell hit him as the wind swept by, and the clouds hung low in the sky, casting a grayish hue as if filled with endless dust. Su Changsheng couldn't help but cough. Su Changsheng was suddenly overwhelmed by the acrid smell of sulfur, causing him to cough violently. The toxic substances in the air seeped into his body through his pores, making it difficult for him to breathe, dizzy, and weak. This unexpected sensation startled him after all. His body had been fortified by the mysterious substances during the evolution with Fuyo, granting him defenses comparable to those of a regular diamond-tier warrior. Yet, the mere air of the Devil Volcano range had him in such a sorry state. Truly, this human-restricted zone lived up to its name. Not daring to be careless, Su Changsheng immediately summoned Fuyo from his beast space. A green light spread out from Fuyo, enveloping both Su Changsheng and Bifang. Countless harmful substances were repelled by the green light, and Su Changsheng could even see the black dust being pushed back, forming a bizarre black wave. The pungent smell dissipated instantly, replaced by a refreshing fragrance. Under the glow of the green light, Su Changsheng's discomfort vanished. What was deadly air for ordinary humans was nothing to Fuyo, a beast with solar-grade healing abilities. With the crisis averted, Su Changsheng became even more cautious, directing Bifang to descend slowly. He had come to the Devil Volcano range with great difficulty and would not leave easily. Not only did he want to let Blood Shadow have its fill, but he also intended to gather all the treasures in the area. Leaping off Bifang's back, Su Changsheng surveyed his surroundings. The black dust was thick, and visibility was low. At that moment, a faint yellow light pierced through the dust and caught his eye. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. There were others in this forsaken place? Fortune favors the bold. Su Changsheng was confident that fewer than 20 people in the world could harm him, and even fewer posed a mortal threat. Without hesitation, he walked toward the light, summoning all his beasts to follow closely behind. As he approached, the yellow glow became clearer. He saw a group of people watching him warily. The leader wore a uniquely designed helmet with a dark yellow gem embedded in it, emitting the light Su Changsheng had seen. This light seemed to have some ability to dispel the black dust, though it was far less effective than Fuyo's green light. Black dust still clung to these people, trying to invade their skin through any gaps. As a result, everyone in the group was fully covered, exposing only their eyes. Just looking at them made Su Changsheng feel hot and stifled. Noticing Su Changsheng's light attire, the group showed a flash of undisguised shock and envy. However, this quickly turned to vigilance. In a lawless place like the Devil Volcano range, killing for treasure was commonplace. Geely Gulagaga, the leader shouted, seemingly warning Su Changsheng not to come any closer. Su Changsheng was puzzled by the strange language. He was fluent in the common languages of this world, but this person's words were clearly not among them. Though he couldn't understand what was being said, the actions and expressions of the group made it clear they were not welcoming. Seeing the aggressive stance of the people before him, Su Changsheng shrugged helplessly. He had initially intended to ask them about the forbidden areas of the Devil Volcano range, and then personally demolish these areas to turn the powerful beasts into nourishment for Shui Ying's growth. In his view, these people must have known quite a bit about this place to dare explore the Devil Volcano range despite their weak strength. However, since they didn't speak the same language and clearly weren't welcoming, Su Changsheng had no choice but to leave. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. As Su Changsheng headed in another direction, everyone in the group collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Although Su Changsheng appeared young and handsome, like a nobleman unacquainted with the world, they knew well that anyone who could move freely in the forbidden area was no ordinary person. If it came to a fight, this group would likely be no match for Su Changsheng alone. Only after Su Changsheng's figure completely disappeared did the group continue their journey. Meanwhile, Su Changsheng, along with his beast companions, delved deeper into the Devil Volcano range. Unlike the desolate outskirts, the interior was bustling. The rumble of erupting volcanoes echoed frequently, and the temperature was absurdly high. Even with the protection of Fuyo's green light, Su Changsheng felt slightly stifled, let alone the group he encountered earlier. Moreover, the deeper he ventured, the more powerful the beasts he encountered. From high-level gold beasts at first to platinum-level beasts, and finally, the entire area was filled with diamond-level fire beasts. If the Devil Volcano range were to erupt in chaos, forming a beast tide, these diamond-level beasts alone could wipe out some small countries without any chance of resistance. However, for Su Changsheng now, these beasts were merely nourishment for Shuiying. As he ventured deeper, he slaughtered the beasts. Everywhere Su Changsheng passed, the beasts met their end. With this relentless pace of killing, Shui Ying's level skyrocketed. In just half a day, it broke through 4 levels, reaching gold level 9. The concentration of its bloodline saw a qualitative leap. Thanks to the blood of numerous beasts, the concentration of Shui Ying's mythical bloodline jumped from 25% to 30%, an increase of 5 percentage points. Relying solely on self-cultivation, this would take at least half a year. It's worth noting that ordinary solar-level beasts, like Bifeng or Fuyo, have an initial mythical bloodline concentration of only 20%, requiring long periods of self-cultivation to purify. To reach the 50% concentration needed for evolution often takes at least 10 years of hard work. Yet Shuiying increased by 5 percentage points in just half a day. The disparity is evident. This is the power and inevitability of an invincible skill. With this realization, Su Changsheng decided to postpone his trip to America and prioritize exterminating these beasts to boost Shui Ying's strength. After all, few places in the world could match the Devil Volcano range as a large, high-quality gathering of beasts. If others knew that Su Changsheng could single-handedly wipe out the beasts of the Devil Volcano range, they would be utterly shocked. Even powerful figures like Alan or Shen Wuyan. He didn't dare claim he could wipe out the demonic volcanoes entirely. The human restricted zone is no joke. Even the strongest star fragment level warriors can't withstand the bizarre black dust for long. However, Su Changsheng's team was perfectly suited to counter this environment and its fierce beasts. Fuyao's ability neutralized the deadly black dust, rendering it harmless to Su Changsheng. Furthermore, Bifeng, a dual-element beast of wood and fire, was not only unharmed by the beasts here, but was invigorated by their attacks. How could they even fight back? As a result, no matter the rank of the beasts, they stood no chance against Su Changsheng. I guess I'm doing a public service, Su Changsheng thought, venturing deeper into the volcanoes. The multitude of beasts inside the Devil's volcanoes consumed an enormous amount of food, sourced either from killing each other or attacking nearby countries to devour humans. This brought great suffering to neighboring nations, with several small countries even relocating entirely, becoming vassal states to others. Countless families were torn apart, their homes destroyed. The relationship between humans and these beasts was one of endless enmity. Thus, Su Changsheng slaughtered without hesitation. In an about-to-erupt volcano, a monstrous serpent lay sleeping, absorbing the searing magma. It suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a flash of human-like rage in its massive pupils. It could sense its kin being swiftly massacred. Hiss! With an earth-shattering hiss, the serpent soared into the sky. Red-hot magma rained down like water. Each scale on its body stood on end, sharp as the finest blades. Then, a crimson membrane wing unfurled from its heart, covered in black veins, exuding a deadly beauty. Hovering in midair, it surveyed the land and spotted a tiny human commanding his beasts to slaughter its kin. What enraged it even more was that its grand entrance failed to garner even a glance from the human. Not a single look was spared. Hiss! The serpent vowed to make this human taste the fury of hellfire. Crimson blood oozed from between its scales, hotter than the magma itself, emitting white smoke upon contact with air. Defying gravity, the blood surged rapidly into the serpent's gaping maw. In an instant, a massive blood orb formed. Boom! The blood orb descended, the noise of its fall exploding in Su Changsheng's ears, its speed creating a sonic boom. In a flash, the blood orb struck Su Changsheng and his beasts, splattering blood everywhere, each drop carrying lethal heat. Seeing this, a sinister smile crept into the serpent's eyes. No one could survive its hellish blood orb. However, what happened next made the serpent's pupils contract in shock. As the blood mist dissipated, the scene within was revealed. Contrary to the giant serpent's expectations of a corpse, a pair of ruby-like crimson wings had shielded Su Changsheng completely. The owner of these wings, Bifeng, had fended off the serpent's most terrifying strike with just its wings. At this moment, Bifeng gazed disdainfully at the serpent above, while energy frantically gathered in its mouth. In this realm, the fire energy was exceptionally active. In an instant, a massive crimson fireball, several times larger than the serpent's previous blood sphere, formed in front of Bifeng. The energy within the fireball surged, exuding an intimidating pressure. Bifeng intended to show the arrogant serpent what true fire was. Realizing its strike had failed, the serpent was already contemplating retreat. Its strongest attack hadn't harmed Su Changsheng in the slightest. So how could it dare continue the confrontation? As for its fallen offspring, in its eyes, its own life was paramount. For such a formidable beast, offspring were merely tools for gaining advantage. As Baifeng gathered the fireball, the serpent, also a fire-type creature, instantly sensed the terrifying energy contained within. It understood that even a single spark would mean certain death. The serpent spread its wings and turned to flee. At this moment, all its earlier arrogance had vanished. However, Baifeng wouldn't let it escape so easily. To Baifeng, anything threatening Su Changsheng was a mortal enemy. The crimson fireball shot out like a cannonball, producing sonic booms. The intense heat distorted the surrounding space. The serpent twisted its body wildly in the air, trying to avoid the fireball. But Baifeng was the true master of fire energy, and under its control, the fireball seemed to have a life of its own. No matter how the serpent dodged, it was hit with precision. Boom! Flames engulfed the serpent like a tidal wave. The serpent thrashed in agony within the fiery sea, black and red blood gushing from between its scales in a futile attempt to resist the flames' onslaught. Thick, white steam rose, spreading outward from the serpent. Yet, against Baifeng's heavenly fire, all struggles were in vain. The crimson flames enveloped the serpent's body, the searing heat causing its scales to peel away, revealing raw flesh. As soon as the flesh was exposed, it was charred by the fierce flames. The serpent let out a piercing wail, echoing across the desolate volcanic landscape, as if warning other beasts. An entity not to be trifled with had arrived in this territory. In the end, the charred serpent's body plummeted from the sky, the immense impact scattering rocks across the hardened volcanic ground. Countless black dust particles swirled up, obscuring Su Changsheng's view. Once the dust settled, Su Changsheng, accompanied by his beasts, slowly approached the spot where the giant serpent had fallen. Although the serpent was easily defeated by him, it was indeed a top-tier diamond-level beast, one of the most formidable entities in the area. Yet now, in the presence of Su Changsheng, even the strongest beasts seemed insignificant. The scent of charred remains filled the air, and a twisted, blackened serpent's body lay before him. Even in death, the flames on its body still burned fiercely, exuding a violent aura. With a clear cry, Baifeng extinguished the raging flames. A silver-white figure moved closer to the charred serpent's body, and Shuiying lifted a wolf paw, causing a blood-red orb to slowly rise from the corpse, which then transformed into a stream of light and merged into Shuiying's forehead. A thunderous roar echoed across the sky. Shuiying's once powerful muscles became even more pronounced, like distinct mountainous bulges. Its bones cracked audibly, and its fur bristled like sharp arrows, its aura growing ever stronger. Finally, it broke through the golden barrier, ascending to Platinum Level 1, becoming the first Platinum-level beast under Su Changsheng's command. More astonishingly, its bloodline concentration reached 40%, just 10% away from the next evolution. To put it in perspective, the bloodline concentration of beasts like Baifeng was only 20%, highlighting the remarkable effect of its invincible growth skills in such a short time. With Shuiying's breakthrough, a vast surge of beast power flowed into Su Changsheng's body. This influx of power significantly enhanced his physical and spiritual capabilities, with every cell in his body rejoicing and unleashing boundless strength. Su Changsheng shuddered as he advanced 2 levels, reaching the 9th tier of gold, just a step away from platinum. Once he achieved platinum status, he could forge a new beast contract, leading to a qualitative leap in his power. Suddenly, Fuyao issued a warning. As a life-type beast, it was exceptionally sensitive to life forces, able to accurately pinpoint locations even from miles away after a single encounter. At this moment, it sensed a familiar aura rapidly diminishing, belonging to a group of people they had previously encountered. Su Changsheng furrowed his brow, pondering briefly before deciding to follow Fuyao's guidance to investigate. A group of diamond-level beast tamers daring to venture into the depths of the Devil's Volcano Range, where even the weakest beasts possessed diamond-level strength, suggested they sought something extraordinary, which might also benefit him. Furthermore, as a fellow human, Su Changsheng wouldn't stand by idly. With the beast god looming, every diamond-level beast tamer was a treasure to humanity, and their strength needed to be preserved. Upon this realization, Su Changsheng no longer hesitated and leaped onto the broad back of the mythical bird, Baifeng. Baifeng spread its wings and glided low, swiftly heading in the direction indicated by Fu Yao. Su Changsheng squinted slightly as the power of his SS-class talent, the World Eye, flowed through his pupils. With this talent, his vision far surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing him to see through the eerie black dust. However, using this ability for an extended period made his eyes soar. Fortunately, with Baifeng's current speed, they approached the target area in just 3 minutes. Su Changsheng focused his gaze into the distance. Ahead, thick black smoke billowed, blocking out the sky. This smoke was formed from highly dense black dust, its concentration astonishing. Without protection, Not even a beast master of the diamond rank, let alone a star-shattering rank expert, could linger in such dense black dust for long. Su Changsheng pushed the world eye to its limit. Instantly, a faint golden light appeared in his pupils. The dense black smoke that originally obscured his vision seemed to vanish in an instant, revealing the scene within. A bizarre black bird was soaring freely in the air. Countless black dust particles were absorbed by its feathers, only to be expelled as even denser black dust. With each cycle of absorption and release, the amount of black dust more than doubled. The group of people Su Changsheng had encountered earlier was now struggling desperately on the ground beneath the black bird. Su Changsheng looked closely and saw that most of them had already lost their vitality to the corrosive high-concentration black dust, lying motionless. Only a few were still barely holding on, but their struggles were diminishing. It seemed this was the source of the mysterious black dust of the Devil's Volcano Range. Su Changsheng frowned slightly and immediately directed Bai Fong to charge toward the black smoke. At the same time, the green light surrounding Fu Yao surged dramatically, expanding its range several times. It not only enveloped Su Changsheng, Bai Fong, and their beasts, but also cleared a pure space of about 500 square meters around them. The blackbird's most powerful attack, black dust, was rendered ineffective against Fu Yao's green light. However, the priority was to save the people. Bai Fong dived down swiftly, reaching the fallen group in no time. The intense green light, accompanied by a majestic life force, enveloped the dying individuals. The foul stench was cleansed, and the refreshing sensation revitalized them. The abundant life force quickly healed their internal and external injuries. In moments, the three who had been barely holding on were now full of vigor. Unfortunately, the others who had already perished could not be revived, even with Fu Yao's powerful healing abilities. Perhaps when Fu Yao reached the mythical rank, it might possess such miraculous capabilities. But for now, Fu Yao was clearly not at that level. A violent coughing came from the leader's throat. Countless black dust particles, mixed with saliva, dripped from the corners of his mouth and were swiftly eradicated by Fu Yao's green light. The leader surveyed his surroundings, his gaze falling on the fallen comrades with a look of sorrow and regret. Had they known Su Changsheng possessed such formidable abilities, they would not have callously driven him away. But now, it was too late for regrets. The leader composed himself and respectfully bowed to Su Changsheng, saying, "Thank you, benefactor, for your assistance," in fluent Mandarin. Su Changsheng responded nonchalantly. He wasn't surprised that the other party could speak Huaxiao language. As one of the most powerful countries in the world today, Huaxiao language had long become a global lingua franca, and nearly all diamond-level experts could speak it. The fact that these people had deliberately spoken in a language he couldn't understand earlier was merely an attempt to drive him away. Seeing Su Changsheng's indifferent attitude, a hint of embarrassment flashed across the leader's face. After all, they had failed to recognize his prowess earlier, and now that he was helping them without holding a grudge, his attitude was understandable. However, seeing that Su Changsheng was willing to venture into danger to help, Michel was convinced he was not a bad person and continued, "I am Michel from the country of Lanka, and these are my companions. We are here to find the corpse of the legendary mythical creature, the King of the Night." Upon hearing this, Su Changsheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and his previously casual expression turned serious. The corpse of the King of the Night. It was exactly what was needed for the Blood Shadow to evolve into a myth-level beast. It was a case of searching high and low only to find it without effort. Just as Su Changsheng was about to ask for more details, a fierce black light suddenly shot through the air, aiming straight for his face. "Watch out, benefactor!" Michel, who had been vigilant against the strange black bird, shouted in alarm, his face just showing a hint of fear. A shadow swiftly appeared, standing in front of Su Changsheng. Blood Shadow stood like a mountain, muscles tense and bulging, with black and red veins visible on its body, having directly entered the King of the Night state. Boom! The black beam struck Blood Shadow's massive body with a thunderous explosion in Su Changsheng's ears. A half-meter-wide wound appeared on Blood Shadow's chest, the attack having ignored its intangible state. Thick, ink-like blood slowly dripped from the wound as Blood Shadow breathed heavily, white steam rising from its nostrils. Snap! With a sound like a spring breaking, Blood Shadow's hind legs suddenly tensed, propelling it into the air like a specter, covering hundreds of meters in an instant as it lunged at the black bird in the sky. Its sharp wolf claws glinted coldly, aiming for the bird's neck. The black bird reacted swiftly, instantly forming a dense shield of black smoke around itself. Yet, this proud defense was as fragile as paper before Blood Shadow's claws, being torn to shreds in an instant. Slash! Blood gushed like a fountain from the black bird's neck. Blood Shadow's claws had sunk deep into the bird's neck, and with the force of its descent, it pulled mightily. Crash! With a sound like a meteor strike, the black bird hung lifeless from Blood Shadow's sharp forepaw, its wings twitching occasionally, indicating it still clung to a thread of life. The black, oil-like blood slowly dripped from the neck of the black bird. Each drop sizzled as it hit the ground, burning a bullseye-sized hole into the earth. The corrosive power of this strange bird's blood was astonishing. Michelle and the others were utterly shocked by the scene before them. They could not have imagined that this beast, strong enough to easily push them to the brink of despair, would be so effortlessly slain by Su Changsheng's beast. If not for Bloodshadow holding back, the black bird might not have even left a complete corpse. However, Su Changsheng didn't spare a glance at the bird's mangled body. He urgently asked, "What did you say? Where's the remains of the Night King?" Su Changsheng's urgency was understandable. After days of relentless pursuit, he finally had a clue to evolve his beast to a mythical level, and his excitement was palpable. As Su Changsheng questioned them, Bloodshadow's eyes, red as blood, stared coldly at Michelle and the others. In its gaze, there was also a hint of longing, as if something deep within its blood was stirring. Michelle and the others shuddered under that stare. They had just witnessed Bloodshadow's terrifying power. They couldn't handle the black bird, let alone Bloodshadow, who had easily killed it. Michelle lowered his head and pulled out an object resembling a luminous pearl from his pocket. Unlike an ordinary luminous pearl, this one was entirely black, like the darkest night. When the black pearl was revealed, Su Changsheng instantly felt his vision dim, as if the sunlight before him had been absorbed. However, the feeling quickly disappeared. At the same time, Michelle's respectful words reached them. "Sir, this is a treasure pearl I acquired by chance. It said that if you bury it at the heart of the ruler of the devil volcanoes, the night god bird, for half an hour, it will open a passage to the remains of the mythical beast, the Night King." Michelle, you. The other two were both shocked and angry to hear Michelle reveal their greatest secret. "Shut up." Michelle turned and shouted angrily. "If it weren't for this gentleman's protection, we would have ended up like them dead." He pointed to the corpses on the ground with a sorrowful expression. "Don't you understand? We are not worthy of possessing this pearl with our strength." The two fell silent at Michelle's words, not because they were convinced, but because as they spoke, an intense coldness surged from the depths of their souls. It was as if another word would lead to a sharp, icy wolf claw mercilessly slitting their throats. Staring into Bloodshadow's eyes, red as if they were bleeding, they had no doubt about their instincts. Interesting, Su Changsheng thought, seeing Michelle's willingness to cooperate. It seemed saving them was not in vain. He reached out and took the black pearl offered by Michelle. It felt incredibly smooth, like a precious jade. Su Changsheng looked down at it, his eyes glinting slightly with a golden light. The Night Spirit Pearl was in a semi-sealed state, a treasure for opening the gate to the beast world. It required the heart blood of a beast or fierce creature with the Night King's bloodline to unlock the seal. Note: the Night Pearl is semi-sealed, and if the seal is not completely released within 7 days, the pearl will be rendered useless. The secret of the Night Pearl. Note: once the seal is fully lifted, the Night Pearl retains its power for 3 days. During this time, the user can freely open the gates between worlds. After 3 days, the pearl loses its power and becomes useless. Note: the beast realm is extremely dangerous, so proceed with caution when unsealing. The Eye of the World truly lives up to its SS level talent. Under Su Changsheng's activation, the information about this black pearl was revealed in full detail. He not only learned the method to unseal it, but also discovered special notes that ordinary people could never know. If someone else were to use the Night Pearl recklessly without understanding its properties, they could easily waste this treasure. Furthermore, if they believed that unsealing it would allow them to effortlessly claim the body of the Night King, they would be gravely mistaken and might even pay with their lives. After all, the beast realm is not a benevolent place. It is home to all kinds of extremely powerful beasts. The beast god is sealed within the space between the Beast Taming World and the beast realm. The so-called special secret realm is also located in this interstitial space. The cultivation seal of the Beast Taming World not only limits the ranks of beast tamers, but also restricts the powerful beasts of the beast realm from entering the Beast Taming World by any means, thus protecting the real world. Therefore, powerful beasts that are rarely seen or even heard of in the real world are commonplace in the beast realm. In the real world, diamond rank beasts, which are nearly at the pinnacle, are just moderately strong there. As for the even more formidable Star Shatterer and Bright Moon rank beasts, while not everywhere, they are certainly not scarce. Even Su Changsheng dares not act recklessly in the beast realm. Su Changsheng recalled the teachings of his theoretical class professor at the Imperial University, his face dark as water. The current issue is that the pearl is in a semi-sealed state. If it is not unsealed within 7 days, it will immediately become useless. Once unsealed, the pearl only remains effective for 3 days. In other words, Su Changsheng has at most 10 days to prepare. "Did you try to unseal this pearl before?" Su Changsheng asked. Michelle nodded and said, "We tried soaking the pearl in the heart's blood of several dark attribute diamond rank beasts, but it didn't help much." Fools, Su Changsheng inwardly cursed. If not for their foolish attempts, he wouldn't be in such a difficult position. However, Knowing they were unaware of the specifics, Su Changsheng didn't say much, though his expression was somewhat unpleasant. Michel cautiously observed Su Changsheng's face. He could sense that since taking the pearl, this powerful figure's mood seemed to have worsened instantly. This realization made Michel's heart tremble with fear, worried that Su Changsheng might decide to eliminate them. Fortunately, Su Changsheng was not that kind of person. He took a deep breath, waved his hand, and said, "You should leave. This isn't the place for you." Hearing this, Michel and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They had long wanted to leave this dreadful place. Now, with Su Changsheng's permission, Michel and his companions bowed and turned to leave. They hadn't taken more than a few steps when Su Changsheng's cool voice suddenly called out, "Wait." Michel froze, fearing that Su Changsheng had changed his mind and intended to silence them. Terror wrapped around his heart like vines, making it hard for him to breathe. He wanted to flee, but reason forced him to suppress his fear. He turned and forced a smile, "Sir." Before he could finish, a spatial ring precisely landed in Michel's pocket. "Take it as compensation for the night pearl." Hearing this, not only Michel but also the two survivors behind him were filled with shock. They never expected Su Changsheng to be so generous. At the same time, Michel felt a pang of guilt for having judged a noble person with a petty heart. He wanted to say something more, but seeing Su Changsheng already waving him off impatiently, he decided against it. He simply bowed deeply in Su Changsheng's direction before leaving. Su Changsheng stood still, watching Michel and the others quickly depart, his mind swirling with thoughts. Once their figures completely disappeared from view, he had already made a decision. Abandoning this opportunity? Absolutely not. Such a treasure as the Night Spirit Pearl, if missed this time, who knows when he would encounter it again. Su Changsheng never relied on luck. Seeking help? That path was closed. In the exploration of the Beast Realm, even Diamond-tier warriors would be more of a burden than a benefit. He would have to split his attention to care for them, which would be counterproductive. As for the unparalleled experts of the star fragmentation tier, Su Changsheng only knew of Shun Wuyan and Alan. Shun Wuyan, being the pillar of the Huaxia Federation, could not possibly leave. If he did, the nation's strength would be weakened, inviting other countries and the beast cult to take advantage. Su Changsheng did not wish to become a traitor to Huaxia. Besides, the exploration of the beast realm was extremely perilous. Even if he and Shun Wuyan joined forces, there was no guarantee of returning unscathed. Should Shun Wuyan fall, Huaxia's strength would plummet. Top-tier experts are the nation's most valuable assets. The same reasoning applied to Alan. Su Changsheng was even less willing to let the United States share in this opportunity. Having considered all this, Su Changsheng decided to venture alone. The Night Spirit Bird was now in his possession, and Fuyo could sustain its life. In 7 days, he would unseal it. During these 7 days, he planned to massacre the demon volcano range, allowing Blood Shadow to kill freely, enhancing its level and bloodline concentration. Blood Shadow would become his sharpest sword, piercing through all defenses. Su Changsheng was confident that if he slaughtered all the fierce beasts in the demon volcano range, Blood Shadow's power would at least break through to the diamond tier, and its bloodline concentration would surpass 50%. At that point, if he found the remains of the Night King, Blood Shadow could evolve on the spot, becoming his first mythical grade beast with innate abilities. With this thought, Su Changsheng couldn't contain his excitement and immediately directed his beast to move deeper into the demon volcano range. The massacre was about to begin. Roar! A gigantic black ape, as tall as a mountain, pounded its chest in rage, its 2 massive arms protecting its vital spots. Suddenly, a black lightning bolt flashed across its chest. The giant ape's body stiffened, its arms fell limply, and its enormous body swayed before collapsing with a thud. Dust filled the air but did not obscure Su Changsheng's vision. Blood gushed like a fountain from the ape's heart, staining the ground beneath it a deep red. Blood Shadow stood atop the ape's corpse, its wolf claws gleaming coldly, coated in sticky blood, with a heart the size of a human head hanging from its claw tips, a chilling sight. With just one strike, Blood Shadow had extracted the heart of this peak diamond-tier giant ape. Its speed and strength had increased several times over. Blood Shadow flicked its wolf claw, and the still pulsing heart was mercilessly flung away. This was the result of Su Changsheng's deliberate nurturing. None of his beasts have the habit of consuming raw flesh and blood. Instead, they prefer to feast on natural treasures brimming with immense energy. The Blood Shadow wolf slightly raised its claws, causing a massive blood orb to slowly rise from the giant ape's corpse and merge into its body. As the blood orb integrated, Blood Shadow's form began to swell, and its silver-white fur gradually turned jet black, as if soaked in the night. Its aura surged, sending tangible waves of energy radiating outward, dimming even the light on the horizon. Blood Shadow seemed to transform into a black hole, voraciously devouring everything around it, not even sparing the sunlight. A terrifying presence enveloped the surroundings, and a colossal shadow appeared behind Blood Shadow, echoing its form, resembling a fierce ancient wolf. Suddenly, all the phenomena vanished. Blood Shadow, without anyone noticing, had leaped down from the giant ape's corpse and stood before Su Changsheng. Its entire body was now pitch black, without a single stray hair, and even its eyes had turned the deepest shade of black, embodying the essence of night. After 7 days of relentless slaughter, Blood Shadow had undergone a complete transformation, not only breaking through to the diamond tier, but also achieving an astounding bloodline purity of 60%, fully meeting the conditions for mythical evolution. Merely standing there, it exuded an invisible pressure. Although the other beasts had also made progress in battle, they paled in comparison to Blood Shadow. As Su Changsheng's earliest contracted beast, Blood Shadow once again reigned supreme among all the beasts, displaying its leadership. At that moment, a pure white beam of light shot out from a hidden corner with blinding speed. Blood Shadow reacted instantly, its massive form shielding Su Changsheng. The beam struck Blood Shadow's black body, creating a stark contrast of colors. Previously, Blood Shadow might have been injured by such a sudden attack, but now, not even a scratch marred its surface. Blood Shadow raised its head, its pure black eyes seemingly piercing through space, staring directly at the source of the beam. From the shadows emerged numerous figures clad in blood-red robes, their sleeves intricately embroidered with golden patterns. Astonishingly, they were all high-ranking members of the Beast cult. Somehow, they had tracked them down to this location. Over 20 cult members advanced towards Su Changsheng, their exposed skin sprouting black hair, their eyes bloodshot. The 100 beasts they had contracted effectively sealed off all of Su Changsheng's escape routes. Hundreds of gazes, filled with a nearly tangible killing intent, surged towards Su Changsheng. An ordinary person, faced with so many beasts simultaneously, would likely be unable to move, let alone resist. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming odds, Su Changsheng showed not a hint of panic. In the past, he might have found this situation daunting. After all, many ants can kill an elephant. With so many diamond-ranked beast tamers and their hundreds of beasts attacking at once, it would have been impossible for him to handle. But now, things were different. Many ants might be able to kill an elephant, but could they bring down a dragon soaring through the skies? The two groups locked eyes without exchanging a single word. Terrifying energy fluctuations emerged from the followers of the beast cult. Various attacks, formed from pure energy, rushed towards Su Changsheng in an instant. Beams of light, fireballs, hailstones, over 100 different attacks mixed with terrifying power, hurtled towards him like arrows. Just witnessing such a scene could leave one feeling suffocated, with no will to resist. To ensure Su Changsheng's demise, the beast cult had spared no expense. Even the elusive cult leader had personally appeared, and all the diamond-ranked experts who could arrive had been mobilized. The cult leader, distinct from those around him, wore a pure white robe without any patterns, starkly contrasting with the hideous black fur exposed on his body. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, he stood with his arms crossed, atop his flying beast, looking down at Su Changsheng, one who had caused them great losses since awakening his talent. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with excitement and cruelty. Finally, he could tear Su Changsheng to pieces. As the myriad attacks were about to reach Su Changsheng, the emotions in the cult leader's eyes grew more pronounced. He focused intently on Su Changsheng and every movement of his beasts. He wasn't there to show off, but to ensure all of Su Changsheng's escape routes were cut off. He knew that Su Changsheng's beasts could control both time and space. Without caution, even with their numbers, they might not be able to capture him. However, to his surprise, Su Changsheng made no move, nor did any of his beasts. They seemed paralyzed by fear at the oncoming onslaught. Seeing this, a trace of disdain flashed in the cult leader's eyes. So-called geniuses are nothing more than this. These prodigies, since awakening their talents, have never faced significant setbacks. When confronted with an unbeatable enemy, they perform worse than ordinary people. At this thought, he regretted bringing so many people, wasting the cult's resources. He could have come alone. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise exploded in his ears. The cult leader's pupils contracted, his disdain replaced by shock. What? The shadows of the energy attacks on the ground began to writhe wildly. In the blink of an eye, these shadows rose into the air, meeting the attacks head-on. Astonishingly, the power of these shadows was not inferior to the attacks themselves, and even surpassed them. Every one of the 100 attacks was completely neutralized by its own shadow. After reaching the diamond rank, Shui Ying's control over Ying Shi had long surpassed the limits of living beings. Even the shadows of attacks could be manipulated and countered by him. A terrifying energy wave exploded in midair, and within the devil volcanoes, a massive mushroom cloud slowly rose, resembling divine retribution. What's happening? The disciples of the beast sect exchanged bewildered glances. I knew this guy wasn't simple. Keep attacking. I refuse to believe he can keep using such a terrifying counterattack. The disciples on the ground were equally shocked. They had imagined countless ways Su Changsheng might retaliate. Perhaps he would flee, or have his beasts withstand the terrifying assault. But no one expected their meticulously planned attack to be neutralized in such a bizarre manner. However, these battle-hardened disciples quickly composed themselves, ready to launch a second wave of attacks. Just then, a mysterious time fluctuation suddenly enveloped everyone present. Their movements, thoughts, and even souls were frozen, unable to react. The sect leader, standing at the horizon, remained unaffected. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "I've been waiting for you to use that move." Before he finished speaking, a similar mysterious time fluctuation spread downward from him. The speed of the wave was so rapid that it freed everyone from the time control in less than half a second. But Shui Ying's actions were even faster. Shadow energy surged around him like a tide, transforming him into an embodiment of the night, controlling the shadows of everyone present. In an instant, the shadows beneath the beast sect disciples were seized by Shui Ying. These shadows twisted and morphed, attacking the disciples like giant wolves, aiming straight for their hearts. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The sound of blood bursting echoed throughout the volcanic range. One by one, the beating hearts were held in the shadow's grasp, with crimson blood dripping like rain, emitting a foul stench. The sect leader's countermeasures finally took effect, but it was too late. "Ah, my heart. It hurts. It hurts so much." Countless wails, akin to those of vengeful spirits, echoed through the volcanoes, turning the area into a hellish nightmare. All who opposed Su Changsheng were subjected to the punishment of having their hearts ripped out. The beast sect disciples, having undergone beast blood baptisms, were not entirely sane. Their animalistic instincts made them acutely aware of pain, and the agony of having their hearts extracted was almost unbearable. In an instant, they lost all combatability. Shui Ying's shadow devouring affected not only the beast tamers, but also the hundreds of beasts behind them, whose hearts were likewise extracted by their own shadows. Like their masters, they collapsed helplessly on the ground. The earth was stained with crimson, and hearts of varying sizes were discarded carelessly, like the most worthless trash. Without hearts, even the strongest individuals lost the ability to fight back. In that moment, among all those present, only Su Changsheng and the beast sect leader remained standing. The leader had not been affected by the time control, so when the shadows mutated, he reacted immediately, dodging the fatal strike. However, the leader of the myriad beast sect, who narrowly escaped death, felt no relief at having survived. He stared blankly at the bodies strewn across the ground, overwhelmed by a strong sense of disbelief. Over 100 of his followers and their beasts had attacked Su Changsheng, only to be mostly slaughtered in return, and the opponent had only used 2 beasts? How is that possible? Ha ha, ha ha ha, cough cough. The sect leader suddenly burst into a laugh as eerie as a ghost's, coughing as he laughed, appearing utterly deranged. This was nearly 70% of his sect's core fighting force. Annoying. Su Changsheng waved his hand in irritation. The blood shadow wolf launched itself like a cannonball towards the sect leader. After advancing to the diamond rank, Blood Shadow's explosive power had multiplied several times. The sect leader couldn't even react before a paw struck his chest, sending him crashing into the ground with immense force. Boom! A bone-crunching sound echoed. Su Changsheng looked over to see the sect leader's once pristine white robe now stained with blood and dirt. His body was twisted and deformed from the impact, with bone spurs jutting grotesquely from his calves. Yet, he seemed numb to the pain, continuing to laugh maniacally like a madman. As Su Changsheng approached, the sect leader's laughter grew more arrogant. He mumbled incoherently. "Haha, you will die too. Sooner or later." Blood dripped from his mouth, yet his eyes gleamed with a sick excitement. He knew that speaking so ambiguously would surely provoke Su Changsheng into asking questions. Then he could remain silent and torment Su Changsheng with uncertainty. As the leader of the myriad beast sect, he indeed knew some of the beast god's movements. Even the smallest actions of such an entity could trigger apocalyptic disasters. He held a secret capable of destroying the world, and he was certain that no one else knew it. Knowing he wouldn't survive the day, the sect leader only wanted to discuss Su Changsheng one last time before dying. Oh, Su Changsheng's curiosity was indeed piqued. But with his SS-level talent, the world eye, he could not only perceive the essence of all things, but also see through people's hearts. Even with the sect leader's face covered in blood, Su Changsheng could discern his intentions. Trying to toy with me? Ridiculous. A trace of coldness flashed in Su Changsheng's eyes as he strode forward. The sect leader's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. Ask. Ask me. Ha ha ha. But Su Changsheng had no intention of asking. Instead, he raised his size 42 foot and stomped hard on the sect leader's heaving chest. Ah! Another piercing scream rang out. How strong was Su Changsheng now? With a powerful kick, Su Changsheng dealt a devastating blow to the leader of the beast sect. The leader's chest caved in completely under the force, with pale ribs breaking through the skin, dripping with foul-smelling blood. Su Changsheng said nothing, relentlessly stomping on the leader's chest over and over. This was his retribution for the countless lives ruined or lost due to the beast sect's actions over the years. Under Su Changsheng's relentless assault, the leader's screams grew weaker until they faded away entirely. This man, once at the pinnacle of the diamond rank and one of the world's mightiest, was killed by Su Changsheng's merciless stomping. Blood seeped from his orifices due to the immense pressure, his features twisted in agony. His gruesome death left onlookers shocked, but it was a fate he deserved. Over the years, countless families were destroyed and lives lost because of the beast sect's madness. A simple death was not enough to atone for the leader's sins. If time were not pressing, Su Changsheng would have tortured him for a full day and night, leaving him half dead, and then healing him repeatedly until his spirit broke completely. Consider yourself lucky, Su Changsheng muttered, looking down at the leader's pitiful corpse. No one could have imagined such a fall for a once formidable figure. Now, the once chaotic devil's volcanoes were silent. In 7 days, Su Changsheng's relentless slaughter had almost completely wiped out all life in the area, transforming it from a forbidden zone for humans to a place devoid of life. Even the strange black dust that once floated in the air had diminished significantly, as the night god bird, which produced the dust, was now tied to Zhulong like a chicken ready for slaughter. Over the past week, in order to keep the bird's heart blood fresh, Fuyao had used her powers to keep it in a state between life and death. Now was the perfect time to extract its heart blood. However, before doing so, Su Changsheng had another task: to form a contract with the Fate Beast, a creature with destiny-altering abilities. As he was about to venture into the perilous beast realm, any increase in strength was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Creatures with fate-altering abilities were often mysterious and could prove invaluable in the exploration of the beast realm. With the devil's volcanoes now cleared of danger, it was the perfect time to form a contract with the beast. Su Changsheng instructed several of his beasts to guard the outside, ensuring no threats emerged, while he sent a sliver of consciousness into the beast space, approaching the pure white beast egg next to the mythic bloodline pool. Su Changsheng's eyes lit up as he strode towards the pristine white beast egg. Manifesting a sharp blade from his consciousness, he unhesitatingly slashed at his own wrist. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining the pure white egg a sinister shade of red. As the blood soaked in, a strange aura began to emanate from the beast egg, quickly enveloping Su Changsheng completely. In a daze, he seemed to traverse through time, witnessing his past and present lives. In a previous life, he was just an ordinary office worker, but in this life, he had become a renowned beast master, his fame spreading far and wide. Memories and insights surged through Su Changsheng's mind like a tide, appearing and disappearing. It was a while before he emerged from this mysterious state. Upon opening his eyes, he was delighted to find that his soul appeared much purer than before. Previously, his soul was like a massive snowball rolling down a mountain, large but full of impurities. Now, it was like a piece of steel, refined to perfection, pure and strong. Although the size of his soul hadn't changed much, its quality had increased several times over. What thrilled Su Changsheng even more was the realization that with his current soul strength, he could definitely contract another beast. This was an incredible enhancement. Each of Su Changsheng's contracted beasts already had the potential and strength of a high-level creature, each playing a unique role in battle. Previously, using soul stones to strengthen himself, Su Changsheng had already gained an extra beast contract compared to others at his level. Now he had another one. Despite being at the platinum level, the number of beasts he could contract was on par with the strongest star fragment level masters. Su Changsheng had tried using soul stones again to enhance his soul, but to little effect. He had thought he reached his limit, but contracting a new beast provided a pleasant surprise. Truly worthy of a fate-type beast, Su Changsheng marveled. Looking down at the still incubating beast egg, he saw that its white shell was stained with blood, giving it an eerie look. The egg was covered in web-like cracks, trembling as the life inside developed. Blood seeped through the cracks, causing the trembling to intensify. A faint cracking sound came from beneath him. Su Changsheng held his breath, watching intently for the birth of new life. Soon, a pure white foreleg emerged from the egg. In no time, the full form of the fate beast was revealed, completely white, with soft, flowing fur and a pair of antler-like horns on its forehead, adding a touch of mystique. The moment it emerged, the fate beast quickly ran to Su Changsheng, leaping into his arms with endearing, playful cries. "So cute," Su Changsheng murmured, lovingly stroking its silky fur. As was customary, he named the fate beast Baizhe. "Off you go," Su Changsheng said, carrying Baizhe step by step towards the mythical bloodline pool. Carefully placing Baizhe in the pool, he was filled with anticipation. However, to his surprise, Baizhe emerged from the mythical bloodline pool in just under a minute. Su Changsheng almost doubted whether the pool had any effect on destiny-type beasts, but Baizhe's transformation dispelled his skepticism. Baizhe's fur became fluffier, almost reaching the length of a ragdoll cat's fur from a past life. Most striking were its 4 paws, which had turned from pure white to a fiery red. As Bai Zai approached Su Changsheng, it seemed to walk on flames, exuding an air of majesty. Su Changsheng focused his attention, and Bai Zai's detailed information appeared before him. Species, Fate-cutting beast. Destiny attribute aptitude, High Moon. Rank, Gold Tier 1. Innate abilities, Defy Fate Legendary, Fate Severance Legendary, Fate Cutting Invincible. Defy Fate. Bai Zai can influence another's fortune for a short period, ranging from half an hour to a month. The duration is inversely proportional to the strength of the fortune change. Usable once per day, Fate Severance. Bai Zai can temporarily obscure an ally's fate, making them vanish from the memory of the world, including all evidence of their existence. Lasts up to 12 hours, usable once per day. Fate Cutting. This ability can forcibly erase an enemy's existence, including traces of their life and others' memories of them. It can target only one enemy at a time and consumes at least one of Bai Zai's lifespan, depending on the enemy's strength. Ineffective against mythical tier beings. Su Changsheng marveled at the extraordinary nature of Bai Zai's abilities. Defy Fate could cause misfortune or even deadly peril for enemies, while allowing Su Changsheng to navigate the beast realm with reduced risk. Fate Severance could make Su Changsheng and his beasts vanish from perception, useful for assassination, treasure hunting, or escape. Fate Cutting epitomized the concept of the inescapable, erasing an enemy's existence entirely. Each of these abilities was extraordinary, filling Su Changsheng with anticipation for future adventures. Bai Zai possesses the ability to erase enemies from the dimension of fate, cutting off their very existence and eliminating all related memories and traces. This power bypasses any form of defense, and even a formidable beast at the level of a sun deity cannot escape death under its severing strike. Imagine, if you were a ruler, and one day, Su Changsheng erased you completely from the world. Your parents, friends, and spouse would all forget you ever existed, and all traces you left behind would vanish. The mere thought of such terror is chilling. This godlike ability, naturally, comes with limitations. Firstly, it does not work on mythical level beasts. After all, it would be absurd for a beast of the golden rank to directly erase a beast deity that dominates 2 realms. Secondly, each use of the severing strike costs Bai Zai at least 1% of its life. This means it can only be used 100 times in its lifetime. If Bai Zai were to forcefully use it on a sun deity level beast, it might erase the opponent but also face a backlash from fate, leading to its own demise. As people often say, peering into the secrets of heaven shortens one's lifespan. Now, using the severing strike also demands a life cost, which is quite reasonable. Su Changsheng would not easily allow Bai Zai to use such a self-damaging ability unless absolutely necessary. If a battle cannot be won, he can still rely on fate to escape. With Bai Zai, Su Changsheng's offensive and defensive capabilities have significantly improved. He believes that as Bai Zai's level increases, even mythical level beasts will eventually be unable to escape Bai Zai's fate-severing strike. Su Changsheng's consciousness returned as he summoned Bai Zai from the beast space. Bai Zai's appearance, both adorable and dignified, immediately attracted the attention of all the beasts. As the youngest member, it quickly became the object of affection among the beasts. Su Changsheng let them play and frolic, as building bonds with these life-and-death companions is crucial. He walked alone towards the night god bird on Zhulong's back and retrieved a short knife from his spatial ring. With a flick of his wrist, the blade pierced the bird's heart precisely, and with a twist, a heart the size of an adult's palm fell into his left hand. The bird let out a piercing scream, momentarily regaining consciousness from the excruciating pain, and its rapidly fading life force stirred a desire for mutual destruction. Black dust gathered again, and a terrifying aura emanated from it. Suddenly, a wolf's claw struck, easily dispersing the gathered dust, followed by a flash of cold light as blood shadows swept across the bird's neck, ending it completely. Blood shadows stood before the bird's corpse, absorbing the blood orb. Unfortunately, even the most exceptional black bird of diamonds couldn't elevate Shui Ying's current rank. As Shui Ying's abilities rapidly advanced, the energy required for each level increase became immense. However, now was clearly not the time to dwell on that. Su Changsheng refocused on the heart still pulsating in his hand. This heart, unlike the crimson of normal animals, was jet black, with grotesque, raised blood vessels snaking across its surface. Su Changsheng felt as if he was holding not a heart, but a key to the gates of hell. Yet, if what he desired lay in hell, then Su Changsheng would break through hell itself to grasp it. With a swift stab, his short knife pierced the heart, stirring it gently. Soon, a thick, ink-like liquid oozed from the wound, carrying a stench that was overwhelmingly foul. Su Changsheng placed the night pearl beneath the heart, perfectly catching every drop of the falling blood. As soon as the heart's blood of the night god bird touched the night pearl, it was swiftly absorbed. The pearl, deep and solemn as the night, began to lose its color with the absorption of the blood, replaced by an unparalleled brilliance. Even the world's most perfect night pearl couldn't compare to the radiance the night pearl now exuded. The light shimmered and flickered, forming a dazzling gate before Su Changsheng, adorned with the heads of countless rare animals, exuding a menacing aura. After informing Shen Wuyan of his whereabouts via a communication conch, Su Changsheng stepped through the gate without hesitation. A barrage of colors flashed past his eyes, and a violent sense of shaking and intense dizziness made him feel almost nauseous. It was unclear how much time passed before this bothersome sensation finally subsided. Su Changsheng, suppressing his physical discomfort, summoned all his beasts from the beast space. The beast realm was perilous, leaving no room for complacency. Seeing the familiar figures appear beside him, Su Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief and began to survey his surroundings. The first thing that caught his eye was a black-red blood sun. The sun, which should have brought warmth and light, now seemed devoured by an unknown entity, with a large portion swallowed by pure darkness. The remaining part flickered with a blood-red glow, instilling a strong sense of unease. The faint blood-red sunlight spilled over the land, rendering the world as dark as a nighttime in the real world. Fortunately, with Su Changsheng's current physical condition, seeing in the dark was no issue. Otherwise, this darkness alone would have been troublesome. As Su Changsheng surveyed the area, his body suddenly tensed, and his pupils revealed rare fear. Dozens of eyes, glowing with an eerie green light, emerged from the surrounding forest. At least hundreds of eyes, filled with greed and desire, were fixed on Su Changsheng and the beasts by his side. And these beasts were all of the Shattered Star rank. Su Changsheng was surrounded by over 100 beasts of the Shattered Star rank. Starting with such a high level of difficulty, Su Changsheng's heart screamed. Although he was quite powerful, facing hundreds of beasts at the fragmented star level made him feel overwhelmed. If these beasts appeared in the real world, they would bring catastrophic destruction, and no nation could withstand their charge. Roar! 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 The beasts slowly approached, their ghostly green eyes glinting with a mocking light, as if they already considered Su Changsheng and his beasts to be theirs. A foul stench emanated from their mouths, and simultaneously, a powerful mental wave suddenly erupted, targeting Su Changsheng's soul. These beasts turned out to be rare mental-type creatures. Their previous nonchalance was merely a facade to lull Su Changsheng into complacency. The intelligence of high-level beasts was indeed comparable to that of humans. At the critical moment, a mysterious energy wave suddenly surged from Baizhe, swiftly enveloping Su Changsheng and Bai Fang along with the other beasts. The terrifying mental attacks immediately lost their target and dissipated in midair. The beasts surrounding Su Changsheng appeared confused, exchanging bewildered glances, as if they had forgotten why they were there. The beasts, having lost their target, quickly dispersed and retreated back into the forest. The eerie green glow gradually vanished from Su Changsheng's sight, leaving their eyes still flickering with deep confusion. The power of fate was something these fragmented star-level beasts could not comprehend. Far away in the real world, Changnan City. I'm telling you, there was a senior before you, a true genius. Su, what was his name? In the classroom of Changnan High School, Principal Wang Ping was enthusiastically recounting something to the students when he suddenly froze. He frowned, seemingly forgetting something important, yet unable to recall it. Moments later, he abruptly switched to an unrelated topic, and no one present noticed anything amiss. In the capital of the Huaxia Federation, inside a rented apartment. Xiaoling, you're not getting any younger. You should find someone suitable to marry. A weak voice came from the bed. An elderly woman with white hair looked at her daughter, Zhou Xiaoling, with deep guilt. In her eyes, if it weren't for her illness, her daughter's beauty would surely attract many outstanding suitors. Oh mom, didn't I tell you? I have someone I love, Zhou Xiaoling said with a smile, her eyes sparkling. Thinking of that man filled her with hope for life. But, what was his name again? Su something Sheng? Something Changsheng? Su Chang something? A series of names flashed through her mind, yet she couldn't piece together the correct one. Even more terrifying, the man's face was gradually becoming blurry in her memory. No, don't, Zhou Xiaoling screamed desperately, reaching out as if to grasp something. The sunlight streaming through the window fell on her beautiful face, now covered in tears. A moment later, she touched her face and looked at the woman on the bed in surprise. Mom? What's happening to me? Why am I crying? In every corner of the real world, Su Changsheng's existence was being erased by a mysterious force, like a drawing being rubbed out by an eraser. Meanwhile, in the beast realm, Su Changsheng was unaware of all this. He only felt an unprecedented sense of relief as if all the shackles on his body had been removed, and even his soul was ready to float away. But now was not the time to enjoy this feeling. Su Changsheng stared in disbelief at the incredible scene before him. The beasts that had been eyeing him fiercely were now dispersing. Even a fearsome beast of the fragmented star rank brushed past him, colliding with him without even glancing his way. At that moment, Su Changsheng gained a deeper understanding of Baizhe's powerful fate-severing ability. Had he not signed a contract with Baizhe in time, Facing the onslaught of hundreds of fragmented star-ranked beasts, even with Di Zhang's spatial teleportation ability, he would have been forced to flee in panic. Such a retreat would not only mean losing the precious opportunity to explore the beast realm and elevate Blood Shadow to mythic status, but he might not even have time to react before being stunned and torn apart by the sudden assault of these psychic beasts. But with Bai Zhe, things were different. Su Changsheng swaggered through this land of death, and none of the countless creatures around him noticed his presence. Only when the effect of the Fate Severance wore off, and he was completely out of range of those terrifying psychic beasts, did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, a new challenge soon emerged. This journey to the beast realm was unlike any other. Su Changsheng had a clear mission to find the corpse of the Night King within 3 days. In the vast and boundless beast realm, accomplishing this task without a map seemed like an impossible feat. After pondering for a moment, Su Changsheng's gaze fell on Bai Zhe's fluffy body. Bai Zhe, bestow me with good fortune. Use your full power to grant me half a day of luck. Since there's no map, let fate take the lead. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious wave of energy spread from Bai Zhe, enveloping Su Changsheng entirely. A refreshing sensation flowed from the top of his head to the tips of his toes, washing over his soul and every part of his body, so soothing that he couldn't help but close his eyes. When Su Changsheng opened his eyes again, the world before him had transformed. Everything around him, wild grasses, flowers, shrubs, and tall trees, seemed to be rejoicing, celebrating his presence. The energy in the air became exceptionally vibrant, eagerly rushing into his body. Without even actively cultivating, the beast-controlling power within him began to grow slowly. In that moment, Su Changsheng seemed like the chosen one, with all things in the world offering their assistance. As he was immersed in this wondrous feeling, a fierce, wild wind suddenly rushed at him from the left, the flapping of his clothes seeming to convey a message. Sensing the guidance of the wild wind, Su Changsheng didn't hesitate and immediately led his many beasts forward to the left. With the blessing of good fortune, he was convinced that such an anomaly must be a summons pointing him in the right direction. Su Changsheng, accompanied by his beast companions, resolutely headed to the left. He had tried to have Bai Feng carry him through the air, but this forest seemed shrouded in some mysterious force, limiting all flying beasts to a height of just a few meters, unable to even surpass the treetops. Beasts like Dijiang and Zhulong were similarly constrained. However, as a platinum-level beast master, Su Changsheng's physical prowess was comparable to that of an ordinary diamond level, covering great distances with ease. Surprisingly, the journey was exceptionally smooth. Not only did he avoid any attacks from fierce beasts, but he also discovered several unattended rare resources, including the crucial sunfall herb needed for Blood Shadow's evolution. The sunfall herb, a treasure of the world born only where fragments of the sun have fallen, brims with intense fire energy. The fact that such a treasure was left unguarded was astonishing to Su Changsheng, yet he didn't hesitate to store it in his spatial ring. Such serendipitous opportunities are rare in the beast realm. As he continued his journey, Su Changsheng collected even more rare resources. These resources were either unguarded or protected by low-level beasts that were no match for him. These beasts ultimately served as nourishment for Blood Shadow. With the abundance of star fragment-level beast corpses, Blood Shadow's level soared, advancing 2 stages in just 1 hour to reach Diamond Level 3. This rate of cultivation was unheard of in the outside world. Typically, a Diamond-level beast master would require 2 months to advance a single stage, even with abundant resources. Yet Blood Shadow achieved 2 breakthroughs in just an hour, an astonishing feat. Su Changsheng was in high spirits, clearly benefiting from the favor of destiny. As the group progressed, the forest thinned out, revealing a barren land ahead. Between the barren land and the forest, a strange red line stretched endlessly, possessing a mysterious power that not only halted the forest's growth, but also instilled fear in all fierce beasts. Su Changsheng saw with his own eyes a diamond-level fierce beast being pursued and crossing the red line, only to be instantly pulverized by the mysterious force, leaving no trace of its flesh. This scene sent shivers down his spine. To test it further, he captured several beasts, including those at the star fragment level, and without exception, they all exhibited extreme fear of the red line. When Su Changsheng threw the fierce beasts beyond the red line, a mysterious force instantly turned them to dust, leaving them no chance to resist. This scene made Su Changsheng doubt whether even the blood contract of the Blood Shadow could withstand the power of the red line. Yet, his sixth sense strongly urged him to cross it. Su Changsheng found himself in a dilemma, his face showing his inner struggle. He knew that the slightest mistake would lead to certain death, leaving no room for luck. However, he couldn't bring himself to use his beasts as test subjects. He couldn't risk the lives of those who had fought alongside him day and night. As Su Changsheng hesitated, a sharp sonic boom suddenly shattered the silence. An arrow whistled through the air, embedding itself precisely into the ground before him, its tail still quivering, a testament to the archer's incredible strength. Though the arrow hadn't harmed him, a slight deviation could have pierced his forehead. This unexpected arrow put Su Changsheng on high alert. He realized that only humans would use such precise tools, indicating that he was not the only human presence in this beast realm. Su Changsheng quickly focused his gaze into the distance and soon spotted a figure. It was a woman with a striking figure, casually approaching him. She held a massive longbow, nearly as tall as she was, exuding an impressive aura. However, when Su Changsheng got a clear look at her, his pupils contracted, and his initial joy was replaced by shock. Her exposed skin was covered in terrifying black fur, a clear sign of having undergone the beast blood baptism. Judging by the density of the fur, her status in the beast sect was likely even higher than that of the previous leader. A chill crept over Su Changsheng. The beast sect not only had remnants, but had also infiltrated the beast realm, their power daunting. He couldn't help but wonder if the leader they had previously defeated was merely a decoy. The woman stopped outside the red line, curiously sizing up Su Changsheng, much like a cat observing a hairless one. She asked, "Hey, can you understand me? Why are you in the forbidden area?" Her gaze swept over the various beasts behind Su Changsheng, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Then, unexpectedly, she bent her knees and knelt heavily before Su Changsheng, exclaiming excitedly, "The destined one, you have finally arrived." This sudden scene left Su Changsheng completely baffled. Instinctively, he activated his innate world eye, and a rich golden light flooded his vision. The woman's information was instantly laid bare before him. Su Changsheng's eyes widened in shock at what he saw. Lin Xianyuan, an ancient ancestor of the beast-human hybrid, possesses extraordinary gifts. She has 3 powerful innate abilities: the Berserk Beast, Demigod Physique, and Eyes of Death. The Berserk Beast ability allows her to enter a frenzied state during battle, instantly doubling her physical attributes and sharpening her instincts to an animalistic level. However, the drawback is that she becomes weak after the effect wears off. The Demigod Physique grants her incredible defense, reducing damage by 30. If her opponent is weaker than her, this reduction can increase to 50. Most terrifying of all is the Eyes of Death, which can perceive an enemy's most vulnerable spots. Striking these points can potentially deal double damage. However, these formidable abilities come with a fatal cost. She is deeply corrupted by beast blood, limiting her lifespan to a mere 30 years. Even more shocking is her inability to bond with any beast. Su Changsheng gazed at the woman before him, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. Each of her abilities was comparable to Class power, if not stronger. Crucially, these abilities were designed to enhance her own physical form, quite distinct from the talent system of the beast world. What intrigued him most was her identity as an ancient ancestor. What could this mean? Was she an ancestor of the beast world's humans? No, that seemed impossible. Lin Xianyuan was clearly a contemporary of the beast world. A chilling hypothesis suddenly emerged in Su Changsheng's mind. Could she be an ancestor of the Beast Taming World? Even if not, she must be intricately connected to it. Her fluent command of the ancient Chinese language was evidence enough. Suppressing his doubts, Su Changsheng looked at Lin Xianyuan, who was kneeling before him, and asked in a deep voice, "What does the Chosen One mean?" Only then did Lin Xianyuan dare to lift her head, her eyes filled with reverence. When she noticed the golden light flickering in Su Changsheng's eyes, her demeanor became even more respectful. "Our great leader of humankind prophesied 3 things at the dawn of disaster," she began slowly. First, a mysterious forest in the east would rise abruptly, serving as both a cage and a refuge. Second, beast blood warriors would bear the curse of evil spirits, with lifespans not exceeding 50 years. Third, the Chosen One would possess magical power, able to turn fierce beasts into allies, representing humanity's last hope. She gestured toward the forest behind Su Changsheng. "This is the first prophecy. A millennium ago, the demon forest appeared suddenly, imprisoning nearly all high-level fierce beasts. As for us beast blood warriors, living to 50 is rare. Even reaching 30 or 40 is uncommon." At this point, Lin Xianyuan's eyes gleamed with fervor. "Only the last prophecy has remained unfulfilled for 1,000 years. Until I met you." Su Changsheng frowned deeply, carefully piecing together the information. A prophecy from 1,000 years ago, a mysterious chosen one. If Lin Xianyuan's words were true, does it mean that everyone in the beast taming world is a chosen one? It was merely by chance that she encountered him. A millennium. This timeline was entirely different from the history Su Changsheng was familiar with. The recorded history of the beast taming world could trace back 10,000 years, and this discovery instantly shattered Su Changsheng's previous assumptions. He rubbed his throbbing temples and decided to set aside this troubling thought for the moment. There were more pressing matters at hand. Since Lin Xianyuan had identified him as the destined one, he decided to go along with it. "All right, but I have one question." Su Changsheng pointed to the red line beneath his feet. "How do I get out?" "You can just walk out," Lin Xianyuan quickly replied. The red line only affects ferocious beasts and won't affect humans. Su Changxing's sharp gaze penetrated the menacing black fur on Lin Qinyuan's face, capturing every subtle change in her expression. She was indeed telling the truth. Noticing Su Changxing's hesitation, Lin Qinyuan gritted her teeth, stood up, and boldly stepped over the red line to stand in front of him, then turned back. She repeated this action several times without any harm. This sight somewhat reassured Su Changxing. At the same time, a mysterious force seemed to beckon him forward. Under this dual influence, Su Changsheng hesitated no longer and stepped over the terrifying red line. To his surprise, he felt nothing unusual. Feeling relieved, Su Changsheng immediately returned his beast to the beast space and quickly summoned it again. Bai Feng and the other beasts appeared safely on the other side of the red line, leaving Lin Qinyuan dumbfounded. She couldn't comprehend how these colossal creatures could vanish and reappear at will, attributing it all to a miracle after all. It was only natural for the Destined One to have some special abilities. Let's go, take me to where you live, Su Changsheng commanded unceremoniously. Since fate had arranged for Lin Qinyuan to appear, there must be a deeper meaning, so he decided to follow her. Lin Qinyuan nodded compliantly. Even if Su Changsheng hadn't asked, she would have taken him back to their settlement. There, more people awaited the appearance of the Destined One, which was their hope for survival. Tell me about your place, Su Changsheng inquired as they walked. How many people there have similar or greater strength than you? Whether it was due to her mind being clouded by beast blood or her inherently simple nature, Lin Qinyuan divulged all the details about the human forces in the beast realm. The more Su Changsheng listened, the more astonished he became. 220 squad leaders at the fragmented star level, 30 captains at the bright moon level, 5 deputy city lords at the sun level, and the legendary city lord, who had defied the prophecy of a lifespan no greater than 50. No one knew how long he had lived or how terrifying his power was. The only certainty was that the city lord's strength was on par with the mythical ferocious beasts. This distribution of power seemed reasonable. According to Lin Qinyuan, the settlement she belonged to was currently the largest human gathering place, with a total population of tens of millions. Without sufficient strength, they would have long perished in the perilous beast realm. When Su Changxing inquired in detail about their cultivation methods, the answer he received left him deeply shocked. In the beast realm, humans undergo a baptism of beast blood from birth. Newborns are incredibly fragile, and beast blood is notoriously fierce and toxic, leading to a high mortality rate during this ritual. Su Changxing once heard that in the hidden families of the beast master world, such as the Bai family, the blood baptism is performed at the age of 15, which he thought was already harsh. However, compared to the people of the beast realm, these hidden families seem mild in comparison. According to Lin Qinyuan, it is considered fortunate if 3 out of 10 infants survive healthily. The mortality rate, however, isn't as high as Su Changxing imagined. Perhaps due to long-term natural evolution, even newborns in the beast realm have developed a decent resistance to beast blood. If they don't fully withstand it, they might not die but could be left with some disabilities. These individuals then serve as breeding machines, continuously providing newborns, whose fates are to repeat the cycle. A man must ejaculate at least 3 times a day, every day of the year. A woman is expected to bear at least 15 children in her lifetime, causing immense physical and emotional trauma. When Lin Qinyuan described this, her expression was extremely calm. To her, this was merely a matter of survival and the continuation of humanity, not worth discussing. Su Changsheng had no words for this. He couldn't think of a better solution. In such a brutal world, perhaps only more brutal methods can ensure the continuation of humanity. Throughout their journey, Su Changsheng persistently inquired about the beast realm, and Lin Qinyuan answered every question without reservation. Soon, a majestic city appeared before Su Changsheng's eyes. The city walls were built with massive gray stone bricks, each 2 meters long, creating an imposing sight. On the walls, enormous crossbow-like defense machines were mounted, their dark, cold arrowheads glinting menacingly in the bloody sun. Su Changsheng had no doubt about the power of these crossbows. Above the towering city gate, countless beast heads were hung densely, emitting a foul and fierce aura. These were high-level beasts, at least at the bright moon level. Lin Qinyuan explained that the blood and presence of such beasts were enough to repel most others, ensuring the city's safety. As they drew closer, more and more people noticed Su Changsheng, or more accurately, the docile beast behind him, as if it were a pet. They looked at each other in disbelief, and then a wave of excitement spread across their faces. The prophesied one. Truly, can he tame beasts into friends? The prophecy is fulfilled again. A millennium of waiting. A millennium of waiting. Many exclaimed, and a clamor erupted within the city. The people had faces covered in dense fur, resembling various animals. Su Changxing observed that the more powerful individuals had more abundant fur and even other animal features, such as antlers, gills, or shells. Before Su Changxing could approach, the previously closed gate swung open with a boom. Rows of well-equipped soldiers marched out, lining up on either side of the gate. Their expressions were solemn, and their presence was formidable, like a troop awaiting a leader's inspection. As Su Changsheng approached, a thunderous roar erupted. "Welcome, the Destined One." The sound waves crashed in waves, echoing at the city gate. Su Changsheng was startled by the sudden spectacle, pausing in his steps. He thought to himself, the Beast Realm people are too hasty. Even if he indeed matched all the criteria of the prophesied Destined One, they should at least verify his background first. Could it be that just because he had a beast companion, they accepted him outright? Were their minds clouded by beast blood? Despite his swirling thoughts, Su Changsheng maintained a calm exterior, keeping a composed demeanor as he leisurely walked through the lined-up crowd into the city. If he was to play along, he might as well play the part fully. Inside the city, the scene unfolded before him with streets lined with curious citizens. Their faces were filled with excitement, and their eyes held a nearly devout reverence as they looked at Su Changsheng. Many even followed Lin Qianyuan's example, kneeling directly on the ground. This action spread like ripples, and with a rustling sound, the entire street's crowd knelt as if worshipping a true deity. Su Changsheng looked at the kneeling crowd before him and sighed inwardly. This display was surely overdone. Fortunately, a burly man clad in heavy armor, resembling an ancient general, appeared in time to relieve him. The man approached Su Changsheng, cupping his hands. "The legendary Destined One, the city lord summons you. Please follow me." He then gestured to Lin Qianyuan. "You may go to the storeroom to receive the blood of a solar-ranked fierce beast as a reward." "Yes." Lin Qianyuan straightened up and replied. The person before her was her direct superior, Zheng Jianyan, the strongest among the 5 solar-ranked deputy city lords. Seeing the usually high-ranking Zheng Jianyan showing such respect to Su Changsheng, everyone was more convinced. This hairless man must be the Destined One of legend. Led by Zheng Jianyan, Su Changsheng moved through the bustling crowd and walked down winding paths. Suddenly, the view opened up, revealing a majestic purple palace. The palace exuded an eerie purple hue, blending nobility with a sense of the supernatural. A palpable, unsettling aura emanated from the palace, its intense pressure making it hard for Su Changsheng to breathe. His expression grew serious, not because of the crushing pressure, but because within this palace, he sensed a familiar presence identical to the mysterious giant tree, as if something terrifying was suppressed within. But having come this far, Su Changsheng was not one to retreat. Following Zheng Jianyan to the main hall's entrance, the latter bowed slightly. "Please enter. The city lord is waiting for you." With that, he quickly withdrew. Su Changsheng took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Inside, a languid figure reclined on a high throne. A voice of immense authority came from above. "Hello, Su Changsheng." Those simple 5 words made Su Changsheng's hair stand on end. How did the city lord know his real name? He had never revealed it to anyone. Su Changsheng's muscles were tense, and the beasts surrounding him were ready to act. A faint spatial fluctuation emanated from Di Jiang, indicating that if anything went wrong, it would immediately use spatial teleportation to send Su Changsheng back to the imperial capital. "No need to be so tense," a calm voice echoed from the throne, carrying a hint of amusement. The legendary city lord seemed to be in a good mood. Su Changsheng looked up, trying to discern the city lord's true appearance. However, a sinister black-purple mist swirled around the throne, obscuring his view. Even when he pushed his world eye to its limit, he couldn't penetrate the eerie fog. Su Changsheng was shocked. This was the first person he couldn't see through since awakening his talent. He couldn't even determine the person's appearance, let alone gather any real information about them. Yet, the city lord's next words shocked Su Changsheng even more, making it impossible for him to control his expression. "You actually know me. I am Feng Shou. Or, you can call me the Beast God." The Beast God, the legendary figure who dominated both realms and ruled for eternity. Hearing those last 2 words, Su Changsheng's hair stood on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded Di Jiang to use spatial teleportation to escape this cursed place. An enemy of this caliber was far beyond his current ability to handle. Intense spatial fluctuations enveloped Su Changsheng. In an instant, a black rift appeared out of nowhere, swallowing Su Changsheng and his beasts, including Bai Feng, into its depths. "Stop!" Yet, with a single word, the beast god's voice resonated in the hall. Though the word was softly spoken, it reverberated in Su Changsheng's ears like a massive bell, causing his insides to churn uncomfortably. Simultaneously, the rift vanished, and the spatial fluctuations abruptly ceased. Even Su Changsheng and his companions, who had already been swallowed by the spatial rift, were forcibly pulled back. "Why run? If I wanted to kill you, would I need to use any special means?" The beast god's voice drifted from the throne, as indifferent as the wind. Su Changsheng wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling oddly calm. With just one word, the beast god had almost gravely injured him. Even the healing green light of Fuyao couldn't mend him. The gap in power was insurmountable, no matter his efforts. So, he decided to listen to what the beast god had planned. Do what you will. Not bad. The beast god's voice carried a hint of admiration from on high. No wonder those worthless ones couldn't take you down. Hearing this, Su Changsheng's heart sank. Those worthless ones undoubtedly referred to the people of the beast cult. This meant that every move of the beast cult was within the beast god's watchful eyes. Perhaps even the actions of everyone in the beast world were known to the beast god. What could he, or it, possibly be plotting? Seeing Su Changsheng remain silent, the beast god continued, unperturbed. Su Changsheng, if I said I was a good person, would you believe me? Su Changsheng almost couldn't keep his composure, involuntarily letting out a sound of disbelief. A good person, the beast god? In the real world, what are the tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, of people who perish due to the myriad beast cult under the beast god's command over the millennia count for? If he is considered good, then the concept of evil would not exist. Well, words alone are unconvincing. The beast god sighed, the sound echoing with a hint of desolation in the vast hall. As the voice faded, a dark purple light shot like lightning directly to Su Changsheng's forehead. The light moved so quickly that Su Changsheng had no time to react before it merged into his body. In an instant, countless fragments of memories exploded in Su Changsheng's mind, crashing over his consciousness like a tidal wave. These memories surged violently, threatening to tear his soul apart. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a cold, modern laboratory. Did I travel through time again? This thought had barely crossed his mind when a crisp and efficient female voice reached his ears. Dr. Fong, the analysis of the evil spirit liquid is complete. This liquid can maximize the potential of human bloodlines, enhancing the physical body without limit, even to the extent of resisting evil spirits. The voice was clear and powerful, barely concealing her excitement. Meanwhile, scenes flashed through Su Changsheng's mind. In 2032 AD, evil spirits descended upon the world, wreaking havoc. Within just 6 months, Japan, India, and Korea fell one after another. In 2033 AD, humanity discovered in terror that all high-tech equipment became useless under the evil spirit's influence. Only the superpowers of the United States and China continued to struggle for survival. In 2035 AD, the Chinese scientist Feng Shou and his team were the first to decode the evil spirit's blood, marking the beginning of resistance. However, humanity was unaware that a nightmare was about to unfold. Fragmented information flickered in Su Changsheng's mind as the scene shifted back to the cold laboratory. The violent shaking beneath his feet and the surrounding screams made Su Changsheng instinctively want to find a hiding place, but his legs wouldn't budge. Now he understood that the beast god had directly transmitted his past experiences into his mind. He was merely an observer, unable to influence the events. Boom. The sound of the collapsing door echoed clearly in Feng Shou's ears. He turned back in horror, seeing reptilian creatures shrouded in black mist pouring in. As they crawled, they left behind black liquid that corroded even the sturdy metal of the laboratory, creating gaping holes. These were the evil spirits that left humanity powerless. They appeared suddenly on this planet and began a spree of senseless slaughter. Without purpose, without reason, they couldn't be communicated with or resisted. In just a few years, humanity was nearly extinct. Huff, huff. Heavy breaths escaped from the beast god's mouth. A hint of ferocity flashed across his face as he quickly turned and injected a tube of thick black liquid from the lab table into his heart. The liquid was highly corrosive, immediately eroding the muscle around his heart, exposing the beating organ beneath. Prior to this, they had conducted thousands of human experiments. Only 1% of subjects survived exposure to the liquid diluted 1,000 times, significantly enhancing their physical abilities and even exhibiting extraordinary powers. Yet, without exception, they all died within a month. But now, the beast god injected the undiluted liquid. Just as the liquid fully entered his body, the swarming evil spirits surrounded the beast god. The chilling sound of tearing and biting echoed in the laboratory for a long time. Even so, the beast god didn't utter a single cry. This astounding resilience left the onlooker, Su Changsheng, in awe. Suddenly, countless snowflakes flashed before Su Changsheng's eyes, reminiscent of the static on old television screens. When his vision cleared, a dark and profound portal appeared before the beast god, emanating powerful spatial ripples. This is a brand new world. A world free from the taint of evil spirits, the beast god declared passionately. Before him was a vast crowd, numbering in the thousands, yet they were the only survivors left on this planet. We are the cursed ones, the beast god proclaimed, gesturing behind him. Su Changsheng followed his gaze and saw countless figures, covered in black fur and of varying forms, standing silently behind the beast god. This was the appearance of everyone in the beast realm. We will not go to the new world. Otherwise, the evil spirits will follow, the beast god continued. Without us to hold back the evil spirits, these survivors, no matter how many worlds they move to, will still face invasion from those relentless beings. However, you must ensure the tribute of raw food. Only then can we suppress the evil within us. At this, a hint of sadness crept into the beast god's voice. Indeed, after being invaded by the black blood, he too became crazed and bloodthirsty. Without regularly consuming flesh, he risked losing control. You, 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 and you. Protect these people and ensure their survival in the new world, the beast god instructed, pointing out a few individuals to integrate into the unchanged human crowd. However, the appearance of these half-beasts was distinctly different from ordinary humans. Some people, upon seeing them approach, instinctively took a few steps back, fear evident in their eyes. Suddenly, all the images were cut off. A darkness as thick as ink enveloped Su Changsheng. In a daze, he seemed to hear the sound of countless reptiles mixed with wet, sticky fluids rushing toward him. It was the beast god's voice that pulled him out of this state. So, do you understand now? The beast god asked calmly. Su Changsheng, shaken, remained silent for a long time. Once he gathered his thoughts, he hoarsely asked, "Are you saying that you are the one protecting this world, and even the beast realm?" The beast god chuckled softly. "It's not what I'm saying, it's a fact. What you call slaughtering creatures is merely my way of maintaining sanity. Compared to the survival of two worlds, the lives of a mere 1,000 each year are insignificant." Su Changsheng was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Logically speaking, the beast god did have a point. And besides, I don't specifically need human lives. The lives of ferocious beasts, tamed beasts, any creature will do. It's just that those fools from the beast sect think I have a preference for humans, the beast god added. Then why don't you correct them? That way. Su Changsheng began, but the beast god interrupted. Because I don't care. Whether it's humans, ferocious beasts, tamed beasts, or any other life forms, they are all the same to me. Why do you think humans are more noble than these other lives? Or do you think I'm still human? Are we the same kind? My only obsession is to suppress the evil spirits. That kind of thing is my only enemy. This was the first time Su Changsheng heard the beast god speak so much at once. Meanwhile, a heavy pressure emanated from the throne. The dark purple mist seemed to sense its master's anger, thrashing about as if ready to devour someone. However, after a moment, everything returned to normal, as if it had all been Su Changsheng's imagination. What about the evil spirits? Where are they now? Su Changsheng continued to ask. Having finally received such secretive information, he needed to take the opportunity to understand it well. Underneath my seat, the beast god replied. Suddenly, a grating sound of gnawing echoed from the direction of the throne. Along with it came a sinister and evil aura of deathly stillness. Su Changsheng had never felt such an aura before. These creatures seemed to exist purely for destruction, with no other purpose. Even after being suppressed by the beast god for 1,000 years, they had not perished, and no one knew the source of their energy. Those beasts are products of your world, offered here as tributes by the people of the beast cult. As for the so-called seal of mine, it's a joke. It's merely that every few years, during the evil spirit uprisings, I consume a great deal of energy to suppress them. Therefore, I need a large amount of blood to maintain my sanity. Otherwise, do you think it wouldn't be as easy as a flick of a finger for me to destroy you all? The beast god seemed somewhat weary, revealing all the answers to Su Changsheng's curious questions at once. Oh, and the flow of time in this world is different from yours. Initially, the difference between the two worlds was as much as 10,000 times. But over time, the flow of time in both worlds has tended to align, the beast god added, explaining why the world of beast taming had a history of tens of thousands of years, while the history of this world, since the outbreak of the evil spirits, was only about 1,000 years. Moreover, I have a premonition that if the flow of time in both worlds becomes completely synchronized, something extremely terrifying will happen. The beast god's voice carried an unusual gravity. This is also why I wanted to meet you. My power comes from the evil spirits, and no matter how talented I am, I cannot surpass them by much. But your power system is entirely new, and it could potentially eradicate the evil spirits completely. You are the most talented beast tamer I've seen in 1,000 years. Grow stronger, for I have a feeling we have at most 1 year left. Su Changsheng touched his chin. Receiving praise from the beast god was probably something all beast tamers could only dream of. The other information in the beast god's words made his expression serious. 1 year. Only 1 year. The beast god wanted him to reach the same level within a year. However, it seems we have some old scores to settle. Su Changsheng hadn't yet recovered from the overwhelming information. The beast god's somewhat cold words reached his ears, and the temperature in the hall suddenly dropped. Do you remember the malevolent octopus? It was a pet I was quite fond of, having brought me many meals. The beast god reclined lazily on the throne, a hint of nostalgia in its voice. I released it into the interdimensional rift to hunt down those fleeing evil spirits. But this creature has a mischievous nature, often wanting to venture out, see the world, and kill some people for fun. Halfway through the conversation, the beast god suddenly paused. A chilling gaze fell upon Su Changsheng. as if contemplating how to deal with this human who had offended its pet. Hearing this, Su Changsheng was overwhelmed by a sense of absurdity. So the so-called seal was nothing but a jokey. It wasn't a seal binding the malevolent octopus, just a simple command from the beast god. In the eyes of the beast god today, human life in the real world had become so cheap that it allowed its pet to kill at will for amusement. 1,000 years ago, the beast god might indeed have cared for all living things, even sitting on the throne for millennia to suppress evil spirits for the sake of human propagation. But now, eroded by the dual forces of time's power and evil spirits' blood, the beast god's humanity was slowly fading, replaced by pure beastly and godly nature. If not for the lingering vow to suppress evil spirits, the beast world and the beast realm might have long since become its playground. Even now, unifying the two realms would be a trivial task for the beast god. But as it said, it simply didn't care about the judgment of the world, the survival of humanity, nor did it deign to be the ruler of the two realms. The beast god's gaze swept back and forth over Su Changsheng. Yet Su Changsheng stood motionless, surprisingly calm. Since there was no escape and resistance was futile, he might as well remain composed. Moreover, according to the beast god, it still needed Su Changsheng, so it wouldn't easily kill him or harm his talents. Not only that, the beast god even had to help him grow stronger and provide various resources. This delicate relationship made Su Changsheng inwardly amused. Although he had angered the beast god, it couldn't do much against him and even had to assist him. Despite the vast difference in power in this game, it was Su Changsheng who held the initiative. As Su Changsheng pondered, a black and purple object whistled through the air and struck his forehead. A dull thud echoed in the hall. Intense pain spread from his forehead to every part of his body, delivering not only physical harm, but also extreme soul agony. A blood hole the size of an eye appeared on Su Changsheng's forehead as the object penetrated his skull and merged into his mind. Apologize. The commanding voice of the beast god echoed with noble authority directly in Su Changsheng's mind. Such a domineering order caused searing pain deep within his soul. His eyes widened in shock, tears of physical pain blurring his vision. Yet, he kept his eyes wide open, as a fierce golden light burst from the depths of his pupils, piercing through the mysterious and eerie black and purple mist. Su Changsheng, in a daze, saw the beast god seated on the throne, surrounded by countless menacing tentacles, a disdainful smirk on its lips. His face was contorted, and saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth due to the excruciating pain. His very soul was being torn apart, with every inch of his flesh crying out in silent agony. Yet, he refused to give in. Even as his spirit teetered on the brink of collapse and his body could bear no more, Su Changsheng gritted his teeth, determined not to utter a sound. With a sharp crack, the sound of teeth breaking came from Su Changsheng's mouth. He doubled over, violently vomiting up a mixture of blood and nearly crushed teeth. Despite the immense pain, he remained silent. Humph! The beast god snorted coldly, and all the pain receded like a tide. Continuing to torment him would cause irreparable damage to Su Changsheng's soul and essence, which would not benefit the beast god's plans. As the pain ebbed away, Su Changsheng collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, his head lolling to the side as he passed out. The grand hall fell into dead silence, broken only by Su Changsheng's heavy breathing. After an unknown period, a dark purple light gradually enveloped him, its luminescence cleansing his body. Countless black impurities seeped from his pores, filling the hall with a rancid stench. Suddenly, a bright flash occurred, and both Su Changsheng and the filth on the ground vanished, as if it had all been an illusion. A strange chirping sound emerged from the throne's direction. Amidst the sinister mist, a blue figure had appeared. If Su Changsheng were conscious, he would recognize it as the evil-minded octopus he had once imprisoned in a special realm. However, now the creature had shrunk to a fraction of its former size, behaving as obediently as a small dog awaiting its master's affection. Don't worry. This person has some skills and might be useful for my grand plan. The beast god's voice emanated from the dark purple mist. The mist formed a large hand, gently stroking the evil-minded octopus. After centuries of solitude and oppression, the beast god found companionship only in these adorable creatures. The half-beasts had such short lifespans that they came and went with every nap the beast god took. Only these long-lived beasts could stay with it for ages. Thus the beast god held a certain affection for the evil-minded octopus. However, these little animals were at least of a solar level in ferocity, only appearing docile in the beast god's presence. In the world of beast tamers, on a highway just outside the borders of the United States, a caravan of dozens of people was slowly making its way forward. Suddenly, a youthful voice exclaimed, "Father, look, there's someone nearly dead here." The group was instantly on alert, forming a protective circle around their goods with their beasts. Amid the clamor, Su Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood a charming girl of about 18 or 19, her pure and captivating appearance reminiscent of a first love from one's youth. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.